CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is terror? It's really only a word, unless you've experienced it. And once you've experienced it, there's no word for it. It defies description. There are all forms of terror. Extreme fear of physical injury, for one. Paralyzing fear of insupportable pain, physical or mental. Mental. This, I'm told, can be the most horrifying form of terror of them all.
You're trying to terrify me, Mr. Stainer.
Terrify? Miss Meade, you've got me all wrong. We here at the Bureau of Human Affairs don't terrify people.
Then why don't you tell me what it is you want to know?
Why don't you tell me? After all, you're the one who knows.
But I know nothing. That's what's terrifying. You want me to tell you something, but I don't know what it is.
But you do. You simply haven't thought about it enough.
I have thought and thought.
No, you only think you've thought. Go home now. Go home, Miss Meade. And think some more.
Our mystery drama, A Small Question of Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Terry Keane.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
As I said at the outset, terror can take many forms, disguises. Consider the case of Alexis Meade, a young woman, intelligent, attractive, occupation, sales clerk, engaged to be married, lives with her widowed mother, Emily, whom she supports. The place? An apartment in, a city. A city in, a country. Time? Could be today, could be tomorrow. Not important. What's important is it happened. And it could happen again.
But, Mother, what does the Bureau of Human Affairs want with me? What could this... What's his name? Where's the letter? Oh, here it is. Gilbert Stainer. What could he possibly want with me?
Well, now, if you ask me, Alexis, it's probably nothing at all. Some little unimportant matter about, I don't know. Nothing to get upset about, dear.
Mother, this is from the Bureau of Human Affairs, which is just a cover for the secret police. And this man Stainer is titled here under the signature. He's director of interrogation. In heaven's name, what could he want to interrogate me about?
Well, I can't imagine. I really can't. Unless you did something you shouldn't have done. Did you, Alexis? Like, I don't know, complain to someone, maybe at the office, that we haven't enough to eat? That the protector, our glorious protector, has called for austerity measures?
Mother, please stop running on.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I do talk too much. I know.
Mother, you didn't complain about something. Anything? Did you?
Me? Complain?
Say anything that somebody might have reported.
Oh, no, really, Alexis. Oh, I do talk too much. I do, I know. But, my dear, you know better than to ask me that. Well, you know better than to even think I'd be foolish enough to say anything critical of our protector or the government or anything.
Mother.
Sorry, dear. The letter gives no reason why this Mr. Sturmer wants to see you.
Stainer. No. It just says I'm to appear at his office Monday at 3 p.m.
Well, you'll find out then what it is he wants when you get there.
That's 4 days from now, Mother. I've got to wait and worry for 4 solid days, to say nothing of nights.
Worry? Oh, my dear, I certainly wouldn't worry.
Mother. Some people who have gone into the Human Affairs building, in fact, a good many people, have never been seen or heard of again.
Oh, I've heard that.
Well, you can believe it. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Eric, honey.
Oh, Eric. How are you, darling?
Well, I'm not sure. I just got home and found a letter waiting for me from the Bureau of Human Affairs.
You too?
What? You?
Yes. I'm ordered to appear at 3 o'clock next Monday.
I've been told to be there at 2.
Who signed your letter?
Well, somebody named Stainer. Gilbert Stainer. What do you suppose this is all about?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew now instead of having to wait until Monday.
Yeah, me too. It kind of worries me, Alexis.
It scares me, Eric. It scares me half to death.
Yes?
It's Alexis Mead, and I...
Oh, yes. You're here to see Mr. Stainer at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
You're early.
Oh, I was afraid of being late.
Afraid? What would you be afraid of, Miss Mead?
Well, I didn't mean afraid, except...
But that's what you said. There's nothing to be afraid of, Miss Mead, if you have nothing to fear.
I haven't.
Well, then.
Eric.
Alexis.
What did he want, Stainer? What did he ask you?
You're next, Miss Mead.
I'll see you later, Alexis.
Come to dinner tonight?
Okay.
Miss Mead is here, Mr. Stainer.
Thank you, Miss Peters. Do come in, Miss Mead.
Thank you.
And sit down, please. That chair in front of my desk. Well, now, Miss Mead, first let me say I'm sorry if you've been put to any inconvenience.
Oh, no.
But you did have to take off from your job early. I'm told you lose 2 hours' pay.
Who told you?
It's so, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
The Bureau will see that you're reimbursed for any loss of pay you incurred today, or may incur in the future.
The future? I'll be coming here again?
That'll depend entirely on you. How is your mother?
My mother is fine, thank you, fine.
That arthritis flare-up she suffered last week, that's over with?
Yes.
Delighted to hear it. A cup of coffee?
No, thank you, Mr. Stainer. I'd like to know why...
Cigarette?
Thank you, I don't smoke.
Oh, that's right. You gave up cigarettes several months ago. Too expensive. What with the tax, the surtax and all, I believe you said.
I don't recall saying anything like that.
No?
No.
But that is why you quit.
Yes. Mr. Stainer, you certainly didn't ask me here to discuss my reasons for giving up smoking.
No, goodness me, no.
Then why am I here?
It could be that I just like to talk and look at pretty women.
I beg your pardon.
A joke, a little joke. Although you are extremely attractive, you know.
Thank you.
Well, now, I asked you to come here today because,
Because?
I thought there might be something you cared to tell me.
Something I cared to tell you?
Something you might care to tell me.
Such as?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, I'm sure I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what could I know? If you could give me some idea of what it is you're after.
I'm not after anything, Miss Mead. The way you put it, what is it you're after? You make it sound as if I'm pursuing you, trying to hound
No,
you.
I didn't mean it that way.
No, of course you didn't. Well?
Well?
Is there something you might care to tell the Bureau? Tell me?
I can't think of anything, Mr. Stainer.
You're sure?
I'm positive.
Perhaps if you gave it some thought.
What thought? How can I think about something when I don't know what to think about?
It will come to you. Think about it long enough, and it'll come. It might be in the morning when you're at work, or during mealtime, or in the middle of the night in bed. You'll suddenly say to yourself, that's it. That's what I had to tell the Bureau.
Mr. Stainer, I'm sorry, but I can't imagine...
You'll see. Now, you just go away and think about it a while, and you'll see. Let me escort you to the door.
Mr. Stainer, please, I assure you, believe me, there is nothing I know of or can think of. Your hand, Mr. Stainer.
Oh, sorry. Your coat. I was only admiring the cloth. I like the feel of cloth like this. So soft. So pleasurable to the touch. Soft as a woman's skin.
Good day, Mr. Stainer.
Good day, Miss Mead. Do some thinking now. See what you can come up with before our next meeting.
Before our next meeting. The last thing he said just as I left.
Oh, stop worrying and eat your dinner, Alexis. What there is of it. And you, Eric?
Those were his last words to me, too. That means he's going to call us in again.
Obviously.
Have my meat, Alexis.
Mother, no. No. You finish the meat. I don't want any more.
You don't want any more because you think I haven't had enough.
Well, you haven't. None of us has. None of us ever does.
Everything's in short supply.
Oh, and the prices. I was saying to Maggie Norton only the other day. I met her in the supermarket. You know, we hadn't seen each other in months.
You didn't say anything to Maggie. Anything that might be misconstrued.
What?
Anything she could have reported to the Bureau of Human Affairs.
Now, what do you take me for, Alexis?
I'm only trying to find out, searching for whatever it is Stainer knows.
But didn't he say he doesn't know?
Mother, he knows. Eric and I wouldn't have been ordered to appear if he didn't know. He's just playing cat and mouse. That's what he's doing. He's trying to get us to confess to something.
Well, confess to what? I'm telling you, I'm so on edge even now, even after just one meeting with him. I'd tell him what he wants to know, if I knew what it is.
Eric, are you sure you don't?
Don't know?
Yes.
I don't get you, Alexis.
Could it be that you maybe said something, sometime, to someone that might have been better left unsaid?
You think I'm some kind of nut?
Of course not, but...
But what?
Don't be so touchy, Eric. You could have said something. I could. Mother could.
Not a word, not a word.
I'm no fool, Alexis, not me. You just don't know who you can trust anymore. I guess there wouldn't be any more coffee, Mrs. Mead, would there?
Maybe a few drops, Eric. Give me your cup.
Well, something has been said, and if we're smart...
Here you are, Eric.
We'll find out what it was. Because one thing is sure. What happened with Mr. Gilbert Stainer today is only the beginning.
Yeah. I think I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Mother. Oh, Mother, please. Now, don't start crying.
That's what you mean. Even maybe death. Oh, why is it got so you're afraid to say, have a good day to someone or keep well or anything? Well, I said to Maggie Norton, we hadn't seen each other in months, and we were talking about the scarcities and the high prices, and she said not to worry because the protector would take care of things eventually. And I said, I could have bit my tongue. I said, you know, joking. I said, someday he'll protect us to death.
Eric, you dropped your cup.
I'm sorry.
Mother, you didn't say that to Maggie Norton.
Oh, I could have bit my tongue.
But I told you. You said it to me once, and I told you then to never say it again. Eric, what is it?
It's nothing.
Why did you drop the cup? Was it what Mother just said?
No, honestly.
Is that what Stainer is after? Is it?
Well, how do I know what Stainer is after?
You do know. What Mother said about the protector protecting us to death. Is that it? Eric, for heaven's sake, tell me. I can't stand not knowing. I can't stand it.
So, terror, like a stain, is already spreading through Alexis Mead. To know the truth will be bad, but not knowing is even worse. As Gilbert Stainer is well aware, a human being can face what he knows, but fear of the unknown is the most corrosive destroyer of the human spirit yet discovered. I'll return shortly with Act Two. A small question. A simple, seemingly innocent question. Is there anything you'd care to tell me? A small, simple question? Yes, but one fraught with terror for those who are asked by Gilbert Stainer of the Bureau of Human Affairs. For Alexis Meade, of whom he has asked it. In the apartment she shares with her mother, Alexis faces her fiancé, Eric, and cries.
Eric, you know. You do know. For heaven's sake, tell me. I can't stand not knowing.
All right. I'll tell you. I didn't want to. I was afraid it would make things worse for you.
Eric, tell me.
This afternoon, Stainer asked me if I had ever heard anyone make that remark about the protector. Well, of course, I lied. I said no.
You had heard it. Where? Who said it?
Well, honey, you did.
I?
Don't you remember? We were sitting in the park, and you said, well, I don't remember the exact words, but something like, Mother said the funniest thing today. Could be a dangerous thing if she ever repeated it, and I warned her not to, but you just had to tell me, you said. And you told me. You don't remember?
Yes. I'd forgotten about it. It didn't seem important then. There was no one around. No one could have overheard. Was there?
I don't remember. You know, we had a little laugh over it, and then I guess we both forgot it.
And he did ask you, Stainer.
If I'd ever heard that remark made by someone. And like I said no.
Well, is it such a terrible thing to say? I said it as a joke. You said it as a joke.
Mother, the trouble is the world we live in is no joke. I meant nothing, you meant nothing when you said what you said about protecting us to death. But they can take a thing like that and build it, and build it.
Alexis.
I'm sorry. So that's what he's after. He wants me to say, perhaps you mean a remark my mother once made about the protector protecting us to death.
Would they torture me then? Kill me?
They'll never torture you, Mother, because they're never going to find out. Eric didn't tell Stainer where he'd heard it. And I'll certainly never tell him.
Under torture?
Not under the worst torture they can think of.
Eric?
Don't worry, Mrs. Meade. They'll get nothing out of me. I promise you that.
Oh, thank you, Eric, thank you. I'll make a little more coffee. Not much. We can have a little.
Eric?
Yes?
Keep that promise. My mother, she's old and she's sick. And I love her. Keep your promise, Eric.
Well, don't stand there staring at me as if you'd seen a ghost, Miss Meade. Sit down. Is there something wrong?
I was asked to come and see Mr. Stainer again. I didn't expect to find you behind his desk, Miss... Or is it Mrs.?
Miss Peters. Miss Peters. Mr. Stainer was called away unexpectedly. I'm taking over for him temporarily. I am his assistant, you know.
I didn't know.
Yes. And perhaps it's just as well, his being needed elsewhere at the moment. He himself thought, he mentioned, that you might speak more openly to me. You know, woman to woman.
Miss Peters, let's get something straight. I didn't know then, and I don't know now what it is he wanted me to tell him.
But of course you do.
I do not. Oh, my. What was that?
What was what?
That scream.
Scream? You heard a scream.
You know I heard a scream. It came from the torture chambers in the cellar.
Now, don't tell me you believe the stories you've heard, Miss Meade. You know about the hideous tortures that go on in this place. Oh, we are not in the habit of torturing people here. Now, don't look so frightened, my dear. Why, my goodness, the color has drained out of your face. Here, let me...
Ow! What are you doing?
My dear, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I only pinched your cheeks. Just a little to bring the color back. Oh, I am sorry if I hurt you. I didn't really, did I?
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. My good heavens, I wouldn't hurt you for the world, my dear. None of us would. Gilbert Stainer, there isn't a gentler, more sympathetic man on this earth. Any woman will tell you that. Any woman who gets to know him, that is.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure.
You'll see when you get to know him better. But he is a man, you know. By that I mean he can be, well, brutal, too. He has that other side to him. A side that shows when he, well, you might say, loses patience. Take a tip from me, Alexis. Don't make Gilbert lose his patience.
Thank you for the advice.
What is it now, Alexis?
You know what it is. That scream.
Letting your imagination run away with you. Don't you start imagining things like frightful tortures and slow deaths. All you have to do, my dear, is tell us if there's anything you would care to tell us.
If you would tell me what it is you want to know.
But how could we know what it is you'd care to tell us?
Oh, this is impossible. This is just plain simply impossible.
No, you're tired, my dear. And those screams you thought you heard are still bothering you. I tell you what. You go home and think things over.
I don't have to.
But you do. Gilbert and I have been through this many times before, Alexis. Believe me, we have. And always, people come back and say, is this what you wanted to know? And it always is. You'll remember. I know you will. You'll remember.
Eric? Eric, are you home? Eric! What took you so long?
I was asleep.
Asleep for 3 days and nights? I've telephoned you again and again. You haven't come to see me. Eric, what's happened?
Well, nothing. I've been very busy, tied up.
Is that why you're limping?
Well, I hurt my back.
You did? Or they did?
They?
You know who I mean. He had you tortured, didn't he? Stainer.
What gave you that idea?
The way you're limping and your jaw still swollen. Eric.
They tortured me.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, my darling, my poor
Don't,
darling.
Alexis, don't.
What?
Don't touch me. Don't even come near me. Oh, my God.
Eric, darling, what?
I told them. I couldn't help myself. The pain. Impossible not to tell. Not to scream it out as loud as I could.
What? What did you tell them?
You know.
Tell me anyhow. I must be sure.
Well, I told them, yes, I'd heard someone make that remark. Our protector will protect us to death. And then I told them, Alexis, forgive me. I told them it was you.
It's all right. It's going to be all right. The first thing we must do is keep our heads, not panic.
But you don't understand. I'm in no danger. You are. I saved my own neck by sacrificing yours.
Don't you realize you're in as much danger as I?
How can I be?
You are involved now. You're an accessory to the crime.
Crime? What crime? A harmless remark?
Eric, don't you understand? It's what the Stainers of this world feed on, turning the innocent into the guilty. It's their business. It's what they live for.
But what can we do?
The first thing I must do is protect Mother. Or did you tell them that, too? That Mother was the first to...
No.
All right, then at least she's safe. But they'll question me again now, and torture is more than likely.
Oh, what I've let you in for. I could kill myself.
None of that now. We've got to keep our heads. Think. Let me see. Luke. Luke Stevens.
Luke Stevens. What about him?
That place of his in the mountains. It's not too far from the border.
What are you talking about, the border?
We've got to escape, leave the country. There's no other way. Now, if we could get to Luke's place, we could hide there for a few days, then slip over the border.
Oh, that's impossible. I'm being watched now. You're being watched. We must be.
I'm sure of it, but we've got to try. We can't be any worse off than we are now, so listen to me.
Yes.
I'm going to go home. I will get Mother in an hour. Let's say an hour. You go down, get in your car, and drive to that favorite spot of ours in the park. Mother and I will meet you there, and then we'll get in your car and head for Luke's place in the mountains.
But if we're being watched...
We'll have to take the only chance we've got. Try to give them the slip.
Not much chance of that.
No. But it is the only chance we've got.
I don't understand, Alexis. Why suddenly do you want to go for a walk in the park? I don't feel like going for a walk.
Mother, please don't argue. I want to go for a walk, and I want you to come with me.
Well, you're acting very strangely, Alexis. And here, what are you stuffing in your handbag?
Mother, please.
Toothbrushes? Half a candy bar? The candy we've been saving for a special treat? Alexis, what is this?
I will tell you later.
You tell me now, or I will not step 1 foot out of this apartment.
Mother, please trust me.
Oh, my goodness, it seems we have visitors.
Yes, I'm afraid we do. Yes?
Are you Alexis Meade?
Yes?
Is that your mother there?
Yes.
Both of you to come with me, please.
Where? And why are we to come with you?
I can't answer that.
You don't have to. I know where. And why.
Alexis Meade fights the terror that tries to surge through her as she and her mother go with the agent from the secret police. To what? Torture? Death? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. An innocent remark has brought Alexis Meade, her mother, and her fiancé Eric to the brink of torture and possible death. Eric, breaking under the torture's exquisite pain, revealed he'd heard the remark from Alexis. But Alexis has not yet divulged that her mother, Emily, first made the remark to her. Not yet. Now, as all three sit and wait in a small room at the Bureau of Human Affairs, a fourth presence waits with them. An invisible but palpable presence whose name is Terror.
2 hours. They've kept us waiting 2 hours. Why? Why?
For the same reason they picked you up and brought you here with Mother and me. So we could break each other down with our personal fears and tensions.
Alexis, I want you to be honest with me. All this, it's because of that remark, that silly, joking remark I made.
No.
I'm sure it is. What else could it be?
I don't know what remark you're talking about, Mother. You never made any remark
But of
to
course
me that I know of.
you did. The one about the Alexis. What are you doing to me?
I am trying to silence you, Mother. But I might have known that's impossible.
Room could be bugged.
Bugs? Bugs? Hidden microphones, Mother. Now, please don't say another word.
You, come with me.
Me? Where are you taking her?
Come along.
But I...
No.
I... Wait a minute, please. My mother is old. She's old and she's sick. Wait, please, wait. Eric. What are they going to do to her?
I don't like to think.
I can't stand it. Not to know what they're going to do to her. They're doing this to break me down. They know what my mother means to me. They're using fear, my fear. of what they may do to her to break me.
Well, you can't be sure of that.
You, this way.
What for?
Just come along, please.
They're going to torture me again. I won't be able to stand it. Alexis!
Come along now.
Alexis! Alexis!
Oh, my God. Oh, God. Yes. Yes, God. Oh, I go on my knees and I beg you to help me. I've never asked help of you in the past, but I need you now. Be with me, I beg you. If there's a way out, a way to escape, show it to me, not for my sake, but theirs, Mother's and Eric's. I'm not begging for myself, but for them, because I love them.
Why, Miss Mead, what on earth are you doing on your knees?
I'm praying, Miss Peters.
Oh, come now. You don't really believe in God, do you?
I don't know.
Come along. Gilbert, Mr. Stainer is ready to see you now.
I've told him all I know.
Which was that you knew nothing. A lie, of course, but never mind. He has something to tell you.
What?
Come along, my dear. Find out for yourself.
Sit down, Miss Mead. Alexis, if I may, sit down. No, don't leave us, Miss Peters. Alexis won't mind if you stay, I'm sure. We're all friends by this time. Though you certainly don't look very friendly, Alexis.
Mr. Stainer.
Gilbert, please. I do want to be your friend, Alexis. I've wanted to be from the first. And I must say that I'm puzzled by your attitude. You have nothing to gain by being unfriendly toward me, and much to gain by being otherwise. And Miss Peters will tell you that.
It's true, Alexis.
I know that once Alexis realizes I want to be her friend, she'll be amenable to my wishes. You will now, won't you, Alexis?
That depends, Mr. Stainer.
Gilbert?
Mr. Stainer, that depends on your wishes.
My only wish at the moment is for you to tell me the truth.
About what?
When I first asked you here, I made clear to you that I simply wanted you to tell me anything you thought the Bureau ought to know.
And I made it clear to you that I knew of nothing, could think of nothing.
But of course you know now that you were wrong.
I know nothing of the sort.
Very well, Alexis. Miss Mead, I'll be plain with you. I first ordered you to come and see me because I'd learned of a remark that had been made. A treasonous remark. When I asked you to tell me about it, you denied all knowledge of it.
You never asked me about a treasonous remark. You asked me if there was anything I cared to tell you.
Certainly a treasonous remark, a remark punishable by death, my dear, slow death, as you know, would be something you cared to tell.
If I'd known about the remark, I didn't, and I don't.
Curious. After all, you made it.
I made it?
Your fiancé, Eric, didn't tell you when you visited him late this afternoon? I can have him brought here to this office in minutes. He didn't tell you?
He said something about my having said something about our protector.
And what did you say about our protector?
It was said jokingly. I meant nothing by it.
Perhaps, but what did you say?
I said, if things kept on, our protector would protect us to death.
Well, at last, Peters, she has admitted it.
Well, of course, we knew she would, Gilbert. You never fail. You always have a way with women.
Thank you. So then, Miss Mead, you admit you said this to your fiancé?
Yes.
Knowing that treason is punishable by death?
I told you it was said as a joke.
A joke. Unfortunately, I fail to see the joke. If there is something funny in the thought that our protector will protect us to death, no, I simply don't see it. Perhaps you'd explain it, Miss Mead.
If it has to be explained.
Yes?
Jokes can't be explained. I've admitted I said it. What more do you want?
What more?
If I'm guilty of treason, I'm guilty of treason. Then torture me, kill me. But let my mother and Eric go.
Happily, if it's possible. If it's at all possible, after you tell me who first made the remark to you. Who?
No one.
There was someone.
There was no one.
We know there was someone. Who was it?
If you know, why do you ask me?
Oh, first we're unfriendly, now we're arrogant.
I'm not being arrogant.
You are what I say you are. Now let me tell you something, my independent, arrogant little wench. And you will be my wench before I'm through with you. Now, you can make it easy on yourself or hard. Which shall it be? The easy way is to admit to me here and now who made the remark to you. The hard way, I shall simply hand you over to Miss Peters. Well, the easy way, the hard way, which?
The easy way.
You're being wise. Now, who said to you, our protector will protect us to death? Well, who?
You want me to tell you in front of Miss Peters?
What?
You don't, do you?
Why shouldn't you?
Oh, I guess I said the wrong thing.
What wrong thing? What are you saying?
Oh, Gilbert. Gilbert, darling, I can't tell you with her here.
What the devil is she saying?
What the devil is she saying, Gilbert?
I don't know. I don't know.
What, Miss Meade?
I can't tell you that. Gilbert, please ask her to leave.
Ask her to... Oh, I see a little game. You're trying some little game. You're trying to suggest in front of Miss Peters, trying to suggest that somehow, in some way, there's something between us, between you and me.
No. There's nothing between you and me. Nothing.
One moment. If there is something...
There's nothing.
There is nothing. Now, don't look at me like that, Peters. There is nothing. Now, you little... You answer me. In front of Peters, answer me. Who said it to you first? Who?
All right, Gilbert. I see you trust Miss Peters, though I certainly wouldn't. Not if she was my assistant. I mean, not with all the suspicion, the mistrust, the doubt we all live with these days. Why, she could have your job 10 minutes after you were executed. She'd snap it up, too. You know that.
For the last time, who told you?
Well, if you insist. You did, of course.
I?
Gilbert, have you forgotten that night? Oh, that first night together, that gloriously rapturous night.
What in the name
of... Of course, I know you were, you weren't drunk, but you know, you talked a little too much, maybe. Said some things you'd not have said if...
No, she's lying, Peters. I swear she's lying.
If you say so, I suppose she is, but
what?
It's well known, Gilbert, Mr. Stainer, that you have a way with women.
Not this woman. Not this little conniving trollop. Believe me, Peters. Now believe me.
I believe you, Mr. Stainer.
And I'm sure our protector will, too.
What do you mean, our protector will?
He'll believe that everything I say in my letter is a lie. Nothing but a lie.
Say what's in your letter? What letter?
Gilbert, darling, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But we do live in an age of terrible mistrust and suspicion, and, a girl has to protect herself, and so I wrote a letter to our protector telling him all about us.
There is nothing to tell about us. If you said there was, you lied. You lied.
No, darling, but let's hope he thinks so.
When did you send this letter?
Oh, I didn't.
You didn't send it?
Gilbert, of course not. Would I want any harm to come to you after what we've been to each other?
Weeks of torture? Slow death? Would I want that for you?
Where is this letter?
I have it. A friend of mine has it.
What friend?
Gilbert, if I told you that... Oh, of course I can't. But you needn't worry about it. My friend won't send it unless something happens to me.
Unless... A shrewd little wench, Peters. A very shrewd little wench. There is nothing between us. And there is no letter, I'm sure of that.
Are you, Mr. Stainer?
Of course. Of course. Still, this has all been... It's crossed my mind more than once. A tempest in a teapot, mountains out of molehills. The remark that was made, we've taken it too seriously.
We?
Well, you. Well, why, then? Well, no harm done. None. You may go, Miss Meade.
And my mother? And my fiancé?
They can go, too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I want a safe conduct out of the country.
A safe conduct?
For all three of us. My mother, my fiancé, and myself.
I heard. I'll see it's arranged. Good day. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, and to you, Miss Peters. I think I said to you a little earlier. I think I said I didn't know whether I believed in God or not.
Yes?
I believe in him now, Miss Peters. I believe in him now.
I don't recall Alexis writing a letter, do you? Could have, though. Not important. I mean, whether there was a letter or wasn't. What strikes me as important is that she called on God for help, only in extremity. Seems to me we all of us make that same mistake. Sure, call on him when you need help, but call on him when you don't need anything. Just call. Doors always open, 24 hours a day. I'll be back shortly. All is well. Alexis and Eric are married now, living contented lives in this country. Alexis' mother's well, too. Talking a blue streak as always. There's a difference, though. In this country, she can say what she wants to say, and does, without worrying about it. Our cast included Terry Keane, Gordon Gould, Joan Shea, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Rosa, come, have your tea. Rosa.
Oh, yes.
All day you stand there looking out at the window as if you expect someone.
I expect someone, Benno.
Who?
You know who. The police officer.
Rosa.
Every time I see a policeman...
I killed a man who deserved to die.
You can't talk that way. They spoke that way. They decided who could live and who must die.
How many appointments have I today?
I'll look in the book. Why?
Cancel them.
I did that yesterday and the day before.
I don't feel well.
Benno, you know what you have to do.
Don't tell me anything. Let me be. I killed Meyer, and it's over. Done with. It's in the past. And the past must be forgotten.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by imported Vigna Rosé wine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What does the name Edith Cavell mean to you? Of course, they didn't know it at the time when her parents named her, but Edith means happy in war, which is fairly ironical when you consider Nurse Cavell was perhaps the greatest civilian casualty of World War I. Why did hundreds of thousands of British and French soldiers carry her name in their hearts? Why? We will learn presently.
There's someone at the front door. Take a peek out this window, Sister White, and see who it is.
Oh, it's three men in civilian clothes.
I wonder who they are.
It could be the German secret police.
Go let them in.
But Nurse Cavell, the Germans are searching every house, looking for escaped Allied soldiers.
They won't find them here in a hospital.
We've got 24 soldiers hidden up in the attic right this very minute.
Our mystery drama, Angel from England, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The time, the early 1900s. The place, England. The person, a beautiful and intelligent English girl. The problem, what shall she do with her life? She is graduated, been a governess to 4 Belgian children for 5 years, returned home to nurse her father through an illness, and will tell you her favorite stanza is by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, which says, "Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time." That was then the makeup of Edith Cavell, a young woman whose special nature actually beckoned the hand of fate.
While I was taking care of Father, I knew I had to be a nurse. I trained, and it became my whole life. Then, a job heading a nursing school in Belgium was offered to me. Oh, I thought I was the luckiest woman on earth. Many girls came to us, were trained into fine nurses, and I myself learned as I taught. Every year I'd go home to Norfolk in the north of England for my mother's birthday. July of 1914 was quite different. Germany had declared war. I knew my place was back with the Red Cross in Brussels. There would be many wounded.
Colonel Boucher! Colonel! Over here. Sergeant Meechin. Is that you? Yes, sir. Sergeant Meechin, sir. How badly are you wounded?
Get out.
Sir?
Germans will have us all in that crossfire. Where's the rest of the company?
Well, I'm afraid I'm all that's left. Most of them scattered for retreat. Can I help you out of there?
I don't think I can make it. I've got it 3 times today.
Oh.
If I just rest a little, try to stay alive.
I'm going back to get help, sir.
I told you to keep down.
Oh, Lord. My head is bleeding.
What? How bad is it?
Oh, I do regret the inconvenience to you, Colonel.
Better try something around that scalp.
It's amazing, sir. It doesn't hurt at all. Do you suppose that means anything, sir?
Only that you've got a very hard head.
My darling mother and family. A few lines from your daughter, Edith. Brussels has fallen into the hands of the enemy. We must prepare to live in an occupied city. I've told all the nurses and sisters they can go, but none of them will leave. I shall think of you to the last, and you may be sure we will do our duty here. God bless you and keep you safe.
Nurse Cavell, may I come in?
Certainly, Sister White. I'm just finishing a letter home. Oh, you were out this morning. Is it true about the chestnut trees in the Avenue Louisa?
Chestnut trees?
I know that avenue. Before the war, I spent 5 years as a governess taking care of 4 children. That's where we live.
I'm sorry. I just can't think about that. Nurse Cavell, isn't it frightful about what the Germans did in Dinant?
Dinant? The town of Dinant? I hadn't heard.
I met the Reverend Gahan in the street. He told me. It's so awful. The Germans, they lined up all the people of the town in the square. Men on one side, women and children on the other. This was yesterday.
Yesterday was Sunday.
The people came out of church. Everyone. All day the people waited in the square, guarded by soldiers. I can't go.
The men were shot.
Women too. The German soldiers stood in the center of the square and fired. Kept on firing until every single soul had fallen. 600 people, men, women, children, and babies.
Oh, my God. And yesterday was Sunday. Sister White, I want you to come out with me now. I am told the chestnut trees on the Avenue Louisa are blooming for the 2nd time. I was going there to see them and mail my letter.
Chestnut trees.
You see how little attention nature pays to man? Man destroys, and overnight, nature blooms again. Life is renewed. Every day, the sound of shell fire in the distance. The Germans taking town after town in their march to Paris. We have had some German wounded here at the hospital, but no Allied men. Where are they taking them?
Mädchen, you awake?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Certainly I'm awake.
Well, we've got an hour to talk plans until the hospital orderlies make their next round. I want to show you something.
Should I turn on the light?
No. There's enough moonlight coming in that window.
You know, Colonel, I'm really quite surprised that the Un treats us with so much courtesy. One isn't like a prisoner there, more like guests in a German field hospital.
It's a good thing we are so lax. Otherwise, the Belgian underground could never get to us. Sergeant, tonight, you and I are escaping this field hospital.
What? Tonight?
You sound surprised.
Oh, no, not at all. No. I knew we would eventually.
If it hadn't taken me all these weeks to grow a respectable beard, we'd have been on our way sooner. Now, see here. With this black hat and cape, our underground friend Albert smuggled into us. I think I can pass for a Belgian civilian.
Yes, very good. What about me, sir? Did Albert have a costume for me?
I talked it over with him, and he suggested a hunchback.
What? Disguise myself as a hunchback?
I'll show you. I got the outfit under my blanket. Now, go ahead, put it on. It's a workman's coat, and Albert has sewn padding into it. There. Oh, not bad. Quite good, in fact. You do look, yes, I must say.
You think it's effective?
It had better be.
Hurry, through this barn door, gentlemen. Welcome, gentlemen.
Albert, old friend, good to see you.
May I say, Albert, I'm equally happy to be here.
I don't think I could have lasted much longer.
You had no problems with the sentries or the doctors?
No, not at all, Albert. At 2, we walked out the door. What time is it now?
A little after 6. We've been walking for a good 4 hours, right down the main road.
It's hard to believe. You'll be safe in my barn for the present, Colonel. Now, our underground has some other English soldiers hidden in the woods. They are waiting, like you.
Waiting? For what?
For the Allies to advance so they can join them. Your first problem is to stay alive. Secondly, how? Thirdly, where? You have 3 choices. Hiding in the coal mine, our big woods, or a big city. The coal mine, I would say no. The cold weather is almost here. In the woods, I would also say no. I can see, Colonel, you need medical attention.
That leaves the third alternative. Is that it, Albert?
Yes. The city of Brussels. Yes. I will myself bring you both to the station, get you train tickets to Brussels. You both sit in different parts of the train, and I shall make the arrangements so you are met when you arrive.
Yes, but Brussels is occupied by the enemy. How can we stay out of sight?
Oh, well, there is a nurse who runs the Red Cross clinic, and you will go there. An English woman.
English? Oh, well, we shall certainly get good treatment for the Colonel's leg.
Well, it is not only her medical knowledge you will find useful.
Ah? What do you mean, Albert?
She has managed to hide in the hospital several escaped French soldiers.
Splendid. Think what she might do for 2 Englishmen.
Perhaps even get us across the border.
Oh, yes. Quite possibly.
Well, then, what are we waiting for? Let's be off for Brussels.
I need 2 days to make the arrangements.
Food was getting very expensive in occupied Brussels. Even Jackie, my pet sheepdog, was beginning to feel it, but never complained at scraps from the table. All the nurses were making clothes for the poor. It would be a terribly hard winter living here under the Germans. I was in my office making up our accounts and Sister White reading a month-old copy of the London Times. Jackie, shh, be quiet. There's someone at the front door. Take a peek and see who it is, Sister White. This window.
It's 3 men in civilian clothes.
I wonder who they are.
It could be the German secret police. They look disreputable enough.
Go let them in.
But Miss Cavell, the Germans are searching every house, door to door, looking for escaped Allied soldiers.
They won't find them here in the hospital.
We've got 24 soldiers hidden up in the attic right now.
Sister, don't worry. Jackie, open the door before they become too suspicious. And bring the 3 of them right here into my office. Then leave us.
Alone?
Gentlemen, I think we can take care of you. Sister White?
Yes, Nurse Cavell.
May I introduce Colonel Dudley Bozier of the Norfolk Regiment and Sergeant Fred Meacham. They have suffered wounds, and for a little while we shall try to make them as comfortable as we can. Au revoir, and thank you.
How'd you do, Sister White?
I'm pleased to meet you, miss.
My goodness, you're both English.
And both welcome.
English, but what if the Germans...
They won't find out. This will be our little secret. Now, if you'll both sign this form for the operation.
Operation? Oh, no, I don't want anything amputated. This foot will get better. I'm perfectly well, and Sergeant Meacham's head wound is quite healed. No, we don't need an operation. I thought you were going to help us cross the frontier.
That, gentlemen, is the operation.
This was how it began. How Nurse Edith Cavell, running a training center for nurses in Belgium, became involved in hiding and dispersing British soldiers. The colonel and the sergeant were the first of actually hundreds of Allied soldiers who were not only healed at the hospital, but when well enough, were spirited across the border back to England to rejoin their regiments. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Belgian during World War I and were not called up, if you were, say, an old farmer, retired schoolteacher, an elderly shopkeeper, or if you were a woman or young girl, you did everything you could to undermine the grip the enemy had upon your country. One of the best ways to help liberate your country was to join the Maquis, the underground, and rescue Allied prisoners. Edith Cavell, in her hospital in Brussels, was the only Englishwoman who joined the Belgians in their surreptitious battle against the occupying Germans.
How could I turn anyone away from our doors? The code of my profession, care for and heal the sick and injured, had to take precedence over the military code of the invaders.
Nurse Cavell, we're getting more warm bodies than we have beds for. It's as though the entire French and British armies know that through us they can get safe passage home.
Mr. White, I haven't time for generalities. Have you told Lance Corporal Doman and Corporal Chapman to be dressed and ready at 5?
They'll be ready.
And they have their false passports?
Oh, everything's in order. The pictures you took for the passports are a little fuzzy, though.
I know. I must get some better film somewhere.
Well, it may be the camera.
Oh, I hope not. But the likenesses are reasonably good, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Good enough.
Now I have a cart and a load of wood. And with the cart, they should be able to get themselves to Antwerp easily enough, and then on to Holland and England.
Well, how do I contact their guide?
Take them to the usual cafe. Lay this torn visiting card on a table. Then order 3 beers. Someone will pass by your table a little after 5:15 and lay the matching torn half of the card on your table.
Mm-hmm.
Doman and Chapman will get up without a word and follow the guide. Then you will return the glasses to the bar.
A visiting card torn in two. What a fantastic idea. Whoever thought of it?
The Reverend Gahan. He's joined our cause. I went to see him the day before yesterday. He gave me half of the card, kept the other half, and will give it to the guide who will take the 2 soldiers across the Dutch frontier.
Oh, marvelous. I'll go to the window and peek out. It's the coal man.
We didn't order any coal. It could be the German police.
Well, his face and hands are absolutely black. Couldn't it be an escaped soldier in disguise?
No, not likely. Oh, Sister White, look out into the square in front. Are those workmen still clearing it?
Oh, yes. They're still there.
But do you notice they're not working? They're there to watch us. Stop it, Jackie. Shh, be quiet. Well, we'll have to answer it. Just go and let the man in, Sister White. I can't say I haven't been warned. Reverend Gahan has been saying it for weeks. He told me the secret police would come here and search the place. Go on, sister. At least I've hidden all our reports.
But aren't you afraid for the men in the attic?
When you've let the man in, go up the back stairs and warn them. They know how to feign illness. Go, hurry. I didn't order any coal.
I know you didn't. Edith, it's me, Philip Bock.
Philip, you shouldn't have come. The hospital is being watched. What if you were recognized?
The chance I had to take. Edith, you must leave the country. Try to get back to England. You're going to be arrested. There is one man, Otto Meyer, whom they have put in charge to get you.
Is that true? I've been singled out of all the others?
Look, this morning I disguised myself as a German officer and went into the private office of von Bissing, the German military governor. I was, shall we say, liberating some documents to send to England. And from the next room I heard him tell Otto Meyer, "Die Kaven miss an der Mauer again."
The firing squad? Oh, no, they wouldn't. No woman has ever been executed.
Edith, don't be too sure. They are all madmen. Look what they did to Louvain. Burnt every book into priceless ashes. Sacked the city. Took them 6 days, but they did it. They'd do anything to terrify.
But to execute a nurse? Oh, no, they couldn't. 3 years hard labor, perhaps, but...
I'm not asking only for your sake. What about the others? Reverend Gahan, Prince Reginald, and the Princess, Henriette, Albert.
Every member of our unorganized organization. But you didn't mention your name.
When I print 25,000 copies of our underground paper 5 times a month, Only I am responsible. If they catch me, don't be. My bad luck. But you, they will force you to tell everything. They know how. You're being watched. Those workmen out there, they dig a hole and fill it in. They're secret police.
But I can't run away.
Look, put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel if hundreds of your enemy escaped in front of your very nose to come back one day to kill you?
No, I can't.
You're in there. Open the door. Oh. Coalman, you hear me? Your coal cart is blocking the sidewalk. I want it moved right away. That's Mayor. I recognize his voice. Go with it somehow. I'll hold him off.
There have been searches before. I'm not frightened.
Will you stop before it's too late?
How can I? I've heard there are more men hidden out there in the woods. Isn't that so?
Yes, more than 30 in Cambrai.
Then I cannot stop what I'm doing.
Coalman! In the name of the Geheime Politische Polizei, I order you to come out.
Philippe, if a single one of those 30 soldiers are taken and shot, it will be my fault.
I will come back later. This coal bag is full of our newspapers, which I must distribute. Don't say anything, Edith. Don't do anything.
Be careful, Philippe, for all of us.
Open the door! Hey, what is all this noise, eh? Can't a coal man make it on his day's living anymore? It's winter time, you know. People must have coal. Take that talk away. Well, then, let me close this front door. You want all the sick and wounded in there to freeze to death?
You're standing in my way, Coleman. I have business inside, not be off with you before I have you arrested for obstructing an officer in the performance of his duty. It is Cavell.
Yes.
You will come with me to the Commandatur for questioning.
Oh, this is a difficult time of day for us. We're very busy. May I come tomorrow morning?
I am not making a request, Edith Cavell. I am making an order.
Am I under arrest?
Naturally. I might as well tell you, all the others in your organization have been rounded up and have confessed.
I don't believe you.
Oh, then there is no organization?
I know of no organization.
Really? Hundreds of escaped soldiers are walking in and out of your clinic, and it is not organized. It is all over, Fräulein Cavell. The game is finished. You have gambled and lost. They have all confessed.
Nobody has confessed, for there is nothing to confess.
Perhaps. We shall see. Put on your coat.
May I write one letter?
No, you may not write one letter. You may not delay the interrogation. You will come with me at once.
But I can't just walk out and not leave some word.
If the Commandatur authorizes, you can write at police headquarters.
They placed me in a cell. It was agreed, or should I say permitted, for me to write one letter. My dearest sisters and nurses, I hope you're not worrying about me. They have told me I shall be questioned again and again until they have what they wish to know, and then I shall know what they will do with me. Can you send me my imitation of Christ and some embroidery to work on? Only a few things, as I have no place to put them. I will write again when there's anything to tell. Don't worry. We must pray for the best. I hope all of you will carry on as usual.
Guard, open the Edith Cavell cell door. Good evening, Fräulein. I have come to talk with you.
Herr Mayor, I have no chair to offer. Only this one is provided.
Have they made you comfortable? You are now, let me see, 4 days as our guest. You receive from friends packages, flowers, yeah? Ah, I see you have been reading. Who is it?
A book by Thomas à Kempis.
Give it here. Imitation of Christ. Yeah, I know it well. We Germans are not so illiterate as you might presume.
I presume no such thing.
I open it to look. Oh, you have marked some passages.
quite a few.
Have you come here to make fun of me, Herr Mayor?
Not at all. I've come to improve my English. I read where you underline. If thou art unwilling to suffer, thou refusest to be crowned. But if thou desire to be crowned, fight manfully, endure patiently. How is my English?
Quite good.
And do you endure patiently, Fräulein Cabell? These roses are quite charming. The chrysanthemums, however, they are not doing so well.
No, they're dying. They don't like prisons any more than I do.
That seems to be the general complaint of your former associates. Albert Liebitz, for instance, a great complainer. The coal man, we have him too. The owner of a cafe you are known in, he is here. Also, Philip Book. You know him?
All these people are here.
Did you not know? And they have all confessed.
I don't believe you. Now, may I have my book back, please?
Read me your favorite passage, bitte.
It is no small prudence to keep silent in an evil time, and not be troubled by the judgment of men.
Do not worry, Fräulein. The judgment will come soon enough.
You Germans may give the orders, Herr Mayor, but the judgment is God's.
In a matter of hours, the Germans reached out and choked off that courageous lifeline by which one woman gave hundreds of fighting men a second chance to fight again. Anyone who had even anything to do with this extraordinary organization in Belgium was arrested. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. When the Germans could not force a confession from Edith Cavell, they forged a confession. And so, some thought Nurse Cavell had betrayed the loyal Belgians, all of whom risked their lives that others might live. But those who knew her better knew it could not have been her signature on the affidavits.
My dear sisters and nurses, thank you for my imitation of Christ. Will you also send me my little prayer book? And thank you for looking after my dear old Jackie. Please brush him sometimes and take him for a walk. He enjoys it so. Will you please send me at once my blue coat and skirt, white muslin blouse, and my gray gloves? I would like to wear them for the trial. Love to you all. I hope to see you all soon, as time may be short. Your matron.
Fräulein.
Yes, Herr Mayor.
I have been informed you asked for ordinary clothing to wear at the trial.
Yes.
Why don't you wear your nurse's uniform? A woman in a uniform, a Red Cross uniform, might find more sympathy with the judges.
I never wear my uniform outside the hospital.
I would suggest, Fräulein, you can use all the help you can get.
Heaven will help me.
Natürlich, of course. It is for heaven to rescue you English. Do you know what we say of you here, Fräulein Cavell?
I have no idea.
We call you the angel from England.
Well, I certainly am from England.
Do you know also what we say of angels?
No.
They're very nice people, angels. But too bad, they are all dead.
Dear sisters, your delightful letter gave me great pleasure. And if I have not thanked you for your lovely flowers, they have made my cell gay. The roses are still fresh, but the chrysanthemums did not live very long. I'm happy to know you are working well and devoted to your work. If you were in my place, you would learn how precious liberty is.
Fräulein Edith Cavell will take the stand. Edith Cavell, from November 1914 to July 1915, you have lodged French and English soldiers, including a colonel, all in civilian clothes. You have helped Belgians, French, and English of military age by furnishing them with the means of going to the front, notably in receiving them at your nursing home and giving them money.
Yes.
Who was the head, the originator of the organization?
There wasn't a head of the organization.
Was it Albert Liebes?
No.
Philip Book?
No.
Why have you committed these acts?
I was sent, to begin with, 2 Englishmen who were in danger of death. Both were wounded.
Now, Fräulein, once these people crossed the frontier, did they send you news to that effect?
4 or 5 did so.
What did Philippe Book do? What was his role?
I knew Monsieur Book very little. I met him a few times. I don't know what his role was.
In your signed affidavit, you gave names of those you recruited for this clandestine work.
There were no names on the document I signed.
I hold up this affidavit, and it has names on it and your signature. Are you telling me this is not your signature?
I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm saying there were no names on the document.
Yes, we know what you said. You don't have to repeat it. Do you realize your actions would be to the disadvantage of Germany and to the advantage of the enemy?
My preoccupation has not been to aid the enemy, but to help the men who applied to me to reach the frontier. Once across the frontier, they were free.
How many people have you sent to the frontier?
About 200.
Fräulein, you may step out of the witness box. You are dismissed.
Is that all, Albert? They're not giving her a chance to say anything or explain anything.
Sister, they are going to make short work of us all.
I can't bear it. Did you see Nurse Cavell's face?
So much suffering.
For one who has eased the suffering of so many others.
Fräulein White, to the stand, bitte. And so, Fräulein White, you admit your treachery. Dressed as a nurse, hiding behind the uniform of the Red Cross, you have dishonored your calling. Do you have anything further to say?
No.
Speak up.
I said no.
Louder. I want the entire world to hear.
I have nothing further to say.
You wish to be a martyr like Fräulein Cavell, is that not so? Answer me. When you were harboring the enemies of Germany, did you not know what danger you are in acting so?
One must do one's duty without thinking of the consequences.
One must do one's duty without thinking of the consequences. I can never forget Sister White's words. That night, when we were taken from the trial and again locked up, I asked to see the Reverend Gehan, but not yet, I was told. He would not be allowed to see me until after I was sentenced.
High treason? It's unbelievable. Do you think...
I think you and I and Albert and Philippe do not have very much of a chance.
Yes, I feel it all going against us.
But what does it matter, so long as we're not shot?
Oh, if only I had your composure, Nurse Cavell. Oh, what is your secret?
I have no secret, Sister White. grant me patience. O Lord, even now in this emergency. Help me, my God, and then I will not fear, however grievously I be afflicted.
Guard, open Fräulein Cavell's cell door. Good evening, Fräulein.
Good evening, Herr Mayor.
You keep your cell very clean. No, don't get up. It is your cell, is your home. And the one chair is your chair.
Have you come this evening to discuss my furnishings?
I came to bring you this.
A Bible?
From your pastor, the Reverend Guerin. It is never a bad thing to read the good book. But, Fräulein, frankly, if you ask me, I think you are reading it too late.
When will we know?
The sentence? By morning, I should imagine. Good night, Fräulein Judas. Guard, the cell door.
I am racked with grief of heart. I am burdened with sins. I am troubled with temptations. And there is none to help me and save me but thou, O Lord God, to whom I commit myself, that thou mayst keep watch over me and bring me safe to life everlasting.
Philipp Vogt, Todesstrafe. Edith Cavell, Todesstrafe. Louise Touliet, Todesstrafe.
Todesstrafe. Death. For 5 of us. The others received prison sentences. Some were even acquitted. What could I write, Mother? What could I say now to the sisters at the hospital? Death. I knew, of course I knew. Deep down, I must have known.
Reverend, you may go in. Guard.
God be with you, my child.
No. It's useless. I am English, and they want my life. Yesterday, I was thinking of the last 2 we sent across the frontier, and how you tore a visiting card in half to help us. Did they get away safely?
No, I'm afraid they were caught almost at the border and have been sent to prison.
They, too. How long will they give me?
Only until tomorrow morning at sunrise.
The sun rises at 5 these days.
Yes.
Oh, Reverend, you must not let my death affect you so. It was good of you to come.
Every day I have been asking them. They would not let me see you before.
But you know, Reverend, I've seen death so often. It isn't strange or fearful to me. My life has always been hurried and full of difficulties. The time of rest has been a great mercy.
10 weeks of imprisonment?
Everyone here has tried to be kind. I was thinking, even as I stood in the dark, being sentenced, and now, as I stand so close to God, patriotism is not enough. I must have no hatred or bitterness toward anyone.
They would not let me even attend the trial.
It was fairly conducted, Reverend. You see, under the circumstances, I did expect to be shot. Oh, now you sit, Reverend. I'll sit on the bed, and you sit on my one chair.
Oh, I see someone sent you flowers.
The sisters. I've kept them all this time, even though they're dried and faded. But I remember them as they were once, full of life.
Do you know the hymn, Edith? Abide with me.
Yes.
Well, shall we say the words together?
Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide.
The darkness deepens. Lord, with me abide. When other helpers fail, and comforts flee, help of the helpless, oh, abide with me.
But how can I be sure there is a heaven for me after death? I feel I have sinned so. I am so unworthy.
Edith, do you remember the story of the thief on the cross? And do you remember the Lord said unto him, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." And he was a thief. Edith, you have nothing to feel unworthy of, be ashamed of, and nothing to fear.
Oh, thank you. I feel more at peace now.
Yes, well, perhaps I had better go, as you will want to rest.
Ah, yes, I have to be up at 5 in the morning. We shall meet again.
Yes, we shall, Edith. God be with you.
2 hours after sunrise, the morning of October 12th, 1915, Edith Cavell and Philippe Bach died in front of a firing squad, brought down by 2 salvos of rifle fire, which echoed and re-echoed for many years. Yet all this might never have happened. There is a postscript, if not an epitaph, about which I'd like to tell you when I return shortly. Truly, the name of Edith Cavell is among the great heroes of war. She set an example of devotion and selflessness which has never been exceeded and never been forgotten. But had not Belgium been the scene of fierce fighting, Edith Cavell, like the other nurses of her hospital, might never have been heard of. There would never have been the great need for the angel from England. Was it the hand of fate that gave us this extraordinary woman? Isn't it amazing that so often, when crisis or catastrophe arises, fate sends us a savior? Our cast included Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. You know Gil Blake?
Well, I've never actually met him, but...
Correction, beautiful. You just did. Step in. The name is Gil Blake.
I went into that room because I knew instinctively I had no choice. There was danger there. All the old forgotten reflexes sent off a warning buzzer in the back of my head. Behind the man, I could see a robe thrown carelessly on the bed, a typewriter with a sheet folded in the platen, a battered hat I knew only too well. Everything in that room belonged to Gil, except this big man with the unbelievably light blonde hair and the deep, slow, drawling voice that claimed his name. Whoever he was most assuredly not Gil Blake.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This will be a story of human nature. If you find it upsetting, well, human nature is not always pleasant, is it? No, it is fallible, credulous, often envious, and reeking with treachery. Greedy, vain, lascivious, vengeful. Oh, the list is endless. Nevertheless, it's the nature we've been endowed with, and we must do what we can with it. And as we shall soon see, the things we choose to do are often not very pretty.
Is everything in readiness, Jensen?
Everything is just as you ordered, Mr. Chalmers.
I knew I could rely on you.
Will your guests be staying long, Mr. Chalmers?
Only for the weekend, but that should be quite long enough.
Our mystery drama, Death is a Woman, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric, and stars Gordon Heath. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Before we begin our story of human nature, let me quote you a few lines from the great English poet William Blake. Cruelty has a human heart, and jealousy a human face. Terror, the human form divine, and secrecy, the human dress. Now pay close attention, if you please, to the tale we have chosen to call Death is a Woman.
Shall I close the library shutters, Mr. Chalmers?
What for?
I only wondered, sir, the sound of the sea. If you took your daily nap upstairs in your bedroom, it would be quieter.
Why do you think I moved here, Jensen, if not for the sound of the sea?
Very well, sir.
The mighty Pacific at my feet, hurling itself furiously at the rocks, trying to wear them down.
Yes, sir.
Night and day, and seemingly having nothing to show for its exertions, exhausting itself. Yet the rocks remain.
Yes, sir.
But we know, Jensen, do we not, that what I have just said is not the truth at all. We know that, don't we?
Would you care to elucidate, Mr. Chalmers?
We know that the ocean is tireless, inexhaustible, unrelenting, eternal, merciless. We know that, don't we?
Yes, sir.
We know that in reality, beyond our mortal vision, the rocks are giving way, wearing down, surrendering little bits of themselves each day, each hour. We know that inexorably the ocean will triumph. You and I know that, don't we, Jensen?
Yes, we know that, Mr. Chalmers.
Perhaps you'd best close the shutters before I soliloquize myself into a state of morbidity.
Yes, sir.
Something I am prone to do, and something I should not do when I am expecting guests. I haven't told you who my guests are, have I, Jensen?
Two gentlemen, you said, sir.
Two old friends, though I haven't laid eyes on either one for 20 years or more, nor either of them on each other, so far as I know.
Then this weekend will be in the nature of a reunion, you might say?
Precisely. In point of fact, the three of us were college classmates.
Oh?
Norman was the brightest of the three. Emery was rather a dolt, as I remember. I stood somewhere in between.
But how on earth have you kept track of them, Mr. Chalmers, all these years? Have you written to them from time to time? Rung them up on the telephone?
No. The most I've ever done was send a card at Christmas. Something very formal, as I myself tend to be, I'm afraid. A pine tree and some acorns and season's greetings in gold, that sort of thing.
Yes, but how did you know where to send the cards?
Oh, I've kept track of the two men through the years.
But how, sir?
Oh, there are ways if one is interested. Neither one ever sent me a Christmas card. At first I was put out about that, but then I got used to it. I went right on sending them cards. Except for those 2 years.
Yes, well, now, Mr. Chalmers, will you and your friends want to dine on the terrace, do you think?
I will certainly have drinks out there. Did you buy tons of caviar, I hope?
£5, Mr. Chalmers. They'll be here for 2 nights only?
Tonight and tomorrow night. I expect by Sunday they'll be as bored with me as I with them. After all, nostalgia has its limits, doesn't it?
Do you think the gentlemen will care for champagne before dinner, Mr. Chalmers?
Care for? I should think they'd lust after it.
But I only thought so.
I have the finest champagne cellar in the country. They're lucky to get it.
Quite right, sir.
Of course, if either wants some cretinous mixed drink, let him have it. But I don't think either of them will. They're both men of substance, accustomed to living with refinement. Oh, I might as well give you their names. Mr. Norman Whitehead. He fusses about with stocks and bonds and things in New York. And Mr. Emery Blaine. He owns herd after herd after herd of cattle in Texas. Norman Whitehead will probably be tall and rather ascetic looking. Mr. Emery Blaine may be plumpish.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Chalmers, I'll check on how Cook is coming along with the capons.
Ah, yes, the capons, with the ocean stuffing, and the fresh asparagus, and the brandied peaches.
I'll supervise everything, sir.
And I'll have time to squeeze in a little nap. Wake me the second either of my guests arrives, will you, Jensen?
Of course, sir.
Norman will probably get here first. Norman was always the punctual one. Then Emery will come bouncing in.
Rest easy, sir.
Tardy as usual. By Sunday, they'll both be gone.
Mr. Chalmers. Mr. Chalmers, sir.
What? What is it?
Sorry to interrupt your nap, sir, but Mr. Norman Whitehead has arrived.
Oh, he has. He has. Well, where is he?
In the hall, sir. I asked him to wait while I wakened you from your nap.
Send him in. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Do I look all right?
Oh, you look fine, sir. Will you come into the library, please?
Norman Whitehead.
Gregory, well.
You're really here.
I had a hell of a time getting here, I don't mind telling you.
Oh, Lord, I should have sent the station wagon for you. Simply didn't think of it. I'm sorry. It's just that I'm known around here. I mean, nobody knows me personally. It takes time to get acquainted. But everybody knows about me taking this house and what I did with it.
Such a weird place. I mean, it's beautiful and all that, but...
I've made it beautiful.
But perched way up here? Do you know I had to take a jeep from the village? Taxi from the airport, but then a jeep. There wasn't a taxi would try to navigate these roads.
How thoughtless of me. I so seldom go to the village.
What do you do way out here?
Rest, read, listen to the ocean. When Emery gets here, we'll go out on the terrace. Then you'll really see the ocean in all its savage glory. I try to understand what it's telling me.
And what is it telling you?
I haven't yet comprehended it.
Beg pardon, Mr. Chalmers. Which bedroom do you wish Mr. Whitehead to occupy? I'll take his luggage up.
The green room, Jensen.
Very good, sir.
I think you like the green room, Norman. Of course, it's not on the ocean. There's only one bedroom that overlooks the ocean, and that's mine. I couldn't give it up.
Oh, heavens, I wouldn't ask you to.
Not just because it overhangs the ocean.
Well, I'm not sure I'd want to overhang the ocean.
No, because of the painting.
Painting? You said painting?
I bought this house just as I found it, you know. furnished from top to bottom. From an elderly couple who couldn't cope any longer with the inconveniences, such as a coal stove, kerosene lamps. But they had exquisite taste. Or should I say exquisite ancestors. Most of the pieces, I believe, are heirlooms and, well, you can see, the best of the Victorian period before it began to degenerate.
And you got rid of the coal stove and the kerosene lamps?
I got a kerosene stove, but kept the lamps.
Period stuff, of course.
No. I kept them because I like them. Have you ever read By the Light of a Kerosene Lamp?
You mean there's no electricity?
Only kerosene lamps and candles. Such a soft, warm glow. Very comforting. Nothing like it. You'll see.
What do you do for ice cubes?
My dear Norman, has no one told you there was a time when no one had ice cubes? They had an ice box and an ice pick. And that's what I have. Every day, Jensen takes the station wagon to the village and brings back a large hunk of ice and puts it in the ice box. And when we need ice, he chips some off with an ice pick. Much simpler than emptying ice trays.
Oh, yes, I suppose it would work.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to the painting.
The painting in my bedroom. A very ordinary painting, really. The figure of a woman, partly nude, but made modest by some sort of vapor or mist. She seems to be emerging from the sea.
Oh, could she be Venus?
Now, she could be Venus. She's beautiful enough. But I don't think she is, because she talks to me.
Talks to you?
I think I'm the one she's talking to. After all, I'm the only one in the room. It's my room.
Well, what does she say?
I can't always make it out. There are times when she seems to just sort of croon to me.
You said croon?
The way a mother would.
Well, there must be some times when she says something.
Oh, yes. There are those times, too.
Well, what does she say?
Now, Norman, you wouldn't expect me to tell you.
Gregory, do me an enormous favor, will you?
Of course.
Let me occupy your bedroom tonight.
Let you occupy my bedroom? Whatever for?
Well, I'd just like to see if this woman would talk to me.
She doesn't give tips on the stock market, Norman.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of anything like that.
Then what were you thinking of?
Gregory, my wife has left me.
Oh, really?
15 years Evelyn and I were married. And 6 months ago, she left me for another man.
Have you any idea who?
No, I don't want to know. I think I'd kill him.
And that's why you want to sleep in my bedroom? With my painting?
Well, I think the sound of a woman's voice, any woman's voice, even an imaginary one, even a voice simply crooning to me, I think it would help.
I can't promise anything.
Oh, no, of course you can't. But let me sleep there. Just tonight.
Well...
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Emery Brain has arrived, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, show him in, Jensen. Give him the blue room. Oh, and Jensen, transfer Mr. Whitehead's things to my bedroom, will you?
Yes, sir. Would you come in, please, Mr. Blaine?
Greg, you old son of a gun. What the heck kind of a weird place is this you've bought yourself?
There's no accounting for tastes, as the old woman said when she kissed the pig. That used to be a popular aphorism when I was a whole lot younger. But Gregory Chalmers' weird house sounds quite attractive to me, with candles and lamps and no ice cubes, and a painting in the bedroom that talks to the sleeper in the bed. I'll return shortly with Act Two. rather odd, possibly effete. Mr. Gregory Chalmers lives in a house high above the Pacific Ocean. A house as unusual as its owner, since it is without electricity. And in the master bedroom, so he claims, hangs a picture of a woman which talks to him by night. To this house, for a weekend visit, he has invited two friends, Norman Whitehead and Emery Blaine. This is the first meeting of the three since their college days, better than 20 years previous.
Out here, Emery, on the terrace.
Oh, I wondered where... Hey, how about this? Breakfast in the open air. Fantastic.
Serve yourself.
Oh, what is this, a banquet?
I like a buffet breakfast. Everyone should have a variety of choices first thing in the morning, don't you think?
Well, I do now. Hey, look at this. Everything in chafing dishes.
A necessity if one is to eat by the sea.
Let's see here. What? Baked bananas. Mushrooms stuffed with hamburger. Fabulous.
There are smelts meuniere.
German pancakes is fantastic.
Why not start with a jellied melon slice or some fresh figs with cream?
I'm going off my diet with a crash.
I didn't know you were on one.
Well, here and there, now and then, you know. Truth is, I've been on a very strict diet till right now. But I'm going to take off 20 pounds. I made up my mind.
Some special reason?
Well, yes. See, I've met a girl. Woman, I should say. She's 30-something. Since my wife died, I've been playing the field, you know what I mean? Lots of women, but never one woman. One woman is the only way to go, don't you think?
Never having been married, I'm not the one to ask.
Well, it's the truth. And I found her. In Acapulco, of all places. We were staying at the same hotel. What's this, coffee cake?
Filled with nuts and things.
I'm just going to take a little piece.
You're going to need a walk on the beach after all that.
Well, I don't know. Well, it looks nice down there. How'd you get to it?
Down those steps.
Oh, boy. Ooh, I'd never make it down those steps. Well, maybe down, but never back up. Must be 100 of them.
102.
Not for me.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Norman.
Wait till you see what's set out for breakfast.
Oh, just some orange juice and coffee for me.
Oh, man, you're sick. I mean, you are really sick.
Oh, on the contrary, I never felt better in my life. Never in my entire life.
You slept well, Norman?
Oh, better than that.
What could be better?
You'll never know, Emery. You'll never know. Gregory, you were right about kerosene lamps. They cast a kind of a magic glow over everything. Everything softens and becomes, well, kindly and benign.
Jensen washes the mantles every day with soap suds and ammonia. Norman, I just suggested a walk on the beach to Emery, but he turned me down.
Couldn't take the idea of 102 steps.
How about you, Norman?
Oh, let's go, let's go. I have a lot to tell you. This is sensational. Positively sensational. Look at those waves.
The sea never changes, and its works, for all the talk of men, are wrapped in mystery.
Oh, what's that? Something you wrote?
No, Joseph Conrad wrote that. He knew a lot about the sea. Other things, too.
Must read him sometime.
You should.
What I should do is live in a place like this.
They're hard to find.
Oh, it's not just the sea and the kerosene lamps. It's, well, the great thing is the painting.
Oh, you liked it?
Oh, Gregory, it worked for me the way it works for you.
Is that so?
I could hardly believe it.
I thought it might.
It started off just the way you said. Just a low, soft crooning, like a lullaby. You know what I mean.
Oh, yes.
It made me sleepy. Actually sleepy. But at the same time, I was so excited. Understand?
Oh, yes.
Then I began to distinguish words. Dearest. Beloved. I'm not embarrassing you, am I?
Not in the least.
Because I don't usually talk about these things.
What things?
Well, love and things like that. Love was the word that made me almost jump out of bed when the painting said love.
Imagine that.
And then I heard, I love you. Then forever. Always. And then, clear as a bell, I heard, you are the only one.
Imagine.
The only one. The only one. Over and over. Why, you know what it means, don't you, Gregory?
No, I don't. What does it mean?
Well, it means she's coming back to me.
Your wife?
Of course. Evelyn is coming back to me. She loves me. She always has and she always will. I'm the only man in the world for her. Oh, what a wonderful place this is.
Mr. Chalmers? Time to wake up from your nap, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, thank you, Jensen.
Feeling all right, sir?
Fine.
Good. How's the weekend going so far?
Very well, I should say.
Mr. Whitehead has a good appetite for luncheon. I dare say it was the walk on the beach that did it.
That was part of it, anyway. Open the shutters, will you, Jensen? I need to hear the sound of the ocean. It steadies me.
Yes, sir.
So gladly, from the songs of modern speech, men turn and see the stars and feel the free, shrill wind beyond the close of heavy flowers. And through the music of the languid hours, they hear the ocean.
Gregory! Greg!
In here, Emery. In the library. Thank you, Jensen.
Not at all, sir. Finished with your nap?
All finished.
Jensen wouldn't let me disturb you.
Jensen takes very good care of me.
I saw him come in here, so I thought it'd be all right.
Perfectly all right.
Where'd you ever find him, anyway?
Oh, picked him up in San Francisco. I was there for a couple of years. We got to know each other.
Greg, listen. While you was taking your nap, well, I have to tell you, I made a lot of phone calls. And when your bill comes in, it may be kind of a shock. You'll see a lot of long-distance calls. They're mine.
Oh, I'll remember that. I don't make many calls myself.
You send me the bill.
I shall.
I was trying to reach that girl, one I was telling you about at breakfast.
Oh, that girl.
Yeah.
The one you want to settle down with.
I tried all over. Acapulco, Houston, New York, London, every place I could think of. All the hotels. Actually, I just missed her in Acapulco. They said she'd been there, but she'd left. And they didn't know where she'd gone.
What's for dinner? I'm ravenous.
Jensen's setting up on the terrace. We'll have champagne and watch the sunset. I believe he's ordered us some French fried artichokes along with some lobster ravigote. That should hold us until the gaudy, blabbing, and remorseful day is crept into the bosom of the sea. Shakespeare, King Henry VI. Part 2. Act 3.
You've certainly done a lot of reading, Greg.
I've had very little else to do.
What's for dinner?
Roast duck, I believe, with wild rice and mushroom stuffing.
Fantastic. Really super.
And after dinner, what do we do for entertainment?
Anyone for bridge?
Well, three-handed bridge isn't much of a game.
Jensen might be willing to join us for a few rubbers.
Jensen?
Jensen plays bridge?
Oh, yes.
You've played with him?
Many times. Many times.
Well, it's all right with me.
Oh, it's okay with me.
Then it's settled. Shall we go out on the terrace? The sun is sending up departure signals, and the champagne is cooling.
That's game and rubber. We've beaten you and Emery badly, Gregory. Let's see. At a center point. It really adds up.
You're quite a bridge player, Jensen.
Jensen has many talents, not immediately apparent.
Well, is it bedtime?
I'm ready.
Oh, I'm more than ready. I'm going to get back to that painting.
What painting? What painting is that?
The painting in my bedroom.
The painting that talks in the night.
Is he kidding me, Greg?
No.
What does he mean he can't wait to get back to the painting?
He slept in my room last night.
Nobody told me.
You didn't ask.
Why should I? Why would I?
No reason, Emery.
Whoa, what happened?
The painting talked to me.
You're kidding.
No. The painting said that my wife would return to me. That I'm the only man she loves, or has ever loved, or ever will love.
Greg, is he kidding me?
I have only his word for what happened.
Listen, let me sleep there tonight.
No.
You got to.
No, I don't. I don't intend to let you.
Greg, did you tell Norman about well, you know, what I told you?
I thought that was a confidence.
It was, but now... Norman, listen to me. I met a girl. Met her in Acapulco. Norm, it's happened to me. Love. Real love. The kind you read about but never think will happen to you. Before dinner, I phoned all over trying to reach her, but
What's all this got to do with where you sleep?
Oh, don't you understand, for Pete's sake? I got to see if that painting will talk to me. Tell me if this girl loves me back.
If I may interrupt...
I don't see why I should give up that night.
After all, it's my house and my bedroom and my painting.
Darn right.
You've had your experience with the painting, Norman. I'd say it's now Emery's turn.
Is he?
Jensen, you'll take Mr. Whitehead's things out of my room, change the sheets, move Mr. Blaine's things in.
I'll do that. Come on, Jensen. We'll do it together.
All right. I suppose you're right.
It seems only fair.
Shame we had to have that little spat in front of Jensen. It's really not dignified to have personal disagreements in front of servants.
Oh, Jensen is much more than a servant.
Well, who is he, anyway? I thought he was just somebody you hired.
Oh, no. Jensen is my friend. I met him at a time when all my faculties were at a very low ebb. Chaos had enveloped me. He took my hand and tried to dispel the confusion, insofar as it could be dispelled. I had reached that point where how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seemed all the uses of this world.
Shakespeare. Hamlet.
Act 1, Scene 2.
In the unlikely case that you do not know or have forgotten Shakespeare's lines that precede those quoted by Gregory Chalmers, here they are. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. So, what Gregory appears to have said is that Jensen, at some point in time, had saved him from suicide. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Affairs have been progressing in the strange house perched high above the Pacific Ocean. Norman Whitehead, sleeping in the bedroom of his host, Gregory Chalmers, has heard sounds and words of love seemingly emanating from a painting on the wall. and has taken them to mean that his straying wife will return to him. Now, the other house guest, Mr. Emery Blaine, has demanded that he be allowed to occupy the same room. It is the following morning.
Beautiful morning, sir.
Beautiful, Jensen.
And the ocean?
The ocean is forever asking questions and writing them aloud on the shore.
I suppose I should know who wrote that, but I'm...
Edward Arlington Robinson.
The weekend has gone rather well, don't you think, Mr. Chalmers?
On the whole, I didn't like that little spat my two dear friends indulged in last night.
About which of them should occupy your bedroom?
I trust old Emery had good luck with the painting.
His last chance, you might say?
Yes. I believe they'll be leaving sometime this afternoon. Of course, they could stay on, but somehow I don't think they'll want to, either of them.
Would you want me to drive them to the airport, Mr. Chalmers?
Let's wait and see how things turn out.
I do have other errands in that direction.
Let's not rush matters.
Good morning, all. Good morning to you both.
Why, Emery, you look positively radiant.
With reason, Gregory, with reason.
Oh? Something happened in the shadows of the night?
I don't want to talk about it here, now. But after I finish this coffee... which is excellent, by the way, Jensen. I'm game for a walk on the beach. If you are, Greg.
I'm always game.
Those 100 steps don't faze me in the least this morning.
102.
I can manage 1,000, both up and down. Let's go.
As soon as Norman has put in an appearance.
Oh. Well, why wait for that?
Emery, I am the host. I have obligations.
Well, I suppose
Good morning.
Morning, Norman.
Sleep well?
Well enough.
Emery suggested a walk on the beach.
Can he manage the steps?
I can manage them all right. Don't you worry about that.
You'll be all right here, Norman?
Oh, certainly I'll be all right. Small slice of Persian melon.
I don't know how long we'll be gone.
No matter, no rush. When I've finished this delightful melon, do you play gin rummy by any chance, Jensen?
Yes, sir.
Well, then you two take your walk. Forget me. Of course, Jensen will probably beat me all hollow.
You navigated those steps like a young gazelle, Emery.
I don't know what a gazelle is, but I certainly feel young.
Feel like walking?
Oh, walking, running, skipping, paying, leapfrog.
You are rejuvenated. So, step out smartly.
Right. Gregory, the painting talked to me.
Really? That old painting will talk to anyone.
Now, don't joke about it. This is serious.
Sorry.
Don't you kid about it.
But tell me what the painting said.
Well, for quite a while, about an hour, I should say, I didn't hear anything. I started to think, oh, well, the whole thing is just, well, you know, auto-suggestion, something like that.
Perhaps it is.
But it's talked to you, not just Norman.
Oh, I'm as capable of self-hypnosis as anyone else.
Well, I'm not. I don't go in for those things.
I see.
No, this was real. I mean, it happened. I was just about to turn over and go to sleep and forget the whole thing when I heard her. Very low, but very distinct.
The woman in the painting.
Well, I suppose, but it was her voice.
The girl you met in Acapulco.
The one and only.
And what did she say? If you want to tell me.
Of course I want to tell you. That's why I want to take this walk on the beach with you.
All right. Tell me.
You are the only man in the world for me. That's what she said.
That's all?
All? That's enough, isn't it? It's what I wanted to hear, and she kept saying it over and over. You are the only man in the world for me. You are the only man in the world for me.
Emery, I'm very happy for you.
Greg, you want to see a picture of her?
Love to.
Just a snapshot. I took it in Acapulco. I carry it with me at all times. Here. She's lovely, isn't she?
Lovely, Emery. Very, very lovely. It's just a cold buffet luncheon, I'm afraid. Jensen had some errands to do, so I had to lay it out myself.
Yeah, Jensen probably went off to spend all the money he won from me at gin.
I really took you on, Norman.
There's vicious swallows.
How much, Norm?
Oh, none of your business.
And a salmon mousse.
That Jensen, he can do anything.
With cucumber sauce.
Where did Jensen go, Gregory? I thought he never left your side.
Not often.
Well, where is he?
He had some errands to do, and that I believe he was meeting someone at the airport.
You believe? Don't you know?
I know.
Another guest?
An uninvited guest.
Uninvited?
You two are the only invited guests I've had here since I moved in. There are fresh raspberries if you care for some.
Male or female, Gregory?
There's brown sugar.
I'll bet you it's a female.
And sour cream.
Okay, you don't want to tell us.
Well, can't you see he doesn't?
All right by me. There's only one woman I'm interested in anyway.
Same here. Oh, by the way, Gregory, I've run up quite a bill on your phone trying to reach Evelyn. No success.
Evelyn?
Hmm?
Did you say Evelyn?
Yes, that's my wife's name.
Oh, that's funny. That's my girl's name.
What girl?
The only girl in the world for me. You want to see her picture?
Not particularly.
Oh, come on. I showed it to Greg. Yeah, she's beautiful. Come on, take a look at it. Of course, it's only a snap, but you can tell.
This is your girl?
Yeah. And according to the painting in Greg's room...
This can't be your girl.
It is.
This is my wife.
Oh. Well, Norm, I'm sorry. She did say she'd been married, but she's getting divorced.
Oh, no, she's not.
She told me.
I don't care what she told you. She's not getting a divorce. She's coming back to me.
No, she's not.
The painting told me so night before last. I heard it.
The painting told me last night she's mine. I'm the only man in the world for her, she told me. The painting told me over and over I'm the only man she loves.
You're a liar.
I know what I heard.
You didn't hear anything. You're an idiot. A fool. A self-deluding fool. I'm gonna kill you.
Get your hands off me, Norman.
Out the life out of you.
Don't. Let go.
My wife is coming back to me. My wife loves me.
For Pete's sake.
Look out for the railing.
Norman.
You're awfully close, both of you. Now I'll have to have that railing repaired.
Mr. Chalmers. Mr. Chalmers, sir.
What?
Time to wake up.
Oh, is it?
Your regular time, sir.
Well, then I will.
Will the other gentlemen be staying for dinner, sir?
They won't be here for dinner.
Very good, sir.
In point of fact, they've left. They left right in the middle of luncheon.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the menu, was there?
Nothing at all. I ate a lusty portion of the salmon mousse. It was superb. But Mr. Whitehead and Mr. Blaine, they left rather precipitously, as a matter of fact. Everything's all right. Everything is as before. Open the shutters, Jensen, and let in the sound of the sea.
Yes, sir.
The healing sound of the sea.
Mr. Whitehead and Mr. Blaine, I hope they left here on friendly terms with each other.
I can't really say that they did.
Oh, that's too bad, sir.
Yes, it is too bad, really, but what could I do?
Mr. Chalmers, did you know that a portion of that railing is broken through on the terrace?
Is it? Oh, yes. I've been meaning to tell you about that.
That's a nasty drop down to the ocean.
Oh, yes. Very nasty.
Mr. Chalmers, how are you feeling? Try and tell me the truth now. Sometimes you say you're feeling well when really you're not feeling well at all.
Do I do that?
Yes, sir. You do, quite often.
I don't mean to.
I know you don't, sir. But shouldn't I call the sanitarium? Tell them to make your old room ready for you? Don't you really think I should do that?
Will you come with me?
You know I will.
Then call them.
All right. Oh, before I do that, Mr. Chalmers, there's the matter of the young lady.
You met her at the airport, did you?
Yes, sir.
And put her on the next plane out?
Well, no, sir.
Why not?
She refused. She said she had to see you. She's upstairs now.
But she knows all about me, doesn't she?
Yes, sir. But I think you should talk to her. Try to explain one more time.
It's a nuisance, that's what it is. Why does she persist?
She says you're the only man in the world for her.
Oh, all right. Ask her to come down and open some champagne.
Would you like it served in here, sir, or on the terrace?
You decide, Jensen. Whatever you think best.
Very well, sir.
Do you know what makes everything so sad, Jensen? So unutterably sad.
What's that, sir?
Evelyn is the only girl in the world for me. Always has been. Always will be. I could weep for the pity of it.
And that's our story, and what it tells us about human nature. It is not insignificant that it all took place high above and close to the Pacific. It was the Polish sailor and novelist Joseph Conrad who wrote, "I have known the sea too long to believe in its decency." I am not sure precisely what Mr. Conrad thought about human nature. I shall return shortly. Wonder what happened to Evelyn? Did Jensen serve the champagne inside or on the terrace with a broken railing? What did Gregory say to her? She to him? What became of her? It is one mark of a good drama that the audience should think about the characters long after the curtain has fallen. So give a thought to Evelyn, who never got a chance to make her entrance upon the stage. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Robert Dryden, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hello? Who is this? Police? What? Yes, Maura Flynn works for us. What's the matter? What do you mean you're going to send somebody over? Why don't you tell me now? Yes, I do. Just now? The baby was... Oh, no. Oh, my Lord. No. Yes, of course. We'll go right over to... Where? The precinct house on 74th. Yes, right away. Oh, Billy's been kidnapped.
What?
The police were phoning from the park. A patrol car happened to be passing by. Maura was screaming her head off.
Kidnapped in broad daylight.
Hurry, darling. Put your tie on. We got to go to the precinct house immediately.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Snuff a candle, and it goes out. Hide from the human soul all knowledge of its origins, and still some flicker of instinct will keep the knowledge alive at a level deep beyond the reach of memory. There are truths which survive in us forever, and which we may never know, unless one day, by merest chance...
Robert, who was it that called you?
No one.
But I heard the phone ring. You answered it. I could hear your voice. There must have been someone there.
No, there was no one.
You were talking to a dead connection?
Yes, I have to go now, dear.
But where? When will you be back?
I don't know.
Our mystery drama, Family Ties, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Terry Keane and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is easy to lose perspective on our problems. They have a way of becoming too small or too big. And this, in turn, makes it difficult to know precisely what action to take. Often, the hardest thing to do is to admit we have a problem at all. There are those who say if we can recognize a problem, we are halfway to solving it. But sometimes that isn't true. Sometimes that is only the beginning of our troubles.
Mr. Warren?
Lieutenant, what can I do for you?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Yes?
They sent me to see you.
Who sent you?
The policeman at the front desk.
Well, shut the door, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, would you like a chair?
No. Oh, yes. Yes, I will, thank you.
You are in the right place, aren't you?
Is this the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes.
Well, then, yes, I am. I feel foolish. I didn't know there really were Missing Persons Bureau. I mean, except in the movies.
You have someone who's missing that you want to report?
I think so.
You think so? Either he's missing or he's not, Miss...
Mrs.
Mrs...
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Pendennis. Janet Pendennis.
Mm-hmm. And the person you're reporting?
My husband.
All right.
Well, I thought he was missing, but now that I'm actually here, I'm not so sure. I mean, Robert's not the type of person you think of as missing.
Robert, that's his name?
Yes, but...
Please, Mrs. Pendennis, let's try to keep the momentum going. Description?
I'm not sure I can.
You can't describe your own husband? Why not?
We've been married so long. Is it 15 years?
Well, perhaps you have a photograph.
Oh, yes, right here in my purse. He's slight, a receding hairline, dark hair, horn-rimmed glasses, an impeccable dresser.
Yes. Could I see the picture?
Oh, of course. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. There's nothing to be nervous about. He looks like an accountant.
Yes, that's what he is.
Oh. Well, that answers my next question. Now, what makes you think he's missing?
He hasn't been home for 2 days.
And is this unusual?
Well, for Robert it is. I mean, he's always home every night right after work. It's only during tax season that he occasionally has to make trips to work on clients' returns, but he always tells me where he's going, and he calls me every night.
Right. And you've heard nothing?
No.
Now, were there any circumstances surrounding his disappearance?
Oh, no. I hope not.
Well, I mean anything unusual that might serve as a clue.
Well, yes. Yes, he hung up the phone and walked out.
Hung up the phone?
And I got this piece of paper here.
Whoa. Why don't you start at the beginning, Mrs. Pendennis?
About 4 days ago, I began receiving phone calls. Or Robert did, because every time I answered, the party would hang up.
Without speaking to you?
Yes. I thought it was just a crank caller. But this happened several times. Then 2 nights ago, the phone rang again. I was busy, so Robert answered it.
Did you overhear any of the conversation?
No, I heard nothing. Several minutes later, I walked into the living room, and he was gone. And for 2 days now, I haven't had any communication with him whatsoever.
Right. Now, you mentioned a piece of paper.
Oh, yes, here. I just discovered it today.
Well, this paper's blank.
No. If you look carefully, you'll notice the pressure of the pen left a clear indentation.
Ah. It looks like an address.
It's from the notepad we keep by the phone. I think Robert must have jotted it down as he was speaking.
This is his handwriting?
Yes.
Well, could it be the address of one of his tax clients?
Oh, I doubt it. As you can see, the address isn't a very good area of the city because of Robert's family name. His clientele are all pretty fancy.
Pendennis. Is he related to Jacob Pendennis, the industrialist?
Yes, that was his father.
I remember reading about that case. Pendennis was murdered, wasn't he? And robbed in his own home.
Yes. Robert wasn't quite born at the time. He never knew his father.
Well, I'll go out right away and check on this address, Mrs. Pendennis. With luck, we'll have some word on your husband in a couple of hours.
Yes? Who's that?
Lieutenant Warren, police.
What do you want?
Could I speak to you for a moment?
Do you have a search warrant?
Well, no, but that's...
Well, then you can't come in.
The name on the mailbox downstairs says Grady. Is that you?
Yes, Elsa Grady. Am I in trouble?
No, I'm with the Missing Persons Bureau, Mrs. Grady.
Do you want to see my passport?
No, that's not necessary.
I have it. I could show it to you, but you can't come in.
Do you know a Mr. Robert Pendennis? He's an accountant.
I don't need an accountant.
Here, this is his picture.
Why should I know him?
Well, we have reason to believe he might have come here.
Why would anyone want to come to see me?
Well, I don't know.
I've only got one room here, you see? And it's got my whole life. But you can't come in.
Do you have any relatives, family?
Why?
Well, someone who might be using Mr. Pendennis' services.
No, I have no relatives. I have no family.
Do you go out frequently? Could he have come by while you were out?
I never go out.
Oh, not even to shop?
I never go out. Excuse me, I must go now. You see, I'm going to die soon.
Oh, I'm sorry if I disturbed you, Mrs. Grady?
Yes? Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Come in. Did you find anything?
Oh, I'm afraid not. This address is for a one-room tenement apartment in the South End. It's occupied by an elderly lady, a shut-in.
A shut-in?
Never goes out. Keeps the blinds down, the TV running.
What business could Rob possibly have with a person like that?
Her name is Elsa Grady. Does that name ring a bell?
No.
Well, she said she didn't know your husband, hadn't seen him.
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't any other evidence to give you.
We'll do all the usual things, check the local hospitals, jails, so forth. Circulate his picture and description.
Is there anything I can do?
Have you got access to his client file?
Yes, he keeps a duplicate set here at home. He often works at night in his study.
Well, you could go through those, see if Elsa Grady's name or address appears in any of them. And we'll keep in touch. And, of course, call me immediately if you hear anything.
But even if there were some connection to one of his clients, why would Rob just disappear like this? I mean, without a word. He must know I'm worried. Why hasn't he called? I know something's happened to him, Lieutenant. I know it.
Janet, how good to see you. Come in.
Thank you, Douglas.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? How's Robert?
Well, the answer to the first question is that I don't know the answer to the second.
Oh?
He's vanished.
Vanished?
It's been 3 days now. I haven't heard a word.
How uncharacteristic of him. You didn't have a fight, did you?
No. I've already been to the police.
Yeah, the family's never liked publicity, Janet. You should have come straight to me. I've been the Pendennis family lawyer for 40 years.
Well, that's why I'm here now. The police are no help at all. I want to hire a private investigator.
Can you tell me what happened?
Rob got a phone call and then just disappeared. He wrote down an address.
Oh, have you got that with you?
Yes. Now, the police have already been there. It's a tenement apartment in the South End occupied by an old woman, a shut-in.
Oh, did Robert know her?
I don't know how or why. Her name is Elsa Grady.
What could a private investigator do?
We'll see if that woman was in some way connected to one of Rob's tax clients.
That could open a real can of worms.
I've looked through the files myself. I didn't see anything. But someone who's trained, maybe.
Rob has a large clientele, Janet. It could get expensive.
I don't care about the expense.
Of course not. But you realize it could also take a good deal of time. To say nothing of possibly violating the client's privileged relationship with Robert.
Douglas, Robert is missing. He might be hurt. He might be in trouble.
Bring the files to my office. Better still, I'll send someone over for them and go through them myself. But I'm sure Robert will turn up soon.
He's not an inconsiderate person.
I have an idea. Why don't we go to this address ourselves?
What's the use?
Well, perhaps the police frightened the old woman. Perhaps if she saw you, the wife, if she did have anything to tell us, she would.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go. Mrs. Grady?
Doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Mrs. Grady? There has to be. Lieutenant Warren said she never went out. Mrs. Grady, please?
Janet.
Well, the door's open.
You can't go in.
She's not here. Room is a mess. Looks like there's been a fight.
Someone searching for something. Bureau drawers all pulled out. Oh, good Lord.
What?
Nothing.
What's that you found?
But it's just an empty picture frame. It seems to be pure silver's all. An odd thing to find in an apartment like this.
It's beautiful. Something from the past. So sad to think of people growing old. Being alone. What?
On the bed sheet there. Stains that look like blood.
Douglas, what could have happened? Do you think she's been kidnapped?
Or worse.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, I stepped on something. Douglas.
It's a tie clasp. Do you recognize it?
Yes. I gave this tie clasp to Robert on our last wedding anniversary. You see, it has his initials, RJP. So he was here. But where is he now? And what's happened to that old woman?
What has happened indeed? It is always advisable to end an act with a question or two to ponder during the interval, don't you think? Although Robert has not appeared in our story, I find I've formed a very distinct impression of him. Shy, polite, a man of strict habits, altogether not the sort of person to act irresponsibly. So then, just what is going on? The plot will thicken decidedly when I return with Act 2. Successful marriages are based on many things. Compromise, consideration, caring. There is no reason, thus far at any rate, to think Janet and Robert's marriage was not successful. But then what was it that lured Robert away from his home late one night, leaving his wife frantic and distraught. Let us return to our story, for it has been said that there is an explanation for everything under the sun.
Robert didn't do anything to that old woman. I'll bet he wasn't even here. Someone planted this pin.
Well, that's possible.
Of course, Robert has been kidnapped, and someone's planning to blackmail him.
No, Janet, you're being exotic.
Am I? There's a great deal of money still in the Pendennis family, isn't there? I'm going to call the police.
Well, of course, you're right, Janet. The police have to be told about this. Come, I'll take you home and then take care of calling Lieutenant Warren. If that's all right with you.
What?
That I'll call the police.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Douglas. Oh, it's such a relief at a time like this to have someone I can trust.
Mrs. Pendennis.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, have you heard from your husband?
No. I came here to make a confession.
A confession?
Yes.
Well, please, shut the door.
Oh. I don't think I did it on purpose. I mean, I wasn't consciously intending to do it. I didn't even realize I still had it in my hand until I got home.
Oh, what are you talking about?
The tie clasp.
Tie clasp?
The one that was in Mrs. Grady's apartment. You were probably wondering what happened to it. Well, here it is. It is Robert's, but I'm sure that he...
Whoa. Now, would you mind taking me back a couple of steps? This was in Grady's apartment? How do you know? How did you get it?
But didn't Mr. Jimson tell you?
Who's Mr. Jimson?
Douglas Jimson. He's the Pendennis family lawyer. Didn't he call you?
No.
Well, he said he would. We went to that old woman's apartment, and she's vanished, too.
And you found this tie clasp. These are your husband's initials, R.J.?
Yes, Robert Jacob Pendennis. The Jacob was for his father, the one who was murdered by his secretary.
Well, what else did you find?
Some blood.
Did you close the door when you left?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. We'd better get down there right away. What was that lawyer's name?
Douglas Jimson.
What's the story on him?
Well, he's with an old Boston firm. His reputation is impeccable.
Well, then why do you suppose he didn't call me?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he thought he was protecting Robert, but Robert might be in trouble. I don't believe for 1 minute he'd hurt an old lady, and I don't think Douglas believes that either.
Well, that brings us back to my original question. Why didn't he call?
I don't know. Robert.
What? Oh. Janet.
Robert, you're home. Are you all right?
Well, sure, honey. I'm fine.
Rob, I've been so worried.
I'm sorry. I tried to call you.
Did you?
Yes, several times. There was never any answer.
Well, I have been out a lot, but I was so concerned. What happened to you?
I've got a client in Dallas, an oil man. He called me, said he's being audited by the government. You know how Texans are. When they yell, you jump.
But you could have told me. What are you doing with your suitcase?
I have to go back.
To Dallas?
Yes, it's going to take longer than I thought, and I needed some stuff for my files.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes. Look, darling, I've just got time to get back to the airport. I'll call you from Dallas.
Your files aren't here.
What?
How could you get something from your files if they aren't here?
What do you mean they're not here?
They're in Douglas Jimson's office.
Oh.
Rob, what is going on?
I told you I have a client.
You don't have any clients in Dallas. I know. I've been through your files.
Why?
To try to find out what this address meant.
How did you get this?
You wrote it on the notepad by the phone, and it left an imprint.
Well, then it was you who sent the police there.
Yes, I was worried.
You shouldn't have done that.
So you were there. The tie clasp wasn't planted. You were there the whole time?
I have got to go,
Where?
Janet. Please, I don't have much time.
Rob, what is the matter? What is going on?
I can explain everything, but not now. There isn't time. shouldn't have come home at all.
Are you in trouble?
No, I'm okay, really. You have got to promise me that you will stay away from the police. Don't go to them anymore.
Why?
I am your husband. The police mustn't be brought into this.
Is someone after you?
No, please, listen to me. Did you say you told Douglas about this?
He seemed the logical person to turn to.
When you went to that apartment, did he go with you?
Yes.
And you went in? You looked around?
Yes.
How did he react?
What do you mean?
Did he say anything?
No.
You're sure?
He told me he would take care of calling the police, but he never did.
Ah. That's it. You mustn't see him again.
Why not?
It's not safe.
Rob, he's like part of the family.
I have got to go now. Will you trust me?
I don't understand. Are you all right?
Yes, it's just something that's come up that I have to do.
How long?
A few days at the most, and I'll be back, I promise.
And then you can tell me what's going on?
Yes. If what I think is going to happen does, I can tell you everything.
Oh, Lieutenant.
May I come in?
Oh, what do you want?
Well, we've just finished our search of the apartment. I thought you might like to know what we found. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
This case has taken a rather curious turn, Mrs. Pendennis. I'm going to have to ask you some questions about your husband's family.
I'll try to be of what help I can. Did you find out what happened to that woman?
Not yet, but we found out who she is.
Her name is Elsa Grady?
No, it isn't. Her name is Shelley Malone.
Shelley Malone? But that's the woman who killed Robert's father, the secretary.
That's right. Did your husband ever say anything to you about Shelley?
Well, he told me the story of the murder case, but that was all.
He never expressed any feelings about her?
He would never talk about it.
Do you think he harbored a hatred of her?
You mean it enough to take revenge?
Yes.
No. Robert wouldn't do something like that. He couldn't.
Well, people are known to do exceptional things when family ties are involved, especially an old family like the Pendennises.
But all of this happened before Robert was even born. He never knew this woman. He never even knew his father. I think he always felt very, very removed from the whole thing.
Perhaps. But his mother was fanatical on the subject. She tried for years to track Shelley Malone down. There's even evidence that she made it known she'd be willing to pay to have Shelley killed.
Mrs. Pendennis was a very unstable woman, Lieutenant, especially in her last years.
Still, it's possible that these feelings she transmitted to her son. As I recall the story, Shelley Malone was Jacob Pendennis' secretary for about 7 years, and then in January of 1938, he fired her.
Yes?
Do you know the reason?
I'm not sure. I think it was a question of her competence.
Shelley was known as something of a hothead. After she was let go, she was heard to threaten her former employer's life.
Well, that was the Depression years. It must have been a terrible time to be out of work.
Yes, but Jacob Pendennis was murdered several months later. Mrs. Pendennis went into his study and caught Shelley there, rifling his safe. Her husband was slumped over his desk, stabbed to death. Is that right?
Yes. No. Douglas Jimson was with her, with Mrs. Pendennis.
Jimson again. So he was involved in this, huh?
I believe both he and Mrs. Pendennis testified at the inquest. He was a young lawyer then. He'd just been hired by the family. He was at the house on business, and Mrs. Pendennis was showing him into her husband's study.
And that's how they came on Shelley?
Yes. She fled before either of them could recover enough to stop her.
And she was never found, never brought to trial. The case was closed. Until now.
Do you really suspect Robert of doing something to her?
That's how it looks. Frankly, what other business could he have with her?
But how did he find her?
Who knows? A good private detective, a willingness to keep at it, to pay whatever was necessary.
Lieutenant, Robert was here.
When?
Less than an hour ago when I came home from the police station.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. I caught him by surprise. He was packing a suitcase.
Didn't you try to stop him?
Yes, but I didn't know.
Well, did he admit to going to Shelley's apartment?
Yes.
So he was probably there when I came to the door. That explains the fear in Shelley's voice when I talked to her. That's what she was trying to tell me.
What?
Well, she kept saying I couldn't come in, almost as if she wanted me to contradict her. And then, as I was leaving, she told me she was going to die. She was trying to alert me, and I just wrote it off to the craziness of an old shut-in. After your husband left, why didn't you call the police?
He asked me not to.
Mrs. Pendennis, we are talking about a possible murder charge.
I know. But he said he could explain what was happening.
Did he?
No. He said he would when he came back in a few days.
A few days?
He promised.
Mrs. Pendennis, I'm afraid it's very possible we may never see your husband again.
We begin with an event, a man's disappearance, and build on that. Complications are added that change the direction of the story. Characters who seemed bad turn out to be good, or vice versa. Gradually, for the persons at the center of the drama and the audience, the world begins to take on the aspect of a gigantic illusion. Where does the truth lie? And when is a lie the truth? The answers would seem to hang suspended somewhere between Lieutenant Warren's persistence and Janet Pendennis's instincts. We will find out precisely where when I return with our final act. It takes 9 months to create a man, said Pascal, and a lifetime to know him. And sometimes, we might add, not even then. For before whom do we really stand revealed? Janet Pendennis might have wished for a bit more revelation from her husband before his second disappearance, for now she finds herself the wife of a suspected murderer.
You're accusing Robert of killing that old woman?
I'll have to ask that a warrant be issued for his arrest. And I'd appreciate it if you do me a favor. Don't call Douglas Jimson.
Why not?
I'm going over to see him now. Now that we know who the old woman is, I'm more curious than ever why he didn't call the police. Is there anyone else still living who worked for Jacob Pendennis?
Well, his business manager was a man named Gilbert Klieg. I believe Douglas mentioned recently that he's living north of here in Gloucesterville.
Well, thank you. I know this isn't easy, and I appreciate your cooperation. If it's any consolation, homicide will be coming onto the case now. If nothing else, that increases our chances of finding your husband. Tell me, Mr. Jimson, are you still retained by the Pendennis family?
Oh, not really, no. Yeah, I do occasional legal work for them, but I'm more retired than not.
Mm-hmm. Sir, you were a witness to Jacob Pendennis's murder, weren't you?
Jacob? Yes. Oh, not to the actual murder itself. No, Mrs. Pendennis and I came upon the scene minutes too late to prevent it, but what does all that have to do with Robert?
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out. That murder received a lot of press. Jacob Pendennis was a distinguished man. It's an old Boston family. The police were obliged to do their best to find the woman who was accused. What was her name?
Malone, I believe. Shelley Malone?
Yes. It's the biggest manhunt in Boston's history. Couldn't locate her, and yet now, nearly 40 years later, she suddenly surfaces. And right here in Boston.
Really? You mean she's still alive?
How, Mr. Jimson? Who found her?
I don't know.
Was it you?
I'm afraid I don't really know what you're getting at, Lieutenant.
You went to her apartment with Janet Pendennis.
Yes.
And?
She wasn't there. Neither was Robert.
You told Mrs. Pendennis not to call the police, that you'd take care of doing it.
I see. And you want to know why I didn't call? My first responsibility is to my clients, Lieutenant, to protect them.
Sir, 2 minutes ago you told me the Pendennises were no longer your clients.
Well, Lieutenant, are you trying to implicate me in all this?
You knew it was Shelley Malone's apartment.
Yes, but not before I went there. I had no idea that she was still living.
How did you find out it was her apartment?
By a silver picture frame on the bureau. I remember Jacob had given it to her that Christmas.
What about the phone calls?
What phone calls?
The ones Janet answered when the other party hung up. The one Robert answered just before he vanished.
I know nothing about them, Lieutenant, I assure you.
Your assurances aren't worth a great deal to me, Mr. Jimson. As far as I'm concerned, you're an accomplice in this whole business.
A suspected accomplice. And anyway, what business?
Shelley Malone's abduction and possible death. Are you really that keen on revenge after all these years?
No.
How much money did she steal?
I just remember the exact amount, a few $1,000s perhaps. Hardly enough to warrant the kind of fanatical activity you're trying to lay at my doorstep.
We need to talk to anyone else who might still be alive, who was part of the Pendennis household at that time.
Well, I'm afraid you're out of luck there. Everyone's gone, except me.
Well, what about Gilbert Klieg? According to Janet, he's living in Gloucesterville.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Oh, that's interesting, Mr. Jimson. Since you're the one who told her.
Lieutenant, you spoke to Shelley Malone, didn't you, when you went to her apartment the first time?
Yes.
What was your impression of her?
Why?
Well, she was addled, you know. Always. Jacob treated her with every kindness, but she was prone to bizarre fantasies. He had finally forced Jacob to let her go.
Are you telling me she was crazy?
Well, I hate to use labels.
And you have a particular fantasy in mind you want to tell me about?
No.
I see. Just planting the seed for later, then, is that it? In case she has something she wants to tell us? Good day, Mr. Jimson.
Yes?
You, Janet Pendennis?
Yes?
Robert's wife? My name is Gilbert Klieg. I worked for Robert's father at one time. I was his business manager.
Oh, yes. Please come in.
Thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no. I'm very glad. Please forgive the house. Forgive my appearance.
Oh, I understand. I've heard about Robert's disappearance. I gather the police suspect Robert of possibly hurting Miss Malone. So I thought it might be important to come to see you.
Yes?
You see, I always had my doubts whether it really was Shelley who killed Jacob.
Why?
Well, shortly after she was dismissed, I was going over the accounts, and I came up $8,500 short. I pointed this out to Jacob. He was very meticulous about money. He had to be in those times. But this didn't bother him. Told me to just credit it to his miscellaneous account.
That's a fair amount of money.
Yeah. And after his death, when Shelley was accused of robbing him as well, the amount in question was just that. $8,500.
It sounds like Jacob gave her the money.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you mention this at the time?
Well, I wanted to check through the books again. Before I could, I was let go.
By Mrs. Pendennis?
Yeah.
You think Shelley was framed?
Possibly. But the question then is why Jacob gave her the money at all.
Could Shelley have been blackmailing him?
No. Shelley wasn't that kind of person. For all her wildness, she wasn't a criminal.
Yet she was accused of murder.
Yeah. By Mrs. Pendennis and Douglas Jimson. Tell me, Janet, how did Robert find Shelley?
I don't know. There was a phone call, a number of phone calls, but when I answered, the person hung up.
I see. I think it was Shelley herself made those calls.
Shelley? Why?
I have an idea where they might be. It's a long shot, but if you're up to a drive, we could go there together.
Oh, Mr. Cleek, I'm so nervous and worried I'll go anywhere.
The place I have in mind is Dennis Wood, up the Maine coast.
The old Pendennis summer estate?
Mm-hmm. It's secluded, private.
Robert, when he left, he took a heavy topcoat and gloves. It would be getting cold up there this time of year. But then you don't think Shelley's dead?
No, I got a different idea. But we can talk on the way up.
We can take my car. Just give me a minute to run upstairs and throw some things in a travel bag. I'm ready, Mr. Cleek. I'm sorry I kept you...
That's perfectly all right, Janet.
Douglas.
It gave me a chance to catch up with you. Has Robert contacted you yet?
No.
Are you telling me the truth? You know nothing?
Where's Mr. Cleek?
Well, you could see he's gone.
What have you done to him?
I told him Robert had been found. That I was here to take you down to police headquarters.
You've done something terrible, haven't you? Why didn't you call the police? You don't want them to find Rob. You want him to kill Shelley because she knows the truth.
That's right. She knows the truth.
She didn't kill Jacob, did she?
No.
What have you done? What are you trying to cover up?
Cleek thinks Robert might be at Dennis Wood. That's as good a gamble as any.
You're going up there?
Yes. With you.
No.
I have a gun with me, Janet. And it is quite imperative that I get to Robert before the police do.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Did you kill Robert's father?
No. But I might as well have.
Who did?
Mrs. Pendennis.
His wife?
She confessed to me. I didn't ask her to. I didn't want her to.
Shelley was innocent. And for 40 years she's been living in hiding. Did you see how she was living?
Mrs. Pendennis was willing to pay a great deal of money for someone to corroborate her story. I was young. It's no excuse. My career has been beyond reproach, except for that one mistake.
One mistake? You could have put an end to it any time you wanted.
I know. But out of sight, out of mind. Oh, that's terrible, I realize, but that's how it is. I figured Shelley had got off somewhere, made a fresh start, a decent life for herself. I never dreamed that she was still in Boston.
But why? Why did Mrs. Pendennis kill her husband?
I can't tell you that. Not yet.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Will you stop asking me that?
Kill Robert? Kill me?
I have a gun. I can't use it. I don't know how. I don't know what I'm going to do.
There's the house.
There's the light on. It's one of the downstairs rooms.
Someone is here. What? It's Rob. I can see him through the window. Oh, no.
What?
Shelley is with him. She's lying on the sofa. He's about to smother her. Robert! Don't! Don't stop!
Janet!
Oh, Robert, what have you done?
Please, don't yell.
Is she dead?
Yes, she just passed away.
Oh, it looked like you were trying to smother her.
I was pulling the sheet up to cover her face.
Oh, Rob, what's the matter? You're crying.
That's because Shelley Malone was his mother.
What?
That's right. She and Jacob had an affair, and she was dismissed because she was pregnant. Jacob thought by giving her a large sum of money it would discharge his obligation. But after Robert was born, she came back to see him. She hoped that by showing him his son, she might persuade him to leave his wife. Instead, Mrs. Pendennis discovered them, and when she learned the truth, she stabbed Jacob. Shelley fled, and Robert was left behind. Under the pretext of grieving for Jacob's death, Mrs. Pendennis went into seclusion for a number of months, and when she emerged, Robert was her child, and her place in the lucrative bosom of the Pendennis family was insured.
And Robert never knew?
No. No, I was given the job of destroying the real birth records and seeing that new ones were forged.
Oh, Robert, are you all right?
She wouldn't even let me take her to a hospital. She was coughing up blood. We both knew she was dying, but she was still afraid she might be arrested.
Then it was Shelley who called you.
Did you realize I knew who it was? I suspected the whole truth the minute I heard her voice, even before she told me. I'd seen her face before, you know. She watched me grow up. She followed me, even though every time she went out, she was terrified she might be caught, and no one would believe her. Do you know what courage it took for her to call me?
No, Robert, I don't. I can only imagine.
It is said that the mind registers impressions from the very moment of birth, that these impressions are stored away and never lost, and that under extraordinary circumstances they may be retrieved. All his life, Robert had carried within him the knowledge of his true origins, but only at the last possible moment had this truth revealed itself. I'll return with a final word in a few moments. Shelley Malone was given a small, dignified burial. For his part in the crime, Douglas Jimson was disbarred for life and sent to jail for a number of years. As for Janet and Robert, people say they don't know a couple more devoted to the care and raising of their own children. Our cast included Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now you know.
I know nothing. What I saw was a handsome young gentleman, his hands crossed on his cane, dressed in fine, old-fashioned clothes. I was surprised when he left the pew.
No one else saw him.
What? Oh, but he was as plain as day.
To you and to me. Not to anyone else. To them, he was invisible. You must not tell anyone.
Is this the horror that you said you and I would share?
Yes. You're the only person in the world who could see him.
And you, Mrs. Marsden?
Oh, me, of course.
What does it mean?
It's my curse.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever paused to wonder what happens to famous people when fame is wrenched away? Consider this. To singers, actors, dancers, to all who perform on stage before live audiences, applause is their life's blood. To performers, that sound is the music of the spheres. They live on it, thrive on it, feed on it. But when homage fades, dies away into silence, what then? Some accept retirement gracefully, or seem to, as did a world-renowned ballerina until her 50th birthday.
I will pay anything, everything, to be young, to dance again.
I warn you, the cost will be high. And before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with me? If yes, then there is no turning back. What do you say? Alexandra, yes or no?
Our mystery drama, Give the Devil His Due, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Alexandra, incomparable ballerina, toast of two continents, Alexandra the unsurpassed. It was said of her dancing that she was more than a star flung from the heavens. She was a constellation.
What is wrong? What happened to my applause? Where is it, my applause? The bravos. I can't hear them. Please applaud. Call my name. What is wrong?
Sandra. Wake up, Sandra.
The applause. Where did it go, please?
Wake
please,
up.
Please. I want my applause. That lovely sound. Someone has taken it away.
Darling, wake up.
Where?
There now. That's right.
John?
Yes, dearest, John. You were dreaming.
I was dreaming.
Yes. A bad dream.
But
You awake now?
Where am I? What am I doing in this place?
Sandra, you're home. Now, come on. Back to bed.
I'm all mixed up.
Come on now. Take my hand.
I'm so cold.
Of course you are. That thin nightgown dancing around the room.
Oh, my head, it aches so.
Oh, there now. That's my good girl. You'll feel better in a minute.
Swan Lake.
Huh?
I danced Swan Lake.
Oh, in the dream, yeah? Yes.
What dream? What are you talking about? I danced Swan Lake last night. And such applause, John. I can't remember how many curtain calls. And the flowers. There were never so many.
Sandra.
Brava, Alexandra, brava. And one young man was calling out, I love you, I love you. And after the seventh encore, or was it the eighth?
Sandra, stop it. Stop it right now.
John, what has happened to you? You've always been so proud of my talent, my fame. And lately, you seem actually jealous of it.
Alexandra, will you listen to me? You did not dance last night. You will not dance tonight. You haven't danced for 13 years since you retired. You're 50 years old.
I am not 50 years old. Why do you say such things? Why have you turned on me like this?
Oh, Sandra, dear Sandra, you're ill. It began a week ago on your 50th birthday.
Will you stop that? I am not 50. I am not.
Exactly what you said on your birthday. You screamed it. You knocked the cake off the
I am
table.
not 50. I am not. I am not. Where are you going?
Forget your hand mirror.
What?
You look at yourself. Something you refuse to do all week.
No, no.
All right, then, if you can. Tell me you're not 50 years old. There. Go ahead, look.
No.
Don't turn away. Look.
I won't.
Yes, you will.
Please don't do that. You're hurting me. There will be marks on my arm. They will show in my costume tonight.
All right, open your eyes and I'll let you go. There. Good. Now tell me what you see.
I see beautiful Alexandra, the greatest ballerina the world has ever known.
Oh, stop looking past the mirror. Look into it. Look.
No, that's not me. That is someone else. She is ugly. Oh, so ugly. Take her away.
No, she's not ugly. She's still very beautiful. But she is 50. Face it, Sandra. Face yourself.
Why do you make me face it? Why? I hate what I am.
Then you do know what you are. You know.
Sometimes I know, but I don't want to. I want to go back. To go back.
Darling, you can't go back. You can't live in the past. This is now.
I hate now.
But it exists and you're part of it.
Yes, John, you are right. Of course you are.
You listened, you heard me, understood.
I listened, I heard. Now, will you do the same for me?
Listen? Oh, certainly.
I've known what's been going on this past week. Part of my mind has always known. I've tried to blot out the truth, pretend that it is lies, and sometimes I can do it. But you drag me back. How cruel, just now, in the mirror, with the wrinkles.
Oh, Sandra, I don't want to hurt you, but I can't let you go on like this. You're getting deeper and deeper into this pretense. I don't know where it'll lead. Thank God we've talked about it honestly. And tomorrow, we'll talk more. Now, let's try to get some sleep.
No. I haven't finished. There's something I haven't told you. You say I need to know that I am 50, that I can't dance, that I will never dance again. Well, you need to know that I will dance. I will.
Oh, Sandra.
I know it sounds impossible to you, even mad. I know you can't believe it, but it is true. Alexandra, the unsurpassed, will dance again.
All right, Sandra. Will you promise me something?
All right. I'll stop talking about it. But that does not change what will be.
No. I want you to talk about it.
What?
To a doctor. To a psychiatrist.
I see.
Please, darling, I beg you. This is madness, what you're saying. You're headed straight for a breakdown.
Do you think so, John?
There's been plenty of evidence. Now this. But I think it can be prevented.
Very well, then I shall see a doctor. Yes, I certainly will.
You will?
Tomorrow. Dr. Stern, I want the truth. Please, don't make promises you cannot keep.
But I have no intention of doing that, Mrs. Scott. What would be gained by you or me? Aside from that, it is an honor to have the great Alexandra come to me for help.
I have simply come to the best doctor in the profession. Now, exactly what can you do for me?
First, you must understand there is no absolute guarantee.
None?
Plastic surgery will make you look younger. That is absolute. But for exactly how many years is speculative. However, I can make a very educated guess. You have fine bone structure, and that is basic to all beauty. Bones don't change. Only the skin, the muscles. When your skin is smooth again, wrinkles gone, loose flesh tightened, eyelids no longer sagging, 15 to 20 years, I think, Mrs. Scott. That's a lot of years, I know, but I believe I can achieve it.
20 years? I will be 20 years old again.
No. You misunderstand. 15 to 20 years off your present age.
Oh, how silly of me to put it that way.
In other words, I would look 30.
Oh, 30, 35.
I suppose that will have to do. Now, about my body.
You want body surgery as well?
Of course. You can do the same thing for my body.
Oh, Mrs. Scott, no. Age takes a toll of the body we cannot change. Ah, yes, breasts lifted, superfluous fat removed. But if you mean your entire body made firm and beautiful...
That is precisely what I mean.
My dear lady, be realistic. Only magic could accomplish such a thing.
Magic? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Stern. I am sorry for taking so much of your time.
What is the lady's wish? Her fortune in the tarot cards? The palm? Or the crystal ball? I think the crystal ball. The lady has chosen well. And please, I am in a hurry. Something troubles you very deep. We will begin. My hands upon the crystal. Oh, it's most strange what I see. I see you young and beautiful. Tell me if I am dancing. Tell me. The crystal grows cloudy. The mist, I can see no more. Gone, all gone. But I have told you true. You will be young again. Please try again. I must know if I will dance. Carlotta has no power to see what her crystal ball does not wish to reveal. But you have other powers. You know ancient magic. Can you make me young? Tell me, does the lady fear a witch?
I don't fear anything except age and not dancing again. Send me to her.
The witch is a man, a warlock. But, lady, beware the cost. I don't care what it costs. Tell me his name. He wears many names, many faces. What name today, what face, I do not know, but I do know where he dwells. Number 13, Gehenna Street.
The door knocker. It's hideous. Gargoyle. Never mind that. Just knock. That sound. It's like doom. There's still time to run back down this crooked street. No, I will not.
There is still time to run back down the crooked street, Madam Scott.
You know my name.
Your true name is Alexandra. I've been expecting you. My house is honored.
How strange this room is.
Don't be alarmed by my treasures. They are ancient symbols of the occult.
I am not alarmed. I am only surprised. Since you expected me, sir, and you know my name, you must also know my need.
Your quest, your heart's desire. Yes, I know.
Can you do it?
Oh, not can I, but will I?
Then will you?
If and only if you agree to my terms. I warn you, they are costly.
To be young, to dance again, there is nothing I wouldn't pay. And now, since we are here to do business, I should know your name. You haven't told me.
Well, my name, for a while, as long as it amuses me, is Azazel.
Azazel. I've never heard that name before.
That may prove to be your loss.
Well, I have heard it now. So can we get started, please?
Not yet. Not yet. Before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with Azazel? If yes, then there is no turning back. What say you, Alexandra? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Azazel. Yes.
Azazel. If Zandra Scott, if Alexandra had remembered Milton's Paradise Lost, she would recall that Azazel is the name of a fallen angel who, with Satan, rebelled against heaven. And perhaps she would have run for her life down the crooked street. We will return to that street shortly with Act Two. It was Daniel Defoe who wrote, "Every devil does not have a cloven foot, nor has Azazel, if devil he is. We can't be certain, can we? He may very well be only a charlatan, preying on the gullibility of foolish, vain people who wander down his crooked street. However, this I can tell you with certainty. Azazel is devilishly handsome. And wasn't it Shakespeare who wrote, 'The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman'? So seems Azazel, genial, courtly, charming."
Madam, will you sit here?
Why, it's a kind of throne.
And what more appropriate for Alexandra?
Oh, how lovely it is to hear you call me that. Nobody does anymore. They call me Sandra. Now, Mr. Azazel...
No, please. I dislike Mr. Azazel is enough.
Azazel. Such an odd name. But I like it.
I'm flattered. Now, you were about to ask what price I demand to make you young.
20. That's the age I want.
Now, what if I said I'd take your husband from you?
John, I wouldn't care.
No? Your fortune?
I quote you. Money, it's nothing to me.
How charmingly we agree. But I'm saying neither of those things. Merely testing you. All I require of you now is your promise that you will indeed pay anything I should ask. You'll learn the cost only after your transformation. Are you willing to enter a pact so blindly?
Yes.
Oh, how swiftly you leap. Like a ballerina. But consider, my lady, consider, Azazel may demand more than you care to pay.
What have I to lose? I have nothing I care about. Nothing.
Very well. Your promise, state it. I promise I will give...
I promise I will give anything, everything, to be young, to dance as I danced when I was truly Alexandra. Don't make me wait any longer. Change me. Hurry.
Here, this moment.
Yes.
How greedy, impatient Alexandra. The metamorphosis will be done my way, in my time, not yours. 3 nights must pass. The morning after the 3rd night, you will be Alexandra.
I must wait 3 whole nights.
For 30 years, you've waited to be 20 again. You can wait 3 nights more, surely. Now, each night you will drink from this bottle.
How much of it?
You require a label, as on ordinary medicine bottles. Very well. Shake well before using. 3 tablespoons before bedtime. Prescription not refillable.
Now you're laughing at me.
Indeed, no. I'm laughing at other people who take only man-made potions. Now, all is understood?
Yes. Give it to me.
Not so fast. Not quite all is understood. One more promise. On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here down the crooked street. Go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay. Give me your promise.
Yes, I promise.
Excellent. And I give you the magic potion.
Sandra? What are you taking? What's in that funny-looking bottle?
Oh, it's medicine, John.
Oh, what for?
Well, I'm not feeling quite myself.
You're not?
Well, isn't that what you have been saying for a week?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know psychiatrists prescribe medicine.
But how silly you are. Of course they do. Tranquilizers, things like that.
Oh, yes. And you do seem better already.
Yes, I am. Much.
All evening, not one word about it. No, I don't want to get you started.
About being young again, about how I will dance again.
Oh, Sandra, please don't start.
All right. Turn off the light, darling. A dancer needs a full night's sleep.
Oh, Sandra. You said that with humor and a smile, and you know it's a joke. You are getting back to normal.
Yes. Back to normal. Good night, John. John, wake up. Oh, please. John.
What time is it?
It's 6.
6? What the devil are you waking me up at 6 o'clock for?
Because I want to know if I... Well, how do I look this morning?
How you look?
Yes, that medicine last night. The doctor said...
Well, he said take it and you'd feel better, didn't he? Do you?
Yes. Yes, of course, but I thought... I just got a notion that I might look better, too. Do I, John?
You look rested and very pretty. And there's a light in your eyes you haven't had for a long time. And I think your doctor is a genius.
We might even say a magician. John.
Mm-hmm.
It's nearly 7 o'clock.
Oh, Sandra, what has gotten into you? We never open an eye until 8:30 or 9. Now, 2 mornings running. You... Why?
John. How do I look?
Sandra, what is it you want me to say? I told you. Sandra.
What?
Sandra, are you taking some kind of youth-restoring quack medicine? Is that what you're up to?
I am taking what the doctor told me to take. And yes, I did hope it would make me look better. I mean, all week I've had such worry lines, so tense, so nervous. That's all. I just wanted to look better.
That doctor, you never call him by name. Why?
Well, it is such an odd name. It's hard to say.
Just what is this doctor's name?
It is Dr. Azazel.
What nationality is that?
How do I know? And I certainly didn't ask.
Now, Sandra, listen to me. Something's wrong. There's something phony here. What do you know about this doctor's credentials, about his... Where are you going?
Do you mind? To wash my teeth. I can't stand this awful bitter taste. Oh, the mirror. Look at me. Nothing has changed. Is something wrong? Azazel phony. Is he...
Sandra, I can't hear what you're... I can't hear you.
No, I was just looking at myself, and I can't bear it.
Oh, darling, please don't start all that again.
Oh, you old woman staring at me. I loathe you.
Sandra, what on earth happened in here?
It's nothing. It's nothing, John. It doesn't matter. I broke the mirror. By accident.
Sandra, you awake? Oh, what time is it? Still dark. Oh, where's that blasted light? Oh, not quite 6, damn. Sandra's got me in a habit of waking. Honey, it's not fair. You sleep while I... Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Sandra, what's happened to you? Sandra, wake up!
What?
Oh, would you please, for God's sake, open your eyes?
John, what on earth are you shouting for? John, have I changed? Am I different?
Different?
Answer me. I am afraid to go and look.
Go, look.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't believe this.
Just now, when I got out of bed, it was not my heavy 50-year-old body.
Will you get to the mirror? This can't be. Am I mad, or do you look the way I think you look?
Oh, I am 20 years old. I am Alexandra.
20? In the name of heaven, will you explain to me how this could happen?
Yes, it is the medicine. It was a magic potion given me by a warlock, a witch, Azazel. No, you are not dreaming. You are not mad. I am exactly what you see. He has given me back my true self. Please, John, no more arguments. I am going now.
Sandra,
this is goodbye.
Sandra, one last time.
No.
Undo this unnatural, unholy thing before it's too late.
You are too late. There is no turning back, even if I wanted to.
Wait. Once you leave this apartment, walk out that door.
Once I leave this apartment, I am free.
Where will you go?
Where else would I go? To the most famous of all ballet companies. To Sergius Kerensky, ballet master, and old friend.
Oh, Sandra, you see how mixed up you are. Sergius managed you 30 years ago. He's dead.
Oh, how could I forget that?
You see? Come back in and close the door.
Oh, don't be stupid, John. It is his son's company now, Peter Kerensky. I will go to him. He doesn't know it, but this is the luckiest day of his life and mine. Goodbye, old man.
Sandra!
I am free. It is the luckiest day of my life.
On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here, down the crooked street. You will go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay.
But I have paid, Azazel. I lost poor old John and his silly old money. Why should I go down your crooked street again?
Do not play fast and loose with promises made here. It will be at your peril.
But Azazel, Mr. Azazel, Dr. Azazel, all this abracadabra was done so that I could dance. I can't bear to waste another minute. I am terribly sorry, but I have an appointment with Peter Kerensky.
was Cervantes who wrote, "He needs must go, whom the devil drives." But is that quotation appropriate here? Is it the devil who drives Alexandra? We still do not know who Azazel is. To her, he's only a sorcerer. And with the arrogance of newfound youth, she now dares defy him. It may well be that by not keeping her pact with Azazel, Alexandra is traveling down another crooked street, a dead-end street. We'll follow her when I return shortly with Act 3. Backward, turn backward, O time, in your flight. Can the clock be turned back? Can youth be relived? It would seem so. But is it wise to reach for the past? Finding it, may we not live it worse instead of better? Alexandra, age 20 again, has billed herself to Peter Kerensky as Zandra Scott. Curious that she should send in that name. Curious, too, that Kerensky agrees to see her. As a rule, he is not interested in unknown young dancers.
Zandra Scott, is that right?
That is the name I am using just now, Mr. Kerensky.
Oh, you have another?
A name you would recognize if I told it to you.
Well, then why the secrecy?
No, it is not secrecy. You will know exactly who I am when you see me dance.
Now, see here, I'm not sure I'm amused by such games. And why are you so sure I will give you an audition?
I know, that's all. I am absolutely certain.
Well, that's more than I am. I can't think why I even let you in here.
Perhaps because I am a relative of the great Alexandra.
Are you? But I didn't know that when your name was sent in.
Aha, you knew it intuitively.
Oh, come now. Well, at least I know why you looked familiar when you walked in. There's a very strong resemblance to Alexandra. Quite remarkable, really.
So you remember how she looked?
My dear lady, how could I forget? My father left a collection of at least 1,000 photographs of that incredible face.
You keep staring at me, Mr. Kerensky.
Yes, you know, it's uncanny. More and more, I see her face in yours. Are you her daughter?
Alexandra had no children.
Well, a niece, then.
Again, Mr. Kerensky, you will know who I am when you see me dance.
Oh, no wonder you were sure I'd audition you. What fool would refuse any relative of Alexandra's?
I did rather count on that.
Yes, but it's not like me to waste time this way. Let's get on with it, please. You've brought leotard and toe slippers in that bag, I assume?
Yes.
Well, I'll get hold of the practice pianist. What music, ma'am?
Giselle, the mad scene.
Why, that's one of the most difficult. Isn't that rather ambitious of you?
For some ballerinas, yes. For this one, though, I have danced that role many times.
Uh-huh. As you will. Oh, that door just to your left. You can dress in there. Then come on stage. I'll be waiting out front with my assistant.
But why should I audition for anyone but you?
Because I want it that way. How much warm-up will you need?
None.
None?
I shall be ready in 5 minutes.
Oh. Vain as a peacock. But if you're as good as you think you are, then why not? Wait until you see her, Trina.
Oh, the reincarnation of Alexandra?
Well, that's the feeling I have.
Oh, well, if she has half Alexandra's talent, a quarter of it, but she's a find.
A real beauty, too. Eyes like... Oh, there she is in the wings.
Oh, Peter, she could be Alexandra's twin.
What did I tell you? You ready, Miss Scott?
I have always been ready.
Oh. Very well. Music. Begin. Now, you vain, lovely creature, let's see what you can do. Oh, the little fool should have had a warm-up. All right, all right. I expected a slow start, but come on, let's see something. I don't believe this. What's going on up there?
Wait, Peter, give her a chance.
I am. Oh, I will be damned. What is that?
It's nothing. No elevation, no extension, no technique whatever.
Not even any grace. This girl's clumsy.
That is a trained dancer. Well, she's a rank amateur.
Did she really think she could put this over on Kerensky? A chance resemblance to Alexandra, and she palms herself off as a relative.
Oh, she couldn't have a teaspoon of Alexandra's blood.
Damn little upstart tricked me.
Does she really believe she can dance?
All right, cut. That's enough.
Why? Why did you stop me?
Come down here, please, Miss Scott. Trina, this girl's out of her mind. I'd better handle this alone. Wait for me in the office, please.
Thin ice, Peter. Handle with care.
I know.
How could you do such a thing? I was just beginning the marvelous dramatic passage when I...
Yes, I know, but I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think you're quite ready for that just yet.
Not ready.
Miss Scott, do you think you're ready?
My experience, my talent, how could I not be ready?
You actually think you danced well up there? You believe that?
I didn't.
Indeed, you did not.
But I felt so marvelous. And the music and the stage. I was Giselle. It all came back to me as if I were... Mr. Kerensky, what are you saying to me?
I'm saying you're not ready for this company, or any company for that matter.
No, please. You don't understand. I came here too soon. I should have trained. I thought I didn't need to, but I... Mr. Kerensky, I have not danced for some time. I did not realize I would be so rusty.
Any real dancer knows she has to practice every day of her life.
But I didn't think that I had to. But I will go, and I will train, and I will be back.
Miss Scott, please, I'm a busy man. You've had your audition. It's over. Don't bother to come back. I'd be less than kind to encourage you. Now, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you simply have no talent.
How dare you say that to me?
How dare you claim you're related to Alexandra? If by some mischance you are, you blight that famous name.
No, I am not related to her.
So you admit it.
I am Alexandra. I am Alexandra.
Oh, wait.
You fool! You tell me I have no talent. I who danced with Nijinsky.
Oh, my poor child. Nijinsky died before you were born.
So, you have come.
What have you done to me? Why have you done it?
Come in, Alexandra.
I am not Alexandra. I am nothing. Why did you do it?
Why did you break your promise to come here?
There was no need to keep it. I paid what you wanted.
You have not paid. You went your own foolish way. That was your gratitude to the one who made you young and fair.
I am young again, yes. But my body, it won't obey me. Can you say that you didn't do that?
If you had kept your promise, you would have kept your talent. And I must ask you to stop shouting. It offends
I want to go now. I don't like it
Not
here.
so fast, Alexandra. It may be I shall reconsider what I have done.
Huh?
If you are still willing to give everything in return.
But I have already given everything.
No.
I don't know what else you want. But I don't care whatever it is. You take it all. And let me dance.
The bargain is struck. You shall dance.
As I used to.
Far better than that. But you shall dance to my tune. Look into my face, Alexandra.
Oh.
What do you see?
You.
Who am I?
Oh.
Oh, you know my name? Say it.
No.
You've known me from the beginning. If you thought of anyone except yourself.
Oh.
Are you ready to dance?
Now. Here.
Now. Here.
A kind of rehearsal.
You could call it that.
But in these clothes, I can't.
Ah, the first change, then. Look upon yourself, Alexandra.
What? It is my costume for the Sleeping Beauty and my ballet slippers. Everything.
An appropriate costume, yes? Have you not been sleeping?
Huh?
But now, the prince has awakened you. Alexandra, may I have this dance?
Dance with...
A pas de deux with the devil himself. You are highly honored.
But can the devil dance?
You will find that Nijinsky was an ox compared to me.
All that I don't believe.
You doubt that Satan can do anything he desires. Music! Come, your hand. Beautiful, Alexandra. You dance like an angel.
Yes, I know. I feel it. Never before like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now I will conquer the world again.
No.
What do you mean, no? You promised me.
My promise will be kept, as you have kept yours. You promised to give everything. At this precise moment, you have.
What have I given?
The world. You've lost it. Alexandra will dance forever, but only in limbo with Satan.
Warning. The devil will have his due. To those who refuse to heed that warning, let them learn from the fate of Alexandra. Oh, yes, she realized her ambition. We can accurately say her burning ambition. But until the end of time, the flames of hell will laugh at her dancing feet. I'll be back shortly. You don't believe in the devil? There is no such evil being? Then a final warning needs to be sounded here. In the too often ignored words of Baudelaire, the devil's cleverest wile is to persuade us that he does not exist. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Joe Silver, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Peter Donald. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You want me to do something else, don't you?
Of course.
You admit it.
Oh, sure. We don't have a budget for the Santa Claus suit. So I thought if you'd be him, you could afford to rent it. Where are you going?
I'm opening the door for you to leave, Jezebel.
My name isn't Jezebel.
That's a matter of opinion. Just keep heading for the front door.
Then you won't be Santa Claus?
I'm afraid I'm not the type.
You could be just perfect if you'd let yourself go.
I wish I could believe that.
Oh, couldn't you?
Only one way I could.
Well, how's that?
You get me the Santa Claus suit, and if you still want me, I'll be your Santa Claus.
Honest to Pete?
Honest to Pete.
Well, I'll try. But it's going to take a miracle if I do.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Listen to the poet when he says... The innocent and the beautiful have no enemy but time. Yes, innocence and beauty could survive in all their magnificence and glory for all of eternity if every clock in the world could be stopped forever. That might be a blessing for the innocent and the beautiful, but where would it leave the rest of us?
Oh, hurry, operator. Please hurry. Answer me. Please answer, operator.
Put down that phone.
This is the operator. May I help you?
There's a man here who's going to kill me.
Put it down.
My name is Ella Mae Maltby.
You heard what
Number
I said.
28 Bayard Circle. No! No!
Our mystery drama, Her Long Blonde Hair, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lloyd Battista. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. The mute violin in its case, the piano standing alone in the empty room, the silent organ in the deserted church. What sweet songs have they sung in the hands of players who have long ago gone? A tall, dark-haired, and rather intense-looking gentleman of about 40 walks briskly down the crowded street. Now he stops. Evidently, something has caught his eye in a shop window. A look of horror seems to spread across his face. He is quite agitated. What could there be in a pawn shop window to cause him to feel such distress? With an obvious effort, he composes himself and walks into the shop.
Yes, sir. You have a violin in the window?
Which one?
The one in the open case with the bow.
Yes?
The bow, it's made of very light hair.
Uh-huh.
It looks like blonde hair.
I wouldn't call it blonde.
You wouldn't?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think horses' tails come in blonde.
It doesn't look like horse hair to me.
It doesn't?
It's a woman's hair. A woman's long, blonde hair.
I was under the impression that violin bows were made out of horse hair.
This is obviously the blonde hair of a woman. I want to buy that bow.
Well, I couldn't sell it to you.
You mean you wouldn't sell it without the violin? Oh, all right, I'll buy that too.
I couldn't sell you either one of them until the end of the day tomorrow.
Why not?
Because that's when the loan expires.
If you can't sell it, why did you put it in the window?
Now, look, mister, all I did was put it in the window 24 hours ahead of time, so who's hurt by it?
Well, what would happen if you sold it to me right now?
It doesn't make any difference because I'm not going to do it.
I'll make it worth your while.
Now, what are you going to make worth my while? The person comes in here to claim the property tomorrow, and I don't have it. They got a lawsuit. I could lose my license.
I tell you, I must Have it.
You come around here at the close of business tomorrow. If it's still here, it'll be for sale.
No, but it's very important.
Why? Why is it so important? It's an ordinary violin, an ordinary bow. Why is it so important?
Is there anything I can do to convince you to sell it to me now?
No, mister, there's nothing.
Well, you had better listen to me. You see, I intend to have that bow.
Look. You listen to me. There's a button right next to my foot. All I have to do is step on it. In 1 minute, the cops will be here. Now, what do you say, huh? Do you want to go quietly, like a gentleman?
Howdy, Benjamin, honey.
Ella May.
Ella May, and right as rain. Here it is, 4 p.m. on the 15th day of July, and little Mama Ella May is turning up one more time, just like that bad old penny. Only this time we got us a heap of good old pennies, $105 worth, and that's a living, breathing fact.
Let me get it out of the window.
You take one long, last look at that fiddle, Benji, because you never going to see it again, ever again.
I hope so, Ella May.
I know I said this before, but this time I mean it. I'm putting all that bad stuff behind me. Oh, yes, I'm going to get the band together just like we used to be, and I'm going to get me another recording contract. We're going back to Nashville, Tennessee, and then Hollywood, California. You'll see it all in them big yellow lights, Benji. Your country cousin, Ella May. Now, you don't believe it.
Oh, sure, I believe it, Ella May.
All that whiskey drinking, Benji, all them sniffing powders, they're gone. I made my decision, Benji. I seen my daddy in a dream, and he said to me, Ella May, child, I raised you to labor in the vineyard of the Lord. What are you doing on the payroll of the devil?
You know, Ella May, a fellow was in here yesterday. He wanted to buy your fiddle.
Well, he can't have it.
He seemed awful anxious. Why don't you leave it here for another day? He might offer you a lot of money for it.
Oh, no, I can't.
Well, why not? It's just a fiddle.
No, it ain't just a fiddle. See, it was hand-carved by my granddaddy. It ain't a masterpiece by one of them old-time Italian geniuses, but it's a part of my family. Benji, I couldn't leave her go. Not for $1 million.
All right. I just thought I'd tell you.
I couldn't make it without her. Just holding her makes me think of my daddy and granddaddy. And they'll keep me on the straight and narrow. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's going to be very hard for me. I couldn't make it without this fiddle.
Well, I wish you luck, Ella May. The very best of luck.
Thank you, Benji. And I hope and I pray I'll never, ever again have to look at the inside of this place. No offense meant, Benji.
None taken, Ella May.
And when I get to Hollywood, California, I'm going to send you my autograph on a pawn ticket made of shiny, solid 24-karat gold. Do you believe it, Benji?
Why, sure. Sure, I believe it.
Good as I ever was. Oh, just a second. And who are you?
I'm not sure I know how to explain this. I followed you home.
Did you? You don't look like one of my fans. But, honey, if you want my autograph...
No, I don't want your autograph.
You don't? Well, what do you want?
May I come in?
I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
I assure you, I'm a highly respectable person.
They can be the most dangerous kind. Most of them lead lives of quiet desperation. Hey, I guess that threw you, huh?
Well,
You figure here's an ignorant little old country girl. Where'd she come off quoting Henry David Thoreau? But I had plenty of time to read in airplanes, hotel rooms, backstage, waiting to go on. My favorite pastime is reading poetry.
Oh, then you see, we have a great deal in common. I teach poetry.
No!
Yes. My name is Damon McLeod. I'm a member of the faculty at Eastern State.
Is that a fact?
Yes. You see, here's my driver's license, my faculty ID.
Well, come on in, Professor.
Yes, well, thank you. I'd like to come to the point. That bow of yours, the fiddle bow,
What about it?
Well, I should like to buy it.
Why do you want it?
Well, name your price.
Oh, it don't have a price.
Tell me, where did you get it?
My granddaddy made it.
Where did he get the hair?
Off in the tail of a pony. Where else?
No, that isn't true.
Are you saying it's a lie?
Oh, dear, I'm sorry. Maybe I'd better go.
Are you sure you're feeling all right? Maybe you need a little country fiddling to get you back on your feet. And little Mama, your country cousin Ella May, is loaded and ready. Well, just you listen here. I've never been better than on my born and blessed days.
No, you won't get away with it.
What?
You heard what that fiddle was saying.
Mister,
You heard her? Her voice?
Now, mister, I think you have come to the wrong place. You better leave.
No, I'm not leaving without that bow. I'm willing to give you everything I own just for that fiddle bow.
I keep on telling you, it ain't for sale.
Oh, you see, I'm sure you don't care. You heard what it said, and it doesn't bother you. Oh, but you see, you'll be playing in a concert hall, or perhaps on the TV before millions of people, and they'll hear it. But you see, don't you understand? I can't have that.
I don't understand what...
Because it's her hair. Oh, yes, I want that bow. I won't leave here without it.
Now, honey, why don't you just sit down here, and I'll go in the kitchen and get a piece of wrapping paper. All right? Now, I'll be back before you even know I'm gone. Oh, I hope he stays put. Oh, please, operator, hurry. Answer me, answer.
This is the operator.
Put down that phone.
My name is Ella May Maltby. He's gonna kill me.
Put it down.
Number 28, Bayard Circle.
I said...
No! You're hurting me. I can't breathe.
Operator, may I help you?
What did I hear on the radio today? Ella May Maltby was murdered?
Well, we don't know if she was murdered, darling.
They said the telephone operator reported she was calling for help. There was a man in the room. He was about to kill her.
Yeah.
And the telephone operator heard her screaming.
Sure. Look, honey, the lady making the call could have been having one of those hallucinations.
What are you saying?
Well, I mean, they're on drugs. So many of them, and they just kind of, they go into these kind of scenes.
Oh, yes, but...
Besides, she died of a heart attack.
She did?
Yes, so stop playing detective. That's my job. No. You see, so many of them are just destroyed by the life they live. Like she was a little girl from the country, played a fiddle and sang. She made a lot of money, got a lot of publicity, and she couldn't handle it. I guess it killed her. Happens all the time.
Well, is there a possibility somebody could have been there and was attacking her?
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Did she have bruises?
Sure. She was bruised all over.
Well, doesn't that prove...
She had a rough time these past 2-3 years. Honey, she was in the gutter.
Ah, I feel so bad.
Yeah, I understand, but what are you going to do?
Oh, listen, about dinner. We have some stew left from last night. You can warm it up. You mind?
Why should I? It always tastes better the second day. Say, listen, why don't I give you a lift? I'm worried.
Oh, why? It's not much of a drive to the college, and the parking lot is very brightly lighted. It's filled with people when I get there and when I'll be leaving.
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited. I always wanted to go to college.
Well, you could have when we first got married.
No, not with my father being sick and needing all that money.
Yeah. I wish you didn't have to go at night.
Oh, it's just this one course, honey, and it's only twice a week. Besides, it was the only one this particular professor teaches.
This guy must be red hot.
He's the authority on medieval English literature. His name is Dr. Damon McLeod.
McLeod, huh? Damon McLeod. Why is it that name sounds so familiar?
We know why the name is familiar to us, but why should it be familiar to him? And he's a homicide detective.
Well, regardless of what the coroner may say, we know Professor Damon McLeod was instrumental in causing the death of Ella May. Is another lady about to enter his life? Mrs. Magda Sikorsky, wife of the aforesaid homicide lieutenant? We shall expand on this in Act 2. Nero fiddled while Rome burned, or so they say. To be strictly accurate, what he fiddled on was not a fiddle, as we know it today, but a type of stringed instrument called, possibly, a rebec. But it was played with a bow. And since a bow seems to be the source of the drama in our story, we are certainly dealing with classic materials.
Oh, come in. Oh, let me see. You are... Oh, no, please, don't tell me. I'm so proud of my memory. I use a system. Oh, dear, but something's gone wrong. Your name can't be Mrs. Helicopter.
Oh, you're close. It's Mrs. Sikorsky.
Well, so much for my system. But I remember your first name, yes. Magda. Ah. Yes. You're here for your conference.
Yes, Professor McLeod.
No, please. My name is Damon. I find when I'm teaching adults, this professor and Mr. and Mrs. business becomes terribly stuffy.
Oh, I'm very happy I was able to get into your class. I'm interested in English poetry, you know, especially the very old ballads and folk songs.
There are so many. Is there one you would like to analyze? Magda?
Oh, excuse me. I was looking at that picture on your desk.
Oh.
I think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Such glowing golden hair.
Yes.
Long, shining blonde hair.
She was my wife.
Oh.
She will always be my wife. But she's dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She was killed.
Oh no.
Yes, some intruder, some robber. Well, a reminder, I suppose, that for all our sophisticated, complex civilization, in many ways the raw animal passions of the barbarian savage still smolder underneath. Well, however, as they say, the world must go on. Tell me, did you have a poem in mind?
Oh, yes. The Two Sisters.
The Two Sisters?
It's also called Benori.
I'm aware of that.
Do you object to the poem?
Why should I possibly object?
Well, I thought I detected
The Two Sisters, or Benori. One of the hundreds of ballads sung during the Middle Ages. Now, what shall be the basis of your analysis of the Two Sisters?
Well, the story is simple. Two sisters who lived near the river Benori. The elder one was plain. The younger was beautiful, with long, flowing golden hair.
Yes.
The knight in shining armor that every girl is waiting for arrives finally. He chooses the golden-haired young one.
Yes, we know that.
The dark-haired older sister, driven to a jealous rage, pushes the younger sister into the swiftly flowing river. She drowns. Far, far away, her body is washed ashore. A passing minstrel sees the long golden hair and uses it to string his harp.
Yes, but all of this the poem tells us. Where is your special insight?
Later, the minstrel appears at the castle of the dead girl's father, and suddenly, before all the assembled people, the harp tells the tale of the murder.
Yes, very well. Now, what conclusions can be drawn?
Psychiatry had not yet been invented, but how do we know it was the harp that was speaking? The sight of the harp, strung with the golden hair of the dead girl, may have assailed the conscience of the older sister. How do we know that it wasn't the older sister's voice that was singing? We don't.
Yes. The sight of the golden hair.
May I develop this line of thought, Professor? Am I on sound ground? Professor McLeod?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead. See how you can develop that theme.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Benjamin around.
That's me.
I'm Lieutenant Sikorsky, the Police Homicide Department. Yeah, my credentials. You called and you said... Well, you had some information about the murder of Ella Mae Maltby?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, we don't know if it is a murder. The coroner's report listed as a fatal heart attack.
If someone was in the apartment and tried to beat her up and that caused the heart attack, then it would be a murder, right?
Well, if someone was in the room.
I read in the paper that the telephone operator...
The operator says Miss Maltby said there was someone in the room.
Well, why don't you want to believe it?
Well, because we have no way of knowing whether or not it's true. I mean, this girl was very deeply into drugs.
There's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
Lieutenant, maybe this is nothing. I liked her. She was a good girl. No matter what she did when she was having a bad time, she was a good girl.
Okay.
When things would get very bad, she would have to pawn the fiddle. And somehow that would bring her to her senses. She would straighten out, earn some money, come in here, buy it back, and stay free of drugs for a while.
And then go through the whole routine all over again.
Yes, yes. But this time I think she meant it. I'd like to think she meant it. Anyhow, the day before she was killed, a man came in here. Now, look, maybe this doesn't mean anything at all.
No, go ahead.
He wants to buy her fiddle. Well, now, not the fiddle. The bow.
The bow?
Yeah, he's all excited over this bow that belongs to her fiddle.
Is there any value in it?
Oh, to him, yeah. To him, there is. I mean, it's just an ordinary, more or less cheap bow, but he gets this idea it's made out of a woman's blonde hair.
And was it?
I don't know. But what's the difference? He insists he has to have it. He almost gets violent. I say to him, the owner still has another day to redeem it. Come back after the deadline.
Did he?
No.
Well, so that should be the end of it, huh?
Oh, yeah, except I got this crazy idea. He waits outside the shop. He sees who she is. He follows her home. She doesn't want to sell him or give him the bow, so he kills her or gets her so scared she dies of a heart attack.
Yeah, well, it's just a theory.
Well, like I said, Lieutenant, there's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
She came in here with $105 she needed to redeem the pledge, okay? She walked out with the case, in which was the fiddle and the bow. Now tell me, Lieutenant, was the fiddle or the bow or both taken from her apartment? If they were there, then my theory about this guy is out the window. We're dealing with my imagination. But if they are missing, you got yourself a suspect.
Hey, can I use your phone, a local call?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I remember coming into the apartment. I saw the body, did I? Did I see a violin case? Yeah, I don't remember. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Sikorsky. Give me the property desk, will you? Thanks. Jerry, Lieutenant Sikorsky here. The Ella Mae Maltby thing. You got a list of the stuff in her apartment in the file? Okay, good. What about her fiddle and the bow? Are they listed? Uh-huh. Is there a listing for the violin case? No? Oh, okay, Jerry, thanks.
It wasn't in the apartment, huh?
No.
But then I was right.
Yeah, but we have no way of knowing if she took it home. Maybe she sold it on the way.
No. If she wanted to sell it, I told her she could get a lot of money if she left it here another day. Lieutenant, don't fight it. She left here, it was 5 o'clock. She got on the phone, called for help. According to the newspaper, it was about 6 o'clock. No. She had to go right home.
Well, can you describe this man?
He was tall, well-built fella. He had dark hair, getting just a little thin on top. Regular features.
And how old?
Maybe 50, give or take a year or two. Very intelligent fella.
How could you tell?
Well, we spoke like a man with a good education. Besides, he was wearing a vest, and I could see he was sporting a Phi Beta Kappa key. You gotta have brains to get into that.
Are you sure it was that kind of key?
Well, don't I get enough of them in here? I have a whole tray full of them right there in the case.
He didn't tell you his name or anything.
No, what I just told you is everything I know.
Why would he want that fiddle bow?
Why would he want it bad enough to kill her for it?
You busy, darling?
I'm never too busy for you, Lieutenant. Just let me end this sentence. There now.
Yeah, maybe you can give me a hand.
With your police work? Darling, what brings this on? You never asked me before.
Yeah, well, maybe for the first time I'm dealing with a person that you would know better than me.
And what sort of a person would this be?
Well, an intellectual person. One who wears a Phi Beta Kappa key. He would be the one who caused the death of Ella Mae Maltby.
Why would such a person kill her?
Well, because she couldn't or wouldn't sell the bow for a violin.
Why would he want it?
Yeah, I don't know. It was in the pawn shop window. He obviously had an obsession about that bow. He was convinced it was made out of a woman's blonde hair.
A bow that was made out of a woman's blonde hair. That's absolutely... I guess it's remarkable.
Oh, yeah? Why?
I'm analyzing a Middle English poem. It goes back at least 600 years.
Yeah? Where does that fit in?
It's a harp. Well, we're not sure it's a harp, but it's a stringed instrument that was strung with the long, blonde hair of a murdered girl.
Well, what does it have to do with all this?
Well, now that you mention it, nothing. It's just the recurrence of the blonde hair theme in relation to an instrument. I wonder what Professor McLeod will have to say about it.
Professor McLeod? Would his name be Damon McLeod?
Yes, Damon.
Uh-huh.
Now, what does that mean? Uh-huh.
Nothing. It's just when you mentioned his name the other day, I thought it sounded familiar.
How would you know him?
Well, I went back to the office. I checked it out. It was about a year ago. His wife was murdered.
Oh, yes. He told me. She'd been killed by a prowler or a burglar. Was the person ever caught?
That kind? Yeah, you don't crack too many of those.
Oh, pity. She was such a beautiful woman. She had the longest, loveliest looking blonde hair.
Now, you know all the facts in the case, so you're probably saying to yourselves, hey, Lieutenant, how much more help do you need? But be fair. If all you knew was what they knew, how smart would you be? However, we'll give them a chance to prove themselves in Act 3 shortly. It is written that gentlemen always seem to prefer blondes. We, of course, take no sides in this controversial area. We must remark, however, that our story describes a fascination with blonde hair that covers 7 centuries. First, we are concerned with a poem about a medieval knight who preferred a blonde-haired girl to her brunette sister. And more recently, with a college professor who is obsessed with a violin bow that he insists is made of a lady's beautiful blonde tresses. And now, we continue.
We've come to the end of another adventure in learning. In addition to your regular assignment, you might trace the origins, Anglo-Saxon, French, or Latin, of many of our everyday words. Well, until Thursday evening, then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to...
Do you have a moment, Professor?
Well, only for those people who call me Damon.
Oh, yes, sir. This poem I'm studying, this medieval myth, the legend, whatever, suddenly acquires a deadly modern significance.
What are you saying, Magda?
Or perhaps it doesn't. It may all be churning about in my imagination.
If a poem can inspire the imagination, it becomes a living, vital thing.
Well, what do you make of this? The death of a folk musician, a country musician, Ella Mae Maltby.
Did what? Oh, what about it? Ella Mae Maltby.
Well, she is murdered because of her fiddle bow.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
It seems a man wanted to buy her fiddle bow, which she had pawned.
Well, how do you know this?
The pawnbroker told this to the police.
Yes?
A man who was evidently very distraught was desperate to buy the bow.
Just an ordinary violin bow? Oh, why?
He was convinced it was made of a lady's blonde hair.
Oh.
The police now have a theory.
Oh, yes.
This man who wanted the bow so desperately followed her home and killed her for it.
Well, if you will pardon the pun, we seem to be drawing a rather long bow.
Oh, yes, perhaps. I just thought it was rather interesting.
Yes, I'm sure it is. The pawnbroker, can he describe this rather distraught gentleman?
Oh, yes, he was able to give a very accurate description to the police.
I see.
Shouldn't this prove that there's nothing new under the sun? Well, good night, Professor.
Oh, good night, Magda. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. He went into her father's hall, and there the court assembled all. He laid his harp upon a stone, and straight it began to play alone. Woe to my sister who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binori.
Oh, it's you.
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Why did you tell the police I killed her?
Isn't it true?
Oh, well, I didn't mean to. You see, it's just that I have this temper, this terrible, uncontrollable temper. Why did you tell the police?
Because I liked her. She was a girl with heart. And because I lost a daughter to those same things that were destroying her.
All of us have these terrible moments. I was walking past your window, and I saw that violin bow, and I stopped because it was her hair. Her long blonde hair.
Well, now, look.
Stay where you are. Don't you move.
Please let go of me.
You're trying to move down to the other end of the counter where that button is. The one you told me about, the one you step on to call the police. Please, just listen to me. I don't want to hurt you. I said to myself, that's her hair. It's her hair.
Whose hair?
Jessica's. No, her name should have been Jezebel.
Now, please, don't get so excited.
I have reason to be excited. My wife. She married me for what? Just for my name. So she could be Mrs. Somebody, have a home, some money. Oh, she would run around with other men. She would laugh at me. She'd sit there and comb her long golden hair and laugh at me.
You should have divorced her.
Divorce? Does a divorce restore a man's honor? Does it erase the memory of her obscene laughter?
Well...
Oh, I can still hear her. I go out with other men because you're not man enough. I'll show you who's man enough, I said. And so I lashed out at her. I hit her again. And again. And again.
Please let go of my arm.
She struck her head very hard against the piano leg. I could see the light just flicker and disappear from her eye.
Please, miss,
The last time I saw that golden hair, there was blood on it. And then I saw it again. It had to be hers. On that fiddle bow. You see, I know her hair. I love her hair. I followed that woman home.
Please, could I get you a glass of water?
And suddenly I came to my senses. That is, I thought I did. What sort of madness is this, I asked myself. I was about to go away when she began to play her fiddle. And she played it with that bow. And then I knew it was made of Jessica's hair.
Look, mister, you got to understand that was impossible.
Fool. I heard it. The bow didn't make the fiddle play. It made the fiddle talk. And I could hear it say, I am the heir of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband.
Mister, that's impossible.
Why did you have to tell the police about me?
Now, look, I'm a citizen. I know my
Yes,
duty.
am I supposed to go to jail for the rest of my life? Sacrifice my career, my reputation for two stupid, worthless women?
Mister, you need help.
What good are they? What use are they? One was a slut. The other was a drug addict.
We don't have the right to judge.
Shut up.
I'd like to help you.
Oh, yes, you'd like to help me right into prison. I'll help you. I'll help you to keep your mouth closed forever.
Don't you want any dinner?
I'm not hungry.
Now, why do you say it was your fault?
We should have kept an eye on that pawnbroker.
But how could you know?
The killer's crazy. He'd feel threatened. He'd want to silence anyone who might be able to identify him. And now, without that pawnbroker, the description doesn't mean a thing. He could never stand up in court.
Oh, well, I'll be late for class.
Yeah, you're working pretty hard.
School can be tough if you've been out for a while.
I wish I could do something to help you.
Maybe you can. You want to retype my theme for Professor McLeod's class?
If it doesn't put me to sleep.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. You're a better typist than I am.
Okay. It's not such a bad story. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. So on, so forth. He laid his harp upon a stone, and straight it began to play alone. Woe to my sister, who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binnery.
Homicide, Sergeant Keller.
Jerry, it's me, Sikorsky. You remember maybe a year, 2 years ago, a woman named Jessica McLeod was murdered?
Yeah.
Well, you went out there. You talked to the husband. Do you remember what he looked like?
Yeah, he was tall, maybe 50, dark hair.
Did he wear a Phi Beta Kappa key?
Yeah, I remember it was hanging from a chain on his vest. I'd assume it was that kind of a key. Why, what's doing?
Well, I'm not sure. Just yet. Is it possible? How could it be possible? Why, Magda, what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, it won't start.
Yes, it doesn't sound good to me.
Oh, I can't understand it.
May I give you a lift?
Oh, I couldn't put you to so much trouble.
It's no trouble at all.
Oh, well, I'm very grateful. I just called my husband, but there's no answer at home. You just missed the turn.
The turn?
You have to go up Torrance to get to my house.
But we're not going to your house.
What?
We're going to mine.
What are you saying?
My dear Magda, you're writing a theme on the 2 sisters.
Oh, but please, listen,
You think it's just a piece of poetry.
Please.
It's a statement of truth. Eternal truth.
Professor,
Don't call me Professor. It makes me angry. And you must not make me angry. Please, go inside. I must prove something to you, and to you alone. For only you can appreciate the truth and the poetic justice. There, see? Look. On the table.
A violin. And the bow.
Yes. The bow. The bow that's made of her hair. Jessica's hair.
Jessica?
My wife.
Oh.
The wife I killed. Don't say a word. Do you play the violin?
When I was a little girl,
Pick it up.
But I haven't played
Do as I say. Play. You play anything. Just as long as you run the bow across the string, the bow will talk. Play. You hear? You hear what it says? What the bow is saying? I am the heir of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
You heard it. Murder will out. That's the theme of all the ballads.
Let go of my arm. Or are you going to kill me, too? Is that why you brought me here? Did you tamper with my car?
Don't you make me angry.
And if I do make you angry, does that give you the right to kill me? What did you prove by killing all these people? No. Your wife, poor Ella Mae Mortley, that inoffensive little old man.
I showed them.
What did you show them?
I showed them I am a man.
You showed them that you're an hysterical, unbalanced psychotic.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Whether I say it or not, it's the truth. Oh, let me help you.
Help me.
Now, you sit down, and you just listen to me. I think you're a real man.
Oh, do you? Do you really?
I do, yes. Of course I do.
Magda! I saw your car in the school's parking lot.
Put that gun away, Lieutenant. Damon is all right now.
Oh, that's the first time you ever called me Damon.
It's true you killed your wife and Ellen Mae Maltby and Mr. Benjamin, isn't it?
Yes.
But you don't have to do any more of that. We all know you're a man. Isn't he a man, Lieutenant?
Absolutely. Jerry, do you and Frank want to escort the professor down to headquarters?
Are you coming too, Magda?
Yes. I'll see you there.
I'm very sorry about those other people, but not about Jessica.
Magda, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I think so. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along just now.
Oh, you had him. You solved it, Magda.
Oh, so did you. You came here.
Is it possible? A poem maybe 700 years old gives us the clues for a modern-day murder case.
Why not? What's 700 years when it comes to the truth?
The truth lives forever. It never changes. It endures all the ravages of time and space. It is the same now as it was in the beginning, and as it shall be in the end. And if you're willing to wait just a few minutes, I may add to it when I return. Why do people kill people? Love, hate, jealousy, revenge. You can add as many more as you can think of, but you won't be able to think of any that are new or original. We are told that there is nothing new under the sun, which means that if there are no new virtues, there are no new vices. All we may add is new shadow. The substance shall always remain the same. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Martha Greenhouse, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm quite recovered now, and we don't have much time if we're to catch the next train to Mackleton.
I'm afraid that's out of the question.
Have you heard nothing of the abduction of the only son of the Duke of Holderness?
The ex-cabinet minister?
Exactly.
Excuse me, sir. What have you to do with the abduction?
My dear Watson, Dr. Huxtable is the headmaster of one of England's most exclusive schools. It's only logical to assume that the boy was taken from his school.
We tried to keep it out of the papers, but last night the Globe printed some rumors which I thought might have reached your ears.
I'm well aware that the Duke is one of the great men in the kingdom.
Oh, and one of the wealthiest. His Grace will hand a check for £5,000 to whomever locates his son.
Watson, pack a bag. We're accompanying Dr. Huxtable to the north of England.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. You relieve my mind, Mr. Holmes.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of course, when all's been said and done, the definitive statement about life has already been made. It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanisheth away. Yes, that's true. But sometimes some of us vanish away without warning, without cause, without reason or motive, leaving behind a mystery that seems too difficult to understand. Or is it too simple?
How did you kill him?
Why would I want to kill him?
My dear lady, he spent all your money. He chased after other women. Do you need any other reasons?
I didn't kill him, Sheriff. I didn't kill him.
Then what happened to him?
I told you. He just vanished into thin air.
Oh, come now. You're an intelligent person. You can think of something better than that.
Our mystery drama, If a Body, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Is truth stranger than fiction? Does art imitate life? Who can say for sure? Of one thing we are certain. Some of the deepest, most puzzling mysteries are not the ones that are spawned by a writer's imagination. For the truly inexplicable and insoluble, consult the police records of any large or small city. For instance, the McKibben case. Clarence McKibben was murdered, or he was kidnapped, or did he simply disappear? Take your pick. On July the 4th, 1899. He was last seen by his wife on his farm some 20 miles from Detroit, Michigan. To this day, no one really knows what happened or why. It's a classic among unsolved mysteries. Follows now the report of the case as recorded by Sheriff Joseph T. Boland.
On the morning of July the 4th, 1899, 10 minutes before 10, Mrs. Mariah McKibben appeared at the door of her neighbor, Mr. Edmund Vale. He says she was distraught, excited, almost hysterical.
Oh, Edmund. Edmund.
Mariah, what's wrong?
Edmund, it's Clarence. He's disappeared. He's gone.
But he can't be gone. He's supposed to make the 4th of July address. My goodness, it's less than an hour from now.
Edmund, please, listen. Come with me.
Where?
You were Clarence's best friend.
What do you mean, I was his best friend?
Because... Oh, come with me.
But, Mariah...
Edmund, don't ask me any questions. I ran all the way. I'm so scared.
Of what?
I don't know. Come with me.
Please.
The McKibben farm is some 300 yards from the Vale property. Edmund Vale says that he and Mrs. McKibben walked the distance very quickly. When they arrived at the farmyard, she pointed toward the open field.
That's where Clarence disappeared.
Well, I don't understand, Mariah.
Well, he was about to harness Obadiah to the buckboard, and suddenly he stopped. See, Obadiah's still standing there between the shafts.
Mariah, please, now try to get a hold of yourself.
I'm trying very hard. I'm trying to tell you exactly what happened.
All right.
Now, Clarence just stopped what he was doing, and he started to walk away.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, did you ask him?
Yes.
Well, what did he say?
Nothing. 1 minute he was standing here at the buckboard with me, getting ready to leave for town. Then, without a word, without a single solitary word, he just started to walk out to the field. I called to him, "Clarence, where are you going?" But he paid me no mind. He just kept walking. And he was about 40, no more than 50 yards away when I...
When what?
When he was gone.
Mariah.
He disappeared.
How could he disappear?
Into thin air.
Oh, Mariah, such a thing simply cannot happen.
It can't.
Did you walk out to the spot where you think he disappeared?
Oh, no. No, I couldn't. I'm scared.
Well, just point out the place, then, as nearly as you can.
Well, now, do you see that little bush all by itself?
Yes.
Well, maybe 15, 20 feet in front of it, and about 5, 10 feet to the left.
Yeah, and you're sure?
I'm positive. Oh, well, where are you going?
Out there.
No.
Well, why not?
We don't know what's out there.
Well, we have to see.
It's something awful. He just vanished. 1 second he was there, and the next second he just wasn't.
Now, I better go and see.
Why? Do you want to disappear, too? Oh, come, let's get the sheriff. Oh, look, driving down the road, that's Perry Allen. He's got a telephone. Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
At 5 minutes after 10, Mr. Perry Allen reached me via the telephone. At 10:45, I arrived at the McKibben farm. I elicited from Mrs. Mariah McKibben the basic facts, the ones she had already imparted to Mr. Edmund Vale. You say you didn't personally walk out there to see what happened, Mrs. McKibben?
Oh, no.
Did anyone else? No sense making a mystery out of this. There's simply got to be a rational explanation. Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to start walking. When I reach the spot where you say you last saw Clarence, just yell.
There, Sheriff, right there.
Here?
That's the place, the exact place.
You're positive? There's nothing here. Nothing at all. No hole in the ground. No soft places. Nothing's been disturbed. Nowhere he could have gone. I examined practically every inch of ground within a radius of 25 yards. There was no sign of Mr. Clarence McKibben or of what could have happened to him. Then I questioned Mrs. McKibben further. Was your husband upset, disturbed?
Clarence? Why? He was just back from the war. Got himself a medal. He was a hero. The whole town looked up to him.
Then there was nothing unusual about his conduct.
No. But there's something unusual about yours, Sheriff. What are you trying to imply?
Did he have any enemies?
No. And what if he did? Are you suggesting one of them could have murdered him or kidnapped him? How? There was no one here but Clarence and me. No one could have shot him, stabbed him, poisoned him, or taken him away. Why do you ask such ridiculous questions?
These are the usual questions, Mrs. McKibben.
But this isn't the usual situation. This is something absolutely and entirely different. Maybe it's supernatural.
Supernatural?
Or maybe some force, some power we simply can't understand, made Clarence vanish. How else can you account for it?
Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to account for it through solid, sensible, proved police work procedures. You say you were about to leave for town.
Yes.
What time was this?
Oh, it was after 9 o'clock. We'd finished breakfast, and he went out to harness Obadiah. Then I heard him call me to come out. Well, I put on my hat, and I stepped into the yard.
Now, what time was that? Exactly.
Oh, 9:30.
You're positive? Did you have a watch? Did you look at the clock?
No, but Will Cassidy happened to be walking down the road, and he called out, you folks leaving for town so early? It can't be 9:30.
What did Clarence do yesterday?
He was home all morning. After dinner, about 1:30 in the afternoon, he drove into town.
Why?
Well, he said he had to go to the bank.
For what reason?
For what reason does anybody go to the bank? To take money out or to put money in?
And which one was he going to do?
I don't know. After all, he was the man of the house.
On July 6th, at 11 a.m., I spoke with Mr. Harry K. Tattersall, president of the Farmers and Merchants Trust Company.
Yes, Sheriff, we've got ourselves the makings of a first-class mystery here, attracting attention from all over the state, the country as well.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Mr. Tattersall.
Yes?
Mr. Tattersall, Clarence McKibben was in here the afternoon of July the 3rd, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why?
Well, he came here to withdraw money.
How much money? I wouldn't ask if it might not have a bearing on the investigation.
$5,000.
The day before he disappears, he draws $5,000 from the bank. Did he say why?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him?
Sheriff, I may have told you too much already.
Mr. Tattersall, I respect your position. I know you're uncomfortable, but we may be dealing here with a murder.
Murder?
Or kidnapping. Or both. Or some other form of mayhem.
But his wife says that he just vanished into thin air.
And you believe it? Off the record, tell me what you know about Clarence McKibben.
Well, he was a wild sort. I suppose it's the old story. If your name is Clarence, you grow up to be a sissy or a fighter. Well, he'd gone out west to fight the Indians. But that fighting was already over. So he came back and married Maria Pearson. She wasn't all that much to look at, but she did have some money.
I see.
Yes, they'd been married for 5 years. And he'd gone through practically all of it. $20,000. Nothing was left, just the farm.
And how did Maria react to all this?
Well, presumably, she didn't know about it till after Clarence left for the Spanish-American War, when she became the one to pay the bills. The day Clarence went away to the Army, there was $9 in the account. Yes. Funny. A war comes in handy for a lot of people. Gives them a chance to get out from under.
And that's why he enlisted?
Well, he'd met this Colonel Roosevelt from New York while he was out west. And when Roosevelt organized that volunteer cavalry outfit, Clarence joined up.
Now, getting back to Maria McKibben. Left alone, she has to run the farm. She comes to the bank and discovers she's broke. How did she take it?
Well, she wasn't happy. But what could she do about it?
You say there was a balance of $9 the day Clarence McKibben left for the war. Now, just 3 days ago, he withdrew $5,000. Where did that money come from?
I don't know. He brought it back with him.
A man who returns from the war with $5,000? He served for less than a year on second lieutenant's pay. Could he have saved that much? What do they make? $50 a month?
Yeah, thereabouts. And he didn't have the reputation of a thrifty man.
Did you ask him where and how he got the money?
Yes.
And what did he answer?
He just winked.
Uh-huh. And now that money has disappeared with him. Or did it? Would Mrs. McKibben know about that $5,000?
Well, you'd have to ask her, Sheriff.
Yes, I would. I believe I have a whole new crop of questions to put to Mrs. Mariah McKibben.
And we can probably guess at some of the most pointed ones, too. But right now, we shall take a short intermission. Don't worry. After all, this case has remained unsolved for over 80 years. It'll still be here when I return shortly with Act Two. Second Lieutenant Clarence McKibben made a slight stir in the year 1898 when, as a member of the Rough Rider Cavalry Regiment, he followed Colonel Teddy Roosevelt up San Juan Hill. The following year, as a civilian, he made an even greater stir when he disappeared suddenly and without a trace. Since 1899, there have been many explanations, but no solutions. This is the report of Sheriff Joseph T. Bolin.
On July 7th, at 9 a.m., I arrived at the McKibben farm for another interview with Mariah. You didn't tell me that relations between your husband and yourself were strained, Mrs. McKibben.
Who says they were?
He went through all of your money, didn't he?
Who told you?
It's true, isn't it?
What if it is?
It places another aspect on this case.
Just what are you implying?
Did you resent the fact that he squandered your money?
What would that have to do with anything?
It gives you a motive.
To do what?
Murder him.
Squandered money, spilt milk. What's the use crying over it? Maybe a lot of it wasn't his fault. We did have that panic in 93. Oh, why do I make excuses? He threw it away. And I'm sure a great deal of it even went for women. But what's to be done? It's gone.
There was a chance to get some of it back. $5,000.
$5,000?
You asked him for it. He said no. And so you decided to kill him.
But I didn't kill him.
What did you do with the $5,000?
What $5,000?
The $5,000 he withdrew from the bank the day before.
He couldn't withdraw $5,000 from the bank.
Why not?
Because we don't even have $50 in our name.
Mr. Tattersall says he did make that withdrawal.
But where would Clarence have gotten $5,000?
The fact is, he did get it. And that's why you killed him.
No.
How did you kill him?
I didn't.
What did you do with the body?
I didn't kill him.
I couldn't move her. That night, there was a new turn of events. Mr. Kenneth Arnold and his son, Arthur, were walking home from town. As they passed the McKibben house, they heard her screaming for help. They rushed inside and found her being attacked by a man. They subdued him and brought him to the jail. 9 p.m., July 7th. What's your name?
Frank Fluitt.
We've got you, Fluitt. Breaking and entering. I don't know if we can prove robbery, but we can put you away for attempted rape.
Sheriff, give me a chance.
Why?
I'm a war veteran.
That doesn't give you the right to break into houses and attack women.
Well, I wasn't trying to attack her. That is not that way.
No?
I knew Clarence McKibben in the Army. We was friends.
Yes?
He told me he had this fantastic proposition, and I believed him. I invested every cent I had in the world, $5,000. That was 8 months ago. Hadn't heard from him since.
Yeah, and?
Well, I'd run into some other guys from the outfit. He'd taken them, too. And then I realized what kind of a person he was. I decided he wasn't going to get away with it. I made up my mind to get it back.
And so you killed him?
No, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got into town a few hours ago. I found out where his house was, and I just walked up to the front door. I wasn't going to make any bones about it.
Yes?
Is Clarence McKibben at home?
No.
Where is he?
Who are you?
An old friend of his, Frank Fluitt.
Mr. Fluitt, I don't know what to tell you. Clarence seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, I'll bet he did. I'll just step inside.
But he isn't home.
Clarence? Come on down here. I'm wise to you. I want my money.
But Clarence is gone.
Where?
I told you I don't know.
Where's the money?
What money?
Where did he hide the money?
Please.
Now, you're his wife. You're in on it with him.
I don't know about any money.
Look, I'm going to get my money.
Don't let go of me.
The money.
Oh, help! Help!
I guess I just lost my head. And the next thing I knew, some men came into the house, and one of them knocked me out.
That's your story.
It's the truth.
Of course, there could be another story. You killed him, but he didn't have the money on him. So later on, you went back to the house to find it, and she surprised you.
Oh, please believe me, Sheriff. You gotta believe me.
He was a suspect, and a good one. But if he did kill Clarence McKibben, what did he do with the body? And how could he have done it without Mariah McKibben's knowledge? Unless they were both in on it. On the following day, July 8th, at 11:30 p.m., a woman asked to see me.
Oh, my name is Juanita Vale, Mrs. Edmund Vale.
Yes, ma'am?
I've been visiting relatives in the East, and I've come back to inquire why neither that McKibben strumpet nor my dearly beloved husband has been charged with murder.
Why should we charge them?
Well, the McKibben slut and my dearly beloved husband have been committing adultery for the past 5 years.
That by itself doesn't prove that they conspired together to murder Clarence McKibben. We still have no proof.
Proof? All you need is to look at them while they're together. See the exchange of lascivious glances? Well, you can feel the depravity in the air.
I'm talking about legal proof, Mrs. Vale.
They had to kill him.
Why?
Because Clarence McKibben refused to give her a divorce.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Vale.
In other words, I'm being dismissed.
No. You've been very helpful. And that was the truth. Because she had just brought everything into perspective. July 8th, 2:30 p.m. I questioned Mr. Edmund Vale again. Sir, according to the record, you say that at 10 minutes to 10 a.m., Mrs. McKibben knocked on your door.
Yes.
And you said she was hysterical.
She seemed to be.
She told you that her husband seemed to have disappeared under very mysterious circumstances.
Yes.
And you went back to the McKibben farm with her.
I did.
So then, at 10 of 10, she tells you her story. You listen. You decide to go back there with her. It's a short walk to the place. So you arrive at 8, or even 7 minutes before 10. Certainly before 5 of.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
Then what happened?
Well, I told you she was hysterical, and we just stood there. I wanted to go out into the field to look for Clarence.
And why didn't you?
Well, I was afraid to leave her.
Let's say you returned to the scene at 5 of 10. How long did you stand there?
Oh, it could have been 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. The two of you were alone?
Yes. And then we noticed Perry Allen coming down the road on his horse. We told him to telephone you. That must have been 10 o'clock. Well, a few minutes later, the Easterlys drove by, and the Andersons and Soames, and by this time a whole crowd had gathered.
Then that means we have 1/2 hour of critical time to consider. At 9:30, Will Cassaday saw Clarence and Mariah McKibben standing in the farmyard. At 10 o'clock, Perry Allen saw you and Mrs. McKibben standing in the farmyard, and Clarence McKibben was gone. So, what happened during that half hour?
Well, I can only account for the last 10 minutes of it.
Are you sure? Only you and Mariah McKibben, between you, know the full story of that half hour. The two of you, alone and separately, are the only witnesses we have for that time period. Well?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that you and Mariah McKibben are in love with each other?
A fact?
Do you deny it?
I'm in love with her, yes.
And is she in love with you?
Yes.
And therefore, did the two of you decide to murder Clarence McKibben?
No.
But you admit you're in love?
Yes.
And wasn't Clarence McKibben in the way?
Sure, he was in the way, but we wouldn't kill him.
No? Dick, take the key to number 6 and bring that fellow Frank Fluid in here. And then harness the team. July 8th, 5 p.m. Deputies Rowbottom, Schmidt, myself, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluid drove out to the McKibben farmhouse. Now, Mrs. McKibben, you recognize this man here?
Why, he's the one who tried to do...
Don't worry about anything, Mrs. McKibben. You're perfectly safe. From him, anyhow. Mrs. McKibben, you claim last night was the first time you ever saw him.
Yes, sir, I do.
And you, Mr. Vale, did you ever see this man, Frank Fluid, before?
No, never.
And you, Mr. Fluid, when was the first time you met Mrs. McKibben and Mr. Vale here?
I saw Mrs. McKibben for the first time in my life last night and Mr. Vale today.
Here we have Mr. Vale and Mrs. McKibben. Each of you has a motive to murder Clarence McKibben, but neither of you can bring yourself to actually do it. But here comes Mr. Frank Fluid. He's looking for Clarence McKibben.
You won't rope me into this.
Rope? Not a bad word. If you want to escape it, you'd better think about cooperating with us.
But I didn't do anything.
Mr. Fluid wants his $5,000. He confronts Mr. McKibben. Clarence turns him down. You, Mrs. McKibben, probably witnessed the scene. You see a potential ally.
Sheriff!
So, you and Mr. Vale tell Mr. Fluid that the way to get his money is to dispose of Mr. McKibben.
I never told anyone any such thing.
Finally, at 9:30, the morning of July 4th, the coast was clear. Mr. Clarence McKibben was harnessing his horse to the buckboard, and Mr. Fluid surprised and killed him.
No, I didn't.
But there was a hitch. Either you, Mrs. McKibben, had decided to keep the money for yourself, or perhaps you couldn't find it. Maybe Mr. McKibben had hidden it too well. Therefore, you had to make some excuse to Mr. Fluid. You told him he had to wait. That's why you came back a few nights later. Wasn't it, Mr. Fluid? You weren't going to be swindled out of that $5,000 twice.
I didn't kill nobody.
I don't know anything about that $5,000.
Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, Frank Fluid, you are under arrest for the murder of Clarence McKibben. And anything you say can be used against you.
You're under arrest for murder, and anything you say can be used against you. These may not be the saddest words of tongue or pen, but they're probably the most frightening. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland seems quite sure of himself. Do you think he has a case? Go ahead. You're qualified to voice an opinion. After all, you've been exposed to all the evidence there is. Well, we'll check it out in Act 3.
When you're puzzled by the actions or the motivations of human beings, remember, you can usually solve the problem by looking at it from the perspective of either love or money, or both. The desire for love, the lust for money, can account for anything and everything. But does either one explain what happened to Clarence McKibben on the morning of July 4th, 1899? Sheriff Joseph T. Bolin is convinced of it.
July 8th, 7 p.m. I have just booked Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluitt for the murder of Clarence McKibben. I thought the Commonwealth attorney would buy me a cigar. Turns out he's not very happy about it.
I don't think we have a case, Sheriff. I need a body. I need Clarence McKibben's dead body. I need the corpus delicti.
I'll find it.
Yes, well, you haven't found it so far.
Well, it has to exist.
Does it?
We are rational human beings. A man just doesn't dematerialize.
Well, then why haven't you found him?
Because the two of them, or the three of them, were able to hide the body.
Well, what makes you think you can never find it?
Because they simply can't hide it where it can't be found, if we search diligently enough. Understand, they only had a half hour in which to kill him and dispose of his body. Now, you can kill a man in a split second, but you can't get rid of him without leaving a trace. Yeah. Bury him? Where? The earth always gives a clue.
Well, there are many ways of getting rid of a body, Sheriff.
Sure, but they all need time and a place in which to work.
We need that body.
We'll find it.
How?
Let's consider the farmyard. 9:30, the morning of July 4th. Mariah and Clarence ready to leave for town. They are seen by Perry Allen. Perry Allen leaves. Now is the moment. So Mariah kills him, or Edmund Vale kills him, or Frank Fluitt kills him.
How?
What's the difference? Hit him over the head, stab him. Maybe she poisoned him at the breakfast table. But he's dead. Now, what do they do with the body? They have to take it somewhere, carry it somewhere, physically dispose of it somewhere. We really haven't subjected the place to the search it deserves. We've got to tear up the cellars of both the McKibben and the Vale houses. And then we have to check every foot of ground within a radius of about 5 miles.
All right, Sheriff, all right. But remember, if you want to get a conviction, you have to get me the body.
July 9th, 11:30 a.m. I have just unleashed, I guess that's the word, the most intensive search in the history of the county. Within a 5-mile radius of the McKibben household, not so much as a single blade of grass remains unturned. And there is absolutely no sign of anything at all. No sign of a body, or any part of a body, or of any activity that might be involved in disposing of a body. Is it possible that Clarence McKibben did, indeed, simply vanish into the air? I refuse to believe it. And yet, after 3 solid, intensive days, what can I believe? Then, I received some information from the War Department. It helps me see the case more clearly. July 12, 8 a.m. I talked to Frank Fluitt in his cell.
I keep telling you, Sheriff, I had nothing to do with any murder.
I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah?
You're the one who's really stuck. Even if we can't make the murder charges stand up against the 3 of you, we still have you for attempted rape.
But I wasn't trying to do anything like that.
The charge is open and shut. There were witnesses.
But what's the use? Who's going to believe me?
Nobody. Especially with your record.
What do you mean, my record?
You did a few years for assault and robbery in 1889.
I was framed.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, all right. I was a stupid kid. I didn't know anything.
In the past 10 years, you didn't learn anything either. You have a dishonorable discharge from the Army.
Who told you that? Oh, all right. Sheriff, you got to give me a break.
Tell us how McKibben was murdered.
I don't know how he was murdered.
I can only tell you that you have to give if you want to get.
But I don't know how.
Where did you hide the body?
I don't know. Look, I don't know because I wasn't in on it. I mean, not in on that part of it.
Oh, go ahead. Don't stop now.
Well, they said to me, we'll get you your $5,000 back, provided you help us. Help you do what, I asked. Help us kill him. So that's what I did. I helped him. Clarence was getting a horse harnessed. And this Edmund Vale came up and said hello, and then Vale hit him with a hammer. But not hard enough. This McKibben, he was pretty strong. And Vale yelled to me to help him,
And did you?
Well, I said to McKibben, I'll save you from these two if you hand me my money. And he swore he didn't have it, that he'd given it to his wife. And she yelled that he was lying. Well, I had to believe one of them. So I decided to believe her. And I helped them kill him. It didn't take more than a minute.
Then what happened?
Well, they said to me, you better go inside and hide in the house. We'll take care of the body.
And you did it?
Yeah. I didn't want to know anything about the rest of it.
You can't tell me what they did with the body?
No, Sheriff. I can't.
But you are prepared to testify that you and Edmund Vale murdered Clarence McKibben and that Mariah McKibben was a conspirator to that homicide?
Yes, sir.
They'll throw it out of court.
What?
And they should. Now, what have you got anyhow, huh?
I've got the sworn statement of one of the perpetrators.
You have got the most obvious piece of perjury I've heard in 20 years at the bar.
Why is it perjured?
Because he's clearly making a deal for himself.
Prisoners make deals all the time.
Oh, but nothing as blatant as this one. Oh, no, you can't get away with it.
What do you mean I can't get away with it? Why are you making it something personal?
Now, from the very beginning, you were out to hang Mariah McKibben for this. Now, why? What is this, vendetta?
She's lying. Can't you see it?
I can't take it into court.
Why not?
How many times do we have to go through this? There is no body, no corpus delicti. Now, I am not going into that courtroom to make a fool of myself.
Oh, so now we get down to the meat of it. You're afraid you'll lose the case.
Oh, that isn't true.
You're thinking about your record, your reputation. Sure, you'll want to run for governor next year.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, this case has attracted publicity from all over the country. It'll be covered by the national newspapers, and you can't afford to be the loser. All right. If that's how things are done around here, you can have my job. Here's my star. I quit. July 12th, 11 a.m. This is the last notation I intend to make in the case of Clarence McKibben. I am no longer sheriff of this county. I am convinced that Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluitt are guilty. But I am the only one. I am keeping a copy of this report for my personal records.
Morning, Sheriff. May I come in?
Good morning, Mr. Tattersall. I'm cleaning out my desk and things. I agreed to stay to the end of the month.
Yeah, I've never seen Main Street so crowded. Both hotels jam-packed. Can't get a room anywhere for miles around. Restaurants, why, it must be like it is up in the Klondike where they struck gold.
What's on your mind, Mr. Tattersall?
Reconsider your resignation.
Why?
Because you're a good sheriff. The best we've ever had.
I'm being blocked. Deliberately.
Their case should probably get thrown out of court.
They're obviously guilty. But nothing is ever 100% certain. You have to go to trial with what you believe in.
Let's go back to the crowds all over town. Do you realize what McKibben's disappearance is doing for business?
I can imagine.
How did he disappear?
They hid the body.
What can be hidden can also be found. Why haven't you found it? Maybe they didn't hide it. Maybe they didn't kill him. You know, right around the McKibben farm was the medicine ground of the old Chippewa tribe. Now, there are those who believe that the spirits of the ancient Chippewa medicine men spirited him away.
That's nonsense.
Well, I think it's dangerous to characterize other people's beliefs as nonsense. There are scientists, physical scientists, who believe that another world coexists with ours, and that if you step into an opening between them, you can be swept away.
Do you believe in this?
You're going to say nonsense, aren't you? Well, at any rate, all sorts of people have come here to see the spot. They will continue to do so.
And that will be good for business.
It's a bonus.
On the other hand, if Mariah McKibben and her two accomplices are found guilty of murder, that removes the mystery, and we go back to being a sleepy village. Which is why we don't want a trial.
Well, now, you are free to hold that opinion, Sheriff.
I say they murdered him.
What did they do with the body?
I don't know.
Then isn't that also as mysterious as any of the other interpretations? One way or another, he simply vanished into thin air. Sheriff, we don't want to lose a man like you.
Mr. Tattersall, I want your word, and the word of honor of every leading citizen in this town, that if I ever find that body, we go to court, regardless of how it will affect business.
If you can find that body, Sheriff, we'll have no choice.
I'm going to find the body of Clarence McKibben. I'll keep looking till the day I die.
And he did. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland died in 1925, and he hadn't found it. No one ever found it. The other principals? Frank Fluitt served several years for assault and disappeared from view. In 1904, Juanita Vale died, and everyone thought Mariah and Edmund Vale would get married. But Mariah married James Tattersall, the banker. It was a very long time ago, and all of them are dead and forgotten. But I won't forget you. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Either way, it's a mystery. If they killed him, how did they dispose of the body? If they didn't, who or what made him disappear? Given the time, the place, the opportunity, there is absolutely no way they could have gotten rid of him without a trace. Unless they knew some secret method, which seems impossible. On the other hand, the only other answer seems impossible, too. But that's life, isn't it? Aren't we always being challenged to choose from among the impossible, the imponderable, and the unthinkable? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You know, when one particular Christmas gift stays around for 137 Christmases, there have to be some very good reasons. And the Whitman sampler is full of them. 48 tempting chocolates and confections, like vanilla nut caramel, mint royale, mocha cream, something delicious for everyone. Whitman's knows what America loves at Christmas. That's why it's the gift America's been giving for 137 Christmases.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every man was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, said Miguel de Cervantes. To which it may be added that even if all of us were, most of the spoons would soon wind up in the hands or the mouths of a very small, select group, which gives rise to the observation, it's not how you begin, but how you end. This is a proposition that is so universally self-evident. Why does it have to be repeated over and over again?
Hold it right there.
What's the trouble, Sheriff?
Slide out from behind that wheel. Very slow and careful.
But what did I do?
You know what you did. You stole a $100,000 payroll.
Me? Oh, no. There must be some mistake.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
But I'm innocent.
Tell it to the judge.
Our mystery drama, Olive Darling and Morton Dear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are those people you never see. Oh, they take up space. They have shape and form, but somehow they simply don't register. They serve you in restaurants. They wait on you behind counters. They perform the 1,001 tasks required by our society. But an hour or even 5 minutes after you've spoken to them, you'd be hard put to describe them. I suppose they're just part of the background of life. And one of these people is Morton Miller. Of course, his wife notices him.
Morton, dear, I'm home.
Oh, yes. Hello, Olive, darling. I have dinner all ready for us.
Oh, Morton, dear, you shouldn't have.
Well, I didn't want you to have to fuss after a long, hard day at the office.
Aren't you going to tell me?
Tell you what?
What the doctor said.
Oh, what the doctor said. He said I would have to leave my job.
Oh. Well, we were half expecting that.
Yes, but to hear it as a verdict. That's what he said. I could no longer spend my days cooped up in an office, hunched over a desk.
Oh.
And so I said, if you have to audit books and accounts and so forth, you had to sit hunched up over a desk. I asked him what I was supposed to do. Starve to death?
Oh, Morton, dear.
No, he said. I would just have to change my lifestyle.
And so you shall, Morton, dear, and so you shall.
Do you know what else he said, Olive, darling?
Mm-hmm.
He said I would have to spend more time outdoors. Well, I'm not equipped for any outdoor work that I know of.
But there will have to be a change in your lifestyle. And perhaps it'll be one that's very much in keeping with the times.
What do you mean?
Well, these days, it's not unusual any longer for the wife to work while the husband takes care of the home. Well, then, is there any reason why I shouldn't work while you run the house?
Yes.
Oh, what is it?
You don't make enough money.
Oh, we'll get by. Well, now, what else did the doctor say?
He said I had to get away.
Oh?
To the mountains. I simply have to start breathing pure air to get my lungs clean.
Oh, well, when did he say you had to go?
The sooner the better. And to stay for at least a month.
A month? Oh, I can't take that much time off.
Oh, I certainly have no intention of going anywhere alone.
Well, if Dr. Marcus said you have to go, that's all there is to it.
But, Olive, darling...
Please listen, Morton, dear. Your health is more important than anything else.
To leave you for a month?
If it has to be.
Do you realize we've been married 20 years, Olive, darling? And we've never spent a day apart from each other?
Yes, Morton, dear. But there will have to be some changes.
I can get plenty of fresh air in the park.
No, if the doctor says you need a month of the mountains, then that's where you're going. Oh, where did Dr. Marcus suggest that you go?
The further away you get from civilization, the cleaner the air, and also the cheaper the accommodations.
Oh, Morton, dear, you're not to worry about money.
But, Olive, darling, I know how money works. It's my business. I know we have very little. I was hoping to go up to some town or better, some small village and get a job.
A job?
Well, maybe I could do somebody's books or something.
But you'll be working in an office again.
No. I'd sit under a tree on a mountaintop.
You're not going away to work, but to rest. Now, promise me you won't worry about money. Promise.
All right. I won't worry about money.
Good. Now, we'll spend the night packing, and you're going to get into the car and leave tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, Olive, darling.
Tomorrow morning, Morton, dear.
Hello?
Olive, darling.
Oh, Morton, dear. How are you?
I'm fine.
Where are you?
I'm either in Colorado or Wyoming. I'm not sure.
Well, have you found a place to stay?
No. I better go on a bit further.
Where?
Well, a fellow was telling me about a little village called Council Forks, about 50 miles further up in the mountains. Sounds first rate. I'll try to get there before dark.
Well, please, be careful.
Oh, I will. Is everything all right?
Of course.
Well, I'd better start driving. We may be in for some rain. I'll call you later. Goodbye, Olive, darling.
Goodbye, Morton, dear.
Is something the matter, Sheriff?
May I see your license and registration, please?
Oh, certainly. I wasn't speeding that I know of.
Just hand them over.
But what's wrong?
Let's see. This one's name is Morton Miller. He's from Terre Haute, Indiana. Bobby, see if his license plates read 67892, like it says here. Joe, check it against the stolen sheet. Well, now, Mr. Miller, what you doing out here in the middle of no place in this absolutely hellacious rainstorm?
I'm bound for a town called, somebody said it was called, Council Forks.
Is that a fact? Why would anybody want to go to Council Forks?
I was told the air up there is very good.
Is that true? Well, Mr. Miller, be advised you're very well covered from four sides.
Covered?
Now, you please step out of the car.
But it's raining.
Well, you got mighty good powers of observation, Mr. Miller. I have to say that for you. Now, face the car. Lean your hands against it.
But,
All right, he's clean. Check out the inside and the back seat, Bobby.
But what are you looking for?
Any other key to your trunk, sir?
I wish you would tell me what
you got in the trunk there?
Just some clothes and some camping equipment.
What for?
I told you I'm coming up here for the air. It's doctor's orders.
Oh, yeah, Bobby, that does look like a bunch of camping stuff. Never mind messing it up. Okay, sir, you can get back in your car.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
The fella robbed a payroll.
Oh?
Got away with over 100,000. You got reason to believe he's headed this way. Now be careful. He's armed with a big .45 caliber pistol. And he looks like he knows how to use it.
Oh, my goodness. I hope no one was killed.
There's going to be a pretty big reward out for this fella.
Reward?
Yeah. But unless you can handle a gun, don't get any big ideas.
Oh, me? No. I would never.
Now, if you want to get to Council Forks, remember to take the second left. If you miss it, you might just wander around lost in these mountains for the next 40 years.
Yes, sir. The next left.
No. The second left.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Put up your hands. I said raise your hands.
Wait.
Okay. Now, what do you want?
I really want to put my hands down. Because the rain's running down into my sleeves.
I got you covered from the window. There's a big .45 aimed at your heart.
Now,
the
listen.
door is unlocked. Move forward, turn the knob. Do everything slowly. That's it. Open the door. Step inside. Don't do anything quickly or abruptly. That's fine. Now close the door.
Look.
Step inside.
Look, all I want to do is...
take off your hat. Drop it on the floor.
Please, if
take off your raincoat.
Oh, I'd really like to do that. It's sopping wet.
Do it slowly, just like everything else. Now, what are you supposed to be doing here?
Me? I just came up for a rest.
A rest, huh?
Excuse me, how long are you going to point that gun at me?
That depends.
On what?
On things.
I see. Any particular kind of things?
I'm a writer.
A writer?
Books, novels.
Really? What's your name?
Smith.
Smith?
Elton P. Smith.
I never heard of you.
That's because it's not my name.
But you just said...
It is my name, my real name, but it's not the name I write under.
Oh, I see. What name do you write under?
Is that important?
Well,
I have a lot of trouble finding privacy. Understand?
Well, yeah.
If anyone knew I was up here, why the place would be jam-packed with newspapermen, TV crews.
I wish you'd stop pointing that gun
Now,
at
they'd
me.
get in my hair, I wouldn't be able to write as much as one single solitary word.
Oh, sure.
Now, what'd you say you were headed toward Council Forks?
Yes, toward Council Forks.
What were you planning to do then?
I thought I'd look for a job.
A job?
Just for a couple of weeks.
A job doing what?
Oh, almost anything.
What's your line of work?
I'm a cost analyst.
Offhand, I wouldn't think there's much call for that in Council Forks.
Well, I also know how to cook.
Cook?
Yes. I'm a splendid amateur chef.
You know something? I'm starved.
Oh?
Some old lady was supposed to come up and keep house, but she never showed up. Now, how'd you like to stay here and cook?
I don't...
I got a whole bunch of stuff in the freezer, but I don't know how to boil water, and I'm starving to death.
Oh, yes, but you see, I'm really not interested in cooking. So maybe if I could get my car started...
You're not going anywhere.
What did you say?
I said, you're not going anywhere.
Put yourself in poor Morton Miller's position.
He's looking into the barrel of a .45 caliber pistol. You can look at the muzzle of that gun and see your whole life dance by in review. But when the man who is holding that pistol calmly announces that you're not going anywhere, you know something? He's right. I'll be back with Act Two shortly. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. The gentleman who made that remark should be forgiven. He was, after all, a poet. The hero of our story, Mr. Morton Miller, is right now looking at a hand which is not rocking a cradle. It is holding a .45 caliber pistol. And that hand, while it may not rule the world, is certainly going to rule Mr. Morton Miller.
What do you mean I'm not going anywhere?
You're not?
You mean you're going to use that gun to keep me here?
The rain's going to keep you here. The storm. Even if we're to stop this minute and clear up, the roads are all washed out. Oh, you'll be here for a while.
Look, I would like...
Yes?
Well, my wife is sure to be worried. I'd like to call her.
Your wife?
Yes.
I don't have a phone. I wouldn't want one.
You wouldn't?
I'd never get any of my work done. You know how people are, always pestering writers, talking about work. How about making us some dinner? All right. This isn't too bad. As a matter of fact, I can remember eating worse.
No. Well, I just threw some things together.
Well, looks like you got yourself a job. I'll tell you something. You don't look like a chef.
Oh, I'm not really a chef.
You know what you look like?
No.
You look like a cop.
A cop?
A federal cop.
I do?
You know why? Because you don't look like anybody. Federal cops, as a rule, have the kind of faces you just don't seem to be able to remember.
Oh, believe me, I'm not a police officer. I assure you.
Why should you want to assure me?
No reason.
I believe I'll try another rare slice of that roast.
Oh, by all means.
Hey, let me have the knife. It's very sharp.
Oh, certainly. Here.
Slice you a piece?
No, I'm not hungry.
Let's listen to the news,
The news?
No, it's just about 8 o'clock. Radio's right in back of you. Turn it on, huh?
Oh, surely.
Daring and dangerous bandit who escaped with well over $100,000 of the tip-top Tolliver Company payroll is believed headed this way. The Alvarado Mountain area is a fantastic place to hide out from the law. These woods and hills abound in natural hiding. Sheriff Armand Pendleton asks all citizens to report any suspicious-looking person. It is reported that ladies' skirts will be somewhat shorter this year.
You care?
Do I care about
According
what?
to news
If
from
skirts
New York,
are going to be
the
shorter
leading
this
news
year?
source will request in their
No.
latest
Well, turn it
release.
on. So, there's a bank robber running around loose, huh?
Is there?
Well, just on the news, didn't you hear?
Well, I wasn't really listening.
You mean you didn't hear what the announcer said?
I only listen to that kind of story with half an ear.
Half an ear. That's very interesting.
Well, there's so much of it. I mean, violence of one kind or another.
Is that so?
And this fellow who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation, he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to turn in.
Look, maybe I might be able to get my car started after all.
Well, you forget you've taken a job here.
I have?
Why, certainly. You're my cook. I beg your pardon. Chef.
Well,
Look at how nice and easy it is, huh? Just to cook for the two of us.
But I was thinking...
Your room's at the top of the stairs. Very nice, large, airy room, private bath.
But I really should...
I'm doing this for your good, you know.
Oh, thank you, but...
You're welcome. Now, let's not say any more about it. That smells delicious.
Oh, it's just bacon and eggs.
Just bacon and eggs. Well, when they're prepared by a master chef.
Oh, but I'm not a...
Look at you. Look at you. Your clothes are wet.
Well, they're still wet from last night.
That's more recently. How'd that happen? You were thinking of leaving. I guess the rain was too much for you, huh?
No, I just went to my car to get some dry clothes.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Then why didn't you put them on?
I thought I'd make breakfast first.
Here's a man who's not only an expert at his job, he's also devoted to his duty. Why don't you switch on the radio? We can hear the news.
There is still no word on the man who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation, except that police are positive he is headed for the Alvarado Mountains. As a matter of fact, he may very well be there now. The bandit is polite and well-spoken. And that's really all we know about him, except that he stole $109,000. Timothy Tolliver, Jr., president of the corporation, has announced a $10,000 reward for the apprehension of the criminal, dead or alive. On a less gruesome note...
I'll turn that off. What do you think of that? A $10,000 reward.
For whom?
For the fellow who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation.
Oh.
A man could be tempted.
Tempted to do what?
Turn this fellow in.
Oh. Well, first he would have to find the robber, wouldn't he?
Yes, I suppose he would.
I wouldn't want that kind of money.
You mean you don't need $10,000?
Well, maybe I do need it, but I certainly don't want it. I don't approve of that kind of thing.
What kind of thing?
Being, I suppose you would call it, being an informer.
I see.
Now, you take that robber. They say he's headed for the Alvarado Mountains, and that makes sense.
Yes?
He could have found himself somebody's old summer house. Nobody comes here till after the spring rains. So he has at least 6 weeks or a month to lie low.
Go on.
And even if someone happens along, he can say that he's a writer who needs privacy. Except
what?
Except I don't see any typewriter.
You don't?
No.
Well, not all writers use them, you know.
Oh.
Me, I like to write with a pen, a long yellow pad.
Oh, I didn't know that. But about that robber.
Yes?
Well, I want to say he wouldn't have anything to fear from me.
He wouldn't?
No, sir. All I know is that I was lost in these mountains. I was sopping wet. I was tired and cold and hungry. And I'm not supposed to let things get that way because my health isn't too good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
And this person, he invited me into his home.
No, hold it. You mean to imply that I'm the...
Oh, no, Mr. Smith. Absolutely not.
All right, then what are you saying?
I'm saying if you were the robber... if that tiny little two-letter word, if it covers a wide territory.
Well, don't push it too far.
If you were the robber, it would mean nothing to me.
Is that so?
Absolutely so. To me, you are the kind human being who gave me shelter from the storm, food and drink, and even a job. No, sir. You could trust me.
Yeah. Supposing I were the robber, why should I do that?
Why?
Why? That's another important little word, just like if. I have, you see, this .45 caliber pistol here.
I see it.
Why shouldn't I put a slug through you?
Because.
Because why? You better think fast. If I were this robber, I'd realize there's a reward on my head. Why take chances? One bullet, and it's over. And I could toss your body out over the cliff where it wouldn't be found, in 100 years. If I were the robber, why shouldn't I do that?
Because that's not the kind of man you are.
How do you know what kind of man I am?
Well, maybe you're a robber, but you're not a murderer. I know human nature. I know you wouldn't shoot a man in cold blood.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is, and I'll bet my life on it.
Say, is there any more of that great bacon in those pancakes?
Oh, sure. All you want.
What's for dinner?
Some bœuf bourguignon.
Bœuf bourguignon? That sounds terrific. You know something? If I were this robber, I don't think I would shoot you.
I know that.
Not for a while, anyway. You cooked the best food I ever ate in my life.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
You're up early?
I don't sleep much, hardly at all.
I see.
What do you see?
It's just a figure of speech. Actually, I don't see it all. It's just that we say things to pass the time.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking of taking a drive into town.
Oh, were you?
Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
Oh, no, not at all.
I want to call my wife. And there's a special herb that grows around this part of the country, and I thought I'd pick it up in one of the stores.
Really?
Oh, you should see what it does to the taste of meat.
Well, then, by all means, we should have some.
Would you want to drive into town with me?
No. I've got a deadline on a book, and I must spend the day writing.
Uh-huh. Is there anything you want me to pick up for you?
No, thanks. I can't think of a thing.
Okay, then I'd better get into the car.
Have a nice trip.
Well, thank you.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I can't seem to make anything happen.
What do you mean?
Well, I turn the key and the starter doesn't... It's dead.
Try it again.
Oh, that's just what I'm doing.
Well, that's odd. Let me open the hood and take a look.
I have a brand new battery, and I just had a tune-up. What on earth?
I found the problem.
Oh, what is it?
Here, take a look.
At what?
You see the top of your distributor cap? It looks like a hairline fracture.
Oh, what does that mean?
It means you can't get any current.
Well, it was perfectly all right when I got here.
Of course, had to be.
I see. That crack. How did that happen?
Sometimes it just breaks under the shock of very high voltage. You know, the force that's required to start that engine.
Could it have been broken?
Been broken? How?
Well, someone could have given it a sharp blow with a hammer, or something. That's possible, isn't it?
Now, why would anyone want to do a thing like that?
Why? You tell us. A very subtle gentleman, this Mr. Elton P. Smith, or whatever his name is. So far, everything has been smooth, calm, and polite. A conference with our automobile mechanic yields the information that distributor caps can crack of their own accord. On the other hand, somewhere on those premises, there just might be over $100,000. plus a $10,000 reward. I'll return shortly with the third act. We tend to think of payroll robbers as cutthroat bandits and murderous desperados. I'm sure many, if not the majority of them are. However, sometimes you come across a crook who's just like anybody else. He really doesn't like to kill people, and all in all, he may be a very reasonable person. This doesn't excuse him. It just adds to the infinite variety of the human race. Two members of the human race are discussing matters high on a Colorado mountaintop.
I'm sorry she's cracked on you.
How could a thing like that happen?
You notice how I just referred to your distributor cap as a she?
All of a sudden.
Why do we do that? Refer to pieces of machinery as she.
Gee, how can you fix a thing like that?
You suppose it has anything to do with sex?
Maybe I could take a walk.
A walk?
Maybe I could find some of those herbs I was telling you about. They grow wild here, I believe.
Well, I don't know if I should let you risk it.
What am I risking?
Your neck, for one thing.
Oh?
Sure. It's rough country. Very steep. You could fall and break an ankle. Another thing, this is copperhead country.
Copperhead?
Oh, yeah. Place just teems with them. They're more deadly than rattlers, you know.
Oh.
I don't mean the poison's more deadly. It's about the same. But at least a rattler might warn you. A copperhead won't. No, sir. The fact is you never see a copperhead. He just lies there, blends in with the ground. You pass by and zit. That's it. You bought it.
Oh. Well, I'm sure I'd be extra careful.
I'm only saying this all for your own good, you know.
Let's suppose that you were that payroll bandit. There are two reasons why I would never turn you in.
Tell me about them.
First, I'm not an informer. I think you have to be born with a little streak of that in you.
What's the second reason?
It has to do with the Tip Top Tolliver Corporation, the place you... the place the robber held up.
What about the Tip Top Tolliver Corporation?
Well, I personally have no use for Timothy Tolliver, Jr.
Oh, really? Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, no. He's a millionaire. How would I get to know him?
Well, then what have you got against him?
Everybody knows his ethics are questionable.
Are they?
He's pulled off some very shady deals. He's taken advantage of people who trusted him. So, you see, I can't feel badly about his being robbed.
You still shouldn't venture too far. It is dangerous, you know.
Oh, I'll be very careful. I just want to find some of those herbs. Let's see, the main road should be... If I keep on walking in this direction, maybe I can come across it. What's that?
What's there, Bolivar? Down, Bolivar. Down. Who are you? What you doing here?
Oh, hi. I already told you what I was doing here.
You did? When was this?
Last week. You stopped my car, Sheriff. Don't you remember? It was a rainstorm. And you asked me where I was headed, and I said Council Forks.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember your face, but I do recall a conversation.
Right. You were looking for a payroll bandit.
We still are.
What makes you think he's around here?
Part of that money. Not much. Maybe about $1,000 worth was in $50 bills.
Oh.
And they were marked. We've been following a trail of them $50 bills. They lead us right smack into the Alvarado Hills. Why are you so nervous?
I understand there are a great many copperheads around here.
Yeah, you're probably standing on one right now. Now, a week ago, you told me you was headed for Council Forks?
Yes, sir, I did.
Just a matter of routine form, I checked around Council Forks. Nobody reported seeing you or an out-of-state car either.
Oh, well, I never did get there.
Yeah, I can see that.
I took the wrong turn. You know me?
No, I don't know you. Could you be the bandit?
Me? Oh, no. Don't you know what a bandit looks like?
They come in all shapes, sizes, and colors.
Let me give you my driver's license. It has my picture on it, so you know it's mine. Okay? Check it. You'll find I've been a cost analyst for London and Spears till just about a month ago. Call my doctor, Dr. Benjamin Marcus. He'll tell you he sent me up here for my health.
Never mind all that. Just tell me why you're so nervous.
But I'm not.
I've been a sheriff 40 years. I know the signs. A week ago, you said you was headed for Council Forks. Never got there.
I told you I got lost.
But where you been spending your time?
Where?
You look well-fed, well-rested. You shaved this morning.
Oh, I always shave, every morning.
Where did you shave?
I've been camping.
Camping?
You saw that equipment in the back of my car.
Where's your camp? I'd like to take a look at it.
You know something? I have no sense of direction. I think I'm lost.
Where's the fella that robbed the payroll?
Hmm?
Now, let's get down to facts. You ran into this guy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I know. Tenderfoot like you trying to let on that you could camp by yourself in this wilderness. You had to stay with somebody. Admit it. Now, look. There ain't nobody supposed to be living in a 20-mile radius of this place at this time. So you ran into this fella, and you're staying with him. He don't let on who he is, and it never occurs to you because you ain't trained to spot these outlaw types. Admit it.
I admit it.
Now, where is he?
Where's who?
The fella you're staying with. You have to tell us, because if you don't, you become an accessory.
You're asking me to become an informer.
I'm asking you to do your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
No.
No?
This man shared his home with me, his food and his trust. And I promised him.
You promised him? I want to forget you said that. That gets you right into jail.
I gave him my word.
It was illegal. There's a reward.
Blood money. I won't take it.
You don't have to. But there's one thing you have to do. Lead us to where this man is hiding.
I don't know if... I don't know if I can.
Now, just remember, it's your law. It's your country. It's your job to protect it.
Yes, but I still can't...
How'd you like to sit in jail for a while? I can arrest you on suspicion.
You're right. Reason, justice, everything's on your side.
Where's he staying?
The name on the door says Maltby.
Maltby? The old Maltby house.
Now, I don't want a reward. When you go after him, just make sure you bring a new distributor cap for my car.
That's all you want?
That's all I want. I don't want to have to face him.
You'll have to. If he puts up a fight, somebody might get killed. You go back and kind of distract his attention.
But of course, we could all be mistaken. He might not be the man.
Now, you don't really believe that, do you? Now, make sure you keep him busy. Get him into an argument or a game of chess or a game of cards. Can I depend on you?
Yes. You can Depend on me.
This is fantastic. I never tasted anything this good. You must have found those herbs, eh?
Yes, I did.
What's the matter? You look under the weather. Is there anything wrong?
No.
I just have to have another helping. Say, that isn't fattening, is it?
Oh, I don't think so.
Freeze! No! Say, what's the idea?
You're under arrest.
What for?
Just shut up while I read you your rights.
Now, look here. I'm a writer from New York. Mr. Maltby let me use his house. You can call him and ask him.
Mr. Maltby is mountain climbing in Switzerland someplace. He won't be back for 6 months. See what's in that packet, Bobby. Is there more in that drawer? Well, look at these.
Now, wait. I never saw that before in my life.
$50 bills. If I compare the serial numbers against the stolen ones, will they be the same?
Look, Sheriff, I am...
Tell it to the judge, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. I'm sorry. Olive, darling.
Oh, Morton, dear.
I was so lonesome without you.
Oh, I thought the month would never go by.
It seemed like a year.
You know, something very amusing took place up near where you were. Did you hear about it?
Hear about what?
Well, there was this payroll holdup at some company with a funny-sounding name.
Tip Top Tolliver. I may have read about it.
Yes.
Well, what happened?
Well, you see, they thought the bandit was hiding out around the Alvarado Mountains. They tracked him down, and they arrested him because they found some of the stolen money on him. But he was the wrong man.
He was?
Yes. It seems he was able to prove that he was a writer from New York.
A writer? That sounds fantastic.
Yes. You know, the real bandit had come to the house and stayed there hiding out until he saw the sheriff approach. Then he just framed this poor Mr. Smith.
Oh, my goodness. Did the real thief get away?
Of course. And with most of the money.
Don't they know what he looks like?
Well, they can't seem to agree on a description. It seems the fellow was one of those, nondescript-looking people. Nothing about him you could remember.
People tell me I look like that.
Oh, no, Morton, dear. Why, you're so handsome and distinguished. Who could ever forget a face like yours?
Well, I've been going over our assets, and... Olive, darling, we may have quite enough when we retire, after all.
Oh, I have all the confidence in the world in you, Morton, dear.
Thank you, Olive, darling.
Chalk one up for the plain people of this world. Not that we necessarily approve of Morton Dear's methods. I'm sure there are those of you who feel that he did not receive his just deserts. But, of course, in the banquet of life, so many of us don't receive a full portion of our soup, appetizer, and main course either. I shall return shortly. Face of the clerk, the waiter, the cab driver, a thin, elderly gentleman sitting across the aisle on the bus, that middle-aged lady with mousy-colored hair and glasses. How many of these faces can you remember, even 10 minutes after you encountered them? How many do you even see? How can you hope to sense the drama that may be seething inside one of them? Some of them, all of them. Or perhaps none of them. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. All stories are a remembrance of things past. And this, of course, is where all the problems begin. As the poet said, memory is a fond deceiver. How easily the mind is soothed and the heart seduced by the passage of time. And yet there was a past, and certain things did happen. And the evidence is everywhere about us, if only we choose to open our eyes.
Charlie, let me go out and cover this story.
What story?
It just came in over the wire. A guy lost 125 pounds in only 8 days.
Roy, that's an impossibility. A scientific and practical impossibility.
What do you say, Charlie? You're always trying to lose weight. Why don't you send me to find out how he did it?
Mystery drama, Song of the Siren, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The helicopter hovers over the nightmare landscape. It is an eerie, ghostly country of jagged and rocky hills, deep and narrow ravines, completely devoid of any softening traces of vegetation. On the map, it is called the Valley of the Dead, although it has been years, perhaps centuries, since any living thing died here. Suddenly, the helicopter zooms downward swiftly.
That's Chadwick on base.
Base?
I see something. I definitely see something.
What?
The body, a man's body.
Location?
It could be Professor Davis.
Where are you?
Coordinates 18 and 67.
Landmark?
A high, rocky, flat-topped hill. Hey, I think he's alive.
He can't be alive.
I see a place where I think I can sit down.
Chadwick, be careful.
I'm always careful.
Wait for help.
What do I need help for?
It could be dangerous.
What could happen?
Chadwick? Come in, Chadwick.
Yeah, what do you want?
Are you on the ground?
Well, sure I'm on the ground. And listen, he's alive.
What?
Well, just barely. I'm going to get him on board.
How?
What do you mean, how? I'm just going to pick him up and...
Pick him up? The man weighs 250 pounds.
You're kidding. He's just skin and bones. I can practically carry him with one hand.
Well, then it isn't Professor Davis.
Sure, it's Professor Davis. I recognize him from his picture.
He's only been gone 8 days. How could he lose all that weight?
What do you want me to tell you? Just let me get him into the helicopter and up in the air. Listen, you want a drink of water? Can you hear me? How do you feel? You hurt anywhere? What happened to you?
I don't know anything else. Please, don't ask me anymore. Please.
Okay, sir, you don't have to say a word.
Take out the wires. wires.
The wires?
You know everything now. There's nothing else. I'm empty.
Look, Professor, I'm going to get you out of here.
Who are you?
Well, I'm Lou Chadwick, a helicopter pilot.
Are you one of us? Or one of them?
Look, pal, I'll just take you home, and the medics will fix you up as good as new. You'll have this thing licked in no time. Roy, what do you want?
Charlie, I think I can solve your problem.
How can you solve any of my problems? You can't even solve your own.
To show you what a good buddy I am. I mean it. How would you really like to lose some weight?
Oh, I've had it with all those crazy diets. Some people are just marked by fate to be fat, and I'm one of them.
Listen to me, Charlie.
No. When obesity is inevitable, just relax and enjoy it.
See this thing? Just come over the wire.
Roy, will you get out of here? I've still got to make up the front page.
Charlie, out west someplace, a guy dropped 125 pounds in 8 days.
Take off, will you, Roy?
It's on the level.
Roy, beat it.
Alfred Humphrey Davis, professor of anthropology at Southwest University.
Roy.
This is a legit guy. This is one of your prestige colleges. Now listen to me, will you?
You got just 30 seconds.
He goes out into this place called the Valley of the Dead. It's just some remote, rocky desert, okay? He's lost for 8 days. They find him. He's half dead and completely delirious. No one can make head or tails of what he's talking about. But when he left, he weighed 250 pounds, and when they found him, he weighed exactly 125.
That is impossible.
Charlie, here it is, hot off the machine. You read it.
A, he couldn't lose so much weight so fast. B, he'd have to be dead.
But C, here it is. You're dealing with A, a highly respected professor who has written scholarly books. B, he is at present a patient at Southwest General, a very legitimate hospital. Now let me go out there and run it down, will you?
I can't send you clean across the country every time you want to get away from your wife.
You forget I'm divorced. Besides, I'm doing it for you, Charlie. You know, maybe he's developed some new kind of diet and he overdid it. But you don't have to drop 125 pounds. Half of that will do you.
Let me see that item, will you? Okay. All right, now that you've got my attention, Roy,
what do you really think? And of course, you always have to be on the lookout for a scam.
I agree, but what?
First, how do we know that it's the same guy? Maybe he was killed by someone that he met in the desert who took his papers. This could have been a small, slight, slender person.
Who also happened to look exactly like him.
Look, I'm playing devil's advocate here. But if positive identification like fingerprints or dental charts check out, then we have got us one fantastic story here.
Yeah, not to mention one fantastic diet. Okay, go to the cashier and draw some money.
I thought you'd see it. Understand you're Lou Chadwick?
Louis K. Chadwick, that's right, sir. K stands for Kenworthy. The Louis is spelled L-E-W-I-S. Just in case you're a reporter, which you must be. Else, why would you want to talk with me?
Can I buy a drink?
Oh, you'll have to do better than that. See, I'm getting offers for the exclusive.
My name's Rismond. Roy Rismond. Tell me what you got, and maybe I'll make you an offer, too.
Well, I'm the one that found him.
Are you sure it's Davis?
Oh, yeah. He was with Army Intelligence a couple of wars ago. The ID is positive all the way.
So?
Well, so there he was on the rocks, what was left of him, delirious.
What was he saying?
Oh, it was crazy. He said to me, are you one of us or one of them?
Them?
And he kept begging me to take out the wires.
What wires?
Sure beats me. He also said, I don't know anything.
He didn't know anything about what?
Well, you got me there, too.
What else?
Well, now, you want me to fill it in and round it out, you're going to have to make me an offer.
I'll get back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I've told you absolutely everything.
Oh, come on, Doctor.
I'll repeat it. He suffered a most severe loss of weight. We don't know how. We don't know why.
At this point, he's stable. We simply have no answers to any of your questions.
Well, just 1 minute, Doctor. Were there any marks on him?
Marks of what?
Marks that might suggest that wires had been inserted into him?
No, sir. None at all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll be good enough to excuse me.
I thought I'd find you here.
Sure thing. This here's my office. You, come to make me an offer?
Answer my question first, Mr. Chadwick. What was he saying about wires?
Wires?
Yeah, you were telling me he kept saying, please take out the wires.
Oh, no, I don't know anything about that.
Wait a minute. You mean we weren't standing here last night and you didn't say?
I don't remember saying anything about wires. Why would I say anything about wires?
Oh, sure.
Must have been your imagination.
Mm-hmm. Who got to you, Chadwick? And why? Charlie, did you get my story?
Yeah, I got your alleged story.
What does that mean?
Roy, you can't send me stuff like this. Cover up at the Valley of the Dead. What facts are the authorities trying to suppress and so forth and so on?
Charlie, it's true.
For all I know, it might be. But you gotta give me a source.
Look, I told you about the wires.
And who told you?
The copter pilot.
But you say he now denies it.
Well, he's lying.
When was he lying? When he told you or when he denied it?
We're going round and round with this thing, Charlie.
Roy, I'll run it only if you can find somebody who'll stand behind it.
Miss Polly Harris?
Yes?
May I come in?
That depends.
On what?
Who you are and what you want.
My name is Roy Rismond, and I'm a reporter, and I want to talk to you.
About what?
Well, could we discuss that inside?
I don't know if we can discuss it at all.
Oh, did they get to you, too?
Who's they?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Who clamped the lid on this? Who's telling you not to talk?
Nobody.
Now, come on, Polly. You're a special nurse who's been with him 8 hours at a time. What does he talk about?
There are 2 other nurses who do 8-hour shifts. Why pick on me?
Because you're young and you're not really bad looking.
I don't know how to take that.
Well, you take it for what it's worth.
Oh, I know what it's worth. You see, if I were really good looking, I'd be so busy you wouldn't stand a chance. But because I'm not really bad looking, I should be grateful for this attention, and I'll be overwhelmed by your irresistible charms.
Well, you said it, not me. Why don't I come in? You can always throw me out. I brought a little bottle here.
Thank you. I don't drink.
Oh, you don't drink this, Polly. This is Levanceau. The French don't make a better champagne. You allow yourself to be overcome by it. The way you're captured by a Mozart symphony or a Rembrandt painting. Now, where are some glasses? Ah, there they are on the sideboard. You will notice that this is nicely iced.
I never met anyone like you.
I never met anyone like me either. Now, here it goes. Now, we pour this nectar of the gods. Pure gold. Now, to us, Polly. A toast.
Not bad.
I hope to educate your taste, Polly. So why don't we relax?
I'm completely relaxed, my good sir, she said.
Now, about your patient. Professor Alfred Humphrey Davis, the noted anthropologist.
Mr. Rismond, is that your name?
Call me Roy.
If you intend to seduce me, you may or may not succeed. But if your purpose is to pump me about Professor Davis, the answer is a definite, unqualified, unequivocal no.
The people of this country have a right to know what happened to Professor Davis.
Oh, you're not really concerned with that now, are you, Mr. Rismond? All you really want is a beat or a scoop or whatever you call it.
Well, I'm a reporter. It's my job to go after the truth.
I'm a nurse. It's my job to protect the welfare of my patient.
But if the public finds out what happened, how will that affect his welfare? Look, you're in the clear. Tell me whatever you can tell me off the record.
Off the record? That sounds so impressive.
No. It means that I won't be able to print it.
Well, then what good is it if it can't be printed?
It'll help me make up my mind.
About what?
About whether or not there's really a story here. If there is, I'll get to work on it, but from another angle. A new direction.
I see.
What do you say, Polly?
Well, I don't know. The evening's young yet, and... Oh, look. My glass is empty.
Yes, the evening has hardly begun. Ah, the investigative reporter's life. What a man has to do to get a story. Somebody is obviously trying to lead somebody on. The question, which one? Or maybe they both are. There will be a great deal of this cat and mouse when we return shortly with Act Two. Professor Alfred Mumford Davis has had a harrowing experience. He has been lost in a southwestern desert for over a week. And in that time, he lost half of his body weight. According to what we know, medically and scientifically, he has no business being alive. What happened? That's reporter Raymond Risman's problem.
You're cute, Mr. Reporter.
That's the wine talking, Polly. Tell me, what's a girl like you doing buried out in this desert?
Oh, because of a guy.
Now, what about Professor Davis?
Oh, I suppose we do have to talk about him, don't we?
For a while. What happened to him?
Nobody knows. You can believe the doctors when they say it.
But there has got to be a medical explanation.
Why? Think of all the things medicine can't explain.
Can he live?
I don't know.
Does he talk?
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's just delirium.
Can you make out any words?
He says they put wires in him.
They? Who?
I can't make it out.
Where did they put the wires?
Well, there's no sign.
What else does he say?
I think he's trying to tell us that someone or something has been trying to get information.
What kind of information?
I don't know.
I mean, what kind of information would he have, and who would want it?
I don't know that either.
Why has everybody in the hospital been told to button up?
Well, maybe they're trying to protect him.
From what?
Well, he's kind of well known. He's from around here. It could be they just don't want people to find out he's lost his mind.
Do you think he's lost his mind?
I have to fall back on old reliable. I don't know.
Polly, you want to do something for me?
I might.
This little thing here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a miniature tape recorder. You can fit right under the neckline of your dress.
Oh, it's cute.
Would you wear this when you go on duty tomorrow?
Hmm? Will you look at this? My glass is empty.
What are you doing out there except spending the paper's money?
Charlie, we have some angles.
Such as?
First, the news blackout.
Look, we've been through this. We can't prove it's a blackout. All the medics keep saying is we don't know. Why isn't that legit?
Why haven't we been permitted to see the patient?
That's a medical decision.
You do know, of course, that he was once with Army intelligence.
Now, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, everything or nothing.
Roy, you're reaching.
The Valley of the Dead. Does that name mean anything to you?
Oh, why should it?
Well, it didn't mean anything to me either at first. But 30 years ago, the Armed Forces Chemical Warfare Department was looking for the most isolated spot they could find to run various experiments. Listen, you suppose you could find out what kind of experiments they were?
Roy, where is all this leading?
Charlie, just find out what kind of experiments.
What are you doing in my car, young man?
Why don't you get in, Mrs. Davis?
Do you want me to call the police?
No, of course not.
Well, then be kind enough to get out.
Now, that was hard for you to say, wasn't it? Get out? I mean, you seem to be a very kindly sort of woman.
What do you want?
I'm a reporter. My name is Roy Rismond.
I have nothing to say to the press.
Mrs. Davis, the authorities, whoever they are, for whatever reasons they may have, want to clamp a lid over what happened to your husband. Now, this may suit their purpose, but what about your purpose?
What do you mean, my purpose?
What happens to your husband?
My husband, Mr. Rismond. My husband is going to die.
I think you better come in and sit down. Shall we go somewhere and get you a cup of coffee, Mrs. Davis?
Well, I said it. It's been in the back of my mind and on the tip of my tongue all these days. But I finally said it. He's going to die. Arlene Davis, your husband, is going to die.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to say anything.
Why did he go off into that desolate country?
To prove his theory.
What theory? Can you tell me?
No.
Have you been told to keep quiet about it?
Not at all. It's just that I don't know very much about it.
But he went out there to prove something. Tell me, would it have anything to do with military intelligence? Or the national security? If you say yes, I'll have to drop this line of questioning.
I think too much has been made of this intelligence thing.
Do you?
When he was in college, he had enrolled in ROTC and been given a commission in the reserves. He was called up at the time of the Korean War. He'd been a geology minor. So they had him analyzing terrain photographs, and that's all there was to it. He never knew any military secrets, or any secrets for that matter.
But what was this theory of his?
Well, if you cut away all the scientific jargon, it amounted to this. Millions of years ago, you had the age of the reptiles.
Yes?
The big dinosaurs and so forth. You know about that.
I think so.
They had enormous bodies, but tiny brains. So they were stupid. And therefore, they couldn't cope with the problems of a changing environment, and so they passed from the scene.
Yes, I know that much.
Well, Alfred had a theory that there was an isolated saurian species that developed a brain that was in proportion to its body. That it had survived and was alive today, somewhere in the Valley of the Dead.
On what evidence?
Well, I don't know. It's all mathematics and scientific formula and whatnot. But that's the theory. His colleagues, people he respected, all rejected it. It affected him physically. He became so frustrated, he turned to food. Normally, he was quite slender. He weighed about 130, but he ballooned up to over 250.
An intelligent dinosaur.
Well, I didn't say it was a dinosaur. Neither did he. But a saurian of some type or other. It seems this creature, whatever it is lying in wait.
For what?
For whom? For all of us. It is biding its time.
Why?
Oh, I would assume to be able one day to take over the world. And now, please, I must ask you to leave my car.
Room 218, Miss Harris. Yes, doctor. No, sir. No changes in temperature, respiration, or pressure. Shall I continue the glucose? Yes, doctor. He's about the same. Still delirious. I will, doctor. Professor, that was Dr. Waverly. He wanted to know if... Oh, you don't hear a word I'm saying, do you? Professor Davis.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts when you ask me.
Yes?
Why do you keep asking me? I don't know anything else. I don't. No, not the wires. Please.
Professor, go ahead, Professor.
What are you trying to do to me? What are you trying to do?
Is that all he said?
No, wait. He stops for a little bit and then he keeps going.
I can't really give you information. I know that. But why do you want it? Why? You don't have to probe my brain for it. I can tell you. Why isn't it as good when I tell you? Oh, please, don't hurt me again. Please.
Is that all he said today?
No, but from here it really gets crazy.
You can't. We'll stop you. We'll find a way. No, I won't help you. I don't care what you do to me. I won't help you. What are you? Nothing but an overgrown snake with legs.
And then he fell asleep, or he fainted. It's hard to tell which.
That's all he said?
Well, I went off shift. Oh, poor old man. What good does all this do?
I don't know.
What do you make of it?
I wish I knew. Could you do it again tomorrow?
If he's alive.
My name is Alfred Humphrey Davis. I have a Ph.D. in anthropology. I'm also a geologist, a botanist, and a biologist. She found me. She found me in the desert, in the valley of the dead, where nothing lives and nothing grows. But she lives there, and she grows there.
She?
And she has a voice so sweet, so gentle, so loving. Who would know it's the voice of death? Such a voice like the sirens had who lured the sailors to their doom on the rocks. The voice, her voice. I died for that voice. I opened my soul and my mind. I let her use the wires. I let her.
Well, that's today's edition.
I see.
What do you see?
Whatever it was real enough for him, and maybe...
Yes, maybe.
Maybe it's real enough for anybody.
You believe him?
There's something out there.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what. Many years ago, they say, the Indians who lived here buried those people who had led evil lives out there. So their spirits would be isolated and wouldn't come back home to haunt honest folk.
Tell me what you think of this.
Me? Oh, what do I know? I'm just some dumb hick of a nurse who let this big city reporter sweet-talk her into doing this crazy thing.
Do you think there's anything to what he's saying?
Yes, I do.
So do I. You know what that means? I have to go out there.
Out there? Where they found him?
The same spot.
But you saw what happened to him.
That doesn't mean that it has to happen to me.
Maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't. All we know is that there's something in that desolate valley. And it could be animal, vegetable, or mineral. But nothing that goes out there seems to come back in exactly the same shape. I shall come back with the third act. Sometimes we must get down to the most elementary of basics. Are there sharks in the water? Someone has to go in and find out. Is the mushroom poisonous? Someone has to taste it. Will the bridge hold our weight? Someone has to venture across it. Especially if the satisfaction of his curiosity is what he does to earn his living.
But you can't go out there where they found the professor.
I have to.
Why?
I don't think I can explain.
Well, then it doesn't make sense.
Well, it does to me. Look, if I let this go by, it'll bother me for the rest of my life.
But if you go, there may not be very much time left in the rest of your life.
You know, I wish I'd met a girl like you earlier.
Do you really?
Well, maybe it's for the best. I wouldn't have made you happy either.
Roy, you're actually going out there?
Yes.
You really haven't told me why.
Professor Davis told you. Didn't you hear him on the tape? He spoke of the voice of the sirens. He means the song of the sirens.
Who lured the sailors to their death. Surely you must realize that.
Yes, but when the sirens sing, there are always guys like me and Professor Davis who have to listen.
But you know it can be fatal.
We can't help ourselves.
Why not?
Do you know the songs the sirens sing? That song is whatever happens to be your heart's desire. That's what you hear. That's why you listen.
And is that why you die?
It can't be helped. Hello, Roy. Charlie, what are you doing here? Oh, I thought I'd come out and see for myself. See what? Well, now, there's a million angles to this story. But the one I like best is the weight loss. Oh, yes, you would. You been able to figure that out? I think so. What kind of diet was it? Well, I believe you could call it the fulfillment diet. Somehow the words fulfill and diet just don't seem to go together. Ah, but they do. In essence, fulfilled people don't need diets. All right. Just tell me what you're supposed to eat. It has nothing to do with eating. Roy. Look, the man weighed about 130 normally. Well, that's me, too. College, I only weighed 135, 140. Look at me now. He was carrying an extra 125 pounds worth of bitterness and frustration. And suddenly, he was vindicated. All right, by what? How? His theory was proved correct, at least to his satisfaction. So the weight, the unneeded weight, just disappeared. Oh, just like that. Just like that. So what good does this do me? Charlie, what bitterness? What frustrations are giving you that stomach? Oh, hey, listen, I'm a perfectly happy, well-adjusted person. Sure. Well, maybe not. What was this theory of his? Well, near as I can gather, that there is somewhere in that terrible desert country an intelligent saurian creature left over from the age of reptiles. You have to be kidding. A dinosaur? And that it will one day conquer the world. Look, Charlie, why don't I go out there and see for myself? Roy, you asked me to find out what kind of experiments chemical warfare was running in that place, right? Did you? Putting one thing together after another, it now starts to make a certain kind of sense. They were experimenting with hallucinatory agents. Can you be sure? Well, it's only an educated guess. Charlie, I've got to go out there. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Yes, sir. Right down there's where I found him. You're sure? There's my landmark, that rocky, flat-topped hill. Yes, sir, that's it. Now just settle down. Well, all ashore. It's going ashore. Yep. You know, I wouldn't blame you one bit if you changed your mind either. You won't? Okay, I'll give you a hand unloading your stuff. You got enough food and water here to last you a month. Well, where do you want to set up the tent? It doesn't matter. Well, I don't see what can bother you out here. This is such miserable country, even the rattlesnakes don't want any part of it. Listen. Huh? What? Don't you hear it? Oh, all as I can hear is the wind. You don't hear that? Don't tell me you was starting to lose your marbles already. Just listen. If you had any brains, you'd get back on that copter. Chadwick, tell me, do you have everything you want? What kind of question is that? Can you answer it? Well, if I think about it, I guess I do. I mean, I like to fly this thing. I I like to pick up a girl now and then. I like my booze and a poker game once in a while.
And what else?
Now, as you mention it, nothing else.
So you never hear the siren song?
No, sir. What are they? One of those new groups?
I guess I'm all unloaded.
I see you brought a rifle. I don't know what you think you can do with it. Well, maybe it'll give you a sense of security. False sense, but it's better than nothing. All right, sir, this is the last chance. Are you gonna change your mind?
Nope.
Okay, it's your funeral. I'll come back tomorrow for you. If you're still here.
What's that?
It is I.
You? I must be asleep.
No.
I don't see anything.
Look. Look closely.
No, get away from me. Get away. I'll shoot. Get away.
Now, why did you do that? Such a heavy rifle. Such a fierce recoil. Oh, how your shoulder must hurt.
I must be dreaming.
Dreaming? Why?
What am I looking at? Professor Davis's dinosaur.
Yes.
What do you want?
Why did you come out here?
Because
Why did he come out here? At first he wouldn't tell me. And so I used the wires.
The wires?
I looked into his eyes, and I could see into his brain.
What kind of wires?
It feels as if wires are being placed inside your skull. Look into my eyes.
No.
Why not?
Because that's how a snake hypnotizes its victim.
I am not a snake.
What are you?
What do I look like?
Professor Davis's saurian creature.
That's good enough.
Why do you want to conquer the world?
Who said I wanted to?
Professor Davis.
Perhaps it was because he wanted me to do that.
Why?
Oh, he wouldn't admit it at first. That's why I had to use the wires.
The wires?
To see deep inside him, through all his disappointments. At the bottom, I found it.
It?
He felt the human race had failed. And so perhaps the reptile should once again rule the world. At least we would not destroy it.
That's what he believed.
And so he believed that some of us survived.
But you have. I see you. I hear you.
And that we wait here, bide our time. And then one day we will rise up just as we did millions of years ago.
I can't believe it.
What can't you believe?
That I'm here. And something like you is talking to me.
You'll believe it.
Never.
I can make you believe it.
No. Not those wires.
Now I can see deep into your heart.
Please.
Your brain, your psyche.
It hurts.
The truth always hurts when it's raw and exposed. That's why you keep it hidden and protected. What is your truth, Roy Rismond? What is your truth?
Take away the wires. The wires.
Oh, how you have battered and beaten and tortured your truth.
No.
It isn't a fact?
Yes, it's a fact. Take away the wires.
The wires are in your own mind. You take them away.
What do you want from me?
What do you want from yourself? What?
Please.
Chadwick, on base. I see something. Yeah, it's a body. A man's body. Could be Rismond. And I think he's alive. I'm going down to take a look.
The wires. I don't want the wires.
Roy, it's me, Polly. You're in the hospital.
They're coming after us.
Who?
They're coming after us.
Who's coming, Roy?
They're
Tell
coming.
me.
All those people we lied to and cheated. All the stories I wrote that weren't so. All the people I used, especially women. My wife. Both wives. And a girl named Polly.
Oh, I didn't mind, Roy.
I threw it away. I could have done very good things, important things. I could have been somebody.
You are somebody, Roy.
I'm a reporter for a scandal sheet. I could have written things, but I threw it away. I threw it all away.
Oh. Roommate 17, Miss Harris. Yes, doctor. No change in pulse, respiration, temperature. He's still delirious. Yes, doctor, I'll let you know. Roy. Oh, Roy, can you hear me?
That's why it's coming back. The age of the reptiles.
The age of the reptiles?
No, it's not coming back.
It isn't?
No, we're going back. We're becoming what they were. Mindless creatures tearing away at each other.
Oh, no, that isn't true, Roy. It isn't true of all of us.
But of too many of us.
But it doesn't have to be true of any of us.
She saw into me. Deep into me. With the wires. She saw everything.
We can all change. Listen to me. We can all change.
It's too late.
No, Roy, not if we try. I can help you, Roy.
I don't know.
You just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Don't dream. Just forget. Forget all of it. The sirens and the snakes and the reptiles and Professor Davis. Forget all of it. It was all just a bad dream. Forget it. I'll help you forget it.
And did she? Who can say? Once a man has listened to the song of the sirens, his whole life changes. But isn't that what the young lady is trying to bring about? A change? So who knows? All may not be lost. I shall return shortly with another insight into sirens and things of that nature. What do you hear when the sirens sing? That all depends on how your ear is tuned. Consider our story. It strikes a note for almost every melody. Are you practical? There were chemical experiments carried on there once. Are you mystical? It was an old Indian burial ground for evil spirits. Is science fiction, which can turn out to be science fact, your preference? Well, who can say species from bygone eras still don't survive somewhere, somehow? That's how we are. We aim to satisfy everybody. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joyce Gordon, Ian Martin, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What surprise package shall we dig for this time in our Pandora's box of fantasy foibles and farragos? A werewolf baying the moon? A restless ghost trailing icy shivers as he searches for rest? A locked door? A secret panel? A curse from centuries past? Or retribution at last claiming its victim? Or shall we just consider the most fascinating problem of all? A young girl in danger not only of her life, but her sanity.
By heaven, there he is. Where? Down there inside the house.
Nerve of a fellow. How'd he escape?
Beyond me. Hello there! You! Ted Marshall! No place of hope for you here! Get out!
You're trespassing!
Get off these grounds or I'll put a pistol ball through you! My Harry, he's taken a shot at us. That does it.
Our mystery drama, The Covered Bridge, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I don't suppose any of us who, in traveling, have unexpectedly plunged into a tunnel could have escaped the icy thought, what if I never come out of this darkness? Or more terrifying still, what if when I emerge into the light on the other side, I find myself in a different world than the one I left going in? There is nothing dark or foreboding about the tunnel Ted and Peg Marshall will drive into. It's a simple, short bridge in New Hampshire. Different from other bridges only because it is a covered bridge. And because what it spans is not just a simple river, but the stream of time.
Hey, sleepyhead.
Mm-hmm.
I married a zombie. Are you with it, Peg?
I'm just cozy and sleepy.
Oh, remind me to marry a woman I don't bore the next time.
I'm not bored being married. Oh, but there was all that champagne. And it's taking so long.
Well, you picked New Hampshire for the honeymoon, and it's only twilight.
I just hope we get there soon. Where are we?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask.
Why? Are we lost?
Well, let's say I'm hoping we find the right turn soon. Uh-oh. Oh, look what's coming up. A covered bridge. You recognize it? Peg? Peg? Hey, Peg, don't leave me. Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, Marguerite. We're almost home. Time you come back to your senses. In the name of heaven, try to grow up and behave like a woman, instead of a silly, love-struck girl without a brain in her head.
It's the kind of wild terror that closes up the back of your throat and shuts off your breathing. Like when you half wake from some dreadful nightmare. A moment ago, I was Peg Marshall, a newly married woman driving with my brand new husband to our honeymoon. And while I dozed off, we drove our automobile into a covered bridge and suddenly, shockingly, somewhere on the way across, I find myself in a two-horse carriage with a strange man sitting beside me. As we come out of the roof of the covered bridge on the far side into another world.
I asked you a question, Marguerite.
Who?
there is no need to be difficult. You may not know your own mind, but at least I hope you know your own name.
Marguerite is not my name.
Oh, really? Since when?
It's never been my name.
How fascinating. Just what do you consider your own name to be?
My name is Peg. Or if you have to be formal, it's just plain Margaret. Nothing fancy.
Well, I'm sure your father will be interested to hear that.
It wouldn't be much of a surprise since he gave it to me himself. Now, would you mind stopping this contraption and letting me out? Whoever you are.
Contraption? Let you out? Oh, no, my little bird, not ever again.
I don't know what bicentennial parade you're dressed up for, or what kind of joke this is, but I don't think it's funny.
Nor do I, my dear Marguerite. Or for that matter, your father, as you'll soon find out. We are not amused, either of us. As for your father, I suggest that before you go to him to beg his forgiveness, you get out of that shameful garb, or you may kill him with the apoplexy.
What shameful garb?
Oh, now, what do you consider yourself to be? Portia, Viola, Rosalind? Have you some romantic theatrical notion you can avoid pursuit by dressing up as a boy?
Look, mister. There's some sort of mix-up here.
Yes, most assuredly is, and we've had enough play acting, so please stop it immediately. If you must refer to me as Mr., please do me the courtesy of adding my surname. Or call me Theo.
This has got to be a bad dream.
I should hope what we have lived through the past day will be just that. You've done enough harm to the Drexel name to say nothing
The Drexel name? What is that?
I think I shall leave that to your father to explain. And let us get something quite straight between us, young woman. You will not sully my name. Before I'd permit you to make Theodore Bentley a laughingstock, I'd as soon take the whip to you as I did to your fancy boy.
What fancy boy?
Your light of love, Lieutenant Edward Graham.
Lieutenant? You mean Ted? My husband?
Your would-be husband.
What have you done with him? Where's Ted?
Where he should quite properly be in the stockade. There's no question that he will be cashiered, reduced to the ranks, and...
Wait a minute. I don't make this scene at all. Are you trying to tell me that my husband, Ted Marshall, is going to get shot at and maybe killed?
Nobody is your husband yet, and nobody else is going to become that but me. You will marry me tomorrow, young lady, or by the living God, you and your family will suffer the consequences.
For the moment, I can't talk. I shut my eyes, thinking if I do, and I open them again, this dark stranger in the powdered wig, with a tri-cornered hat, the white knee breeches and riding boots will disappear. But even as I do, I know it won't be that easy. Something is out of whack. I'm on a kind of a trip I'd never dreamed of. Where am I? In what world? And most important of all, where is Ted, my husband? And then the carriage comes to a halt, and I open my eyes again. There is no miracle.
All right, Vinny. You can put the rig away and see to the horses. Oh, hello, Abigail.
Evening, Mr. Bentley, sir.
You can help Miss Drexel down and get her out of that ridiculous get-up before her father sees her.
Yes, sir. Right away. Oh, come along, Miss Marguerite, dearie. We'll go upstairs and freshen up.
Who are you?
Now, don't tell me you'd turn your back on your Abby. Oh, come, dear. It wouldn't do for the rest of the servants to see you the way you are.
What are you trying to tell me?
Hush. Not in front of Mr. Theo.
All right, Abigail, I leave it to you. And you make sure she's as respectable as we can get her before she comes down to the table.
Wait a minute. I'm not going to...
Please, Miss Marguerite, for the love of heaven, don't make any more fuss now. We tried, and we lost.
Tried what? Lost what?
Inside, lovey. We can talk all secret-like as soon as we're in our own little nest.
As we went up to the house, I could see that it was a great, massive place of stone and white stucco, laced with great, heavy wooden beams. A place of age and wealth. Abigail, a little bird of a woman, and I went up the stairs to what she called my room. There was a great 4-poster bed, 2 huge armoires for clothes, and a fire burning cheerily in the fireplace. In every way, in my fitted blue jeans, boots, and spaced out as I was, I couldn't have felt more out of place.
Now, the first thing to do, Miss Marguerite, is to get you out of those clothes. Wherever did you find such outlandish garb?
Never mind that for a moment, Abigail. Is that what I call you?
Oh, you know your whole life it's been plain and simple, Abby. Oh, are you all right, my little love?
Yes. No, I'm not all right. And I'm not your... Abby, what did you mean when you whispered to me that we tried and we lost?
Hush. If the master and that miserable Bentley man were even to suspect that I tried to help you and the lieutenant...
Help me? Us? Do what?
Why, to run away, of course, to get married. What happened, Miss Marguerite?
I don't know.
Oh, there now. Poor Lovey. You're so delicate and sensitive. It's no wonder those 2 cruel old men have got you half out of your wits.
I'm not half out of my wits, Abigail. I'm perfectly sane. The trouble with me is I'm not your Miss Marguerite. I'm someone else. Oh, please, don't hover over me and treat me like some kind of nut.
A what?
A weirdo. Like I'd slipped a peg or gone round the bend or... I just mean I am not losing my mind. Will you answer me some questions?
Well, of course.
First off, my name. You say it's Marguerite?
Oh, but of course.
Marguerite what? Drexel?
That's right. Marguerite Harkness, Beaulieu, Mayhew, Drexel.
That's all me?
Oh, they're all family names.
I see. And I have a father. What's his name? I mean, I don't need all of them, just his first and his last name.
Well, his name is Mr. Wainwright Drexel.
No mother?
Oh, now, what are you trying to do to me, lovey? You know your sweet mother passed away not 6 months ago.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Theo Bentley. Who is he?
Sir Theo. You know he's here from England on some business with your father's bank, and that he asked for and was given your hand, and that you're to be married tomorrow. That's what caused all the trouble.
Because I was in love with someone else.
Oh, that darling boy. Just the husband to care for and comfort you. What happened after we'd arranged everything?
What is my darling boy's name?
Edward Marshall.
Ted?
Oh, your name for him.
What does he look like? Do you have a snap? I mean, a photograph of him? I mean, do I have
a what?
A picture.
Oh, a painting. No. You remember you had a miniature of him, but your father took it away from you.
Oh, I'm beginning to have a big fat hate for this character.
Oh, Marguerite, he's only trying to do what's best for you, according to his lights.
One more question. What date is it?
Why, you know, it's March 16th.
Yes, Abby, that's one thing I happen to know. But you said something about King George. By the date, I mean...
Marguerite? What's this door doing there?
Oh, Lord save us, it's your father. I was just giving Miss Marguerite a sponge bath, sir.
Well, don't be too long about it. As soon as she's dressed, I want to see that young lady in the library.
So that's my father. Big bully.
Oh, Miss Marguerite.
Never mind him for the moment. What I want to know is what year is it?
Oh, why, the year of our good Lord, 1776.
So at last, Peg Marshall has to face a stunning, shocking, unbelievable fact. That through the cosmic accident of some time warp, in the tunnel of that covered bridge, somehow she lost not only a brand new husband, but 2 centuries of her own identity. I'll return shortly with Act 2. what on earth would you do if you found yourself in a situation like Peg Marshall's? Can you imagine the frustration, the icy fear, the total helplessness? To be surrounded by a group of people from another day and age, every one of whom is a stranger to you, and who could only consider you stark raving mad if you insisted that you were a girl who would not even be born for nearly 200 years. Well, let's go back and see how Peg handles it.
While I was getting dressed, I tried to concentrate on what to do, which wasn't easy. First of all, I had to pretend to some maidenly modesty to get out of my modern underwear and hide my own clothes under the mattress. Then I started getting into, well, too much. Long linen drawers, a sort of linen vest thing, and then, oh, brother, the corset. Abby pulled that so tight I could hardly breathe. And a harness with a cage of hoops hanging from it. Petticoats and petticoats. And finally, a heavy silk brocade dress. By that time, I'd made up my mind. If you can't fight them, join them. I'd go along with the scene till I figured some way out.
There we are. Now you look like your lovely self again.
Do I?
Oh, yes, Miss Marguerite. Oh, my poor little thing.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I tried to help, but now that they've stopped your elopement,
I take it Daddy was in on this, too.
Who?
Papa? I mean, Father.
Oh, naturally he was.
So that's what I call him, Father.
Of course. No lady of breeding would call her parent anything else.
Of course. And he was just as dead set against Ted, I mean the lieutenant, as my intended.
Oh, you know that. Although, in the master's defense, I don't think he could quite help himself.
In what way?
Well, you would know that better than I. Besides, it isn't my place to go mixing in family affairs, I know, but... Oh, please, for both your sakes, don't quarrel again with the master.
Well, why should I worry about his point of view?
Oh, well, you know how the doctor has warned him not to get excited. We nearly lost him last year.
What a pity. I mean, you have to remind me of that.
Oh, I know you love him in your own way.
Okay, let's go beard Father, in his den. We went downstairs, through the great echoey hall, wainscoted part way up, the rest rough plaster with a lot of gloomy people, ancestors, I supposed, staring out of heavy, carved gilt frames on the wall. The doors were all double ones, very high, and heavy, dark wood. At one of them, Abby stopped and knocked gently.
In you go, dear.
Come with me.
Oh, no. Much better alone. Try not to upset him.
The door thudded shut, like a cell door behind me. Across the room, to one side of the fireplace, half facing me as I entered, sat a man in a big wing chair. He was a large man, tall and heavy, with a huge beak of a nose and bristling eyebrows.
Well, girl, are you going to stand at the door forever? Come over to me.
Yes, Father.
I wanted to have a word or two with you alone before dinner. You realize Theo is still here?
Oh, is he?
Not the normal run of things, of course. Night before the wedding and all that, but under the circumstances, I mean, after today, well, naturally. Now, sit down a moment.
Yes, Father.
You're a headstrong little filly, you know. Like your mother, God rest her soul. It's a damn good portrait that fellow did, whatever his name was. Caught that flash in her eye. Yes, Maureen.
That was my mother's name.
Of course it was, Marguerite. It's what we're talking about.
Yes, Father.
Now, to get down to cases, you had your fling today, and I must say it was personally embarrassing to me and downright unreasonable. I hope that's over with.
What fling, Father?
Running off with that army chap. I'd have gone after you myself and stopped you if it hadn't been for this damnable gout.
Stop me from what?
Oh, Lord knows. Even if it was marriage, as the boy apparently claimed, not a penny to his name, surely you can see for yourself what a mistake it would have been. Not your sort of chap at all. I hope you're properly grateful for Theo for interfering.
I think that's just what he did. And why should I be grateful?
Easy there. One thought at a time. Theo is your fiancé. Your Edward, or whatever his name is, was lucky he didn't get hauled up for a summary court-martial. But maybe a couple of days in the guardhouse will cool the young puppy off.
Supposing I preferred to marry Edward instead of Theo.
I think we settled that between us. And you know perfectly well that Theo is a splendid marriage for you to make. And the only way to save my hide. You want to see your father ruined?
I have no wish to bring anyone bad luck.
Well, then you must allow me to run my family, as is my place and right. You have no say in these matters.
I'm afraid I will have to admit, in this case, that you are perfectly right, sir.
Splendid. Well, that's my girl. Now, let's get into dinner and Theo.
Only I wasn't his girl. Which was exactly why I had to agree. And I really had no say about this family. I really couldn't worry for the moment about Marguerite, wherever she was. My problem was myself, Peg Marshall. I needed help, and I needed it bad. But where was it going to come from? Certainly not from the two men I dined with.
Well, to your daughter, sir, and the lovely lady I am to marry within 24 hours.
I'll drink to that. To the bride.
Don't be alarmed, Marguerite.
But you broke those beautiful crystal glasses.
That's part of the traditional toast to the bride.
Aren't you both ashamed to feel that you may have to drag a woman to the altar?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary now. Surely your father will stand trustee for that.
Then you can't trust him.
Well, your father, I think I can answer for. Until that elusive bond is tied, however, I am naturally still somewhat tentative of you, my love.
There was more to that interminable dinner, but it ended on the same note as it had begun. I did not learn much more of the whole situation by the end of it. Finally, the gentlemen retired to their port or brandy or whatever, and I was upstairs with Abby, ready to be put to bed by candlelight at the crazy hour of 9 p.m. Although I must say it was worth it to get out of that corset.
Now, into bed, and I'll tuck you in cozy.
Oh, I won't argue. Ooh, it's freezing. Oh, that lovely mattress. I am tired. Oh, only what am I going to do, Abby?
Hush, little one. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof.
That's a lot of help.
Turn your back on the good book? Oh, for shame, Miss Marguerite.
I won't turn my back on anything that might help.
Remember what goes before, according to St. Matthew. Take, therefore, no thought for the morrow, for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself.
Oh, Abby, you're such a dear person. You almost make me feel there's hope.
Oh, place your trust in the Lord, and there's always hope.
The combination of emotional exhaustion and that deep, downy bed, and that sweet, loving old lady lulled me into accepting the situation. Before I knew it, I was asleep. Oh, I struggled back from layers deep, beckoned by a rooster somewhere, doing his thing. I hadn't heard one since I was a kid. And because he was far enough off, his raucous tone only brought me half awake. And suddenly, down beneath the window, all hell broke loose.
By heavens, there he is, Wainwright. Where? Damn near inside the house. The nerve of the fellow. How'd he escape? Beyond me. Hello there! You! Marshal! You're trespassing! Get off these grounds or I'll put a pistol ball through you! My God, that does it!
What is it, Abby? Oh, the Lord preserve us. It's your young lieutenant come to try to steal you away like a crazy man.
But where? How? I have to go to him. I went out from under the blankets to freezing cold. Abby threw some kind of robe over me as I rushed down to the lawn. Theo and the man who was supposed to be my father were there, standing over the body of a young man dressed in colonial British uniform. He was quite dead, which was enough to shock me out of my mind. But what was even more horrendous was that the body lying dead in 1776 was the man I had married the day before, in 1976.
A girl torn from her own time, hurled back 200 years. This century, or 2 centuries ago, Margaret or Marguerite, what future does either or the same girl have? I shall return shortly with Act 3. There is a lovely moment all of us have known, that magic moment between sleep and waking, when half the enjoyment is knowing you are asleep and trying to stay that way. It can also be one of the most desolate moments in life, when in the same moment of suspended animation, you are fighting not to come awake, not to face the problem you don't want to remember or wake up to, which is the moment Peg Marshall is going through this morning.
Peg? Peg? I am so sorry, but wait for me. I will come to you. Together we must find a way to make it right for you. At least for you. Wait for me, Peg. Wait.
Marguerite? Marguerite? My eyes fled around the room. She had to be here. I heard her voice so clearly. With my eyes open, I could see the sun was just rising. By the window was just the movement of a curtain in the wind. Or could I glimpse a white-clad figure melting into nothing? Marguerite! No! Wait!
Are you all right, lovey? What is it?
Marguerite, I think she was here.
Who?
Her. The real Marguerite. I saw her. She went out this way.
Oh, child, control yourself.
I tell you, she was here. She spoke to me and said she would come back. And she left by this window to...
To what?
Oh, I was going to say out to the garden.
Well, it's a sheer 20-foot drop down to the terrace below. How could anyone step out this window?
They couldn't. Unless the person was a ghost.
Oh, there are no such things.
Oh, Abby, I know you're my friend. I wish I could explain so you'd understand.
Just try me. For whatever little I can do, I won't let you down.
Oh, how can I? There's just no way you could know what I'm going through.
I know. What can I say to you about last night?
Last night? Oh, good Lord. Ted. They shot Ted.
Hush, dear. Try to accept God's will.
No. I want to see them. I want to see his murderers.
Oh, that's a harsh word. He was a trespasser. And your father, Lord forgive me for saying this, is fighting for his own life, too.
What do you mean?
Loans he has made to these upstart colonials have put him in bad odor with the English bank.
And I'm the negotiable factor in the whole rotten mess. For my father's honor, one body sold and delivered to Sir Theobald Bentley in full settlement of payment due. And I'm not the only body.
Oh, hush, dear. These are not matters for a lady to concern herself with.
You just help me get dressed so I can face up to my father and Theo. The past and maybe, just maybe what really belongs to me. The future.
My dear Marguerite, it was neither your father nor I who brought things to a climax. It was your headstrong young suitor.
How civilized you managed to sound. You're talking about a man you murdered.
Oh, now I say, really. The beggar was trespassing. And he was an escaped jailbird.
Oh, come on. Face the truth. Ted, the lieutenant hadn't committed any crime.
Oh, that, of course, is a matter of opinion.
Oh, no, Mr. Bentley. That was surely a matter of influence.
Really, Marguerite? I see no point in pursuing this conversation.
I guess I really don't either. No way we could ever reach an understanding.
Oh, I'm afraid the understanding has already been reached. A marriage has been arranged and will be sanctified at 5 this evening. Or else.
Supposing I told you to go shove your threats in your hat.
Marguerite,
Let me handle this, Wainwright. Am I to understand that you are threatening to refuse me as a husband, Marguerite?
When you talk to me as Marguerite, I don't know.
How else would he talk to you? Go to your room, daughter, and make yourself ready for the wedding. For by my soul, you will be at the altar if I have to drag you there in chains.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I shall drive her myself to our wedding. And if she refuses, she knows what the consequences will be. Wainwright, I'll break you.
I was scared. I was no sooner in my room than the lock fell. Even Abby, it seemed, was to be denied me. And already, as if it was a threat, my wedding gown was laid out on the bed. I fell apart, head down on a chaise longue, lost in tears.
Peg! There isn't much time left.
Who is it? Where are you?
It's Marguerite, Peg. Come here. Come quickly.
Where?
To the pier glass. The oval mirror.
I crossed quickly to the old-fashioned mirror, expecting to see my own reflection. In a sense, I did. I saw myself. Every line in my face, every curl in my hair, every familiar look of myself reflected, except that the figure in the glass was dressed, as I could see after a quick glance at the now empty bed, in the white silk gown and the long bridal veil that had been laid out for me to put on.
I promised I would come.
But so late. Too late.
Not for you, I hope. And at long last, not for me.
Help me, Marguerite. What happened?
That's beyond me. But everything else I can explain quickly. You know most of it by now.
Yes, but...
No, there's no time to waste. First, you must get out of your clothes and back into your modern ones.
How could you know about them?
I have been dead a long time, but not allowed to lie in a grave. Oh, quickly now. Change, and I shall tell you. As you already know, my father was in financial difficulties, so Theobald was sent from England to close him out, to expose him to ruin and disgrace. As you have guessed, an accommodation was made between my father and Sir Theo.
That old goat.
That's the way I felt about him. Save in my time, it was different. I did have a duty to my father.
What do you mean, in your time? You're here now.
Oh, you know that isn't so. What am I? A reflection in a dark glass, a wandering spirit that you may bring to rest.
Me? How?
I know very few answers. Why you are here? An accident of time, and perhaps I have to believe that somehow we have common ancestors. The day before I was supposed to be married to Sir Theobald, I stole from the house and fled to meet Edward. We might have been married and happy if Theo hadn't found out from one of the grooms he had paid to spy on me.
I can see the rest. The establishment rolled in and dragged you home.
Yes. The next day, poor Edward made his foolish but wonderful attempt to rescue me.
And got killed for his pains. But then what?
What is about to happen to you? Theo drove me to the wedding, a pistol by his side. I was dressed as you see me in the mirror now. As we got to the covered bridge, just before we entered...
Yeah?
I pulled away from him and threw myself down into the stream. It's not so deep, but it is rocky, and I did what I wanted to do. I killed myself.
You poor girl.
And I've been doomed to wander all these years, unable to join my love, Edward. But now, I think at last, my time has come.
How?
With you. This time, if I kill myself, it will not be a sin because I can save you. Now, let's change places.
I don't know what you mean.
Me, in the wedding gown, looking into the mirror. You, in your modern jeans, looking out. As we ride to this wedding that never took place 200 years ago, we ride as one. But this time, it's my soul that will find escape.
What about me?
I don't know. It's a chance you'll have to take, but what better one do you face now?
So it was that under thunderclouds and dark scudding skies, Theo helped his bride to the two-horse carriage, unaware that with her there was me, in blue jeans. Overhead, the skies were almost sitting on our heads, heavy with the promise of a storm.
Well, my love, what with one thing and another, not the most auspicious occasion for our wedding. Or may I hope you will contradict me?
Our fate is sealed, at least yours. You have achieved what you wanted to. Let us leave it at that.
No, not quite. The ridiculous child love you had for the young pup who is disposed of, I would like some guarantee that it will not come between us.
Round the bend and down the hill is the covered bridge.
Oh, yes, that's right.
By the time we reach it, I hope to answer your question forever. But why is it so dark?
It's like a storm on the way. Hey, hip, away. I hope we can reach the church before it breaks.
There's the bridge.
Now, don't press against me. It's a narrow tunnel, and I need room to maneuver.
Look, at the opposite end, through the mist, those two enormous eyes. What are they?
I don't know. I can't see.
There's something coming towards us. We're going to crash. It's what you deserve, but not me. Not me.
Peg, you all right?
What?
I said, are you all right?
Did we crash?
Into what?
Well, there was a horse and carriage coming the other way, and...
Come on, honey, you were out cold. You're dreaming.
Am I? Are you sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. The one thing I wish I was so sure of is where I'm at. I'm pretty low on gas. Well, we better find an open station soon.
Yes, sir. You was just about empty. Good thing I stay open this late.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, and thanks for putting us on our way.
Oh, that's no trouble, no trouble. One of the things I'm here for.
Could I ask you something, sir?
I reckon I couldn't fuse a lady.
You ever hear of some people called Drexel around here?
Ah, no, Drexel is the right proper name in this part country. Goes back a couple of centuries or more. Old Manor House used to be here until shortly after the war. Then it became a hospital, like. Burned down a couple of years ago. Sad to see it go. Can used to be a landmark, eh? Yeah, that's a funny thing. Come to think on it.
What was that?
Well, you must come over the covered bridge on your way here.
Oh, yes. We sure did.
Oh, a lot of excitement up there just after you came by. You might heard the police car, ambulance and all.
Why? What happened?
Well, so they found lady. Committed suicide, they say. All dressed up like colonial times in a long silk wedding dress and veil. Strange thing is, nobody knows where she come from. Except in...
Except in what?
Oh, well now, ain't nothing to put any belief in. But there is an old legend round these here parts about the White Lady of the Bridge. Misty night she's supposed to haunt that old covered wreck. Well, who knows? Maybe now they'll fix that old bridge up. And another New Hampshire ghost will be laid to rest.
Another New Hampshire ghost. Certainly not for Peg Marshall. In a long and happy marriage to Ted Marshall, it is perhaps the one thing she never could quite share with him. Oh, of course, she's told him the story, but he just laughs it off because she was sound asleep when they entered that covered bridge and didn't wake up till they came out the other side. What happened in between? For Ted, nothing. For Peg, a nightmare. But then, in a moment of dreaming, anyone can live a lifetime. I'll be back shortly. It was many years later that Peg Marshall discovered, almost accidentally, that a long-dead ancestor was named Lady Exeter, who happened to be the sister of Marguerite Drexel. But by the time Peg found that out, she was too happily established as a mother and too infinitely wise to speculate on that old chance family tie. As for Marguerite, one can only hope that somewhere she rests in peace. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Bob Caliban, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
If we leave by that door, we won't be seen. Coming?
I'm not sure.
Afraid?
Of what I can see, hear, and touch? No.
Take my hand. It is real, is it not? Alive, warm.
Yes.
Look into my eyes and tell me what you see.
Who are you, Tara? Did my friend Carl von Linden ever truly know?
I know of no Carl von Linden.
There is a painting in his apartment, a portrait of a face he has seen many times in a dream.
Surely not me.
Perhaps not. But one thing I do know for sure, the death of von Linden was an unnatural occurrence. I promise you his murder will not go unpunished. And those who have done the devil's bidding will spend an eternity in hell.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by all state insurance companies and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The past haunts all of us. We all make mistakes, sometimes accidental, on occasion deliberate. But let's be honest. What haunts us most is that they might catch up with us, leading us where and how far. Let's consider the case of Jim Beecher.
Oh, just where have you been so late, and with which favorite actress, as they like to call them in the newspapers?
Don't bug me, Louise.
What are you doing? Trying to empty the bottle?
Maybe I have a reason. I might catch up with you.
Why, you're shaking, Jim. What is it, Jim? What's the matter?
I was followed. Somebody followed me all the way home.
I've asked you not to walk the streets alone at night. Who was it? What did he look like?
I don't know who it was. All I could hear was the footsteps. Just the shadow of a beat behind mine. As though she, whoever it was trying to fit their feet into my footprints. Every time I stopped, they stopped. And when I turned around, there was nobody there. Nobody at all.
Our mystery drama, The Follower, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jerry Orbach. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No terror is so heart-stopping, so breathtaking, as the terror of the unknown. Facing it is bad enough, but to have it remain constantly behind you is the very essence of fright. To have a something fit its steps into your very own is the quintessence of every bad dream you've ever dreamt. Who Jim Beecher is, what he is, matters little for the moment. All of us share his fear. Except, perhaps, his wife, Louise.
What do you mean, nobody there?
Just what I said. For heaven's sake, nobody behind me, nobody even on the street going my way or the other. Just me, alone. And the sound of those damnable footsteps.
If I were you, I'd lay off the drinking. There's where your footsteps came from.
If I were you, I wouldn't bring up the subject of drinking.
Well, what else do you leave me to do? You're never home. I live here like a hermit.
It's my job. I'm an agent. 24 hours a day, I gotta shepherd a bunch of half-baked egos that are busy making me a millionaire.
We don't need the money, Jim. I have plenty. You should know it's the reason you married me.
Come on, baby. You know better than that. I could have had my pick. You know that.
Yes, I know every piece of cake in the business. But you chose me.
Hey, let's not get into that Brannigan again. If you can't get the notion out of your head that I'm constantly cheating on you, what you need is a shrink.
After tonight and the way you're acting, I think the shoe's on the other foot.
What's that mean?
Well, you must have a guilty conscience.
About what?
You pin it down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I am talking about the wee folk.
What?
The knoblocks, the leprechauns, and the slimy things that go bump in the night.
You're drunk again. Why don't you go to bed?
And I'm not drunk enough to sleep yet. Why don't you?
I don't feel like going to bed.
I can just bet not. It might just sneak in behind you right under the sheets.
What?
You know, the follower. Whoever's dogging your footsteps, your invisible shadow.
Knock it off. What happened to me tonight was no joke.
What happens to me every night is no joke either. So don't ask me to be sorry. I just ask you one thing, Jim.
So ask.
Go see a psychiatrist. He might be able to clear this up for you. He might be able to clear up a lot of things.
That sounds more like a threat than a request.
Maybe. I love you, Jim. But I'm awful close to the end of my rope. You have so many enemies. I'm one of the few who still isn't. But if I walk out on you, it'll be what's ahead of you that'll be your real problem. Not what you think is following you.
Louise,
Yes?
can I come in?
Of course, it isn't locked. It's our bedroom, after all. And I'm always hopeful, even if it has become more and more hopeless.
Hey, don't let's start that round again. It's just... Well, I'd like to come back to my own bed if I can.
Well, you were the one that left it.
You know how many late nights my work calls for? I didn't want to disturb you when there's plenty of room in the apartment. That's the only reason I moved out.
I'd accept any reason as long as you're moving back in. What's the matter, Jim? That private ghost still dogging you?
No, it's just like...
It's just for once you need someone, and I'm all that's at hand. All right, Jim. It's your own bed, so come on, crawl into it. I'll try to keep your goblins away.
I don't deserve you.
You're damn right you don't. But you got me. What is it, Jim? What are you so scared of?
Nothing.
What's the matter, Jim? Does she have a large husband with a quick temper and a gun collection?
Who?
Whoever that you were showing how to become a star overnight in another bed.
Damn it, Lou, I told you I was at a skull session for the Tom Bernard show. It's a mess. It's got to be rebuilt by tomorrow night, or we're up the creek without...
All right, forget it, Jim. Just lie close to Mama. I'll keep the monkey off your back, whatever it is.
Hey, don't give me any of that jive, Bessie. You're on the stuff again. That's why you didn't show. What do you mean Deke's in the hospital? So he's got nurses and doctors to take care of him, and you to foot the bills. That's why you don't cancel without talking to me first. Sure, I wouldn't have let you. You think you're big enough to call the shots? Okay, save me the sob story. You want to sing blues, sing them on the job. And you show up tonight at the club, or I'll bust you right out of show business.
She loves that husband of hers, Jim. He pretty near croaked last night. You were pretty rough on her.
The hell with that, Murray. She loused the agency up last night by not showing. I spent enough building up that crazy dame. She should slip me the double O by not showing for a date. Anyway, she's never going to make real big time. And I'm sorry now I signed her long term.
So let her go.
Not till I make my dough back out of her. And a profit. Then I'll drop her so hard she'll bounce higher than the Statue of Liberty.
You know you're a first-class rat.
It's what makes me a success. And you, Murray, don't ever forget it. So, let's see what else is new on ulcer making.
Don't go looking for trouble. Everything else is smooth as glass.
What about the short fuses?
The Astrodome met all our terms. Tickets are being printed already. The demand is sensational.
Rock stars. Once I dreamed of better things.
It's where the money is. What's better?
I wanted to find and develop a Helen Hayes, a Carol Channing, a Sarah Bernhardt.
Well, that's running the gamut. But why? There's no big money in the theater. You know that.
Big money I took care of right at the beginning. I married it. What I really wanted was fame.
You got it.
Not this kind. I wanted class, Murray. Respect. Maybe even a kind of a place in history. In show business, I mean. Like Saul Hurok, David Belasco.
Forget it, Jim. You're not the type. A thief you are. A thief you'll stay.
Hey, I never stole a cent in my life.
Not so you could get caught at it. But you wheel, you deal, you cut corners, and you don't give a damn for anyone but yourself. You're an operator. Best in the business. Isn't that enough?
I don't let anybody talk to me like that.
You already did.
I ought to can you right now.
The only friend you've got? Who would you have to talk to?
Yeah.
You'd probably walk right out of the agency and use all you know to cut my throat. Needs to. Most of show business is trying to do that already. But you're too slick for him. Nobody, nothing can stop Jim Beecher. Ah, come on.
We should have taken a cab. It's starting to snow.
That's nothing. It's just like powder. It's only 6 blocks. A little air is good for you. What's the matter? You got a crick in your neck or something?
Huh?
Well, the way you keep moving your head to the side like that. Like you were looking over your shoulder. What's the matter?
Murray, are you sure there's nobody there?
Well, just the cop standing on the corner on the next block.
There is somebody there. Can't you hear them? No. Keep walking and listen. There. Don't you hear the footsteps?
Just ours.
No. I mean the ones behind mine. Just a split second after every step I take. Behind me. Following.
You're nuts.
Can't you hear them?
There's nothing there. Nobody. Look. Come on, I'll prove it to you. Look back. You see, there's enough light snow on the ground so you can see our footsteps. 2 sets. That's all.
Don't you see? That's why she, whatever it is so clever. It puts its feet right on top of mine. Every step I take.
Jim, you're talking like a crazy man. Now, come on.
I can't. I'm afraid it'll start following me again.
We're only a block from the restaurant. What you need is a drink.
Come on, let's go, Jim.
You feeling better now?
I don't know, Murray.
You feel like talking about it some more?
Why not? That's all I think these days.
You had this thing long?
No, it started about a week ago. Right after I busted Jane Gould with that suit for a broken contract.
The same day you sold the movie deal right out from under Lyle Green.
What are you getting at?
Nothing. Just, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of conscience thing.
Don't give me that. That Gould babe had it coming to her. It wasn't my fault. And after all the times Lyle fell on his face because he couldn't stay away from the bottle, why shouldn't I sell him short for once?
Sure. That's pressure, that's all. Gets to all of us. Maybe you ought to try a shrink.
The day you find me on a psychiatrist's couch. Come on, let's get the check and get me out of here.
You better take a cab home.
Don't worry, door to door. Hey, waiter. Hey, cabby, what's the trouble?
Lousy, no-good mechanics. I told them that battery had a bad cell.
You mean your engine's dead?
The way it looks, Mac.
Well, then get me another cab.
This time of night, this neighborhood? What's the worry, Jack? You're only 3 blocks away from your house. Ain't much of a walk.
No, I don't want to walk. Not alone. You come with me.
Mister, I got enough troubles. I got to get on the phone and get hauled out of here myself.
No. Just let me get home. Get home. Stay away from me. Leave me alone. What do you want? What do you want? Leave me alone. All right, if you won't. Who are you? Who are you?
Jim, what is it?
It's following me again.
Jim, there's nobody there. You're home. You're safe. There's nothing there, darling. You're doing this to yourself.
A man haunted by a ghost who sneaks his footprints into those of the man he follows. Not a very nice man, true, but the experience he is going through is thoroughly unnice also. Can he shake this specter from his heels, or is he doomed forever to be chased by some malignant fury created out of his past, or by some supernatural whim? We'll return to Jim Beecher shortly with Act Two. Quote from the Random House Dictionary: obsession, the domination of one's feelings or thoughts by a persistent idea, desire, or image. Certainly that describes Jim Beecher. But why the sudden obsession? It seems quite apparent that he is a heel. Why should conscience suddenly catch up with him? And which of the trail of human beings he has callously left broken and cast aside in his past should suddenly decide to catch up with him? Could it even perhaps be his own wife?
What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, stop it.
What was that? Alarm? What time?
Oh, the time doesn't matter. You need rest. Don't wake up, Jim.
I'm awake now. Can't go back to sleep.
Of course you can. Here, darling. I'll hold you in my arms. Now, just relax.
Damn it, Louise. Don't treat me like a baby.
You're the only one I ever had.
Hey, let's not sing that old song again. You and me, we just weren't made for kids.
You. Speak for yourself, Jim.
Okay. So I'm sorry if I cheated you out of something you wanted. But what kind of life could we have made with kids?
What kind of life have we made without them?
You know what I mean. I spend 24 hours a day half the time with all of them. All shapes and sizes. Aging beauty queens, half-baked guitar twangers, and worst of all, the overdeveloped brats you can't control without putting the screws on their parents to hack them into line.
It's not much of a life, Jim. Why do you need it?
What am I, love? Except what I make other people. It's what I need to live, to breathe.
And all you ever needed from me was my money.
8 o'clock in the morning. Good time to be honest. All I needed was a start. The rest I could prove, and I have.
Of course you have. You've proved yourself. Money doesn't matter anymore. So why not take a rest? Let's just go away together somewhere.
I can't.
You mean you don't want to? With me?
It isn't that, Lou. All my life, I've had this rocket up my tail. Since it isn't going to be me who shakes the world, I got to find that superstar, the one who tops the field, that nobody can forget. Once I do that, maybe I can turn off the steam, relax.
Oh, Jim, if only you didn't have to prove something.
It's funny. It's funny. I never really knew I felt that way. I honestly still don't. I mean, all the way. It's this other thing that's happened to me that's got me really shook. Put your arms around me, Lou.
Why do you even have to ask? If you'd only give me a chance to love you.
I need someone to love me. Murray made that clear. I don't have many on my side, if any.
On your side for what?
To stand between me and what follows me. Whoever, whatever it is. Here, for this moment, I'm safe. But not for long. The minute I get on my feet, the steps will be back on my trail. What am I going to do?
See Dr. Braun, please.
That old poop.
You should know how he helped me.
He conned you.
There was a time I was ready to kill myself, Jim, because I knew you neither loved me or needed me anymore. And if it hadn't been for Dr. Braun, you'd be a free man now, a widower, if you like that term better.
You were ready to kill yourself?
Without you, Jim, I'm nothing. I just wouldn't want to be.
Well, how did he stop you?
Well, it's between him and me. Try him.
Maybe. The way it's going, I have nothing to lose. But what dogs my heels, I don't think any shrink is going to cure. And what I used to hear just when I was alone, Dr. Braun,
I now hear with other people along.
They do not hear the footsteps.
No.
That's simple. Doesn't it suggest to you that there are no steps at all, except in the mind? Your mind, Mr. Beecher.
They're not imaginary. I hear them.
Of course. They're very real to you. They exist. But they are not so important.
What do you mean?
What is important is, why does someone want to follow you? Not just follow, but exactly in your footsteps.
That's what you're supposed to find out for me.
Oh, no, Mr. Beecher. That's what you have to find out for yourself. You are the only one who knows who or what it is.
I already told you I don't.
That's because it's buried too deep in your subconscious. Or because it's something you're hiding from yourself.
And how could I hide it from myself?
Well, very easily, Mr. Beecher. We all hide things from ourselves. Sometimes knowingly, sometimes without being aware that we're doing it.
Why?
Fear, shame, those are the simplest and most common reasons. Who are you afraid of?
Nobody.
I doubt that. We're all afraid of someone in our lives, or have been at one time. Your father?
That fool? He was a nothing, a nebbish. I never knew him that well anyways. He died when I was around 12.
Your mother?
No, certainly not my mother. She wasn't much either. She cleaned office buildings for a living. And she would have been a lush if she could have afforded it.
Brothers, sisters, any other relations?
Nah, nobody. It was just us.
What about your wife?
You should know about her better than me. Or maybe she thinks I'm afraid of her, huh?
What Mrs. Beecher thinks, or has told me she thinks, is her business and her business alone. I'm asking you, are you afraid of her?
Louise? Why should I be?
She's a very rich woman.
So?
It's possible you might fear losing her.
Listen, I don't need Louise anymore. I make plenty of money for myself.
But you might have feared her once.
Why?
Because you did marry her for her money, didn't you? Or maybe it wasn't fear. Perhaps it was shame.
This is all a waste of time. I don't know why I let Lou talk me into coming here.
Of course you do. Because you need help.
But not from you.
Your hour isn't up. Don't you want to use it?
What's the point? What can you do for me? What can anyone do?
I'll have to be frank and say I don't know. But I can say the things I do know. I checked with your medical doctor, and your health is fine. No vascular problems. Blood pressure normal for a man of your age. You don't suffer from hypertension, which in your business is a minor miracle. Your hearing is perfect. There is no possibility that these footsteps you hear are some physical echo. They are totally, I have to conclude, from one of two fields.
What two fields?
One, they are supernatural.
Come on. Let's cut out that nonsense. What's number two, like I even have to ask?
Then don't.
Psychiatric. I'm going nuts, right?
Yes, no, yes.
You want to translate that?
Yes, you are right. No, you are not going nuts, or don't have to. And yes, of course, your problem is psychiatric.
How do we cure it?
We meet, we dig, and somehow, somewhere, we find out who is your mysterious follower.
Then what?
We hope that he, she, it will leave you alone.
Can you guarantee it?
No. I think you're ashamed of something, and you won't admit it, even to yourself.
Baloney, Doctor. You're talking to the toughest agent in show business. It builds a thick skin. The things I've done don't bother me any. That's the game, and I play it all the way. I will take one piece of advice from you out of this expensive hour, though. I'll cure myself. To hell with whatever it is I think I'm hearing. I'll just shut my ears to it, and it'll go away. Here, don't bother to send me a bill. Cash on the barrelhead. I'm paying you and going back to where I should have stood. On my own. I'll fight my own battle.
Murray, I'm sorry to drag you over here, but I was afraid to come to the office in case Jim might see me.
That's all right, Louise. If I don't have time for old friends.
You are a friend, Murray. Still.
Still. I wouldn't think you'd have to ask.
Oh, I didn't mean me. I meant Jim.
Well, I'm a creature of habit, Louise. A kind of human leopard. I don't change.
You're a kind man. You're the best man I know.
Well, I was 20 years ago.
You should have been standing next to me if I'd had any sense. But I lost my head over Jim.
I know the feeling.
He was so handsome, so charming then. I'm sorry, Murray, I walked out on you.
So am I.
And you never married.
I lost more than my head to you, Louise. There's never been anyone else for me.
With Jim, almost since the beginning. It's always been everyone else but me.
But you still love him.
I love what he was, what he should have been, might have been. But I keep on hoping he still could be.
Old habits die hard. I guess that's why I've stuck with him, too. And lately, I've had a crazy notion that he was, no, I don't know the word, maybe softening up a bit.
You noticed that, too. Then I wasn't wrong. Oh, damn, Murray. Why did this other awful thing turn up? I mean, what do you suppose it is?
Search me.
He's done something that went against his conscience, but what? I know how hard and even vicious Jim can be. I'm not making excuses for him, but no matter how I feel about him now, I just can't sit by and watch a man go mad.
I know, Louise. I want to help him, too. I always want to help a friend. In this case, you, a lot more than Jim.
I was the fool. I shouldn't still be making you pay for it. But I can't turn my back on someone I've lived with 20 years. Only, see, he won't let me help. Will you try?
If you asked me for the moon in a teacup, if I can reach Jim, I'll try. I'll try to find out what's got him by the throat.
I don't hear them. I don't hear anything. I'm walking instead of riding to prove it. These footsteps don't mean anything. They're just in my mind. A kind of echo. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. There's nothing there. You've looked before, and there's nothing. Nothing. Except I've got to. Just one look. Just one. Oh, Lord. No. There is something there. It's... Oh, God, forgive me. No. No. No.
So the follower has become more than just the sound and feel of footsteps right on Jim Beecher's heels. It has become something to be seen. At least a shadow. But a shadow of what? Who? And if he is driven far enough, will he destroy it? Can he destroy it? I'll return shortly with Act 3. On a shadowed and deserted street, Jim Beecher has been unable to shut out the sound of whoever or whatever stalks him. And turning, has, for the first time, seen his pursuer. Seen, at least been conscious enough of a presence there to break in wild panic and run toward a well-lighted boulevard.
Hey, look out, you crazy! Hey, hold it! No. All right, everybody, stand back. Make room. Give the guy a chance to breathe. Hey, you, get over to that booth there and get an ambulance. Dial 911.
What's going on? Where am I?
You're in a hospital, mister. You ran in front of a car.
Am I hurt badly?
I don't think so. You want me to call anyone?
Yeah. Call Mr. Murray Schneider. His number is, let me think. His number is...
Are you sure you're okay, Jim?
Yeah. A couple of bruises and some minor scratches. Hey, just get me out of here before they dump me in the loony ward.
Okay, don't worry. I'll take you right home.
No. Murray, just get me to your place.
Huh?
Yeah, I've got to talk to you. I know now who's been following me and why. And I need your help more than I ever needed it in my life.
And there's nothing to worry about, Louise. I have him with me, just a few scratches and bruises.
Why didn't you bring him home?
He said he wanted to talk to me first.
And he didn't even want to call me.
But he says he knows who's been following him, or who he thinks is. He wanted my help.
But not mine.
Louise, what can I say?
Nothing, Murray. I just hope he's come to his senses. It'll make two of us.
What does that mean?
I want Jim to get well, to find himself again, to have no problems, because...
Yes, what?
Because I finally made up my mind. Jim and me. It's all finished. I just can't take him anymore.
I didn't mean to keep you waiting so long, Jim. I told her you were okay and that you were with me.
Fine. I didn't want her to worry because I was late.
That's a new wrinkle. Never worried you before.
You don't have to rub it in. A first-class heel. 30 years experience. And I don't think I could change now if I wanted to. I've cheated, skimmed, taken money under the table, made actors or broke them without any feeling, except for the rustle of the good long green under my fingers and stashed away in Swiss and Caribbean banks. Maybe it's all catching up with me, and maybe I deserve it. That doctor, he stirred up the old memories. I know who's following me, haunting me, blaming me, and wishing me as dead as she is. And at last, I'm facing the fact she has a right to.
Jim, look, maybe a drink.
No. Let me get this off my chest once and for all. It was before I met you, Murray. Nearly 30 years ago. And I was some different kind of guy. Like, I was working for Harmon and Sells, the big agency that went broke.
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah. I was mainly a gopher. But I did some minor casting for the summer circuits. And one day, this little girl named Christy Meadows walked in. And I broke my tail to get her a booking with a stock company as resident ingenue. She was good. I mean, really good. And she was loaded.
With talent?
No, I mean with dough. Her father was president of an oil company, and money was beans to him. Christy never knew it, but he laid one solid grand on me under the table in 50s to make sure his little old gal got her chance. I had to laugh because she didn't need his help. Didn't even know he was offering it. But I decided right then and there I could use his help. More than that, his daughter. I used to go down weekends to the theater where she was playing. And not only for her money and the future I thought it could buy me. There was a lot more to it than that. A lot more that it didn't take me long to tell her.
I declare, from all the stories I ever heard about New York, I didn't expect ever to find an agent that would give me such personal service.
You can knock it off, Christy. You know I'm not down here as an agent.
I certainly hope not.
I love you, Christy.
I thought you'd never say it.
Oh, darling. Darling, what a life we're going to have.
Oh, such a long, lovely future.
Yeah, if your dad sees it that way. I'm not much of a catch. I don't make much money.
Oh, who cares about money? We'll make it.
Well, her father didn't take to the idea of me as a son-in-law. Christy had a little apartment in New York. And even though I had my own place, we were living together. I don't know how he found out. But one night, poor Christy had to lay the ultimatum on me.
Oh, he's just as stubborn as an old mule. And he means it.
You mean if we wanted to get married, he'd cut you out of his will?
He already has.
But we're not married yet.
No, Jim. But we sure better had going to be.
Why?
Well, because I just haven't been as careful as maybe I should have been.
What?
I went to the doctor, Jim. There's just no kind of question. I'm going to have your baby.
Look, it isn't too late. We could do something to stop it.
That's just what my daddy wanted to do. I didn't think to hear it from you.
But I haven't any money, Christy. I couldn't even support you, let alone a kid.
But we could make out somehow. If you really love me, do you?
Well, of course I do, hon. Christy, we've got to use our heads. We can't cut it together with the money I make, even with you working, too, and you won't be able to do that for long. I can't start out that way.
What do you mean, start out that way?
I got plans, baby, 1,000,000 plans, but I need some backing to get them going.
Jim, are you trying to tell me that you're not planning on marrying me?
Don't you see it? It's different now. I mean, somehow I'll manage so we can get rid of the kid, but
But because I'm not a Texas oil heiress, you're going to walk out on me.
You've told me your father would never go for me as your husband.
But I do. I love you, Jim. Don't you love me?
Sure I do, Christy, but we got to be practical.
Practical? Jim Beecher, you're my whole life. And if I can't have you, I don't even want to live.
No, don't be a silly child.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. If you walk out on me, I'm going to kill myself. I swear it. I promise you.
Come on, Christy. Let's cut out the corny dramatics. Nobody kills themselves for love. Not at our age, and particularly a girl whose father owns half of Texas.
I don't even want a corner of Texas. I want you. I am not going to live without you.
Come on, let's cut out the melodrama.
It isn't melodrama. It's just God's honest truth.
Damn, this isn't a scene in a play. Will you forget you're an actress and stop the dramatics? Okay, I'll bring you to your senses. Here.
What's that?
Sleeping pills. Enough to make you shuffle off the mortal coil. Just as effective as Juliet's fatal draft.
What are you doing with those? Where'd you get...
The big boss has them in carloads. All the kooks we handle need uppers, downers, you name it. And we hand these out carefully. But just so you wake up and grow up, I'm leaving you enough to make the final exit.
No, Jim, don't walk out on me.
Look, I'm a working stiff. I'm this evening's gopher for one of our lousier comics who's making his big comeback, at some forgotten joint on the island. I'll be lucky if I get there in time to go for his first double martini of the evening.
You can't leave me like this, Jim. We got to talk.
No more talking. We're through, Christy. Best way is to break clean. You'll thank me for it someday. So long.
But what about these?
The pills? Just to open your eyes to life the way it's lived. Don't worry, you'll end up flushing them down the toilet. Or one by one, they'll give you a month of nice, soothing sleep. I'll set you up with a doctor for the abortion and let you know where or when. Of course, I'm cutting it short. It didn't happen that fast or that simply. But I did leave the pills. What did I want, Murray? Was I really trying to help her grow up, or was I really praying for her to take them and solve the whole mess for me simply? No way they could be traced. Everything tied up in a neat bundle and thrown out with the garbage.
You want me to answer that question?
Oh, it doesn't really matter anymore.
She took the pills.
Sure.
So you as good as murdered that girl?
Yeah.
I wonder if she's come back to haunt you.
Well, she won't anymore. She's proved her point. She doesn't need to.
Why?
Because I finally know what a heel I am. And I'm through. Murray, I'm giving up the agency. I'm going to try to go back to what I was. Try to make it up to Louise. You're looking at a 10% louse who's looking for 100% religion.
I'm sorry, Jim. It's just too late for us. I don't know what your great awakening is exactly. I don't even want to. But I know what mine is. I married the wrong man. As soon as I get a divorce, I'm going to marry the right one.
Please, Lou, give me one more chance. Help me, Louise. I want to be what I was.
Oh, it's too late. I've had all I can take. I just can't find my way back any more than you can. Jim, where are you going?
Out, just to walk, to be alone.
This time of night? What about the follower?
I know now who that was. She won't follow me anymore. Finding out shamed me enough to make me want to find out not what I am, but who I was. How did I throw it all away? Why? For what? At least I know enough now, Christy. to say I'm sorry, to tell you how wrong I was, to thank you for not haunting me anymore with my footsteps. You're back. Why? Christy, what do you want now? Why are you still stalking me?
Not Christy, Jim. She loved you too much to hurt or hate you.
And who?
Stop and turn around.
But there's never anything to... Oh, dear God. It's you. Me. Just as I was 25 years ago. Why do you follow me?
I didn't. Till you asked me to.
Yeah, now I see it. I needed forgiveness to wash out what I've been, to go back to what I was when I was you.
Is that what you want?
Yes. Help me. Help me.
You need no help. The choice is yours. If you want to be me again, you can make it this moment.
I do.
Then your wish is granted. Back to the moment when you turned your back on Christy.
All right. That isn't fair. I'm dying.
Of course. You killed yourself when you killed her. Christy. The real Jim Beecher has been dead ever since.
It must have been a heart attack, Lou. I don't think he ever knew what hit him.
I should feel more, but I wasted all my love for him. I only hope I have some left for you, Murray.
I have enough for both of us. And Jim's at peace. There's no one to follow him anymore.
A fascinating story of a complete and absolute heel whose conscience caught up with him. Conscience, or was it retribution? You can decide that for yourselves. Just as you can decide whether or not the follower ever existed in anything but the echoing labyrinths of the mind. I'll be back shortly. For this night, at least, we can all go to bed less afraid of the shadows that peer across our shoulders, the nameless, shivery things that sometimes haunt our dreams, and at least not fear that stomach-chilling terror of a step that sounds like a follower. We can all be like Satchel Paige and say, don't ever look behind. Something could be following you, and it might catch up. Our cast included Jerry Orbach, Carol Teitel, Nat Polen, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'll take my coffin and be on my way.
But, sir, you can't just walk out of here with a...
Thanks to you for your efforts, and I wish you gentlemen good night's sleep.
Sir, come back.
Let him go. He lifted that box as if it were as light as a feather.
Get your coat.
What for?
To follow him, Bill. Couldn't you see the man is ill?
We're the ones who are going to be ill if we follow him.
Stop babbling and get into your coat.
All right, I'll go with you. I don't want you following that spirit alone, but I tell you, he's not mortal.
He is, and he's sick, mentally ill. Hurry.
How far do we follow him?
As far as he goes.
No, sir, I won't, because I believe his destination is hell. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by imported Vigna Rosé wine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Mr. Scott Fitzgerald once said, "Draw your chair up close to the edge of the precipice and I'll tell you a story." The edge of the precipice? Of course. That's where every story must take place because that's where all of us lead our lives. For no matter how safe and solid we believe the ground to be beneath our feet, the fact is, each of us is only a single step away from the edge of the precipice, which is another way of saying the rim of eternity.
Are you the sergeant who's investigating the Davis murder?
That's right. The man was held up and murdered on a deserted street. The killer disappeared.
So you do nothing?
Well, we do what we can. Look for witnesses who might have seen or heard something.
Well, it's been over a week.
Yeah, and during that week, we've had 4 more homicides.
And you probably won't solve any of those either.
Well, you never can tell. Sometimes we get lucky.
Our mystery drama, The Rim of Eternity, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. A generation ago, millions of newspaper readers throughout the nation would start the day with Damon Runyon. And then one morning he startled the world with the announcement that henceforth he would no longer write his column on a regular basis. Because, as he put it, that man has not yet been born who has something worthwhile to say every day of his life. How true. And why don't more writers follow his splendid example? Evidently. The show must go on, and the presses must roll, and the airwaves must crackle constantly, ceaselessly. And to what end?
I got an assignment for you, Joe.
I got a headache.
You got a hangover. From last night's police report, man named Kenneth T. Davis, shot and killed outside his home about 11 p.m.
And who was Kenneth T. Davis?
Nobody.
Well, who killed him?
We don't know.
Was it a robbery?
Most likely.
Have any leads?
None at all.
How old was he?
47.
Where'd he live?
With his wife, 28 Broome Avenue.
And what'd he do?
He was a shipping clerk.
What else?
That's all.
You need me for this kind of story?
You're a general assignment reporter, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a general assignment reporter. And I'll write it up while you wait. Kenneth T. Davis, age 47, was shot and killed last night at about 11 o'clock in front of his home at 28 Broome Avenue by a person or persons unknown. Although robbery is thought to be the motive, the police at the moment have no solid leads. Mr. Davis, who was married, was employed as a shipping clerk. 30. That's newspaper lingo for the end.
I want more.
Miss Starkey, that's all there is.
It's not enough.
Look, I can't make bricks without straw.
Oh, since when? An ordinary life is usually an existence of quiet desperation.
All right, never mind that.
You were the one who said it originally. Look for that universe that teems in a single drop of water.
You're mixing your metaphors.
But those were your metaphors.
Yeah, right now, I ought to be out mixing a drink.
I want a page.
Why?
It's a dull day for news.
Look, what have I ever done to deserve this?
You became a drunk, Joseph.
What did I ever do to you?
You made me want to become a newspaper woman. I'd read your stuff in journalism class.
All right, and this is your revenge?
Oh, Joe, you're no longer heading the Washington desk of Nationwide News Service.
Now, don't remind me.
This job is all you've got. Angle this one for poignancy.
Oh, have mercy.
Well, by the time the readers get to the final sentence, I want them dissolved in tears.
Look, 30 years ago, they'd given an assignment like this to a female reporter. They used to call them sob sisters.
It's high time you discovered how the other half used to live.
Augusta Davis?
Who are you?
Joe Morris.
Oh, you must be from the insurance company?
Well,
Come on in. Oh, you sure got here quick. He's not even cold yet. Hey, when do I get paid?
I couldn't say.
Oh, but you're from the insurance company?
No, I'm not.
You just said you were.
No, I didn't. You made that assumption.
Well, who are you?
A reporter.
Oh, yeah? From what paper?
The Star Sentinel.
Oh, yeah. They gonna want my picture?
Well, maybe.
Well, give me a chance to get dialed up first.
Yeah, Mrs. Davis, you are Mrs. Davis, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm Mrs. Davis, all right.
Well, you don't appear to be devastated by your husband's murder.
Devastated? What does that mean?
Badly cut up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess not.
Were you in love with him?
What? Hey, you want to have a drink?
No.
Oh, pardon me while I pour one for myself, okay? Oh, go ahead, have one.
No.
Your lips tell me no, but there's yes in your eyes. My old man, he used to sing that all the time. He was a stagehand back when they had vaudeville. Come on, I can tell you're dying for a drink.
You can, huh?
Sure. Can't one rummy always recognize another?
Well, I've got to obey this one single solitary rule, never a drop while on the job, understand?
Oh, yeah.
And I know if I ever break that rule, it means I'm letting go, and I'm going to fall all the way down. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. I already fell.
So, were you in love with him?
Who?
Your husband, Kenneth. Why'd you marry him?
Oh, 'cause he asked me.
Oh, and that was reason enough, huh?
Hey, for a lot of us girls, sometimes that's the only reason there is.
Oh. What can you tell me about him?
I couldn't tell you anything about him.
But he was your husband.
I don't think he could have told you anything about me, either.
How long were you married?
Oh, I guess it's 12 years.
And you married him because you were asked. I can understand that.
Can you?
But why did he ask you?
I guess everybody else he asked must have turned him down. And me? I was just a little Dutch girl. But while I was chubby, I wasn't cute. Well, he was nothing to look at himself. He was no world beater. It was a good deal for him. He was getting a cook, a cleaning woman.
And, what were you getting?
I was getting my old man off my back. Well, you know these papas from the old country. A girl better get herself married or else she gets into trouble. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Wasn't there any romance at all?
Romance? We had to get married.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no, you don't. At least that would have been romance. Oh, no, we had to get married because for both of us, the other was probably just about the last chance. Yeah. When we first met, we just didn't like each other. But the day we got married, that was the day we started to hate each other.
Why?
Because we each had to face the fact that it was all over. Nothing good would ever happen to either of us for the rest of our lives.
And was that the day you started drinking?
That was the very self-same day.
And what did he do?
I don't know what he did. Oh, now look, don't get me wrong. He was a good husband.
Yeah, in spite of what you just told me?
Oh, my mother would have settled for a husband like him. He handed me his pay every week. He never smacked me around.
Where'd he work?
A place called Kaufman Chiswick. I think it was the only job he ever had.
I see, and that's the story of your marriage, huh?
Is it going to be in the paper?
How do I write this up?
Joe Morris.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this? In what kind of acid did you dip your typewriter? What kind of gall and wormwood?
Well, you said to angle it for poignancy.
This bleak and bitter tale of woe? This desolate chronicle of unrelieved despair? This is poignant? Oh, so we can't print this.
Well, it's the truth.
You portray that man as an unfeeling slob.
And that's exactly what he was to his wife.
Can't you see what you did? A law-abiding citizen has been murdered in cold blood on the street.
What are you building?
But after reading your story, there are people who might actually say good riddance. They might even identify with the killer. We can't have any of that.
Well, that's how it was.
That's how his wife says it was. She's a drunk. What about his side of it?
I can't ask him. He's dead.
Isn't he entitled to his day in court?
It's the survivors who write history.
Now, Joe, I want a sweet, tender, poignant little story. And you better write one, or else.
Okay. One sweet, tender, and poignant little story coming up.
And then one night at 11 o'clock, he walked alone down the familiar street. Once again, he paused at the familiar door. But how could he know that he was, at this very moment, standing on the rim of eternity? Oh, Joe. Joe, it's beautiful.
Oh, sure.
I mean it, Joe. It's great.
All right, then if I'm off the hook, I think I'll go down to Freddy's and get quietly loaded.
Joe, that's the hook I wish you were off.
Well, that would be your loss, dear, because if I could ever wiggle off that one, I'd get back on a real newspaper. Your lips tell me no, no, but there's yes, yes in your eyes. I wonder, does anybody know how the rest of that goes?
I've been missing your kissing just because I wasn't wise.
Oh, thank you, sir. You have remedied a deficiency in my education.
I wish I could tell you the next verse, but it eludes me somehow. Well, not as young as I used to be.
Who is?
It was quite a tune and quite an era. But we move on.
Where?
Nobody knows. On another subject, is your name Joe Morris?
That depends.
On what?
On who wants to know.
My name's Roger Kaufman.
Ah, why does that sound familiar?
It appeared in a story that you wrote for today's paper.
You must be the Kaufman of Kaufman Cheswick. How'd you like the story?
I couldn't believe you wrote it.
Why not?
Well, I remember your byline from Washington, Madrid, and London, and Moscow, and Paris.
Ah, yes, how the mighty have fallen, huh?
Well, with all due apologies, I thought your story was asinine. On the same level with the usual sentimental slobbering one encounters in the Star Sentinel.
Well, to prove there's no hard feelings, I'll buy you a drink. Freddie?
They said in your office that you could be found in this place. Did you also write it here?
Oh, no. I was stone cold sober, which is probably what's wrong with it.
I dare say. You portrayed Kenneth Davis as a saint and a martyr.
And you're saying he wasn't?
Kenneth Davis, who headed my shipping department, was a narrow, bigoted, mean-spirited, petty tyrant.
Well, you know how it is. Only speak well of the dead. How does it go? De mortuis nihil nisi bonum.
Oh, your Latin is excellent. Your respect for the truth leaves something to be desired.
Tell me, why are you so concerned?
Well, you identified Kenneth T. Davis as an employee of Cheswick Kaufman, and that isn't true. He was not.
Well, his wife told me.
I had fired him.
Oh. Well, he probably didn't want her to know he'd lost his job, so he lied to her. That makes sense.
No, I'm afraid it does not.
Well, men have been known to hide things like this from their wives, Mr. Kaufman?
Of course they have, for a few days, weeks, a month or two, perhaps. But not for 5 years.
That is a long time to maintain this kind of deception. And it is complicated further by the fact that it has probably evolved into much more than just a simple lie. You must have been leading a double life. But doing what? Perhaps the answer lies in the second act, which shall arrive here shortly. There are millions of men who leave home in the morning and return in the evening. It is assumed that they report to a job of some sort to perform a daily task. I would suggest that this assumption is correct, as far as the vast majority is concerned. But as you know, by now there are always the exceptions who indulge in deceptions, which is why we have stories.
You fired Kenneth Davis 5 years ago?
What's more, I liquidated the business 3 years ago, so you see, there is no Kaufman Cheswick.
Well, now, how could he, persist in the deception?
Oh, as a reporter, you should know that illusions and delusions are, for many people, the only reality they can tolerate. I would like you to print 2 or 3 lines to the effect that Kenneth T. Davis was erroneously described as an employee of Kaufman Cheswick.
Well, the company no longer exists. What does it matter?
Well, the truth always matters.
Why did you fire Davis in the first place?
I didn't like him.
Well, should that be reason enough?
Certainly. Why go through all the agony of owning a business if you can't do as you please?
Well, is it all agony? Is there no ecstasy?
He had been hired by Jim Cheswick, and Jim was constitutionally unable to admit that he ever made a mistake. But the day after Jim died, I called Davis into my office, and I said to him, get your money and get out.
As far as you're concerned, that was the end of him.
Yes. However, a week later...
Go on.
Oh, nothing.
No, you were going to say.
Well, perhaps I'd better not. It might be libelous.
Well, we wouldn't print it if it were.
I'm sure such a citadel of upstanding journalism as the Star Sentinel could do it in a manner that would protect itself and leave me out in the open.
Joe, come in.
Thank you.
I read about me and Kenny in the paper. Oh, I wanted to cry.
Even though it was all a lie?
Well, it wasn't exactly all a lie.
Oh, no? You mean you actually had this close and loving relationship?
Reading it, I said to myself, why shouldn't it have been this way? Yeah, I think I'll go with it.
Well, you told me yourself he was a miserable...
I may have been all upset because of his sudden death, you know?
You mean you actually believe that he...
No, not altogether. Not yet. But after a little while, I guess I will. Anyhow, thanks.
For what?
Well, you made me a celebrity. Can you imagine? Me? Some woman called from a TV station. And tonight I'm going to be on the tube.
As what?
Mrs. Average American Wife? How do you like that? And people I haven't heard from in years. They all been popping out of the woodwork. The phone's been ringing off the wall. Even my old man chimed in. He wants to know if I need any money. Oh, Joe, I got it made. And you done it all.
Now, why did you lie to me, Augusta? Why did you tell me he was working for Kaufman Cheswick?
Because he was.
There isn't any Kaufman Cheswick anymore.
Oh, come on, what are you saying?
Oh, you go to the address. It's a boarded-up warehouse.
But every week he'd bring me...
Furthermore, he was fired from there 5 years ago.
Then, every day, where was he off to?
You have no idea?
Oh, I need a drink.
Oh, no, you don't. Nobody ever needs a drink.
Oh, I do, Joe, I do.
Think of your brand new career. Think of being on the TV, The Brave Little Widow. Now, you can work it if you're smart and sober. Maybe it can get you a job somewhere. You need a job. Now, how are you going to live?
All right, I'll try.
Okay. Weren't you ever curious all those years?
About what?
About what he did for a living?
I was brought up never to be curious about anything a man did outside the house. Or inside the house, either.
Now, every morning he'd leave for work, but he wouldn't go to Kaufman Cheswick.
So he went somewhere else. What's the difference? Oh, listen, Joe, you think I need an agent?
Well, he had to go somewhere. Do something.
You wanted to see me, Joe?
Yes, that story I handed you 3 days ago, the follow-up on Davis.
Oh, yes, that story.
Now what?
It's a great piece of writing, Joe.
Well, you're not going to print it.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy is also a great piece of writing. But we're not going to print that out.
Why would you print mine?
Because your original story was a perfect gem, especially in its original setting. It'd be a crime to tamper with it.
Now, look, this guy Davis, who knows what he could have been?
Who cares? We know what he was.
What was he?
Exactly what you said. The plain, average, ordinary, everyday John Doe. The guy who quietly does his job, pays his taxes. He's the strength, the heart, the spirit of this great nation of ours. You made him. You can't tear him down.
Well, that's not the point.
Let it rest. End it here on a high note. Whatever you'll find out now can't be any good. And the bubble is sure to burst.
Yes, that's just the point. It's only a bubble.
But these bubbles are the basis of our business. And think of the widow. How many happy endings are there in this tragic world of ours? I quote you, Joe Morris. From this sorrow and suffering, she will emerge shining and triumphant. A new world is opening for her like an unfolding blossom.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
Did you see her on TV? She's got a bright, perky personality, and it grabs you.
It does, huh?
I'm still quoting you, Joseph. It's because you can see how the outer edge of her smile is tinged with sadness. And she, somehow bravely, manages to rise above it.
All right, putting all this nonsense to one side, it's our job to report the news. A man has been murdered.
We printed the story.
But not the whole story. Or we're leaving out a vital aspect.
It's what's known as exercising editorial judgment.
Are you lecturing me on the workings of the press?
Oh, I wouldn't dare, old-timer. I'm just reminding you.
So, as far as you're concerned, the story's finished, huh?
The story is finished.
Well, not for me, it isn't.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to finish it. And don't call me old-timer. Are you Sergeant Schultz?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Joe Morris, Star Sentinel.
Hey! The wife and I read the article you wrote on this Davis guy. I tell you, we nearly broke down and cried. And we're a tough audience.
They said you're in charge of the investigation.
Well, yeah. The fella comes home. It's late. Dark, deserted street. Hold-up guy robs him and kills him, and then he disappears. So, go find him.
So you do nothing?
Well, you ought to know better than that, Joe. We do what we can. But what can we do? Only go up and down the street. We look for witnesses that might have seen something or heard something.
Did you find any?
Nobody.
Gee, do you want an angle? For the past 5 years, he was leading a double life. His wife thought he was working for this Kaufman-Cheswick outfit. Well, he wasn't.
Where was he working?
She doesn't know. But he was getting her money every week, so, could this mean something to you?
Well, I don't know what. I mean, it don't change the basic situation, which is to find the killer who robbed him.
Well, the fact that Davis was keeping whatever he was doing separate from his wife might imply that it could have been something, illegal. Do you agree?
Well, sure.
Now, what if Davis were involved in an activity that could have been, dangerous to his health?
Like what?
I don't know. Could be another kind of motive for his murder. And, by the way, how do you know it was robbery?
Well, because his empty wallet was found right near the body. His watch and his ring were gone. All he had on him was a keychain and a ballpoint pen.
Okay. Okay, I just thought I'd let you know there could be, another angle to this case.
Well, look, I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
You know that since Davis was killed, we've had 4 other homicides?
Yeah, and you probably won't solve any of those either.
Well, you never could tell, you know. Sometimes we get lucky. Hey, don't forget the name is spelled S-C-H.
Well, Mr. Morris, won't you have a chair?
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Listen, I need your help. I'm involved in a story, the murder of Kenneth Davis.
Haven't you already written that story?
Well, you know I haven't. You told me so yourself the day you spoke to me in Freddie's bar. You let me know what you thought of it.
Oh, I may have been somewhat harsh.
No. I needed that. For reasons that would take much too long to go into, I forgot that I was a reporter, and I fell out of things.
Is that why I haven't seen your byline from Washington on stories of importance lately?
Well, I want that byline to appear again.
I wish you the best of luck.
No, I need more than your wishes. I need your help. I have to prove to myself that I can really finish a story, because if I do that, I can make it back, all the way back to where I used to be.
Well, how can I help you?
I have to finish the Kenneth Davis story, but I'm up against a blank wall. I'm at a dead end, and I don't know where to turn.
Well, why do you turn to me? What can I tell you?
Well, you were about to tell me something in Freddie's bar, but you backed away at the last moment.
Oh.
And what was that?
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, then why did you say it might be libelous, Mr. Kaufman? You can trust me. I'm a responsible journalist. I want to become a responsible journalist once again.
It's just that it's so unsubstantial.
Now, look, when you're starving, a crumb can be a feast.
And it's unfair to Kenneth Davis.
Well, he's dead.
He still has rights. Just because I despised him, I have no...
Yes?
Well, about 2 weeks after he was discharged, we had a robbery. Close to $200,000 in bearer bonds, as good and as negotiable and as anonymous as cash, was taken.
Oh, and you believe Davis was the thief?
The thief was caught soon after, but the loot was never recovered. The thief, a man named Lewis Darrow, claims that he tried to get rid of the evidence and threw the bonds off the Doylesburg Bridge into the bay. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
And, where does Kenneth Davis come in?
Well, he doesn't, really, except in my imagination. I feel that Davis could have been working with this Darrow fellow. I mean, how did Darrow get into the building? There was no sign of a break-in.
Well, some burglars are quite skillful.
That's true. It's also true that Davis could have given him keys and told him where to go and what to look for.
You have any evidence?
Absolutely none at all.
Well, surely, Mr. Kaufman, you must have some basis for your suspicions.
I've analyzed my feelings toward Davis as pure, unadulterated prejudice, which is why I despise him. You see, I've always prided myself on being a man who was completely free from prejudice, and then along comes a Kenneth T. Davis and robs me of my
illusion.
Well, perhaps that's all it ever was.
On the other hand, you may have had a sort of unconscious insight into the man's character.
He was a coarse, ignorant person.
Well, if you're going to make a point of hating every coarse, ignorant person in this world, you'll never have time to do anything else.
He was always eating. I mean, his huge yellow fangs were constantly masticating vast amounts of rich, fat, greasy foods. And his beady little eyes were forever boring into the photos of lewd pictures and the trashy pornographic magazines that were heaped up on his work table. I suppose that's what he lived for. Actual food and imaginary sex.
Well, why do you suspect him of complicity in the theft?
Well, I suppose when you're out to beat a dog, you can always find a stick. Look, I've never really talked this out with anyone, and now that I hear the sound of it, well, it is ridiculous.
You think so?
Well, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Well, are you saying that you believe he was implicated somehow in that robbery?
Well, maybe.
Do you have any evidence?
None.
Well, if there's no evidence...
I didn't say there isn't any evidence. I just said I don't have any at this time.
At this time, does that mean the experts will have some evidence at a future time? Of course. He's our hero, and he is required to solve our puzzle. But is there any evidence? Yes. To be absolutely fair, there is something that can become an outstanding clue. What is it? It was something somebody told him. You heard it when he heard it. Let's see if you can make the same connection that he does shortly in Act 3. There was the door to which I found no key. There was the veil through which I could not see. So sings one of the radiant verses from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Well, there's a veil of mystery that seems to surround our story, and as you are about to discover, doors and keys will play a most prominent part in our solution.
Joe, step into my parlor.
Hi.
Hey, you look awful. You look just the way I used to feel.
You, on the other hand, look great.
I went on that TV show, you saw? I just sat around and jabbered with that lady, and they got hundreds of letters and phone calls. People sent in money. I got offered jobs. Can you believe it?
Oh, I can believe anything.
And all of a sudden, me, Gussie Schneider Davis, I am somebody. For the first time in my life. I can't even describe how I feel. I never got this high from booze. And I'm going to work at the TV station.
Oh, you're going to be a star?
Oh, we kicked some stuff around. They decided I could do a great show on cooking.
Uh-huh.
They went ape when I told them about my mother's old recipes. I owe it all to you, Joe. If there's ever anything I can do for
The
you...
night your husband was killed.
I guess I owe him something, too. If he was still alive, where would I be? Closet drinker in a 3-room flat.
Yeah, the police said his money and valuables were taken.
Yeah, his ring and watch. Yeah, they were valuable. He got them off his father.
From his father, now that you're going to be on TV.
Oh, no. Oh, no. They want me exactly like I am. A diamond in the rough. No polish.
Oh.
Well, anyhow, the cops wanted me to describe the watch and the ring so they could get it out to all the pawn shops and so forth.
Yeah, the police said all they found on him were his keys and a ballpoint pen.
Oh, yeah. They brought them to me in an envelope.
Could I see him?
Oh, sure. I put it in the drawer. Here. Hey, what are you trying to find out?
The rest of the story.
Why?
Because I'm a reporter. What did he do with himself when he was here?
Well, he wasn't here much. He'd leave the house at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning after breakfast.
A big breakfast?
How'd you know? I'd get nauseous just making it. Eggs, toast, ham, sausages, pancakes. Ugh, I'm getting sick just saying it. Okay, he'd leave.
We don't know where he went. Did you ever, hear from him during the day?
Never.
What time did he get home for dinner?
He'd call it supper. He never got home for that either. Well, he'd roll in about 10:30, 11 o'clock and say, fix me a snack. A snack? Steak, potatoes, corn, pie.
Now, you're saying he'd be gone all day and half the night.
And I didn't miss him.
And he gave you money.
I couldn't fault him on that. He must have found another job somewhere.
And why wouldn't he have told you?
Maybe he figured it was none of my business.
Well, didn't you ever talk about anything?
No.
I can't believe that.
Why can't you believe that?
Oh. Maybe I'm thinking of how it was between me and my wife before she died.
My mother, my old man, what'd they ever have to say to each other? He'd say, pass the potatoes, and she'd say, what do you want to have for breakfast? What's there to talk about with a lot of married people? He comes home, he's tired, he watches the TV, he listens to the radio, he reads the paper, and he hits the sack. In the morning, he's out of the house.
Well, there has to be a key to this thing somewhere.
Joe? It was different with you and your wife? What's it like when people talk to each other?
The key. The key. Yeah, maybe the key. The keys on this ring. The keys on this ring, what are they?
Huh?
Yeah, well, can you tell me what each one is for?
Oh, yeah, sure. This one's to the street door.
Uh-huh.
And, this one's for the door to the apartment.
Now, what about the others? 3, 4, 5 of them.
Those?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What are they doing on this keychain?
Oh, must be keys for someplace else.
That's right. Someplace else. There had to be a someplace else, a place where he went. And these are the keys. Now, where are the doors? Hello, Sergeant.
Hi, it's Mr. Morris from the Star Sentinel.
How you doing on the Davis murder?
Well...
Has it become inactive already?
It's sort of on a back burner.
Oh, maybe I can help you.
Yeah, how?
Well, first, you have to help me.
Yeah?
Yeah. You see, there's a convict, Lou Darrell. He was sent up for burglary. He got 20 years. And that was just about 5 years ago. See if he's still there, huh?
Well, how does he come into this?
Well, he could be the killer.
How do you know?
Well, you'll know it before I will. Just get his photograph from the files, Sergeant, and circulate it around the pawn shops. See if he could be the one who sold or tried to sell the watch and the ring that fits the description of the ones that were taken from Davis. Also...
You mean there's more?
Yeah. Here are some keys. Now, each one has the authorized locksmith's or keymaker's number.
And you want us to find out who it is?
Well, you could do that easily, Sergeant.
Hey, what are you building here?
No, maybe nothing, and then again, maybe we solve it. That is, you solve it, and you get the killer and I get the story.
Uh-huh.
And if it works out, Schultz, remember, your name is spelled S-C-H. Joe Morris.
It's Schultz. First of all, your man Lou Darrell, he broke out of jail 6 weeks ago, and his picture's being circulated.
And the keys?
A place called Walter the Locksmith, over on 16 West Armstrong.
Thank you, Sergeant.
So, are we on a track?
Well, we're either on it or off it. I'll let you know.
Hello?
It's Joe.
Did you see the TV show?
I was working.
Oh, they said it was great. Listen, Joe, I got a whole lot of the stuff I cooked. You want to help me eat some?
Yeah, first, would you happen to have a picture of your late husband?
I could dig one up somewheres. But who'd want to look at him?
Yeah?
Is Walter the locksmith in?
You're talking to him. What do you need?
Oh, well, here's a picture of a man who had some keys made here. Would you recognize him?
That's Fatso.
Fatso?
In the flesh. The whole quarter ton of him.
Oh. What can you tell me about him?
Why should I tell you anything at all?
Well, in the first place, he's dead.
Fatso?
Well, his name was Kenneth T. Davis.
No, that wasn't his name.
Oh, yes, it was.
Wasn't Kenneth T. Davis that very nice guy that died a week or so ago, killed in a holdup or something? I read that story. I busted out crying.
No, I wrote that story.
You did?
Yeah, my name is Joe Morris.
You're Joe Morris, the reporter?
Well, you say you didn't know him as Kenneth Davis.
That's right.
What name did he use?
David Kent.
Ah. Would you know where he lived?
Yeah, sure. Because I had to go up to the apartment and install special locks. Would you believe he had 5 locks on that door?
Yeah, would these be the 5 keys?
Sure, that's my work. Special, every single one of them.
So, you saw the place?
Sure did.
Uh-huh.
He had pictures on the wall. Look, I'm no prude, but I think there are limits. And all those magazines, you know the kind.
Yes, I think so.
And the food. The food all over. Big bowls of fruit and nuts, candy, cakes.
Uh-huh.
He had a big freezer bulging full with steaks, chops, cold cuts, turkey. Name it.
Yeah, what's the address?
It's just up the street. The apartment house on the corner. 195.
Thank you very much.
Now, what are you writing?
Tomorrow's lead story. 30. Here, read it.
Lou Darrell, an escaped convict, was identified today as the murderer of Kenneth T. Davis, according to Sergeant Bernard F. Schultz, whose brilliant investigative... Joe, how did you...
Go on, read on.
The motive was revenge. 5 years ago, Darrell broke into the offices of Kaufman Cheswick and made off with over $200,000 worth of bearer bonds. Not known at the time was the fact that the theft was made possible by the complicity of Kenneth Davis, who was employed there as head shipping clerk. Oh, Joe, this is sensational.
Yeah, just keep reading, huh?
Darrell had given the bonds to Davis for safekeeping until he could escape from prison. 6 weeks ago, he made a successful break. He confronted Davis and demanded his share. Davis refused. In a fit of anger, Darrell shot and killed him. Davis, meanwhile, had hidden the bonds in an apartment specially rented for the purpose. Better than half have been recovered. Interestingly, Davis had been leading a double life. Oh, Joe, I have to get this down to the press room.
Well, maybe you better wait.
Wait for what?
Till we make sure that's really what happened.
What are you saying? You wrote this story.
I wrote what appeared to be the logical story.
Oh, please, Joe, don't do this to me.
Now, look at what I put together. A man had been murdered. It's an apparent holdup.
All I want to know is...
It turns out that man has been leading a double life. Do you follow this?
Oh, I don't feel good.
These past 5 years, his wife thought he was going to his job at Kaufman Cheswick. But that job didn't exist. Now, where was he going? Where did the money come from? Huh? 5 years ago, there was a robbery at Kaufman Cheswick committed by a hood named Lou Darrell. Now, I say Davis was his accomplice. Darrell gets caught, leaves Davis in possession of the money. All Davis wanted was rich food to fill his fat gut and porno pictures to fire his feverish imagination. So he rents himself a modest pleasure palace.
How do you know this?
Because I found that palace, and half the money was still there.
The stolen bonds?
Well, he was using them to finance his fantasy. Suddenly, a serpent entered his Eden. Lou Darrell broke out of jail, confronted Davis, demanded his share. Davis tried to stall him. Darrell angrily shot and killed him, but we can't say that yet.
Why not?
Because I know about the bonds, because I was in the apartment and found them. But I don't know about Darrell. It has to be Darrell. What other explanation could possibly make sense? Saved by the bell, or condemned by the bell. Joe Morris.
Hey, it's Schultz. Listen, we picked up Darrell. It was easy. The chump even had the gun on him. And the bonds were in the apartment just like you said. Hey, Joe, how did you figure it out?
For me? Read the paper tomorrow morning. It'll say that the case was solved by the brilliant line of investigation on the part of Detective Sergeant Bernard F. Schultz.
Don't forget that Schultz, S-C-H.
I got it. Run it.
Joe, you mean you just put it together from thin air?
No, I just wrote a story the way it should be written and the way I used to write it. Goodbye, Starkey.
Where are you going?
Well, first, I'm going to have a great dinner prepared by this new TV cooking expert, and then I'm going to look for a job on a real newspaper.
Did he find one? And did he also find a great new relationship with Augustus Schneider Davis? Just because the third act curtain has come down, does that mean our story is ended? No. It just means it's time to leave the theater. Because, as everybody knows, or should, a story has no end. It goes on forever. I shall be back shortly. Our tale is titled The Rim of Eternity. And where is it to be found? Everywhere, all around us. Each of us is condemned to move along this narrow and slippery path. And no matter how valiantly we may strive to maintain our balance and how carefully we may measure each stride, suddenly, without warning or reason, we have stepped over the edge. That is when the mystery finally begins or is finally over. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Evie Juster, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A popular theme for stories throughout the centuries is the one that concerns the worm who turned. We can all identify with him, for many of us during our lives have had to bite our lips and accept the cards fate dealt us to one degree or another. But Hubbard Quint had made such a career of groveling that when he finally turned, his revenge was so horrendous that... But then, after all, that's today's story, and you can hear it for yourselves.
Do you know, Mr. Bell, a plant like this you can talk to, and he'll give you an affection you can't believe.
A potted flower like that? What can he offer me?
Just put him by your bedside tonight, and you'll know what I mean by morning.
Our mystery drama, The Vampire Plant, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Hubbard Quint is what in more naive times, before the popularity of psychiatry, used to be called a mother's boy. Now, in these days of unisex, that isn't necessarily a term of opprobrium, but in Hubby's case, because that's what everyone called him, it might be considered so. For Hubby was 34 going on 35. He lived alone with Bertie, for that's what everyone called his mother, with no romance in his life, and on the surface seemed to accept it.
It's very easy to criticize Mom. She's not a well woman. And then she had such a hard life after Father died so early and all. Sometimes I think, though, it might have been easier if I'd controlled the burglar alarm business my father left. But then he didn't leave it to me. It's really all the blows she suffered that made her the way she is. She can't help it.
Hubbard?
Yes, Mom?
What are you doing? Where are you?
Well, I've just finished cleaning up, Mom.
You get in here to my room. I need you.
Coming, Mom. You all right?
Of course, I'm not all right. You know I need help to get into bed.
Yes, Mom.
What were you doing, taking so long?
Well, I had to clear the table and straighten up the dining room and wash and dry the dishes and put them away. Then I had to put out the garbage and lock up.
You sure you weren't sneaking a look at TV?
Oh, no. There's nothing on tonight anyway. What did you want me for, Mom?
I'm a poor old woman, crippled with arthritis, but no one cares. Not even my one and only son.
Oh, Mom, that's not true. I don't like to see you in pain.
Then why can't you remember my bedtime?
Well, I was busy. I guess I just didn't see what time it was.
Night after night. When you know I haven't the strength to get out of my chair and into bed.
I'll help you now, Mom.
Careful. Oh, there. Now, keep your arm still so I can lean on it to get to the bed.
Like that?
Well, near enough. It doesn't matter. I'm there now. Get my robe off.
Yes.
That's it. Oh, my poor old bones. And look at that. Where does the time go to? It's late.
It's just 10 o'clock.
It's 5 after. You know I should be asleep now for my health. So should you.
Mom, I'm not due to work till 8:30.
Yes, but by the time you make breakfast and bring up my tray, prepare my lunch and get everything ready for dinner, you need to be up by 6.
Yes, Mom.
Tuck me in.
There. How's that?
I don't know what I'd do without you. You won't ever leave me, will you, hubby?
Well...
Promise you'll be with me till I draw my last breath.
I promise.
With my boy close by my side, I'll live forever.
I hope you do, Mom. That wasn't the truth, I'm ashamed to say. Taking care of my mother is what you could say confining. I don't have much time to myself. But a guy's got to have some kind of private life, and the way mine is like this. Morning, Miss Bradley.
Hi there, Squirt.
Quint.
Oh, yeah. How come I always get that wrong?
I don't know. What's doing for today? Any mail for me?
Oh, matter of fact, yeah. Hey, 6 of them.
Thank you.
What is your fatal charm? Those letters have been smelling up the dispatcher's office ever since the mail come. They're loaded with perfume. Hey, what are you, some kind of Don John?
Oh, no. These are just pen pals. You know, girls I write to.
Why don't you have your mail sent to your house?
Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's right. I heard about your mother.
If you're kind of tied down the way I am, the only chance you get to meet some nice girls is to be a pen pal. I don't give my home address. I mean, Mom might happen on the letters, and I wouldn't want her to think anything about them. I don't want to give her a stroke or nothing. Only this time, boy, the one from Dolores was a rocker.
And so, my dear Hubbard, luck or some kind of God made me winner of the weekly sweepstake and gives me enough money to come winging home to you. I shall be able to meet you at last, face to face. I shall be staying at the YWCA. Call me there and tell me when or where I can at last spread my wings and bring you into their shelter. Your more than pen pal, Dolores.
What are you so fidgety about, Hubbard?
Oh, nothing. It's kind of late.
Long past my bedtime. You can turn off my light. You better get off to sleep yourself.
Yes, Mom. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, same to you.
Oh, Mom, if you only knew. Dolores?
Oh, my, you startled me. I thought you weren't coming.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. Well, I think I'm late. You are Dolores?
Oh, yes. And you're Hubbard. I'd have known you anywhere.
Me too.
Why don't we sit down?
Why not? Did you eat?
No, but it doesn't matter. Did you?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll sit and watch you.
You don't mind?
No, I want to.
All right. Maybe I will order.
I don't know if she was pretty. I only know that she was someone who gave me her whole attention. And she didn't ask for anything. I'd never, ever been treated by a woman like she did me. Of course, what other woman did I ever really know except Mom? But it felt good. We only had a week, but I made arrangements to sneak out and meet her every chance I could.
Oh, I've never been on a ferry before. We don't have time in the Midwest. It's wonderful.
I wish I could do more for you.
Oh, you've already done so much.
Are you enjoying your visit?
Oh, yes. I just wish it could be more than that.
So do I.
I never thought little Dolores Masterman would ever be dancing in the big city at the Princess Ballroom. Oh, it's so romantic.
Yeah, it sure is.
And the time goes so fast. A couple of days I'll have to go back home.
I don't want you to do that.
Hub, I have to. I'm out of money. Have to get back to my job at the flower store.
No, if you go all the way back there, I'll never see you again.
I know it. I don't want to.
If we were to get married, there'd still be Mom.
Well, I wouldn't mind taking care of her or helping.
Oh, you don't know Mom. I don't think she'd go for that.
But how do you know? She's never met me. Couldn't you give it a chance?
No, I don't think that that's...
I didn't tell you yet. I brought her a present, a real nice plant, one of my favorites. I think hemoendorentis might help change her mind.
What? I don't get you.
Oh, Hub, you don't know about plants. They're what kept me alive all these lonely years. The way you can talk to them, the way they respond.
I still don't follow.
Don't you know plants are just like people? You can talk to them and they answer back in their own way. You can train them to feel what you want them to feel. It's a scientific fact, like research has shown.
And you think a plant is going to talk my mom into believing you and me should get married?
Oh, I didn't mean that exactly, but isn't it worth the chance that me meeting her and giving her a nice plant could make it possible for us to be together always?
That'll be Dolores now, Mom.
I never thought I'd see the day my son would desert me.
Oh, Mom.
Where did I go wrong to let this woman lead my son astray?
Mom, please. I've got to let Dolores in.
Such a nice after-dinner coffee. I hate to leave.
I think you'd better.
Well, no, what Mom means, it's her bedtime.
Oh, well, I wouldn't dream of overstaying my welcome. I hope you like the plant, Mrs. Quint.
Oh, I like the plant well enough.
Mom.
It's all right, Hub. Naturally, your mother is afraid I'm going to steal you away from her.
Yes, but you're not. I mean, we can all be together.
Of course, once things are worked out. Well, I'll say goodnight now, Mrs. Quint, and let you go to bed. Hub, take the plant up to your mother's room. It doesn't look like so much now, maybe, but wait till you see it in bloom.
Does it have to be watered?
No, it finds its own moisture. Goodbye, Mrs. Quint.
That's the word, Miss Masterman. Goodbye.
Okay, Mom. Anything else? Or shall I turn out the light? Huh?
You've turned out all the lights for me, deserting me for a hussy like that.
Mom, she's a nice girl. And anyway, who said I'm deserting you?
You'd better not. You'll never get a penny from me.
I never asked that. I just wish you could have liked Dolores better. She brought you a plant.
That brownish, hairy, scraggly thing. Does it have to be right by my bed?
Dolores said, wait till you see it in bloom.
Oh, all right. Leave it. And say good night. I'm tired. You've upset me so much.
Oh, Mom, she's really a sweet girl. I wish you'd give Dolores a chance.
A chance? I never want to see her again.
Mom got her wish. She never did. The next morning, when I brought up her breakfast tray, the first thing I noticed was the plant in full bloom, heavy with blood-red blossoms. The next thing was Mom, whiter than any ghost, with a dry, drained whiteness that made her seem to be made of powder, as if when you touched her, she would turn to that. I didn't even have to put down the tray to know she was dead.
Well, now, what do you think? A natural death? Or is there something strangely occult, strangely fortuitous in Bertie Quint's death? Certainly, she will be little lamented. She was a horrid woman, but still she was entitled to die in her own time. Or did some strange force hasten her death? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Bertie Quint has died, unexpectedly and fortunately for her son Hubbard Quint. Fate has suddenly extended to him a freedom that he has secretly longed for and never imagined would be his. Or so it seems. But the circumstances of Bertie's precipitous demise puzzle Dr. Ezekiel Harwich, who has known her for half a century.
What do you think caused it, Dr. Harwich?
I don't know, Hubbard. I'm sure her death came as much of a surprise to me as it must have to you.
Oh, it did.
You didn't have any sort of warning? I mean, last night, how was she?
Well, she was fine by the time she got into bed. She complained of being tired That's all.
Ah, yes. Well, I'm sorry, son, but I'm afraid we're going to have an autopsy.
An autopsy? What for?
Hubbard, I can't sign a death certificate without entering the cause of death. And right now, I don't know what it was.
Well, wasn't it just a heart attack?
Oh, it most definitely wasn't that. Cardiac arrest, yes, but for no evident reason. I'll be able to tell you better after a post-mortem.
Then it had better be done.
All right, fine. Yeah, that's a handsome plant with the red blossoms. I don't think I've ever seen anything more lush and luxuriant. What's it called?
I forget. You'd have to ask Dolores that.
Dolores?
She gave it to Mom as sort of a peace offering.
Oh, Dolores is the young lady you're thinking of marrying, huh?
Well, I did, but now, I don't know.
Is she the one I saw on the way in, downstairs?
Yes.
Well, if she's the girl you want, there's nothing to stop you now, is there?
I went downstairs with the doctor and saw him off. For the first time, I was free to do what I wanted. I could get married. Except, how could I right away with Mom still fresh in her grave? How could I dare ask Dolores, who by this miracle of fate could now be mine?
No, don't move, Hub. Just lie back and let me massage your temples. You poor boy.
Oh, I'm not poor anymore. I have you, Dolores.
Well, not for very long, I'm afraid.
Why?
Oh, Hub, I'm running out of money. I've got to get back to work.
You're not going to run away from me.
I have to make a living.
No, you don't. I'll support you.
I couldn't take money from you.
Well, sure you could. Now that I own the firm and all, I'll be rich.
Yes, but I couldn't be a kept woman.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be like that. I mean, only till we could get married.
Married? Oh, Hub, when?
Well, with Mom just passed away, a year maybe. 6 months.
You might be tired of me by then.
No, I wouldn't ever be tired of you. Would you be my wife?
Oh, Hub, if you asked me, yes.
Could you wait a couple of weeks? I mean, just till I can bury Mom properly. I was in a daze from the moment Dolores said she'd marry me. A kind of golden haze. So much so, I found it hard to understand what Dr. Harwich was trying to tell me the following morning about the autopsy.
I never saw anything like it in all my years as a physician. Every red cell in the blood had disappeared, and the remaining white cells seemed to have literally dried up the fluid. Some kind of incredibly pernicious anemia. I don't know what. None of us do.
You mean it was some kind of a disease or something?
Some kind, yes. But nothing, so far as I know, that medical science has diagnosed. But I've taken specimens of all the internal organs, arteries, veins, and what remained of the blood fluid, and we'll keep at it and hope to come up with an answer.
Is it all right to bury Mom now?
Oh, of course, my boy. The death certificate has been issued, and I'm sorry to bother you with these medical details in the midst of your grief.
Oh, no, that wasn't exactly why I asked. I just wanted to make sure because I'm going to be married.
Married? Oh, yes, of course, to that girl, the one who gave your mother that beautiful plant.
Yes, Dolores.
Well, when are you going to be married?
In 2 weeks. Oh, do you think people will think that's too soon? On our wedding night, we came back to the house. Since Mom's room was the only decently sized bedroom, it had been decided we would take it for our own. I felt very strange. Not only as a new bridegroom, but being in Mom's own private quarters and looking at the plant. While I waited for Dolores to come out of the bathroom, I found that suddenly On the happiest night in my life, I was afraid.
Hub, what are you looking so hangdog about?
What? Oh, I was just looking at the plant. What happened to it? All the blossoms fell off.
Oh, he's just feeling a bit neglected. We'll have to give him a good feeding and some attention. Won't we, Mama's little darling? Just give you a little love to perk you up and something good to get your little old juices flowing again. Oh, look at him, Hubbard. Can't you just see how he's sprucing up?
Dolores, it's, do we have to have what did you call him?
Well, his technical name is Hemoendorantis, but I just call him Casanova for short.
Casanova?
Mm-hmm.
But that isn't any shorter.
No, but it fits him. The world's greatest lover. Aren't you, baby mine?
You mean it's in love with you?
Well, sure he is. I taught him. I've had him ever since he was a cutting. Didn't I tell you you could talk to plants and teach them almost anything?
Oh, you can. Dolores, please, it's our wedding night. Can't we take the plant out of here?
Oh, of course, dear. It wouldn't do at all to have him here all night. Now, where shall we put him?
Let me take him down to the solarium.
Oh, yes, that would be just right. But be careful of him.
I will.
I'd never forgive you if anything happened to him.
Okay. I'll treat him with kid gloves. The only gloves I wanted to use on Jimmy, or whatever his Latin name was, were 8-ounce ones, for my bare fists. Some heck of a note that I'd finally get to my wedding night and find myself jealous of a plant. Looking back, it's hard to remember when Dolores changed. A little bit right away after we were married, and then more after she got things all straight about the business.
I thought your mother was going to leave everything to you, like she said in her letters.
Well, she did.
Not the way I heard the lawyer we just left tell it.
Well, what do you mean?
Mr. Riddle said the business was left to you with the provision that Mr. Bell continued to run it till his retirement or death.
Well, that's right. He's always managed it ever since my father died.
Your father left the burglar alarm company to your mother?
Yes.
And she hired Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Well, didn't you know enough to run it?
Well, yes.
Well, then why didn't she put you in charge?
Well, Mr. Bell had seniority, and I guess that's the way Mom wanted it.
Mm-hmm. To keep you under her thumb. Well, your Mama's dead now, and we're going to change a few things.
What? Change what?
As of now, Mr. Bell is out. Why should we share any profits with him?
But he can't be out. It says in Mom's will that
if we can't push him out, we'll find some other way to get rid of him. Some more coffee, Mr. Bell?
It was a good dinner, but it's time for me to be getting along.
Oh, you live all alone, I understand.
Just an old bachelor.
Oh, well, then I'll have to give you a present to keep you company. Darling, would you fetch Casanova?
The plant?
Yes, dear. And please don't keep Mr. Bell waiting.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, just a little present for you. A very special plant called Hemoendorantis.
That's a mouthful for you.
Yes, isn't it?
But, I don't need a plant.
Oh, you need this one. Believe me, Mr. Bell, do you know a plant like this you can talk to, and he'll give you an affection you can't believe. Just put him by your bedside for tonight. And you'll know what I mean by morning.
Here's your boyfriend.
Oh, that plant don't look like much.
Well, you just keep him close to you, and he'll surprise you. Won't you, baby mine? Aren't you going to take care of Mr. Bell?
Well, I don't think I really...
Please don't refuse me. Take him home. You'll be surprised the difference he'll make in your life.
I didn't quite know what she meant by that. And I had this shivery feeling that I didn't want to know. There was something going on underneath, hidden, inhuman. And I realized it had to do with Dolores and a spell she had thrown over me. So I wasn't surprised at all when I called in the following day at lunch to the dispatcher, Miss Bradley.
Quint burglar alarms.
It's Hub Quint, Miss Bradley. I finished up the Claridge jobs. You got any assignments?
Oh, am I glad you called in. We've been looking for you.
What? How come?
It's Mr. Bell. We need you back here right away
Why?
to take over the office. Mr. Bell is dead.
What?
He didn't come in this morning, didn't answer his phone. So I went over to his house. I found him still in his bed. Dead.
Well, how?
Well, that's what no one seems to know. Police, doctors, no one.
Tell me something, Miss Bradley. Did he have a plant near his bed?
A plant? Oh, yeah. A big, gorgeous one with bright red flowers and long trailing stuff.
I was afraid of that. Listen, is his house open?
No. After everyone left, I closed up and took the key.
You have it with you now?
Yeah.
Then meet me there right away. I want to see just what happened for myself. I hung up, sick to my stomach. All morning I'd refused to believe it, ever since I'd gone to the library and had the librarian translate what hemoenteritis meant. Blood-eating, blood-sucking, a vampire. That's what the plant was. And if Mr. Bell's death showed the same symptoms as Mom's, where was I? What could I prove? Who was going to believe me? And worst of all, what was the woman I married?
I promised you in the beginning it might get rather horrendous. Can we really suppose that a plant has actually sucked the lifeblood from two people to preserve its own existence? Or that a woman has really used this obscene way to achieve her own selfish desires? For all answers, I refer you to the third act, which will follow shortly. Drusophyllum lusitanicum. I mention that tongue twister not to display my erudition, but because I looked it up in the dictionary. It's the Latin name for a cannibal plant that snares and eats flies. And there are sea anemones that devour small fish. What started me on this train of thought was Hubbard Quint's conviction that hemoenteritis, his wife's tame plant, had been responsible for 2 deaths. Was it possible that the English name for it, blood eater, was literally a true one?
My head was splitting. I felt I must be going out of my mind. But once the thought was planted there, I shuddered at the mention of the word plant. I knew it had to be disproved or my life was over. I had to see Mr. Bell for myself before I took any further steps.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Quint. I've been waiting for you.
You didn't have to wait outside, Miss Bradley.
I didn't feel like waiting inside with that corpse and all.
Yes, I understand. Do you have the key?
Yeah, right here. You want to go in first?
No, after you. Where is he?
In the bedroom. That last door to the right. Should I come with you?
Whatever you want.
That's him. In the bed.
I didn't expect anyone else.
Oh, I've seen some dead people in my time. Family, friends, you know. But I never seen a deceased so white and dry-like. I mean, it's like you could blow on him and he'd just disappear like powder.
She was right. He was chalk white and somehow shrunken. Against the brilliance of the red blossoms on the plant beside the bed, he seemed even more terribly dead than he was. If there is any way of being more than dead. What was it? Then I knew. He looked already embalmed, with all the blood drawn from his veins. Who was the doctor who saw him?
I didn't know anyone else to call, so I called your doctor.
Ezekiel Harwich?
Yeah. Did I do something wrong?
No, Miss Bradley. You did exactly right. Come on, I'll drop you at the office and go visit the doctor. But first...
What are you doing?
I'm taking this plant with me. It belongs to my wife. I'd just like to make sure if she wants it back.
Well, I don't see anything particularly unusual about the plant, Hubbard. I mean, it doesn't appear to be poisonous in itself, but then I'm not a botanist.
But, Dr. Harwich, you don't think it had anything to do with Mom's and Mr. Bell's death?
Indirectly, perhaps.
Well, how?
How much do you know about your wife's background, Hubbard? Could she perhaps have lived in the tropics or South America?
No, I don't think so. She never said. Why?
Because I have some of the same ideas as you have. Oh, I haven't had the autopsy report yet, but I'm almost totally convinced that Mr. Bell died of the same thing your mother did. The symptoms are too special and startling.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
And I'm simply saying that I'd like your wife to come into my office for an examination. Whether or not she has spent any time in the tropical zones or any alien area, she may be carrying some infectious disorder as a host without knowing of it or having it affect her.
What, Dolores?
Oh, yes. So please urge her to come to me or at least go through a series of tests at the hospital.
What about the plant?
It's not a tropical one, and I doubt that the vegetable world can invade the human one quite yet. Still, if I were you, I'd burn the thing. If only to get the connection off your mind.
Hub? That you?
Yes.
Oh, what are you doing home so soon?
Mr. Bell. He's dead.
Oh, no. An accident?
I wonder. Not exactly. He died in his bed. In his sleep.
Heart?
No.
What are you lugging? What? It's my plant. Where did you get it?
Right beside Mr. Bell's bed. The one he died in.
Oh, dear. I hope the poor man had a chance to enjoy him. Oh, look, he's blooming again.
Yes. Just like after Mom died. What makes this plant bloom, Dolores?
Oh, the same as any other. Care, proper feeding, enough sun, water.
Water. Is that the only liquid?
What others are there for a plant?
Blood.
Blood?
What would happen if I broke one of the stems here? What would it bleed, white or red?
Well, why don't you try for yourself and see?
All right, I will. Nothing. Already it's beginning to dry up and the flower's starting to wither. What kind of a plant is this, Dolores?
It's just a wildflower I found in the woods. Brought it home and cultivated.
What woods? Where? Mom and Mr. Bell, they both died the same way. And this plant was right by their bedsides.
What are you saying?
I don't know, Dolores. I'm so mixed up. There was something wrong about the way Mom and Mr. Bell died. And you gave this plant to both of them.
Are you suggesting I had anything to do with their deaths?
I'm only trying to face facts.
Oh, Hub, darling. Let's not talk anymore now. We are both upset and you're desperately tired. Let's just have dinner and a good sleep, and tomorrow maybe we can face things more sensibly.
I stuck the darn plant on the mantel and found I was shivering. I lit the fire, which was already made, and went to stretch on my big armchair, and before I knew it, I was asleep. It was late when Dolores awoke me, and we had an almost silent dinner. After we cleaned up and were on our way to bed, We passed through the living room. I saw the plant. The blossoms were gone, dried up, as if they'd never been.
What is it, Hub?
Look at it. It's gorged itself, and now it's looking around for another victim.
What?
The plant.
Oh, Hub, will you forget about that silly thing and go to bed? I'm going back to the kitchen to get us a nice hot toddy to put us both to sleep.
To put us both to sleep. Or just me, maybe. And the plant is looking for its next victim. Me? Why not? It would complete the cycle and leave my wife with everything. First Mom, then Mr. Bell, then me. No, I wouldn't take a chance on that. There was one way to stop it. By the time Dolores came back with the hot drinks, Hemoedorentis was almost reduced to ashes.
Here are the drinks, Hub. My, what makes the fire so bright?
Your friend, Casanova. I burned him up.
No! My favorite! I can't replace him!
I watched her concerned for this piece of vegetable matter, and suddenly all my suspicions were confirmed. I glanced at the drinks, and even doubted them. As Dolores bent over the fire, I quickly switched their positions on the tray and was drinking what appeared to be mine when Dolores turned on me furiously.
Why did you burn my favorite plant?
I don't think I have to answer that.
You with your silly superstitions and the terrible things you accuse me of. I won't have you in my bed. You can sleep in your old room. And I promise you this is the last night we spend together in this house.
I let her storm away to bed. Then I went upstairs to my old room. I wasn't sleepy, only emotionally drained and exhausted as I lay there in a semi-coma. I don't know how much time had passed before I heard my door open stealthily. In some reflected glow from the moon, or perhaps a streetlight, I could see Dolores' figure outlined as she came towards me. She swayed as she walked, as if fighting sleep. As I'm sure she was, since she'd had my drink instead of her own. I lay still and kept breathing evenly as she looked down at me.
Poor fool. I had to use you. You were my only chance. But there isn't any room for conscience now. Once I can have it all. You burned up the parent hub, but the children I saved. And a child learns very fast and has a huge hunger. Oh, there you are, my darling. My hungry darling. Eat and drink and suck his life away. We have no use for him anymore.
With those half-breathed words and a yawn, she was gone. But still I lay, not moving, waiting. And the horror began. First, it was the lightest touch across my cheek. Then on my bare shoulder, and the feeling of suction in each wave of movement. For a moment I was paralyzed by the insidiousness of those gentle touches. And then suddenly I sat up in terror, switching on the light. From the flower pot beside the bed, a small cutting from that original plant was throwing forth these ghostly tendrils, crawling across me avidly, binding me, sending a shudder to the depths of my soul. With a mad, convulsive movement, I leapt to my feet and began to tear them from me, even as I felt my blood began to grow cold and drained. slipped the pot in my hand. I came into my mother's room where Dolores lay asleep, drugged by the drink she had meant for me. I had no compunction as I placed the plant beside her and watched the tendrils reach for her body. Then I left and went to the cellar. I gathered all the old papers, soaking them with gasoline from the lawnmower can. There was no point in searching the house. She could have hidden cuttings of that dreadful plant anywhere, but at least they had to be in the house. I laid a kerosene trail toward the papers and the gas can. I lit it and went upstairs. I wished I had something to live for, but I haven't. I only had loved one woman, but she didn't love me. I would have said a prayer for both Dolores and myself, but I didn't have time.
I can hear some of you saying, I just don't believe it. I've never known of a man-eating plant. Well, quite so. But then I've never been lost in the Bermuda Triangle, or seen a UFO for sure, or experienced teletransportation or reincarnation. I'll be back shortly. The Quint home burned to the ground. Nothing was left but powdered ash. With it perished Hubbard and Dolores and whatever flora or plants she'd been growing, including the protagonist in our story. There was literally nothing left of any of them, which moves me to close this chapter with just one more Latin tag. De mortuis ne nisi bonum. Let us speak only good of the dead. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, Terry Keane, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What's the matter? A matter? The way you look when you open that letter. Mary, what is it? Now, let me see that letter.
No, Claudia. I'll just give it to Mr. Hammond when
Mary, please, let me have that letter.
All right.
What? Mary, did you read this?
Well, I glanced at it enough to...
Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Did you happen to come across an item in the paper recently that read, Underground Nuclear Test Held, Yucca Flat, Nevada? United States scientists detonated an underground nuclear device today that was barely felt away from this Nevada test site. Spokesman for the Energy Research and Development Administration said that the test was a success and that no radiation had leaked into the atmosphere. I tell you this because
that's not the whole story. That blast set off a series of reactions, incredible reactions, about which you'll be hearing more in a moment.
Richard, don't tell me you've actually found what you and I were looking for years ago.
I have, Mac, in the flesh. I've actually seen it.
Good Lord.
It's a real breakthrough, Mac. You know, if it hadn't been for you got me started in the anthropology game in the first place.
Well, it's unbelievable. You know, this is going to turn man's history upside down.
Our mystery drama, Yesterday's Giant, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. According to the papers, the underground nuclear experiment was a success. Of course, they had to say that. If the truth were known, the hue and cry from every American might have been such that... But I get ahead of myself. What really happened will be told us by James McLean, who knows the story better than anyone on Earth alive today.
I'm James McLean, explorer, naturalist, sometime geologist and anthropologist, and author. Also an advisor on seismology to Nevada University. I suppose I wouldn't have gotten into this if it hadn't been for the unfortunate scandal of the Utah Man, about which I may go into later. But I want this part of my life known because it proved to me when it comes to choosing between being a true scientist, hungry for knowledge, or someone else hungry for money, I did make the choice. It all began with that telephone call. Hello, McLean here.
Mac, this is Richard. Richard Gidding.
Hey, Richard. Sure is nice to hear your voice after all these years.
Mac, how you doing down there in Yucca Flats?
Oh, so-so. Not too exciting.
Well, congratulations on the book. It's tremendous. The title's just great. Life and Times of Early Man. It's got a great cover illustration.
Did you get past the cover?
You kidding? I read it straight through. It's tremendous.
Well, I'm pleased, Richard. 6 years went into it. Listen, how did you know I was here?
Oh, I keep all my old address books, even the ones 10 years old. So I just chanced it and called. Say, Mac, you still buddy-buddy with those energy research boys at the Flats?
Yeah, I do some seismological research for them from time to time.
Good. Are you, very busy these days?
Well, I don't have to tell you what it's like being a freelance. An awful lot of time can go by with no money coming in.
So you're not working steady, huh?
Yeah. You remember that Utah Man business? It didn't help me.
Well, of course I remember, but that wasn't your fault. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with you being the best in your field. That book of yours sure proves it. How's it selling?
That's the old Richard, all right. Always an interest in the financial return, huh?
Well, I'm not ashamed of that. Anthropologists eat like everyone else.
Richard, what's on your mind? You didn't call me just to congratulate me.
No, I didn't.
Have you got a university full-time job to offer me?
Better than that, Mac. I'm going to offer you a partnership in something worth millions.
What?
It's tremendous. No. Don't say no. Don't say yes. Don't say maybe. Hear me out. I've located what I believe is the greatest anthropological discovery of the age. What you and I suspected 10 years ago.
Now, wait a minute. I can't believe it.
You got a car?
Yeah, I have.
Good. Listen, you leave tomorrow morning. How long does it take you from where you are up to, say, Carson City?
Oh, about 18 hours. Is that where you are?
From Carson City, head over to Fernley, then north on 34, past Pyramid Lake, take a right on 49.
Richard, don't tell me you're back in our old town of Sulphur.
I sure am. Same old boarding house, Mrs. West. Will you start in the morning? Mac, this is what we were looking for 10 years ago. Tremendous. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's alive, Mac.
What?
You heard me right. Alive.
Good Lord.
I had to let you in on it. If it hadn't been for you, Mac, well, you got me into the anthropology game.
Richard, I did understand you right.
Yep. A living specimen of prehistoric man. So you just get up here as fast as your wheels will take you.
I couldn't leave till a day later at sunup. Since that phone call, my mind was filled with what Richard had said. The dream of science for 1,000 years. I remembered the two of us, years ago, smitten by the great Huxley, searching for any evidence of prehistoric man in northern Nevada. Well, I went to Utah and did find a skull they called the Utah Man. And that was something that I'd like to forget.
Hey, Mac, you're looking tremendous, buddy. Welcome to old Mrs. West. What kept you? You're not married or anything, are you?
No. Took a little time to get my gear together.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. That means you plan on staying.
Richard, tell me about it.
Just that I found a live, prehistoric Neanderthal specimen. And not only the male, but its mate. And 2 offspring.
Good Lord.
I'd say he was of the mixed type. Part Neanderthal, part modern.
Well, you saw him walking?
He walked right into my tent with his mate. It was later I saw the offspring. He walks erect, and I don't have to tell you, if he's a Neanderthal, he's every bit as intelligent as you or I.
A good deal more, I'd say, to have survived.
This family, I think, must have lived in the caves on the far side of the Jackson Mountains. There's 100,000 acres up there that's never been explored.
Any idea why they came to you?
Oh, very good idea. And that's why I need you. Last month, your ERDA people down in the flats set off a nuclear underground test. My guess is the shock waves ran along for 300 miles in the substrata and jolted those caves. And these guys probably came out to see what was going on.
Yeah. Well, where are they now?
Last Monday, they disappeared. Not a sign, not a trace of them anywhere. I searched as much as I could above Massacre Lake. Vanished.
All right. Now, what do you want me to do?
Find out when the next nuclear test is going to be held. When we know, we go up to where I was last time, make camp, and wait.
You know, I might be able to get that information. Remember Arthur Fairchild?
Yeah?
He gave up geology, he joined the Army. Now he's an important wheel at Yucca Flats.
Oh, sure, I remember Arthur, but... Now, look, don't say a word about what I told you.
Don't worry, I'm not talking. I've gone out on an anthropological limb before. I'm not making that mistake again. I left what I'd brought up with Richard and shot down to Yucca Flats as fast as I could. Since I've done some observations for the ERDA, it was no problem to get to see my friend, Captain Arthur Fairchild.
Mac, I appreciate the seismic report you're handing me. But on someone else's say-so? No instrument readings? I don't know.
Richard Gidding is as reliable as they come. If he tells me he observed shock waves that far north, why should I disbelieve him?
As far north as the Jackson Mountains? Mac, this is our second year with these tests. We've never had a report on effect to surrounding terrain.
Well, maybe the seams are giving way. We know there's a fault that runs north diagonally from here.
Anyway, Mac, what difference does it make? I mean, if you like, we'll give you the instruments and you can go up and record.
What do you mean, if I like?
I put it badly. Of course, anything to add up to our store of information, we naturally appreciate.
Okay, agreed. Now, when is your next explosion planned?
Mac, you know I can't give out that information.
Oh, come on now, Arthur. What am I going to do, sell it to the Russians?
That's high-priority, top-secret stuff.
Yeah. So you want me to go up there with all the measuring gear, and I'm just going to sit around with geophones on my head week in, week out, waiting, huh?
I'll have to clear giving out that information. Besides, I don't think you could get set up there in time anyway.
Well, you'll grant me it's damned important.
Certainly. If there are weaknesses that run along, say, a fault for hundreds of miles, sure we ought to know about it. I wish I had verification before next Tuesday.
What? Oh, next Tuesday. That's the date, then, huh?
I never said that.
No, I know you didn't, Arthur, and I appreciate it. But if I just happen to be 300 miles north of here on Tuesday, and Energy Research lets loose another test blast, and I just happen to record the seismic reactions, well, it'd be criminal if I didn't let you have the results.
I wouldn't say you are devious, James McLean, but you sure know how to get what you go after.
Arthur, you make me ashamed. And after all, the way you went to bat for me on that Utah man business, I don't know why I was hesitant in trusting you. There are P and S waves, and I'll record them. But there's more to it. Gidding thinks that he's discovered some very primitive ape man, or perhaps even primitive type Homo sapiens.
Oh. How complete are the remains?
Arthur, Listen to me, not fossils. Alive. Now, it seems that your last test caused quite a tremor up there, and these creatures came up. So that's the truth. Why, I had to know when your next blast was due. I felt better about taking Arthur into my confidence, and I was sure that Richard would understand. Arthur was one of the few people who was all for me, and he realized if I made any verified anthropological discovery now, it would help me get back some of my professional status. I pushed the car to the floorboards, made it back to Sulphur in record time.
Next Tuesday, huh? Well, that's better than I could have hoped for.
Where do we make camp?
I'll show you. There's one thing I haven't told you, Mac, and I've been sort of hesitant until I was sure that you were all the way gung-ho on this.
Of course I am. I don't have any reservations. I'm not quite sure when you say that this discovery would be worth millions.
What I haven't told you, Mac, is that this Neanderthal head sits on top of a 9-foot giant.
Oh. Your Neanderthal is 9 feet high? A living Gigantopithecus?
On the hoof. He squatted on the floor of my number 12 space tent right under the awning. All 700 pounds of him. His wife, alongside. She probably weighed close to 500.
That's incredible. Then Weidenreich and von Königswald were right. But to find them here, living, not just some enormous molars and skull fragments as they did in China and Java.
My idea, Mac, is when that Tuesday test explosion goes off, we carry on like ordinary campers, keep our eyes peeled and cameras ready. I'm setting up 2 cameras with Tri-X film, one in a tree and the other in the tent. Once triggered, they'll automatically shoot an entire magazine load of pictures.
I brought a camera, too. Listen, have you been communicating with your Neanderthal giant?
That's going to be your department. You wrote the book.
Well, I can have a go at it. But trying to become acquainted with any untamed, uncivilized specimen is risky.
He was very quiet and peaceful when he dropped in. So was his wife. I gave them food. They let me follow them back to where their offspring were. 2 7-foot offsprings.
You know, there's no guarantee. They may take it into their heads that I'm an enemy.
That's what this is for.
A revolver?
With special bullets. What they use to tame elephant bulls. Knock them out. Shoots a tranquilizing drug.
There's no need to tranquilize them out. Just run. Can't have them doped up. We want to make careful notes, observe them, study them.
That isn't exactly my idea, Mac.
What?
I'm going to capture this prehistoric man and his family alive and exhibit them.
James McLean is shocked beyond measure at what he considers a betrayal of everything science stands for. What can he do now? If he leaves now, he may miss the discovery of a lifetime. If he goes along with exploiting a rare living relic of prehistoric days, he'll be through as a scientist. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Sometimes man will move in one scientific direction and quite unexpectedly, something quite unforeseen will result. Call it a fluke of fate, but certainly the nuclear energy test in southern Nevada, triggering the discovery of an extinct species of man, is proof the unpredictable can happen. To say nothing of the pairing off of 2 men of totally different values.
I thought Richard's idea of capturing the Gigantopithecus was such a far-fetched and flamboyant gesture, I dismissed it. By Tuesday, we had made camp. I'd set up my recording gear, and we waited all day for the blast to go off 300 miles south. Beyond where our tent was pitched loomed the jagged mountain cliffs. Far up, out of sight, were rock shelters, caves of limestone and bear caves. In one of these, we hoped, lived our Neanderthal family of giants.
What time is it?
7:10.
Oh, boy. It's like waiting for the end of the world, isn't it, Mac?
Yeah, more like the beginning of the world, Richard, if we see them.
Mac, it's one thing to write a book on the social behavior of primitive man like you did, but it's quite another to see it in action. You're going to have material for a real on-the-spot prize winner this time. Who knows, maybe a Nobel Prize.
Well, I don't expect to get more than one visit or two with this creature. Books are written out of a lifetime of study.
Mac, you heard what I said before. You'll have a lifetime of study right in the cage with him if you want.
I hope you're joking.
I am not. Here's a chance to have my cake and eat it. It's tremendous. I wouldn't stand for being mocked like you were over that Utah man business. Somebody planted that skull in your digs. You know it.
Well, it's all past and done with now. I'm talking about the purpose of this expedition. Richard, why did you want me?
Because, old friend, I may flush him out of his hole. But you're going to tame him.
Wow.
There she goes, the nuclear test. They've done it. We're going to be rich.
I sat there, holding my flashlight on the seismograph, recording the primary and secondary waves. I figured the P waves were traveling from the flats at 7 miles a second, and the S waves at about half that. We were also getting some Rayleigh waves, which had the capability of traveling around the world half a dozen times before dying out. It was as though an earthquake had hit, about 4 on the Richter scale. The ground lurched. Rocks came spinning off the cliffs. The seismic waves were causing a great deal of slumping and compaction where we'd pitched camp. In 5 minutes, it was over.
That was twice as bad a reaction as the last one. It sure should have done it.
Done what?
Stirred up our Neanderthal friends. They ought to be coming down here. You glad you came back?
Well, we all have our reasons and responsibilities.
What do you mean by that?
The Earth shock gave me a record, and that's one of the reasons I came. Perhaps it's also given you what you want. That's fine. More power to you.
To both of us, no? As soon as the giant Neanderthal shows up...
I will not be here, Richard.
You won't be here? What do you mean?
Just what I say. As soon as it's light, I'm packing up and going.
Tomorrow morning? You can't go now.
Oh, yes, I can. I don't belong here.
What are you talking about, Mac? I need you.
Richard, you're planning to take this creature, whatever he may be, and put him on exhibit. You don't care if it's a primitive man or a giant gorilla, so long as it's marketable.
Now, what are you talking about? Of course I care.
And the pity of it is, if indeed you've made this unheard-of discovery, and it is a Gigantopithecus, Richard, it's a prize of the world. The possibilities
What did I tell you?
But it needs to be observed carefully, examined by scientists in its native habitat, cared for, and above all, respected.
Well, who says he won't be? I know what the possibilities are. They're tremendous. I'm not going to exhibit this guy in a carnival circus atmosphere. What do you think I am? I've got big plans, buddy. I'm going to have an entire building constructed for it and its family. Once it's captured, I'll be in touch with every state in the Union. See who'll make the best offer. This can be a one-of-a-kind attraction. It's tremendous. A 200,000-year-old fellow for the year 2000. I'll have engineers come up here, the best there are. Get pictures from every angle. I want to duplicate the exact habitat, the actual caves this giant's family lives in. Get experts on feeding, running a sound system so that to his ears, it'll be like he never left home. I've given a lot of thought to this, Mac. Now, of course, I respect the animal. What do you think?
But for money, not for science.
For both, you square egghead. Why are they mutually exclusive, huh? Now, all I'm saying is, for the trouble I'm taking to preserve this thing and make him and his wife and kids happy, charge a little admission. What's so terrible about that?
Perhaps to you it isn't. But to me, Richard, that is not how a scientist goes about his work. It's not first to make a buck, and second to add to the world's knowledge.
Mac, I can't do this without you. You're the expert on communicating with primates.
Well, I'll get you another man.
When? I need him now.
As soon as I get back home, Richard.
Are you serious about this? Checking out in the morning?
I was never more serious about anything in my life.
Wake up, Mac. Time to get up.
Oh, wow. I slept later than I thought. What time is it?
It's almost 6. If you're going, get going.
I don't understand why you're so sore about this. I mean, Richard, we're just two different people with two different ideals, that's all.
You got your stuff back?
Yeah, most of it.
While you're getting your duds, I'll stow your equipment in the car.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's your rush? Last night you were begging me to stay.
I don't want to get in the way of your ideals, Mac. Besides, I want to get started. Hike you up to where I think the Gigantopithecus holds up. So before I leave, I'd just like to give you a hand before you go.
Now, wait a minute. How about a cup of coffee for the road?
There's a diner in Sulphur that'll be happy to serve you.
Did you say that you were on your way to the Neanderthal's cave?
I'm not going to hang around here waiting for him to visit. If that explosion worked, he may be out there having a look around.
Yeah. You know, Richard, I'm not in that much of a rush. Why don't I go up there with you? I can start back later.
You sure won't inconvenience you? I don't want you to change your plans on account of me.
Richard, you sure are in a funny mood this morning.
Well, not half as amusing as you are, old boy. Last night, I was the sinful Neanderthal flesh peddler, the untouchable, the unscientific Mr. Big Bucks. This morning, please, can I come along and see?
I'm curious. I don't deny that. Good Lord, any scientist worth his salt would have his tongue hanging out if what you say is up there. Is up there.
You see that straight wall of granite?
Yeah.
Well, I figure somewhere up in there must be their cave. Around the side is a big shelf like a ledge covered with bushes and trees. That may be their way in and out. I never got up that far last time.
Where did you see them the last time?
Right here, where we are standing. This is where Mr. Big led me, and his mate behind him. And over there were the two younger ones, sunning themselves.
Wait a minute. You were hoping the explosion had an effect. I can see fissures in that cliff from here.
I'll have a go at the climb then. But I'll need both hands to hold on, so would you take my gun and wait here? Where's that knapsack of fruit?
Here, take it. Now, listen, are you sure that you want to climb up there alone?
Well, I think it's smarter that you wait here.
I mean, in case of trouble.
In case of anything. To come up here is my decision and my party. And I've got enough bananas and apples and dates in this bag for quite a wingding. All right, here goes.
Richard! It's clouding over, Richard! Looks like a storm coming up. Did you see anything yet? I'm almost at the top now! Richard! What in heaven's name is that? I think it's him! Tremendous! My old friend! The Jolly Green Giant! I'm coming up after you, Richard! Richard, can you hear me? Richard, say something!
Richard!
Mac, be quiet.
Are you all right? Why didn't you answer me?
Get down.
If that was the Gigantopithecus, I heard him all right.
Oh, yeah. He's got some voice. You think we're safe here?
Well, it depends where he is. If this is a prehistoric creature, his sense of smell is highly developed. Hey, wait a minute, I have a thought. If you want to make friends, do what you did last time. Take all the fruit out of your knapsack and line it up on the ground here. If he gets a sniff, it's possible he'll come forward to take it.
The way I'm going to work it is, when he reaches for the fruit, I come out friendly-like. He knows me, you know. And then, pow, I give him a shot of the tranquilizer, and he's out.
Yeah, but what do you do about the rest of the family?
If they come looking for Daddy? I haven't thought that through. I could put them to sleep, too.
Richard, you have got a couple of 1,000 pounds of gargantuan flesh up on this plateau. How do you aim to get them to civilization? You haven't thought that through either. Look, don't do it. Let's observe. Merely observe, okay?
I got a few more things to work out, yeah. My problem has been I didn't want anyone else to know about this, but, yeah, I'll need trucks, I'll need cranes, who knows what.
Don't think about capture. It's unrealistic, and you might get hurt in the bargain. Now, look, I brought my camera. Let's you and me just sit here and wait.
No, you can wait if you want. Now that I know he's here, I'm going back down to get organized. I got to work something out with some road builders. First, we build a road, and then we can get a big moving van up to the plateau.
Richard, you're absolutely crazy. Don't think of it. Don't start something you'll regret.
Mac, the only regret I have is that I didn't think of all this sooner.
All right, I'll see you.
Richard! Richard, come back! Richard!
Come back! He's got his arm around me! He's crushing me! Mac, use the gun!
I can't find it!
Mac, he's dragging me with him! He's
For that fleeting instant before the creature disappeared, I realized it was true. It was one of the giant species of Neanderthal, well over 9 feet tall. I watched as it took Richard inside its cave and rolled a huge slab of stone across the entrance. Now was the time to put to practical use my theoretical knowledge of how to communicate with a primitive brain. One thing was certain. If I wanted to get Richard out of that cave, I'd have to go in after him and get him.
So James McLean is faced with the problem of spanning hundreds of thousands of years, dealing with a member of the human race who has been able to remain on Earth centuries after he was supposed to have disappeared. And were there more giant Neanderthals up in those Nevada mountains? If so, how many? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. In the northern part of Nevada, the largely unexplored mountains are rocked by seismic shock. A giant humanoid, resembling a Neanderthal man, had taken a modern man captive. Anthropologist James McLean is faced with the problem of rescue.
The irony of it all was, Richard, who thought he would capture the giant alive, was himself captured. I needed help. The only person I could entrust with the secret, and who would get us maximum help in minimum time, was Arthur Fairchild. I put in a long-distance call from the nearest town.
Incredible what you tell me, Mac.
Arthur, we've got to get Richard out of that cave if he's still alive.
Heard anything? Seen anything?
No, not since yesterday. This morning I climbed up there before phoning you. The cave is still blocked off.
I better come up with some Army sharpshooters. No other way. Or blast them out with dynamite.
Sharpshooters? Dynamite? Arthur! Listen, there's got to be a way to do this without killing anybody. Look, can you come up yourself, alone, and say, will you bring a couple of bushels of apples and as many bunches of bananas as you can lay your hands on?
Let me get this straight. You want me, apples and bananas, but no guns, is that it?
Please, Arthur, use your head. There's got to be a solution that keeps everyone alive, and we've got to find it. I had a frightful nightmare last night. I lived it again. The entire episode of finding that skull in Utah, staking my reputation that it was a Cro-Magnon fossil, only to find out I'd been hoodwinked by someone. Thank heaven I woke up before the dream got to that awful meeting of the National Academy, being accused of trying to get rich and famous at the expense of science. The disgrace of it. Oh, I woke up in a cold sweat. Arthur!
They had no trouble finding you at all.
You must have driven all night.
And why not?
You want some coffee, some breakfast?
No, I've been nibbling on bananas all the way up. Let's get started. Where to, Mac?
Well, did you figure out what we could do?
The answer's here in the back of my car.
You came alone, I hope.
You see a troop of cavalry coming up the pass? Of course I came alone. What about Gidding? He's still in there?
As far as I know.
The poop is this. I talked to our engineer boys, and they advised, drill a hole and smoke them out. So I brought up all the equipment.
Smoke? Look, I don't want them choked to death.
It's a new kind of smoke bomb. It has just the reverse effect. It impels those who breathe it to violent action.
Oh, I get you, sure.
My feeling was, if this giant man or animal is strong enough to move a boulder to close the cave, with a little encouragement, maybe we can get him to open it. I know you said don't, but I also brought along 2 rifles, just in case.
Arthur and I lugged the equipment up to the plateau. Generator, 5-gallon cans of gas, lights, a drill the size of a jackhammer. We had to make 3 trips. It was getting dark by the time we had everything connected and the generator ready to go.
Give the starting rope a long, hard pull, Mac. The way you start an outboard motor, lawnmower, so we can get some juice. Now, I plugged in the searchlight facing the rock so we can see what we're doing.
Okay, here goes.
Great. Lights, camera, action. I'm going to try for a hole near the bottom.
If you get tired, I'll take over.
Hold it! Lord, what a racket it makes. Is that what it sounds like? Well, we can't wait for applause.
Hold on, sir. I'm trying to figure this. This primitive fella may react violently if he thinks he's being attacked. Otherwise, he's really a peace-loving jet.
In 2 minutes, I ought to be able to drill through this boulder and shove in the smoke bomb. 2 minutes.
I'm worried about what he may do to Richard.
Richard Gidding? Richard Gidding! Can you hear me?
Hello? I can hear you.
Thank God he's alive.
Richard! We're coming in for you. It's going through like butter. It won't be long.
Hey!
Arthur, stop the drill.
Richard? Richard, are you okay?
I'm all right. The Johnny Jet hasn't touched me, but it just took off with the whole family.
What do you mean, took off?
It's gone. There are passages back of the cave here, right through to the mountains.
Oh, that's bad luck. He's gone. And we were counting on getting the Gigantopithecus so riled up with your smoke bomb, he pushed the boulder away. Now, how do we get Richard out? Very neat, Arthur. Very neat indeed. You made a very good circle of holes. Okay, my turn.
Don't you want the drill? What do you think you're doing with those rocks?
I thought I'd try to crack the boulder between the holes you made. Now, stand aside.
Mac, no way. It's getting daylight. I'm rested now. Going to start up the drill.
How's it going?
We're going to do some more drilling.
Hey, Mac, listen, don't start up yet. I think I hear the old man coming back.
Richard, now listen, don't panic. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shove some bananas through some of the holes that Arthur drilled.
I'm not hungry.
No, I'm hoping to appeal to the big man. Richard, duck into some corner and make yourself scarce.
Okay, Mac. He's coming. I can hear him very plainly now.
8 holes. That makes 8 bananas.
I hope this works.
Now we'll take the apples you brought, Arthur, and the rest of the bananas and spread them in a circle in front of the cave. That's right. That's nice.
You think that Neanderthal giant is going to open the cave and sit down with us for a meal?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I'd have a bigger appetite if I climbed up this tree. Do you mind?
Arthur, trust me. Eating is second nature to every living creature. It's rare indeed that any living thing is attacked while eating. Now, let's give it a try. We'll never get a chance like this again.
Okay, you're the expert. Pass me an apple, will you?
I knew I had to communicate with the giant creature. Reassured we meant no harm. Zaborowski and Houghton both agreed that Neanderthal was capable of articulate speech. Now, all the speculations, inferences, and theories would have to give way to the real thing, actual practice. I would have to reason with the Gigantopithecus, using my language to reach his understanding.
The big boulder in front is moving. He's pushing.
There, what did I tell you? He's coming out to get some more food.
Great God in heaven! Will you look at the size of it? Look at that head. Those hands.
Hello. Old man. Brought you some bananas and apples. Help yourself. Sure, take 2. Take as many as you want.
I can't believe my eyes. It's sitting down with us.
I'll tell you something, old man. All my life, I dreamed of going back in time to meet you. Yes. And I didn't have to do it. You came out of time to meet me.
You know, I think he's really enjoying himself.
Arthur, get up slowly, very slowly, and go to where we put the duffels. Now, in the one with the green stripe is my loaded camera. Will you bring it to me?
Sure. What's he doing?
He's getting up and taking a handful of fruit back to his family in the cave. Richard! Richard! When the old man's with his family, all the way inside, you come out.
Okay, I get you.
Here's your camera, Mac.
Am I glad to get out of that cave?
Hey, Richard, are you all right? Nothing broken, huh?
I was more scared than bruised, believe me.
Yeah, listen, you remember Arthur Fairchild as Richard Giddings.
Oh, yeah.
Arthur was the man behind the drill.
Well, I saw the big man go for those bananas. That's tremendous.
Yeah, now, in a minute or two, I expect the whole Neanderthal family will be out. Now, look, there may be other families. Who knows how far the caves go? You know, the more I think about it, the more I believe Washington ought to set up some kind of special preserve here.
Wait a minute. Why cut Washington in on this?
Like a wildlife preserve, is that what you mean?
Well, isn't that what this would be, really?
Here they come. Is that the mother?
Yeah, that must be her two sons. It's a nice family group. Now, watch the birdie. Excellent. One more shot.
Now, if Mac can get them all to say cheese, we'll have a family of Neanderthals, all smiling.
When we ran out of film and fruit, it was time to go. The giant Neanderthals returned to their cave. The sun was high now. We were pretty tired. We'd been up most of the night. We carted the gear down, hand over hand, down the side of the cliff. And then one last climb up to the plateau to make sure that nothing was forgotten. Arthur, where's Richard?
I was going to ask you. He's not down below.
Richard! Hey, Richard!
Huh, it's strange. Where could he have gotten to?
Isn't that him? Coming out of the cave?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. What's he got in his arms?
Hi, folks. Meet baby Neanderthal.
Richard, are you crazy? You can't steal their baby. They'll kill you.
They'll have to catch me first. I'm going to put it in my knapsack and carry it over my shoulder all the way back.
You put that baby back where you got it. Do you hear me?
They're not going to miss him, Arthur. Here, hold the kid while I strap on my knapsack.
You're mad. Absolutely mad. Now, look, you put it back, Richard, or I will not be responsible.
The whole family's out foraging or something, so I went into the cave and helped myself. This kid is worth a fortune. No, I said, give it to me. I'm ready for it.
I'll give it to you. Oh.
Phew. What a wallop. He went down like a stone. He sure wasn't ready for that.
We put the Neanderthal baby into the cave and went back to camp. Most of the rest of the day, we tossed around the idea of a national preserve. Would Washington guard the area with access only to bona fide scientists and researchers? Richard was very quiet and hardly said a word to us all day, all evening. The next morning, he was gone.
We walked clean back to the cliff and not a sign of him. He's some character.
Well, he could have gotten lost.
Good Lord. Look up there.
Pass the boulder. Let's go. He fell over there.
Which way now?
Keep going. Just around these trees.
There he is.
Richard! Oh, wow. He's dead.
That's a broken neck, all right. Falling all that distance.
He was up on the plateau.
What was he doing up there?
Was Richard trying once more to kidnap a Neanderthal infant that had gotten caught? Did he try to make a run for it? Escape back down the cliff, lose his grip, and fall? Or was he pushed? We never found out.
More than anything else, Richard's stubbornness and tragic end convinced Mac and Arthur of the hopelessness of their cause. Even if Washington agreed to a guarded national preserve, there would always be a Richard, someone who didn't really care,
and would do anything to exploit these ancient giants. So, our two friends decided to keep what they had seen a secret, and that they would never divulge to anyone the road to yesterday's giants. I'll be back shortly. If, as some historians and anthropologists believe, the Neanderthals, that intelligent species who inhabited the Earth thousands of years before we did not all disappear, then this story could be true. And as for Arthur and Mac, every time an experimental blast was touched off, Arthur would wonder how the old man and his family were taking it up there on that hidden plateau. James Mac McLean, he's writing another book, actually revising his old one, The Life and Times of Early Man. Only this edition will contain some extraordinary photographs. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, and Howard Ross. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There is some kind of nuclear activity going on up here, and it isn't on our side. I'm going to find out who's responsible for Wynn's death.
What did Ottawa say?
Well, they had a little surprise for me. Before I was able to finish telling them my suspicions, they brought me up to date on the latest international developments. It seems that Russia has already charged the United States with the same thing, nuclear occupation of the Arctic.
Oh, that's crazy. It's obviously a preemptive move on their part to divert suspicion from them.
Oh, I don't know. They've lost a couple of ships and a plane in the same mysterious way that Wynn vanished. Joe, some strange force is causing the polar ice cap to melt. And if we can't stop it, the results will be catastrophic.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ferndale is an average small American town surrounded by nice middle-class American homes. It is located in a middle America state and is about as representative of the United States and what its citizens are all about as you can imagine. Nobody in an atmosphere like this has any contact with violence or walks in any fear, except who knows what hides in the private jungle beyond any respectable door.
Pow! Gotcha. Dead center.
All right, Billy. Give me the gun.
Oh, Mom, can't I take him to school?
Sorry, partner.
But I wanted to show Clancy Williams.
Unlatch that belt, paleface, or I'll use it to make your other end red. Better get on your horse.
Bye, Mom. I love you.
I love you too, Billy boy. And I also could kill your Uncle Ralph for this stupid birthday present.
Guns. What place do they have in our life? Or anyone's? Why does the back doorbell always ring when you're at the front? Coming! All right. What's so important? Yes?
Hello, wife. Long time no see.
Who are you? What do you... Oh, no. It could be...
Our mystery drama, You Only Die Once, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joan Loring and Joseph Julian. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Marge Stanley loves her mornings. In fact, she loves her whole life. It suits her. It's just her style. She's naturally a morning person. By 8 a.m., Billy is off for school and her husband Howard off for the bank. Then she has a long, long morning to set the house to rights, laze a little in the bathtub, freshen and dress crisp and smart as always. It's a routine that never tires and is seldom broken. And certainly never as rudely and shockingly as this day that brings terror, violence, and the threat of death to her loved ones and herself.
Hey, Marge, come on, snap out of it.
What happened to me?
You passed out.
Oh, I remember I opened the back door, and even with the beard, I thought for a moment, but you can't be. It's 8 years ago, and he's dead. He's dead.
You mean Lou Miller?
Yes.
The guy that drowned in the reservoir?
My first husband. Who died?
You mean your husband? I didn't die, Marge. I'm still alive.
Oh, no. No, please. It couldn't be. Please, God. Howard is my husband. Howard Stanley is my husband. Whoever you are, please go.
You know who I am, Marge, just as well as I do.
But you drowned.
There was no body, Marge, remember?
You didn't drown. You are Lou.
That's right, baby.
Oh.
I've been fingerprinted enough places to nail that down for sure.
Oh.
So, no welcome home kiss for your loving husband?
You're not. I have a husband.
A meek little Joe who took off for his daily walk to the bank, huh? Mr. Howard Stanley, right?
Yes.
And a son, too. Cute-looking kid. How old is he?
He's 7.
Yeah? Big for his age, huh? And smart, too, I bet.
He's very smart. Just like Howard.
He must be. 7 years old and in the 4th grade.
Never mind, Billy. It's you. What happened? Where have you been?
Now, that's, like they say, a long story. Tell you what, why don't you fix me some eggs and bacon the way you used to, and some good hot steaming drip coffee, like the old days. And while you're at it, you and me can have a good long talk about the future.
What did you come back for, Lou?
I'm your husband.
After walking out on me for 7 years?
I didn't walk out on you, babe. Remember, I was dead.
But you're not. You just deserted me.
Did you get a divorce?
Why should I get a divorce when everybody's...
So, you see, we're still married.
Lou, what happened? Where have you been?
Remember that summer, Marge?
I'm not likely to forget it.
Them three fellas held up that Potsdam bank and lit out with $100 grand. Boy, was I glad I was a scuba nut that year. When they dragged the reservoir where they were sure the guys dumped the loot before they caught him, it couldn't turn up a thing. They did post the reward, 10,000 smackers.
Biggest thing ever happened in our part of the country. How could I forget?
Boy, I'm telling you, Sugar, I thought them water wrinkles would never wear out of my skin from diving after that bonanza.
We were going to use the 10,000 for down payment on a house and a car.
Are you kidding? I ever found that suitcase jammed in some crack? I wasn't going looking for no reward. That was all gone to me.
You found it?
No, I didn't find it. I worked down to the deep end. It was a good 150 feet there. What happened to me was I got swept into the spillway.
The what?
Where the water runs out of the reservoir. Must have caught my head a real crack. I was stuck in a kind of a pipe. I got out of my tanks, and then I passed out. I must have lost my face mask then, too.
Yeah, that's how come the insurance company and everybody else thought you must be drowned. What happened to you?
When I came to, I was lying in some reeds, half buried in the mud. There was blood all over my face. I didn't know where I was. Well, get this, Marge, because it's what counts. I didn't know who I was. And I either got out of the flippers or I had lost them, and all I had on was a pair of swim trunks.
What did you do?
I busted in some house and I got some clothes. And I lit out, hiking. Worked my way west, working odd jobs. And I figured I couldn't keep drifting forever. I had to establish some sort of, what do you call it?
Identity.
Yeah, that's it. Like who I was. I had to be someone. So I joined the service. 6-year hitch. And 2 nights after I'm out, I got hit in the head in a barroom, Brannigan, and pow, I remember who I am. So I figured I'd come home. You and me have some talking to do.
What?
I need a stake, Marge. Some dough. That's one reason I looked you up.
Well, I could let you have $15 or maybe $25.
Oh, don't kid around with me, baby. I said a stake. You know what I'm talking about. Real money. I had to do quite a bit of digging to turn you up when I got back to Ferndale.
You mean other people know you're alive?
Don't panic, doll. I ain't stupid. I may not be long on schooling, Mrs. Miller, but I got what it counts up here.
Mrs. Howard.
Well, now, that's the real question, ain't it? Just whose wife are you?
Well, now, be reasonable, Lou. There isn't any question of that. I mean, you and I were married less than a year. Howard and I have built a life together for nearly 7 years.
What does your husband do at the bank?
He's, you know, a bank officer.
Class job, huh? Pays pretty good, huh?
Banks don't pay that much money.
Not even to senior vice presidents? I told you I've been snooping around a couple of days, sweetheart, so don't try any tricky stuff. Now, let's get down to real business. Just what's it worth to you to keep this happy little home you got all in one piece?
I don't think I have to tell you what it's worth. I have a savings account. I've been saving for years for a trip we wanted to take. If you'll get out of my life again, you can have it.
How much?
It's nearly $3,500.
And where is it?
At the bank.
Your husband's bank?
Yes.
What would you do, just go there and draw it out?
Yes.
Supposing your husband caught you doing it, how would you explain?
I'll go on his lunch hour. He won't have to see me.
And where will I be?
You can wait here or come with me, whatever you want.
And no cops. No mention of any of this.
Do you think I want anyone to know you're still alive? That no matter how innocent it was, I've been living with another man as his wife when I wasn't really. You think I want Billy mixed up in this? It's a small town, Lou. And a lot of people are smaller, and this happens to be a terribly important time in my husband's life.
Yeah, I gathered from the posters. Running for mayor, ain't he?
I don't want to discuss Howard with you. I just want to do whatever I can from hurting that man I love. So I will go to the bank and get the money, or you can come with me.
All right, let's knock off all the pretty talk and take a real look at where we stand. Now, you're not paying me off with any measly $3,500.
How much do you want?
Something in the neighborhood of 30,000 green ones.
Oh, you must be crazy. We haven't got that kind of...
I had an insurance, Marge, remember? 15,000, double indemnity.
Oh.
They ever pay off?
Well,
Oh, come on, then. Don't try to give me any hard time.
Yes, they did.
So, of course, you blew it all on a new house and goodies. But I'll lay you odds you got a sock full of other dough somewheres. You'll pay off.
Why should we?
Because you've been living with a man you're not legally married to.
I'd get a lawyer's opinion, first of all. And I would be willing to bet right now that no court would hold me or Howard responsible for an honest mistake.
You'd have to give back all that pretty insurance money. You can't collect on a corpse that ain't.
That could be arranged.
Ah, so you do have it socked away.
Whether or not we do is none of your business.
There's another little thought you might have in mind. How many votes do you think it's going to cost your husband for mayor when I make this public?
You're just as much of a louse as I discovered right after I was stupid enough to marry you. Howard will take his chances. I think I can speak for him.
Can you speak for him on everything?
What are you getting at now?
The one other person concerned in all this. Billy.
You leave Billy out of this.
How can we?
He has nothing to do with you.
It was a good try, Marge. But what kind of a lunkhead do you think I am? First moment I found out there was a kid involved. Yesterday. I went and looked up the birth certificate.
Oh.
Billy ain't no 7 years old. He's 8.
Oh.
And as stupid as I am, I can count. That makes him my kid.
He doesn't know that, Lou. He thinks Howard is his own father.
Okay, baby, we could leave it that way. Just so you come through with the 30 grand. That's the only way you're going to get rid of me now. Until then, you got a monkey on your back.
Poor Marge. Her relaxed morning has been shattered as thoroughly as her nerves. And deep as the threat to her immediate happiness seems, she has no conception of how vicious and violent her fight to protect her family is going to be. With her head swimming, she looks again at the man sprawled on the couch and hopes that it's only some ghastly dream. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The shock of meeting a husband you have believed dead for over 8 years is enough to numb and scramble anyone's mind. At least Marge found it so. She couldn't believe that Lou was any real danger to breaking up her present family legally, nor that the publicity would mean anything in Howard's campaign. But two things did terrify her: the effect it might have on Billy, and the tension, a kind of mad and inhuman quality that underlay everything that Lou said, as though, in some inexplicable way, he was dead inside, that he was a ghost returned from the grave.
You stay away from Billy.
From my own son?
He's no son of yours.
Like I told you, I seen the birth certificate.
I didn't mean that. I mean he's nothing like you, thank God. And he worships his father. I mean Howard.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Let it go. Don't answer.
Oh, it's Bob Russell's car in the driveway. I can see it from here. They're next door neighbors. They know I'm home.
All right. Go answer. But no tricks or funny business.
Put that pistol away.
Go open the door. Find out what he wants. Don't let him come in, or I'll drop him like a bowling pin.
All right, but don't lose your head.
You just worry about your own.
Hi, Marge. Sorry if I disturbed you.
No, I was in the kitchen.
I didn't want to come at all because, to tell you the truth, I thought you might have sneaked back to bed for a nap.
Oh, no, I was just going to get dressed and go marketing.
I know. You're the morning person. That's what Betty calls you. This is all the junk on the community chest Betty promised you.
Oh, that's great.
How's it going? Dragging any formidable loot?
Over 60,000 up to now, and we're only halfway along.
Well, keep it in a safe place.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you feeling all right?
Me? Why?
Well, you look a bit pale, sort of drawn.
Maybe I'm just picking up a little cold.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, I got a customer waiting.
Uh-huh.
60 grand, huh?
Oh, don't get your hopes up, Lou. It's all in small checks, most of them at the bank, and all made out to community chest. Even you couldn't figure a way to get your claws on that money.
All right, you can cut the comedy. I have my own way, and not much more time to waste. I've been figuring while I was waiting for that used car salesman.
Bob's a stockbroker.
I want you to call your husband and get him home here from the bank.
I can't do that.
Well, you better, doll, or I'll lock you in a closet and go down there and bring him back my own way. I got to get all this settled today.
But I can't bring Howard home from the bank. What could I possibly say?
Don't answer it.
That's silly. Why not? What am I going to do? Scream for help?
Just don't answer it. You're out.
But it might be Betty ringing to make sure Bob dropped off the stuff. Oh, that's right. Howard was going to call about us having lunch together.
Sam. Okay, there's an extension in the kitchen, right?
Yes.
I'll be listening. And don't try anything or I'll kill you. You might as well know I have nothing to lose.
Hello?
Darling, it's Howard. I'm calling about lunch.
Where are you whining me?
Well, what was that?
What was what?
Was Billy home? Anyone with you?
Why, no. Why?
It sounded as though someone was on an extension.
Oh, don't be silly about lunch. Why don't we have it here at home?
Well, I'd veto that anyway, but it's what I was calling about. I can't make lunch.
Oh.
I've got to run up to the state capitol, have lunch with a man.
I'm certainly glad it isn't another woman. Couldn't you put it off for today?
I'm sorry, honey, not a chance. See, this guy has got the votes I need in his pocket. I want to be mayor, honey, just long enough to clean up our own little backyard.
I know, dear. So, when will I see you?
Oh, around dinner time. I love you. You take care of yourself.
I love you. Howard.
Why did you let him get away like that?
What could I do?
I'll tell you what you're going to do. Call him back. Get him here.
How?
I don't care how. Tell him you're sick or Billy's sick.
Lou, I can't get away with that
You
now.
do what I tell you, damn it! Call him.
Why can't I tell him the truth?
You want to?
He's got to know sometime.
All right, then tell him here, where I can handle him. And he doesn't get any fancy ideas of ringing in anyone else. Dial.
I'll call his private number. You heard for yourself on the extension.
Yeah. Well, maybe just as well. Now, look. I'm coming back to something. That insurance money.
But it doesn't really exist now you're alive.
Listen to me.
Please. That hurts.
There's a lot more things going to hurt if things don't go my way. Now, first, the insurance money. Where is it? Don't get me mad, baby, or things are going to start getting real rough.
When it finally came through, we put it in a custodian account for Billy.
Now, that's real nice. Only Billy doesn't need it anywhere near like his old man does. So I'll tell you what. We got it made. Howard's out of the picture. So you and me will just stroll over to the bank, You can draw out the 30 grand and give it to me, and all our troubles will be over.
That won't work, Lou.
Why not?
Because Howard is the custodian, not me.
Damn. Why does everything have to go sour for me? Now what are we going to do?
I told you I have a little money in the bank.
Now let's forget that chicken dribble. You don't seem to realize the spot you're in, Marge. I'm no small-time operator anymore. The chips are all down with me, so I can't lose except all the way. So you better listen to me and jump whenever I tell you to.
You don't sound real.
Well, this ain't no ghost story, honey. You're going to have to live with this one. And I'm stuck here until that half-pint husband of yours gets back.
Why don't you go away and come back this evening? I've got a whole day of appointments.
I ain't going nowhere. Neither are you.
But it's just like kidnapping.
You named it, baby. You named it. All we're waiting for now is the payoff. Hey, hold on, Marge. Where do you think you're going?
I was just going to the front door. It's about time for Billy to be coming home from school.
You just stay away from doors. I'll tie you up. I've been on the go so long, I've forgotten what sleep is.
Tie me up?
Yeah. I don't want to take no chances you get some crazy idea taken off. We're calling the police.
With Billy coming home, I wouldn't dare.
To leave him alone with me, huh?
Yes. And why would I call the police? You do have some right to be here.
Look, I'm desperate, Marge. I'm not kidding you anymore. All that guff about getting amnesia and stuck in the spillway, forget it. I was just trying to keep things nice and simple at first.
You found that money in the reservoir all those years ago.
That's right. I was going to take off from you anyway. You and me were a mistake from the beginning.
Oh, that's true enough.
You just wanted kids in a home. I wanted the big time. For a while, I had it. I left my air tank and my face mask bobbing in the middle of the lake, and I swam ashore. I took off for Vegas. Had a run of bad luck, so I blew the 100 grand. I had to get even with the tables, so I used a little muscle here and there with the private citizens to keep myself in bread.
You mocked people?
Don't look so holier than thou. I got my comeuppance, if you want to know. 6 of the years since I left you, I spent in security prisons. I won't tell you what for. I'll tell you one thing. The next thing they get me for, if there is to be one, that's it. I'm in for good. So don't make any mistakes about how desperate I am. So get away from that door now. Make me some coffee. And where's the jar?
It's on the way to the kitchen.
Mom. Good. She's in the kitchen. Just get my guns and strap them on. Better hide unless that's the law.
I could use something to eat with a coffee.
All right, Lou.
Who's Lou? Well, Billy, you just gotta find out. Stick 'em up, Lou.
Lou, don't. It's just
I
Billy.
can see who it is. It's the kid.
Gee, you turned and hit the floor fast. That's a good trick.
I'll tell you another good trick, Shrimp. You ever heist anyone and he turns on you, don't you hold back on the trigger ever.
But you were so fast.
I could have put a bullet right through you, kid.
Is that a real gun?
What would I be doing with a real gun? This is just a present for a kid I know.
It sure looks real.
Yeah, so do yours.
Yeah. Who are you?
This is a friend of your Uncle Ralph's, Billy. Right, Lou?
Yeah, that's right. You could call me Lou.
I'm Billy.
Put it there, partner.
Shake.
Your Uncle Ralph just wanted to make sure you liked the guns. So I said I was passing by and I'd stop in and check.
Oh, they're super.
Hi, darling. I was just trying to find the darn key. Who are you?
Unexpected visitor. A friend of the family. Marge's side. She asked me to get the door. She's feeding Billy. Come on in.
Oh, sure. Sorry, it's just it was such a surprise. Have we ever met?
No. Oh, don't let the get-up put you off. I just came off a camping trip.
Oh. Well, you seem to know who I am. You want to tell me who you are?
Sure. Lou Miller.
Lou Miller? But you're dead.
That would make it simple, huh? No matter how scary a ghost is, there are ways of making them disappear. Now, me, Howard, I'm the real McCoy. Like, if you want it right between the eyes, I'm Marge's real husband, and that's my kid inside.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it won't take too much praying to turn me back into a ghost. That's what you and me are going to talk over, Howard. You're the only one with the keys to turn time back again, just the way it was.
A completely stunned Howard can only stare at this specter from the past. A man so evidently his physical superior that he could not solve anything on that level, nor on any other level, as he is about to find out. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Howard is about to have his first meeting with something which neither you nor I, or at least most of us, would be able to handle. Total immorality. And it takes not much longer than a few minutes both to tell Howard the story of Lou, and very little longer to realize that he is dealing with a man who has nothing left to lose. Not even his conscience.
What you suggest to Marge is impossible.
Why?
Because everything, bank books, money, drafts, checks, anything valuable is locked up in the vaults by now.
So? You're executive vice president, aren't you?
Yes.
You got the keys, haven't you?
Yes. Once the time lock disengages, which will be, let's see, it's 6 o'clock now, exactly 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
You mean you can't get in there tonight?
You'd need an atom bomb to blow that vault door open.
The first thing tomorrow morning, you could get those bank books and cash in the dough.
Well, I could, but I can't.
Why not?
Because, first of all, the money for the insurance was left in trust to Billy. It could only be spent on him, but that no longer holds either. The money isn't Billy's or anyone's but the insurance company's now.
How come?
It was paid in good faith because you were presumed to be dead. And you are quite manifestly alive.
Now, look, don't give me none of that lawyer double talk. Who knows I'm alive, except you and me and Marge?
Look, suppose I did go along with you. As soon as you'd leave, what's to stop me from going to the police and telling them what's happened?
For this chicken feed, not much. Wouldn't be worth coming back to put a bullet hole through your head, or Marge's, or the kids.
Your own son?
Who wants him? I never did. One big reason I lit out. You're welcome to him.
Daddy. Why didn't you come in and see me as soon as you got home?
Well, I knew you were eating dinner. We have a visitor.
He heard his father's voice, and there was no holding him.
Want to see some of the tricks Uncle Lou's been showing me with my gun?
Uncle?
Lou's a friend of Ralph's, Howard, and just sort of got made an honorary uncle.
It's all right, Marge. I know who Lou is.
Oh.
The twirly parts I'm not so good at yet because my hands are kind of small, and I haven't had enough practice, Lou says. But I'll show you one thing he taught me. Turn around, Lou.
Billy, I really think...
It's okay, Marge. Let the kid have his fun. Okay, I'm turning my back. I don't know you're there.
Pick him up.
Ah, you got me. Dead center.
See, Daddy? See? If you're going to heist a guy and he starts to turn on you, hit the trigger right away.
That's what Uncle Lou taught you?
If you don't want to find yourself dead.
But supposing the other man doesn't have a pistol?
Who takes chances? Besides, Billy knows I have one. Still there, you see?
That's not a real pistol either.
Oh, of course it isn't. Who'd have a real pistol in this house?
Can we play some more now?
Nope, Billy. That's enough. Time for bed. Let's go.
But I don't want to go to bed.
want to play some more.
It's time, son.
Oh, well, okay. You'll come up and say goodnight too, Uncle Lou.
Sure, sure. If you take off right now with your mother.
Okay, chum. Up the wooden hill.
You always say that. It's a staircase.
It's what my mother always used to say to me.
He's a cute kid. You wouldn't think it, but I really go for kids. And them for me. Him and me can have a real ball this weekend.
You're not welcome in this house.
What's the matter, Howard, boy? You afraid I'm going to let Billy know you ain't his real father?
For his sake. It would be better for your son not to have his whole life shaken up.
Well, I got news for you. If you and Marge don't play things my way, this whole family's going to get shook right out of sight. Now go pour me a shot till we get the kid out of this, and I can lay out for you and Marge just how we're going to play this thing.
You can't ask me to rob my own bank.
I ain't asking, I'm telling you. On Monday morning, once that time locks off, you pack a suitcase with 250 grand. And don't go writing down serial numbers. And keep the bills as small as you can.
But what's the point? You can't get away with it.
I'll be sitting here with Marge and Billy, and little Bertha here. Anything goes wrong with the outline I already gave you, anything, you're suddenly out a wife and a kid, right?
But no matter how much time we try to set up for you, your getaway, the police will be right on your trail.
How, Howie boy, how? I'm dead, remember? I don't even exist. Who'd be looking for me?
When we tell our story.
Don't you see it all, Howard? Do you think any of us is going to be alive after...
Who the devil is that? What kind of a double-cross is this? That's the sheriff.
Now, look, don't lose your head. He's an old friend. He could have stopped by for a dozen reasons.
Well, one of them better not be me. Now, listen, both of you. I'm going upstairs with Billy. You leave all the doors open. If anything goes wrong, let me tell you both, this is a real gun. And the first shot I fire goes right through the kid's head.
Your own son. What kind of a man are you?
The kind neither of you Batsies would like to find out about. Open up and get rid of him.
Hey, Jim.
The lights are all on. I knew someone had to be home.
Yeah, well, we were just sitting down to dinner.
Well, this won't take long, but I'd like to step inside.
Sure.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Jim.
Everything okay?
Of course. Why not?
Well, I don't know. You just don't look yourself. You're always so full up of the old get up and go.
Oh, that I think I got a touch of the flu.
Oh, sorry. It's going around these days. I got 2 deputies out with it. Or else if they got a couple of girlfriends, my phone tabs haven't turned up.
Maybe there's a gap in the tape. Jim, Marge sort of had dinner on the table practically, so,
Oh, sure. But, what I have to say can be said quickly. Maybe shouldn't be said at all, but you're 2 old friends of mine not to. That's a flyer just came in this morning to the sheriff's office. Here. You 2 have a gander at it. You don't have to read all the writing. I'll give you the gist. That there's a picture of John Clemens, wanted for armed robbery and the killing of a policeman in California. Out on parole from Soledad State Security Prison, alumnus of Joliet, armed, dangerous, to be approached with caution. 3 former suspected murders, will shoot to kill. Nothing to lose, because when he's taken this time, he goes up the river the rest of the way.
I don't know any John Clemens.
Nor I.
But if his name wasn't John Clemens, wouldn't you know him? If his name was maybe Lou Miller?
But Lou's dead.
Lou isn't dead. This guy Clemens was in the service. I got a set of his fingerprints from there. And 8 years ago, when Lou swore on as deputy to dive in the reservoir looking for the money that got stolen, he had to record a full set of fingerprints. No, sir, I'm sorry to have to say it for many reasons. They're the same guy. Lou Miller is still alive.
Well, all right. Now, look, suppose he is. What's that got to do with us?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. But there is Billy, and This guy is on the run and desperate. Just in case, I'm going to give you some protection. Can I use the phone?
What for?
Well, you might turn up here. I'm going to cover you for a while with a 24-hour guard.
Okay, everyone, freeze. Don't anybody make even one little move.
So you beat me to it, Lou.
You always move too slow, Jim. Marge, Howard, get back in that corner.
Lou, don't lose your head.
That's just what I'm planning to keep. Come on, move. That's better. Okay, Jim. Just face me like you are, and very slow and easy, slip the buckle and drop your gun belt. That's it. Right on the floor. That's right. Now, you got any rope, heavy cord, wire, adhesive tape in the house? Come on, come on. You know I ain't got nothing to lose by now. Want me to shoot you instead of tying you up?
I just bought some new rope for... Oh, what difference does it make? It's in the kitchen closet.
Okay, everyone. Now just let's move out to the kitchen. Careful. Real careful. That's it. Keep moving. Don't try anything. Into the kitchen. That's it. Now, I'm just staying here in the door. Marge, you sit at the table. You too, Sheriff. Howard, fetch the rope.
Stick 'em up.
Marge!
See, I did it right again, Uncle Lou.
Billy, where did you get that gun?
Well, you took mine away, and then you were all playing games, and everybody else was having fun, so I came downstairs, and I found this heavy old gun by the living room door. Gosh, it makes a loud bang, doesn't it, Uncle Jim?
Well, it sure does, Billy. Marge, why don't you take Billy back to bed?
But I want to say goodnight to Uncle Lou.
Billy, son, don't spoil the game. Uncle Lou's just playing possum to make you look real good. Now, don't spoil his game, huh? How is he, Sheriff?
Bullet got him right in the spine. Too late for the ambulance.
How is he, Howard?
This time he's gone for good.
Huh?
Did you get Billy to bed?
Yes. What's going to happen to us now? Howard, what have I brought on you?
We'll weather it, Marge.
But the whole story will come out now. And I'm not thinking about us. But what it'll do to Billy. What a thing to grow up with.
Just a minute, you two. Isn't there a quote somewheres about God moving in a mysterious way his wonders to perform?
That's almost the exact quote, but...
Main thing, it seems to me, in all this is to keep Billy from being all broke up over what was an accident.
Jim, when this story breaks in the papers, how can it be kept from Billy?
The question is first, can it be kept out?
How?
Of course, there's got to be a story. A man is dead. But a story about what man?
I don't understand you.
You're returning that insurance money to the company, of course, Howard.
Well, naturally.
So now let's take a good, hard look at the rest of it. Now, I intend to have a long talk with Judge Markham. Now, I can't answer for him, of course, but I've known him all our lives. Now, if I was in his place, here's the way I see it. This man's legal name is John Clemens. He's been using that name for over 8 years. He's a known killer. There's a statewide alarm out for him. So now, here's me, the sheriff, an old friend of yours, visiting for the evening, when this John Clemens tries to pull off a heist. 2 shots are fired, one from my gun, one from his. The one from my gun kills this John Clemens. So, where does Lou Miller figure in this? A man already dead 8 years?
You mean Billy, the whole time, doesn't have to know exactly what he's done?
It was an accident, Marge. The child has no idea what he's doing. Who'd want to place this burden on his shoulders? Like I say, it's not my decision, thank God. But I'd hoped Judge Markham'd feel about it, that you only get a chance to live once. Seems fair enough to me. The best you ought to have is, like him, one chance to die.
would you do? What would I do? Faced with a decision like this. Open up an old, closed Pandora's box and saddle an 8-year-old child with a swarm of circumstances he's not equipped to handle and mark him for life? Or leave the alternative truth that a man who chose another life and another name and who long deserved to die finally met his comeuppance, killed by a bullet fired in self-defense. Perhaps the sheriff said it best. God moves in mysterious ways. I'll be back shortly. At 8 years old, there are ghosts and goblins, mysterious figures that move through trees, phantom ghosts that can leap into the mind and spin it flying the wrong way. But time goes by, and a boy grows up, and with 2 understanding parents and a sheriff who opens his files to let a young man read the truth of his background, Billy can accept his father for what he was and thank his lucky stars for the foster one his mother provided for him. Our cast included Joan Loring, Joseph Julian, Tom Keena, Dan Acco, and Hetty Galen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Mrs. Sanford, I'm finished with the job, and I want your okay.
I'll put on the pot and give you a cup of coffee.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Come right down. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Won't be a minute. I'm coming, Mr. Garrow.
Mrs. Sanford, the strangest thing.
What did you say, Mr. Garrow?
Look at that wall.
Oh, dear. Another crack?
No, it's not another crack.
What?
It's the same crack. I just filled it with cement.
But you couldn't have. It looks old and dry.
Look at my hands. They're still covered with cement. Here are my tools, my trowel. I could swear it was closed up not 5 minutes ago.
And that cold draft flowing from it.
Like from a tomb.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Suspense. Tonight, Suspense brings you Miss Claire Trevor as star. But first, a word from your announcer.
In hotels, restaurants, and homes of distinction, the choice in wines is Cresta, Blanca, Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Yes, the best serve Cresta Blanca wines, those choice selections created to please the most discriminating tastes. And there's a magnificent Cresta Blanca wine to distinguish your dining, to enrich your entertaining. So always pour Cresta Blanca wines from the finest of the vines. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills,
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines of Fresno, California. Tonight's star, Miss Claire Trevor in
The Blue Hour, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Mr. Paul? Yeah, are you sure you don't know who killed White? Not even a guess? Just one more.
Oh, boys.
Please.
Oh, all right, boys. The show's over. We're taking off now. See you on Broadway. Goodbye. Goodbye. You've all been just grand. Just grand, boys. Love you all. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hey, stewardess. Where's my seat, honey? Well, that was that. And from then on, I had a nice quiet ride into New York with nothing to do but look down at the scenery. You never know when the break's going to come in show business. I've been hoofing for 6 years now, and the best I ever did was a one-night stand in some greasy clip joint. I know I'm no ballerina from the Ballet Russe to Monte Carlo, but well, I can do a couple of whirls without breaking my neck, and besides, I got looks. That's what the men ask for. At least that's what Jason White asked for. He was my only connection with high society before he passed away. Oh, don't feel sorry for me, because his getting bumped off was my break. They had my legs in every paper in Chicago. That's how I happened to come to New York. I got a contract to dance at an extremely chic joint called the Blue Hour, with a minimum, mind you. All the way from Chicago, I worried no one would meet me when I arrived, but I was wrong. There were about nearly 1 million reporters at LaGuardia Airport. You'd have thought I was Miss America or a Bueller or somebody. I was really intriguing them until he showed up. That man, Mahoney.
How about one more picture, Miss LaPaul? A little more leg? That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, boys. Come around and see me at the Blue Hour. I'll give an extra good show if I know you're there.
Come up to you, Miss LaPaul.
Well, you're pretty smooth at extra good shows, aren't you?
I beg your pardon? Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Mahoney's the name. Alec Mahoney.
I didn't ask your name.
My, you're touchy.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Carry your bag for you?
I can afford a porter.
Oh, I'd like to speak to you.
Call me up sometime.
Who killed Jason White?
Cop or reporter?
Why? You got two different answers?
Look, Mahoney, if you could read, you'd know from the papers I had nothing to do with Jason White's death.
I never read the papers, honey. I'm a reporter.
Well, I already gave my interview. Now leave me alone, Mahoney. I went through all this with the Chicago police.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then why the sudden interest?
Because the whole thing smells.
Move, Mahoney. You're beginning to bore me.
Why were you afraid to tell the police you were at Jason White's apartment the night he was killed?
What are we playing? 20 questions?
No. Just hunches, honey.
Hunches, Look, Mahoney, Jason White was a nice guy. He liked me, I liked his money. We got along swell as long as he was spending it on me.
Did you kill him because he stopped spending it?
If that's another hunch, get out of my way before I haul off on you.
Oh, now look, honey.
There's just two things you can do for me. Drop dead. I didn't feel so good after parting with Mahoney. He made me feel uneasy, as if he knew something important. He seemed awfully nosy about who killed Jason White. He sure would have made a good lawyer. Besides, he wasn't half bad looking. Just the same, I hoped I'd never see him again. I finally got a cab and decided to go straight over to the Blue Hour. Come to think of it, they didn't have anyone meet me at the airport. They've got some nerve treating their star attraction that way. I'd tell them a thing or two. I couldn't believe my eyes when I took a gander at the Blue Hour. It was the most beautiful place I ever saw. Extremely chic. The walls and ceilings were covered with real satin, and the floors were so clean they glistened. There were enough mirrors around to powder 4,000 noses at the same time. And there was an honest-to-goodness band, 10 pieces. They were rehearsing as I entered. Oh, anybody would look good on that stage with that music. And I wasn't going to be the exception. I was in such a daze I didn't see him come alongside of me. But somehow he had the knack of making you feel his presence.
Miss LaPaul?
Oh, yeah. How did you know?
Well, you're quite famous these days.
I'm Anthony Licata.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Licata. I love your place. Extremely chic. I know I'm going to like working here.
I hope so. Follow me, Miss LaPaul.
Oh, that band is certainly out of this world.
I'm glad you like it. This way, Miss LaPaul.
I've never seen anything like it.
Won't you sit down?
Thanks, I could use a seat. Those reporters gave me a good going over this morning.
What'd you tell them?
Oh, the usual stuff, like how many offers I had, and I picked your club because it was the best in town, and I gave them a couple of good shots.
Tell them anything about Jason White?
Well, they were the usual questions.
What usual question?
Like, did I love him? Do I miss him? Do I have any idea who killed him?
Do you?
Look, Mr. Licata, I want to be a dancer, not an information, please.
I'm sorry, Miss LaPaul, but I'm very interested in crime. Unsolved crimes.
Oh.
Just a hobby. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you. When do I start working, Mr. Licata?
You're on salary already.
Oh, gee, thank you. I could start rehearsing right away. I'd be ready by tomorrow night.
Well, you must be very tired from the ordeal of everything that happened in Chicago. You take a 2-week rest, then we're going to see.
2 weeks? Well, I'll be deader than a mackerel by then. Mr. Licata, I'm hot as a firecracker now. How long do you think this publicity can last?
I'm sorry, Miss LaPaul. I don't think it's possible.
You don't think it's possible? Well, I like that. I've waited 6 years for this kind of a chance, and I'm not going to I'm not going to just sit and watch it fizzle out.
Well, unfortunately, Miss LaPaul, you must be satisfied with the arrangement.
Satisfied my foot. I'll get a job somewhere else.
You're forgetting one small detail, Miss LaPaul. You're on the contract to me. I'm going to see that you stay there.
Well, I don't get it. You chased me around in Chicago as if I was studded with diamonds.
Well, you are very valuable.
What's the game, Licata?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
What a shame, Miss LaPaul. I'm sure that before you finished here, you'll play the game very well.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Because it didn't take a Sam Spade to figure out that the game he was playing had something to do with a guy I knew called Jason White. And Jason White was murdered.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Miss Claire Trevor in The Blue Hour. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by better tasting Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's favorite wines. Have you discovered how much Roma California wines can heighten your enjoyment of everyday meals? Soaring food costs make this especially important today. Yes, delicate pale gold Roma Sauterne or robust Roma Burgundy can make all the difference between just eating and delightful dining. This weekend, discover how a glassful of better tasting Roma Sauterne adds to your enjoyment of chicken or seafood. Or enjoy the taste harmony of Roma Burgundy with roast beef, steak, or cheese dishes. To make your meals more enticing, serve better tasting Roma wines. Remember, always insist on Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Claire Trevor as Lois LaPaul in The Blue Hour, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I may have felt uneasy when I left Mahoney, but I was downright scared when I left Anthony Licata's office. I must be a real square. Everybody seems to be talking riddles. I know there's something cooking that just concerns me, but I'll be darned if I know what. Mr. Licata had an apartment for me. In fact, he had me driven there. I wasn't blind enough to miss the stoogie planted outside my door. I was in a fine fix. Lois LaPaul, who was going to burn up the big city, stuck in an apartment with a bodyguard. The sad part of it all was I didn't know a soul to turn to for help except... No, it wasn't possible. He wouldn't help me. So, there was nothing for me to do but sit there and eat. Who is it?
Mahoney.
Oh.
Hello there, beautiful.
Shut up and come in.
Well, I'm honored, Miss LaPaul. Tell me, is this to be a social visit or...
I'm scared. I need help.
Well, your attitude seems to have changed.
Did you see a man outside?
An autograph hunter?
More like a headhunter. He's planted there to watch me.
Who planted him?
Anthony Licata of the Blue Hour.
Licata, huh? Well, this is developing faster than I figured. He sure is impatient.
Nuts, he's impatient. He's making me sit around doing nothing for 2 weeks. It's some game we're playing. Only I don't like games, and I'm scared.
Well, you do have human instincts.
Oh, Mahoney, what's going on? Why am I involved?
Close the faucet on those crocodile tears, honey.
Why don't you believe me?
Because you're not playing square with me.
What do you want from me, Mahoney?
The truth.
Oh, why?
You were in Jason White's apartment the night he was killed. Weren't you?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing there?
I went to see him.
Oh, just like that, huh?
He called me and asked me to come right up.
Do you always run when a man asks you to come up to his apartment?
He sounded frightened. He told me to hurry. I grabbed a taxi and got there as fast as I could. I knocked several times, but there was no answer, so I walked in. Every light in the place was lit, and every chair, table, and drawer was upset. You know that from the newspaper stories. Jason was sitting in the one and only chair left upright. I remember he smiled as I walked in.
You got here very quickly, my dear. Thank you.
Jason, what happened? What's been going on here?
Oh, forget about that. Come over here beside me.
I don't understand this.
Never mind, my dear. It's unimportant. Listen to me carefully.
You sound sick. What's the matter?
Nothing, my dear. Don't worry. Here, take this.
It's a bottle of perfume.
Yes, I've had it for you for a long time. But like most men, I forgot to give it to you. Take it now.
You mean you had me rush all the way up here for this? What's the gag?
No.
Jason, you're bleeding. You've been hurt. I'll call a doctor.
No, Lois, please don't do that. I'd rather have it this way.
Who did it, Jason?
I don't know. Lois, promise me one thing. Don't open that bottle of perfume until they catch and convict whoever attacked me. If you do, your life will be in danger.
I promise, Jason.
You'd better go now. Forget that you were ever here tonight. God bless you, my dear. And thank you. Thank you for everything.
Jason! Jason! And that's exactly what happened, Mahoney, I swear.
Do you still have that bottle of perfume?
Of course I have.
May I see it?
Thinking of using it?
Perhaps.
Well, I keep it in my makeup kit. Here.
Wow. Very interesting.
What's very interesting?
Did you notice the name of this perfume?
Yeah, it's in French. I have a hard enough time with my English.
Le Bleu.
Huh? Sounds like your tongue got stuck.
Oh, I get by, honey, I get by. Bleu means the hour, and bleu means blue. The hour blue. Or better known as the Blue Hour.
The Blue Hour? That's the same name as the nightclub.
Well. You catch on fast, don't you? And here's something else for you to mull over. Jason White bought a diamond in Antwerp in 1929 called the Blue Hour. It was called that because it was a perfect blue white stone worth about $500,000.
Holy mackerel.
Now, do you know what's in this bottle?
Perfume?
If you're telling the truth, honey, the Blue Hour diamond is floating around in there.
You mean $500,000 worth of... Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out in just a minute.
No, don't. I told you what Jason said about my life being in danger. If that's open before his murderer is convicted.
Sugarface, your life is already in danger. Well, cross your fingers. Here goes.
Oh, Mahoney.
Oh, brother. Look at that thing dazzle.
Oh, gee, it's beautiful.
So that's the Blue Hour diamond.
Boy, on my finger would that look extremely chic.
Look, baby. Look, if you want to live to enjoy it, we've got to beat the early bird to the worm. Now, here. Sit down here. You've got a full evening in front of you, honey. Now, here's what you're going to do.
Alec wasn't kidding when he said we had a full evening in front of us. He had a plan, and I had to memorize it. I was going to do some acting. And here I come to New York to be a dancer. I was so mixed up with all that happened, I wasn't sure of anything, except that I fell in love with Alec Mahoney. He didn't know it yet, but as soon as things were settled, I was going to let him know. Meanwhile, I felt that Mahoney was staging a play, and I was his leading lady. He said things, had me repeat them till I thought I'd scream, but he assured me one mistake would be fatal. He then picked out my chicest evening gown and had me put it on. I thought I detected a gleam in his eye as I paraded before him, but he pulled himself together, gave me a quick pat on the shoulder, and left. I waited 10 minutes by the clock. We still had Licata's fair-haired boy waiting outside. I then opened the door noisily and stepped out.
Hey, you going someplace?
Look, stupid, I'm going down to the Blue Hour. If you want to come along, just fall in line behind Teacher. N'est-ce pas?
Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Licata.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Was there something you didn't understand this afternoon?
On the contrary, it was all too clear. Aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Tony?
Sit down. Don't call me Tony. My name's Anthony.
I'm sorry, Anthony.
You look pretty good for a second-rater.
Gee, I'm flattered.
I still don't know why you're here.
I came to play the game.
I see. What caused this sudden change of mind?
It's a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Maybe.
You see, I know something about you, and I think you've guessed something about me.
Stop beating around the bush.
All right, Anthony. I know you killed Jason White.
For a dumb babe, you think you know an awful lot.
I was in the room when you killed Jason.
Can you prove it?
If I tried hard enough, I might be able to. But that's not why I'm here.
Then what did cause this social visit?
I think you know I have the Blue Hour diamond. I have. Put your eyes back in your head, Anthony.
So you do have it, huh?
Up to this point, you only thought I had it. Isn't that right?
What's the deal?
I'll make it short and simple. I need money. I couldn't possibly pass that rock. You know your way around. Pass it, split 50-50, and I'll forget I ever saw you in Jason's apartment.
I never said I was there.
So you didn't.
Give me the diamond.
Don't be stupid. I never carry it around. It's too heavy.
Where is it?
Come to my apartment in about half an hour and, come yourself, Anthony. Leave that Harry A. poem. If there's any funny business, you'll never get it.
I'll be there. Alone.
I'm sure you'll do as I say, Anthony, because that diamond must mean a lot to you. After all, you committed murder for it. When I left Licata's office, the taxi back to my apartment felt like a Turkish bath. Whew. But so far, everything went exactly as Mahoney said it would. He would have been proud of me. I didn't muff a line. Now, the worst that could happen to me was getting killed. The prospect of this didn't appeal at all, and besides, it took me 25 years to find a guy like Mahoney. I wanted to stay around and enjoy him. Once I got back to my apartment, I had nothing to do but wait for Licata. That's like waiting for poison to take effect. I turned on every light and the radio. I figured the soft music would help my nerves relax. It didn't. I smoked 16 cigarettes. I know, I counted them. I was sitting there trying to keep my mind, such as it is, off of unpleasant things, and then I heard it. It was the window opening, very softly in my bedroom. Somebody had come up the fire escape into my room. I should have known that Licata wouldn't take a chance and come to see me alone like I told him. He had one of his gorillas in my other room to make sure that I'd be in his power. This apparently had not occurred to Mahoney, who thought he was so smart. I got up from the couch and stood there listening. The guy in there was coming closer because I heard him knock my sewing basket over. I looked around for an effective weapon. Then I spotted it. Just the thing. My big makeup case. I picked it up, hefted it, and I quietly kicked off my shoes and stole over to the bedroom doorway. I leaned back against the wall, out of sight as the door started to open. I could see that big gorilla standing there with a gun in the dark with his hat pulled down over his face. Then he started to push his face out into the room.
Now, look.
He fell back into the bedroom, and I shut the door and stood there. Oh, Mahoney, wherever you are, don't fail me now. Who is it?
Licata.
Oh, come in, Anthony. I'm glad to see you're prompt. It's a sign of good upbringing.
You gotta play that radio?
Oh, I'm sorry. Shouldn't keep such late hours, Anthony. It's making you nervous.
Where's the diamond?
Gee, you're in a hurry. Got a date?
I gotta get back to the club.
All right, Anthony, but remember, I don't care what you do with the diamond. I just want 250 grand. My share, is that clear?
You'll get your share.
Good. Here's the diamond. Had it in my handbag all evening.
Oh, the blue hour. I saw it only once, but I knew then that someday I'd have to have that.
You saw it in Antwerp in 1929. Isn't that right, Anthony?
How do you know?
I have a crystal ball.
You know too much.
Not any more than you do now, Anthony.
What was that reporter Mahoney doing here this evening?
Mahoney? I don't recall.
My man told me he was here.
Oh, yeah. He came for an exclusive interview of my life.
Did he tell you it was going to end tonight?
No.
You think for 1 minute I was going to let you run loose, knowing what you do about me? I still don't know how you could have been in that apartment when I had to kill Jason.
So you did kill him. Mahoney was right.
Oh, Mahoney, eh? I thought so. Only don't count on him, sister, because my boys are out looking for him now.
Anthony, let's talk this over, huh? You can keep the diamond. It's yours.
You should have stuck to those clip joints back in Chicago. That's where you belong.
No.
Say your prayers.
Lois, are you all right? It's me, Mahoney. Mahoney. Are you all right, beautiful? Are you all right?
I'm alive.
Oh, good. Well, what did you have to hit me on the head for, you big dope?
Was that you?
Ooh. You know, I almost didn't make it.
Well, I never would have spoken to you again, Mahoney. In fact, I never would have spoken to anybody again, would I?
Oh, you're going to be all right now, honey.
I must have lost 4 pounds tonight.
Well, I never heard a woman complain about that before. Come on. Come on, get up, honey. You're all right. You're not hurt. Hey, what's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just saying my prayers.
Okay, Miss LaPaul, would you mind facing the sun just a little more so we can see the sparkle?
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, you going to collect the reward for turning up White's killer?
Yeah, Miss LaPaul, what about that?
Well, I didn't turn him up. Somebody else did.
Yeah, not the way I heard it.
Well, why are you going back to Chicago all of a sudden?
Oh, that's all, boys. I'm sorry.
Well, goodbye, Miss LaPaul. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Well, now you're really famous, aren't you?
Oh, Mahoney. I thought when I didn't hear from you, I thought...
Well, I've been busy. You didn't think I was going to let you run out on me, did you?
Oh. Oh, that. Well, I never really thought about it one way or the other.
No?
No, I'm still extremely angry with you, as you may well imagine. You haven't even bothered to explain.
Well, honey, it was this way. Licata was with Jason White on his trip to Antwerp, and he saw Jason buy the Blue Hour diamond. He offered him all sorts of dough for it, but he wouldn't sell. And Licata never got over it.
Holy mackerel. Well, he's over it now. There's just one thing I want to know from you, Mahoney.
Hmm?
How did you know Licata killed Jason White?
Well, I didn't.
You mean everything I did, risking my life, playing games with a maniac, was all because you had a hunch?
That's right, baby. Never go wrong, Mahoney.
Oh!
Well, what are you going to do now, beautiful? You're a rich woman now, you know.
How do you figure?
Well, the diamond legally belongs to you. I think it would hold up in court.
Well, I know one thing for sure. I'm giving up the ballet. And for two things, I think I'll get married.
Oh. Society, I suppose.
Holy mackerel, you're a big dope, Mahoney. It takes a lot of courage for a girl to do what I'm about to do. Will you marry me?
Oh, I suppose so.
Suspense.
The Blue Hour, starring Claire Trevor. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Selected from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. You get more enjoyment for your money when you serve Roma wines. Because Roma makes absolutely sure of better taste by pressing only the choicest California grapes. Then, with age-old skills and winemaking resources unmatched in America, Roma master vintners guide this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to taste perfection. These finer wines are laid aside with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, Roma later selects for your pleasure. This weekend, treat your family and friends to glorious nut-like Roma sherry, fruity Roma port, or mellow Roma muscatel. You'll enjoy these fine Roma wines. So delicious, so inexpensive, too. That's why Roma, that's R-O-M-A, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines.
Miss Trevor will next be seen in the independent artist production, The Velvet Touch. Tonight's play was by Marty Schwartz. Next Thursday, you will hear Kirk Douglas as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Daylight saving time ends in certain areas September the 28th. This may change the time at which Suspense is heard in your community. Please check your local newspaper for the time at which this program will be heard next Thursday and each Thursday thereafter. In the coming week, Suspense will present such stars as Louis Jourdain, Agnes Moorehead, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.